Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 3001. Chapter 3001, 3001. Chapter 3001, 9 levels of divine thunder, each level a new heaven. This feast lasted a full 3 days and nights. During this time, when the food and wine ran out, Lei Hao waved his hand and had it all replaced anew. Lei Hao got quite drunk later and talked about many past events. Lin Moyo also smiled and chatted along, talking about some things from the Realm Sea world. He told Lei Hao that after Lei Hao's defeat in the world conflict, several more Realm Sea worlds with celestial venerables were devoured by him. Lei Hao felt a sense of schadenfreude and laughed nonstop. Then Lin Moya talked about matters related to the Realm Sea token. His experiences made Lei Hao exclaim in amazement. At the same time, he greatly admired the various judgments Lin Moyo had made. Those judgments were not something ordinary people could make, let alone a rough beast like himself. Even those with meticulous minds would struggle to deal with such situations. Lei Hao said, "I really want to know how your brain works. How did you find the final answer just from those clues that barely count as clues?" Lin Moya smiled, "This can't really be taught. Everyone thinks differently, you have to think more for yourself." Lei Hao shook his head, "Forget it, my greatest strength as a beast is not thinking too much about things I can't understand. Instead of that effort, I'd rather think about finding some tigresses in the future, having some cubs, than watching them kill each other. The useless ones all die, leaving a few of the strongest." Hearing this, Lin Moya was speechless. The beast race's way of thinking was truly unfathomable. Even if humans wanted to cultivate their descendants, they would never use methods similar to raising venomous insects. But the beast race had continued this method for countless years. To change it would require an order directly from the beast emperor, otherwise it would be nearly impossible. Lin Moya couldn't and didn't want to interfere with this. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could only adapt. Perhaps the beast race wasn't even the most brutal group in this world. Perhaps there were even more brutal ways of survival competition. Natural selection and survival of the fittest, these 8 words interpreted the entire world very thoroughly. 3 days later, accompanied by a purple light rising from Purple Tiger City, the entire city began to glow. Lin Moya sensed that the power of the Origin Spirit Vein was surging, vast amounts of origin power gushing out to activate the formation hidden in Purple Tiger City. The formation gathered the power of the Origin Spirit Vein, becoming increasingly powerful, finally transforming into a beam of purple light shooting towards the sky. In the sky, another world faintly appeared. This world was extremely hazy, gradually opening up. Everyone in Purple Tiger City knew that the ancestral grounds of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, which opened once every 100 years, would open again today. Lei Hao's body shook, a powerful force surging out to dispel all the alcohol in his system. Lei Hao, who had been half drunk for 3 days, fully sobered up at this moment. A vast aura spread out. At this moment, Lei Hao carried 7 parts arrogance. "This is my first time entering the ancestral grounds. Let's see if I can break through and reach a higher level." His eyes carried some expectation, as if anticipating something. Over the 3 days, Lei Hao had talked a lot. For members of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, the first time bathing in divine thunder after becoming a celestial venerable was an extremely important matter. The first thunder bath would have the best effect. After all, these were the ancestral grounds of the lightning purple striped tigers. Bathing in divine thunder would have far greater effects for clan members than for others. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the benefits received. According to Lei Hao, this trip to the ancestral grounds would be the beginning of his meteoric rise. At this moment, there was still some time before the ancestral grounds opened. Lei Hao handed 4 special purple tokens to Lin Moya and the others, each token representing 1 spot. Lin Moya said, "After entering the ancestral grounds, be careful of Lei Xian. I feel he doesn't have good intentions towards you. I don't know if your guardian will follow you in, but be careful anyway." Lei Hao showed some disdain. "In the ancestral grounds, my bloodline power will be infinitely amplified. With my bloodline, my combat power will be comparable to a Dao Venerable. If that guy wants to kill me in the ancestral grounds, he must be crazy. But then again, it might also be his only chance to kill me." Hearing Lei Hao say this, Lin Moya knew that Lei Hao's guardian would not enter the ancestral grounds. "Just be careful. My intuition is not wrong, that guy won't let you off easily." Lin Moya reminded him once more and said no more. Some things said to this extent were enough. If Lei Hao wouldn't listen, there was nothing he could do. However, Lin Moya still secretly used the Fate Dao to temporarily enhance Lei Hao's luck. In any case, Lei Hao was his friend. He couldn't eat and drink for free for 3 days without repaying the favor. Purple light soared to the sky, and the entire Purple Tiger City glowed. In the endless sky, a purple world became increasingly clear. Finally, the purple light shattered space and connected to that purple world. At once, countless people rose into the sky, heading towards the purple world. Lei Hao said in a low voice, "Let's go." Lin Moyo, Little Mist, Little Five, and Little Ox held their tokens and flew towards that purple world. After they flew halfway up, the tokens turned into faint lights enveloping the four of them. The faint light was like a bubble, automatically flying towards the purple world. The sound of thunder rang in their ears, and endless lightning appeared before their eyes. The purple world was a world interwoven with lightning. The purple lightning emitted a strange aura. Only those holding tokens and having spots were qualified to glimpse its true face. Enveloped in light, the four passed through the sea of lightning and entered the true ancestral grounds. A moment later, their feet finally touched ground again, and the faint light enveloping them disappeared. A slight numbness came from under their feet. Looking down, they saw the ground was actually composed of lightning. Faint purple lightning formed an incredibly vast world. Many people wrapped in faint light arrived here. Thunder sounded from the sky, countless lightning bolts falling from above onto the ground, stirring up large patches of purple light. Looking up, they saw 9 seas of lightning, like steps, each higher than the last, extending towards the distant sky. 9 levels of divine thunder, each level a new heaven. Each level up was an entirely new world. The so-called 9 heavens divine thunder referred to these 9 levels. It was said that only 9th level Dao venerable beings were qualified to enter the 9th level and bathe in the true 9 heavens divine thunder. Lin Moyo looked at the 9 levels. His gaze pierced through the highest 9th level, looking towards an even more distant place. He vaguely sensed that above the 9 levels, there seemed to be another level. That level was likely the true center of the ancestral grounds. However, Lei Hao had never mentioned that place, probably because he didn't know about it either. Perhaps, the place above the 9 levels was the true origin of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Lei Hao's voice came to his ears, "Brother, I'll go ahead first." Lin Moya nodded, "Be careful." Lei Hao laughed heartily, "Brother Lin, be careful too. Although your talent is unmatched, don't overreach too much. After 100 days, when we return from the ancestral grounds, let's drink again." With these words, he ascended, flying towards the first level. No matter how strong you are, you have to ascend level by level. It's impossible to go directly to the 9th level. After Lei Hao left, Lin Moyo also said softly, "Let's go too. Don't stray too far from me." Chapter 3002. Chapter 3002, 3002. Chapter 3002. With just these misfits, they're asking for death. The 9 levels of divine thunder were like 9 huge seas of lightning suspended in mid-air. Within each sea of lightning was another world, each with its own laws. The sound of thunder filled their ears. The ancestral grounds of the lightning purple striped tigers was a world of lightning, purple lightning. Across the 9 levels, the purple color deepened from light to dark. By the 9th level, the lightning had turned so purple it was almost black, giving a sense of danger even from afar. To enter the lightning sea, one first had to find the passage leading to it. You couldn't just fly up directly. Fortunately, there were many passages and they were easy to find. Lin Moya flew in front, with Little Ox following closely behind. Little Mist and Little Five sat on Little Ox's back. All around them, many others were also heading to the first level. Of the 100,000 people entering the ancestral grounds, everyone's first stop was the first level. This level ensured that everyone could obtain some basic benefits. Lin Moya suddenly looked to one side and saw Lei Xian. Lei Xian was traveling with 7 others, forming a team. Among these 8 people, Lei Xian's realm was the weakest. The other 7 were all Dao venerables, and from other clans. Among the 7, the strongest was already at the 4th level of Dao venerable. Just as Lin Moya saw Lei Xian also saw Lin Moyo. His eyes showed a just as expected look, while also flashing with viciousness. He seemed to be saying something to his companions, but Lin Moyo paid no attention to this. Lin Moyo completely ignored insignificant characters like Lei Xian. Even Lei Hao couldn't compare to him in arrogance. When it came to arrogance, Lin Moyo was truly arrogant. It was an arrogance that came from the soul, far surpassing Lei Hao. From the beginning of his cultivation path until now, Lin Moyo had always maintained his arrogance. Even towards that old man in the green robe, Lin Moya never felt he was too high above him, believing he would eventually catch up. This was true arrogance, showing no outward signs but buried deep in the soul. "I hope you don't come looking for death." Lin Moya was never stingy about killing. If anyone dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't hesitate. Little Ox suddenly spoke, "Master, that guy called Lei Xian seems to have ill intentions towards you." Lin Moya smiled, "It doesn't matter. If they dare come, they won't be able to go back." Little Ox said disdainfully, "That's right. With just these misfits, they're asking for death." Little Ox knew Lin Moya's abilities. These guys were nothing. He had unparalleled confidence in his master. As they approached the first level of Divine Thunder, they saw passages formed by lightning. Following these passages, they could enter the first level. The passages were filled with dense lightning. Anyone entering would be struck by lightning. The passage was also a kind of test. If one couldn't withstand the lightning in the passage, it was better not to go. Going would result in serious injury at best, or complete destruction at worst. The lightning passage served as a warning, warning everyone not to force themselves or aim too high. The lightning passage to the first level was almost without danger. Any celestial venerable could endure it. So, the first level was more of a benefit. There were many lightning passages, with entrants using different ones to enter the first level. Lin Moya's group also entered one. As soon as they entered the passage, countless lightning bolts struck. These lightning bolts weren't very powerful. Lin Moya felt nothing when they hit him. Lin Moya sensed that the lightning contained a strange power that seemed able to mobilize his blood energy, slightly increasing the speed of blood flow. Humans don't have the concept of bloodline inheritance, but bloodlines do exist. It's like two cultivators with excellent talent, their children often have better talent than others. This is bloodline, but human bloodlines aren't as obvious as those of beasts and spirit beasts. With blood flow slightly accelerated by the lightning, Lin Moya knew these lightning bolts indeed helped strengthen bloodlines. It feels so good. Little Ox's voice sounded again. Little Ox was a cosmic giant beast from the great world, with an extremely ancient bloodline. In the origin continent, Little Ox would be considered a spirit beast. Spirit beasts place even more emphasis on bloodlines than beasts, so the purple lightning had an excellent effect on him. Not even at the first level yet, just in the lightning passage, Little Ox already felt comfortable. Once they reached the first level, the lightning's effect would only be better. Little Mist frowned beside them. How is it comfortable? I don't feel anything at all. Lin Moya naturally understood the reason, because you don't rely on bloodline, so your feeling is very faint. Little Mist, a spirit transformed into a living being, had her foundation in her soul, so her feeling was very faint, but it wasn't completely useless. When the lightning became stronger, it could penetrate the soul and refine it. However, the benefits Little Mist received would certainly not be as good as Little Ox and Little Five's. Lin Moya looked at Little Five. Little Five, how do you feel? Little Five squinted her eyes, looking very comfortable. It feels quite good, but the force still isn't strong enough. Lin Moya smiled, because you're a Dao Venerable, and your bloodline is also very strong. The first level isn't particularly useful for you. Maybe when we reach the third level, the feeling will be different. Little Five nodded vigorously. Little Five understands. In Lin Moya's expectation, although Little Ox had just entered the Celestial Venerable Realm and should only be able to bathe in the first level's Divine Thunder, with Little Ox's talent and bloodline, reaching the second level shouldn't be a problem. Little Five was a sole progenitor beast, whose bloodline was among the top among spirit beasts. She might be able to enter the fourth level. The most difficult was Little Mist. Her foundation was in her soul. With her talent, entering the second level wouldn't be a problem, but Lin Moya wasn't sure if she could enter the third level. As for safety issues, Lin Moya hadn't considered them. With him around, safety wasn't an issue at all. Soon, they reached the end of the lightning passage and burst out of the exit, entering the world of the first level. The world of the first level was vast and had its own laws. There was no ground here, only lightning. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, densely packed, but they had no target. Everyone had to find lightning for themselves. Here, some people began to use treasures to absorb lightning. Others used secret techniques to absorb lightning with their bodies, greatly increasing efficiency. Many celestial venerables displayed their abilities here, attracting lightning to strengthen their bloodlines. For beasts, the greatest use of divine thunder was to enhance and strengthen bloodlines. Cultivating the physical body and refining the soul were secondary. Those who entered split up at the first level. Some celestial venerables stayed here, while others went to the second level. As for Dao venerables, they didn't stay here at all, directly seeking the path to the second level. Lin Moya inquired about Little Ox's condition and found he still had strength left, so he decided to head to the second level. The group traveled through the lightning. The passages to the second level were fewer than those to the first level, but still easy to find. According to Lei Hao, the higher up, the fewer passages there would be, and finding them would become more difficult. So those Dao Venerable wanting to reach higher levels wouldn't waste time. They would continuously climb upwards. Chapter 3003. Chapter 3003, 3003. Chapter 3003, Third Level Heaven, drawing Divine Thunder into the Great World. The second level of the 9 levels of Divine Thunder was a deeper purple than the first level, meaning the power of the lightning was also considerably stronger. For Little Ox to enter the second level with his low-level Celestial Venerable Realm was already surpassing his level. However, Little Ox didn't feel any discomfort at all. For him, this level of lightning was completely within an acceptable range. As soon as he entered the second level, Little Ox exhaled comfortably. It feels so good, much better than the first level. I can feel my power rising rapidly. I'm getting stronger and stronger, like I could stomp and shatter heaven and earth. Little Mist patted Little Ox's head. Can you really shatter heaven and earth? Stomp once and let me see. If you can't shatter it, see how your elder sister deals with you. Little Ox immediately deflated. He couldn't afford to offend this elder sister Little Mist. Little Ox was just expressing a feeling. Maybe I said it wrong. Please forgive me, sister Little Mist. Little Mist snorted. Don't boast in the future. It's annoying to hear. Lin Moya said, this illusion comes from the strengthening of your bloodline. It's actually quite good, showing your bloodline has truly been enhanced. It's like when we break through to a new realm, we have this kind of illusion. It's very normal. Little Ox shamelessly flattered. Master is still the most formidable, knowing everything. Lin Moya looked at Little Mist. Little Mist, how do you feel? Little Mist was also bathing in the divine thunder of the second level, purple light surrounding her body, but she didn't have such an exaggerated reaction as Little Ox. Little Mist carefully felt for a moment. It's a bit better than the first level. It feels like a tiny bit of power is entering my soul, but the effect isn't great. Lin Moya knew that Little Mist's foundation was too good. Countless years as a spirit of a treasure had laid down an incredibly deep foundation for her. Moreover, she had comprehended the power of void, her soul far surpassing cultivators of the same realm. By this measure, Little Mist could also bathe in divine thunder above her level. Going to the third level shouldn't be a problem. As for Little 5, she was originally supposed to start from the third level. Lin Moya thought for a moment, Little Ox, we're going to the third level. Are you staying here or coming with us? Little Ox didn't even think. Little Ox should still have some strength left, can go up another level. With each higher level, the effect of the Divine Thunder increased greatly. If Little Ox could still endure, it would be a good thing for him. However, going to higher levels was a one-way path. You could only go up, not down. If the choice was wrong, this opportunity would be wasted. Lin Moyo had considered this issue. He had a vague idea in mind, but wasn't sure if it would work. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and the Fate Dao appeared, raising everyone's luck by a level. Let's go, we're heading to the third level. The path from the second level to the third level had many fewer routes. Increasing their luck could help them find the passage to the third level faster, thus saving some time. Moreover, increased luck would have some magical effects. In any case, it only had benefits, no drawbacks. Lin Moyo casually chose a direction. He believed his luck was strong enough, so he didn't need to consider too much. Sure enough, the group hadn't walked for long before they saw a passage. The passage was also filled with purple lightning. Just looking at the color, it was much more intense than the second level. If the lightning intensity of the first level was considered 1, then the second level's intensity would be 10, and the third level's lightning intensity was at least 100. Compared to the first level, it was at least 100 times stronger. This was the difference between Dao Venerables and Celestial Venerables. The gap between them was enormous. However, Little Ox was confident in himself. He was certain he could endure. Lin Moya grabbed Little Ox's tail with one hand. Let's go in and try. Although he really disliked having his tail pulled, Little Ox didn't dare have any attitude towards Lin Moyo. Little Ox obediently said oh and entered the passage. A huge suction force appeared in the passage, trying to pull Little Ox in, but Little Ox was held back by Lin Moya's grip on his tail, not moving an inch. Lin Moya hadn't used his power Dao True Body. With his current physical level, without using any techniques, he could easily kill any second level Dao Venerable. If he used his power Dao True Body, he could directly kill a fourth level Dao Venerable. Holding back Little Ox was effortless. After a few seconds, Little Ox's voice came from the passage, Master, no problem. If he could easily withstand the lightning in the passage, then even if it was tough, he could endure the lightning of the third level. Seeing Little Ox had no problems, Lin Moya let go of his hand. Let's go in too. Among the group, Little Ox was the weakest. If he had no problems, the others wouldn't have any issues either. The group entered the passage, allowing the lightning to strike them. Lin Moya still felt nothing. This level of lightning wasn't even enough to tickle him. Little Mist felt the power in the lightning. My soul can feel it now, it's tingly and quite comfortable. Lin Moya smiled. You'll feel it more when we enter the third level. Little 5, how do you feel? Little 5 said, my bloodline seems to be stirring a bit, but it's not enough. As a pure-blooded soul progenitor beast, between real and illusory, her bloodline was very strong. Although Little 5 was only at the first level of Dao Venerable, the effect of the third level was still not ideal. She needed to go higher. Lin Moya said, it's okay, I'll accompany you to go higher later. Little 5 smiled, thank you, father. The group entered the third level. Purple lightning crashed down, and Little Ox immediately froze, not moving or speaking, his entire body rigid, every hair standing on end. His body glowed purple, his bloodline roaring, making a sound like a long river. The third level had too good an effect on him. As soon as he entered, his bloodline began to strengthen rapidly. The strengthening of his bloodline was visibly pushing his realm to increase. It wouldn't take long for him to break through and reach mid-level Celestial Venerable. A path that would take others hundreds or thousands of years to walk, Little Ox planned to complete in just a few days while bathing in divine thunder. This speed was faster even than Lin Moya's. Even Lin Moya felt a bit envious at this moment, remembering how much time he had spent at this realm back then. Little Mist, sitting on Little Ox's back, also had her eyes tightly closed. Her body was also emitting a powerful soul aura, clearly having reached peak Celestial Venerable, just one step away from Dao Venerable. Little Mist's soul only needed to strengthen a bit more and merge with the Dao to successfully enter Dao Venerable realm. Perhaps this was the opportunity for Little Mist's advancement. Lin Moyo and Little 5 stood to the side, protecting the two. The Divine Thunder here didn't have much effect on Little 5, but no matter how small the benefit, Little 5 didn't waste it, absorbing it all. Only Lin Moyo felt that the Divine Thunder falling on him was being wasted. He opened his palm, grasping a ball of lightning, then drew the power of the Divine Thunder into the Great World. In an instant, thunder roared throughout the Great World, the entire world rumbling with thunder. The Divine Thunder of the third level was equivalent to the Dao Venerable realm. A Dao Venerable realm attack falling in the Great World was simply a small disaster. Chapter 3004. Chapter 3004, 3004. Chapter 3004, Little Moon's Benefit, 1/10,000th of Divine Thunder. Universal Career Change, Necromancer. I am the Calamity by Slow Pig. Lin Moya drawing Divine Thunder into the Great World caused shock among countless cultivators in the Great World. All cultivators in the Great World above the other shore realm felt a world-destroying power. That feeling was like the end of the world arriving, incredibly terrifying. But the Great World remained unharmed. Apart from feeling terrifying, nothing actually happened. Lin Moya controlled the Divine Thunder, drawing large amounts into the Great World, letting it continuously condense there. At the same time, he controlled the origin power of the great world, marking out an area and arranging a formation to gather the power of the divine thunder inside. Now his great world had advanced to 7th grade, able to contain power below the 4th level of Tao Venerable Realm. So although the divine thunder was strong, as long as it was controlled properly, it wouldn't harm the great world. Lin Moya used the origin power of the great world as the foundation to set up a grand formation. The formation's purpose was to contain the divine thunder, preventing it from dissipating. After some experimentation, Lin Moya confirmed his idea was feasible. He could collect the power of divine thunder and carve out an area in his great world similar to the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral grounds. Of course, with this method, the power of divine thunder wouldn't be infinite. Once consumed, it would be gone. But Lin Moya didn't intend for the divine thunder's power to be infinite. He just wanted to collect as much as possible, then control it carefully, subdividing the power of divine thunder to leave for Little Moon to use. This was Lin Moya's specific idea, a benefit for his disciple. As for the other cultivators in the great world, they were neither friends nor family. Lin Moya had no obligation to help them. To the great world, Lin Moya was the master, equivalent to the Tao. The Tao is impartial, only caring for those close to it. With Lin Moya's current realm, he had begun to understand what it meant for the Tao to be impartial. The most basic operation of the Tao's impartiality is to not interfere in anything, letting the entire world operate on its own without any intervention. Lin Moya said to Little Five, stay here and protect them. I'm going to collect some divine thunder. Little Five nodded, don't worry father, Little Five will guard here. To collect divine thunder, Lin Moya had to move away from Little Mist and Little Ox, otherwise it would affect them. Lin Moya flew over 100 miles in one breath, completely distancing himself before taking a deep breath. In his soul, 2 Tao patterns glowed brightly, and his power Tao true body appeared. Lin Moya's body rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, he reached 10,000 meters, towering between heaven and earth. As his body grew, the amount of divine thunder he could bear increased dramatically. Lin Moya had no treasures to attract divine thunder, nor relevant secret techniques, so he could only use this crude method. Fortunately, this crude method worked quite well. But this wasn't all. Lin Moya had a thought, and the wings of curse instantly spread. Because his body had grown, the wings of curse also enlarged accordingly. With Lin Moya at 10,000 meters tall, when the wings of curse spread, their span also exceeded 10,000 meters. In this state, the amount of divine thunder he could bear in the same time reached 100 times more than before. But even so, Lin Moya still felt it wasn't enough. The wings of curse vibrated slightly as Lin Moya used to curse. He didn't cast the curse on others, but on himself. What kind of curse the wings of curse could cast depended entirely on Lin Moya's will. The curse Lin Moya cast on himself was to attract lightning. For a period of time, he would be struck by lightning. Lin Moya didn't know if it would work, but he decided to try. Suddenly, thunder roared, much more intensely than before. Lin Moya felt that the divine thunder falling on him had increased by another fold compared to before using the curse. In other words, the amount of divine thunder he was bearing every minute and second now was 200 times that of the beginning. This efficiency was incomparable even to those using treasures or secret techniques to attract lightning. Lin Moya stood motionless between heaven and earth, like a statue allowing countless divine thunderbolts to strike him. His entire body glowed purple, dazzlingly bright. His presence soon attracted many people's attention. Many people in the 3rd level were curious about what Lin Moya was doing. Some even came to watch, but most didn't dare get too close, fearing the astonishing amount of divine thunder falling on Lin Moya might strike them. Lin Moya completely ignored these onlookers, focused on his own task. Endless divine thunder fell on him, but most of the power had already been drawn into the great world, then confined in an independent space. A huge formation trapped the divine thunder within. Among the formations Lin Moya excelled at, thunder formations were number 1. Thanks to the formation inheritance from the Thunder Tao person. Now, the amount of divine thunder in the formation was incredibly large, about to form a sea of lightning. Lin Moya began to guide the power within, drawing out just a thread, 10,000 times weaker than the divine thunder of the 1st level. Little Moon, prepare to receive divine thunder. Use the divine thunder to cultivate your physical body and refine your soul. On the other side, Lin Moya's avatar had already signaled Little Moon to enter meditation and begin cultivating. Little Moon was very obedient and was ready in an instant. Lin Moya used his supreme authority as world master to open space. That thread of divine thunder power he had drawn out crossed half the great world, crashing down on Little Moon's head. Boom! Purple lightning exploded, enveloping Little Moon. Purple light illuminated billions of miles of starry sky. Little Moon was wrapped in purple divine thunder, gritting her teeth, her whole body trembling slightly. Her clothes vaporized in the lightning, indicating the lightning had exceeded Little Moon's limit. Her protective power couldn't extend to her clothes. However, Little Moon still had the protective jade robe given by the Thunder Tao person, usually hidden under her outer robe. Now that the outer robe was destroyed by the thunder, the protective jade robe naturally appeared. Little Moon bathing in divine thunder looked like a lightning goddess descending, solemn and beautiful. Lin Moya watched Little Moon, unsure if she could withstand the divine thunder. If there was any problem, he was ready to save her at any moment. Life force and spirit medicines were prepared and ready. Fortunately, Little Moon endured. After a period of adaptation, she absorbed the power of divine thunder, beginning to use it to cultivate her physical body and refine her soul. After stabilizing, Little Moon's aura began to increase rapidly. Little Moon was only at the other shore realm. After absorbing the power of divine thunder, the changes were particularly huge. In the blink of an eye, Little Moon was about to advance from early other shore realm towards celestial venerable. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief. It seems my idea wasn't wrong. The power contained in divine thunder doesn't necessarily require a celestial venerable to bear it. As long as the power is divided finely enough, even those at other shore realm can bear it, and the effect is excellent. It must be said, Lin Moya was very daring. This was Tao Venerable Realm Divine Thunder. Even just a thread, less than 1/10,000th of the real divine thunder, was still 1/10,000th of Tao Venerable Realm power. 1/10,000th of Tao Venerable Realm power could easily kill someone at other shore realm. After all, from Tao Venerable to other shore, there was a difference of 3 major realms and countless minor realms. 1 minor realm was already a difference of heaven and earth, let alone 3 major realms. However, Lin Moyo had confidence in Little Moon. Born with a jade soul, plus the Thunder Dao person's 3 protective items, and the luck he had raised for her, she would surely be able to bear it. The result was about what he had expected. Chapter 3005. Chapter 3005, 3005. Chapter 3005, probably won't make it out of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Lin Moya continuously absorbed divine thunder, and the amount of 3rd level divine thunder in the great world grew increasingly vast. In terms of quantity, it was already more than enough for Little Moon to use, but Lin Moya didn't stop. Divine thunder was a good thing, and he wouldn't consider it too much. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. Moreover, when he reached the 4th level, he wanted to absorb 4th level divine thunder and store it as well. Even after leaving the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral grounds, he would have divine thunder to use. Even if he didn't need it himself, there were still Little Mist, Little Five, Little Ox, Little Moon and others. Lin Moya greedily absorbed divine thunder, and 2 days passed without him realizing. After 2 days, a powerful aura rose from hundreds of miles away. From within the divine thunder came the sound of an ox's bellow. Lin Moya knew Little Ox had broken through. Suddenly, a sharp aura also rose. Lin Moya frowned, his gaze becoming sharp. At the same time, he heard Little Five's voice transmission, "Father, someone is ambushing us." As soon as the voice sounded, Lin Moya vibrated the wings of curse. The outside of the wings of curse was covered with a layer of mysterious light, slightly hazy, disturbing time. The wings of time curse vibrated slightly, and Lin Moya crossed hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed, arriving where Little Five and the others were. 8 people were standing not far from Little Five and the others. Traces of battle still lingered in the air. Little Five had already fought back. These 8 were the ones who had entered the ancestral grounds with Lei Xian, 1 4th level Dao Venerable, 3 2nd level Dao Venerables, 3 1st level Dao Venerables, plus Lei Xian, a peak celestial venerable. Lin Moya's form rapidly shrank as he landed beside Little Five. "Are you alright?" Little Five shook her head. "He tried to ambush us earlier, but I blocked it and even injured his soul." Little Five pointed at a Dao Venerable beside Lei Xian. That Dao Venerable who had tried to ambush them was a 1st level Dao Venerable cultivator. He looked unwell, clearly having failed in his sneak attack and been injured by Little Five instead. As a soul progenitor beast, Little Five's most skilled abilities, besides the cause and effect Dao, were soul attacks. One was her innate Dao, the other her innate ability. Little Five's combat power was definitely top tier among those of the same realm. The opponent glared angrily at Little Five, but she wasn't afraid at all, because Lin Moyo had arrived. The opponent had transformed into human form, retaining some beast characteristics. Lin Moya didn't recognize which clan he was from, but that didn't matter. Attempting an ambush was enough to warrant death. Lei Xian chuckled. "Your spots were given by Lei Hao, right?" Lin Moya glanced at Lei Xian. This glance made Lei Xian's heart skip a beat. Lin Moya's gaze carried an indescribable coldness, giving him an extremely terrifying feeling. That feeling was as if Lin Moya was looking at a dead man. Before Lei Xian could say another word, Lin Moyo had already pointed a finger. Skeleton Hell. A large area of space distorted. Without giving the 8 of them time to react, Skeleton Hell had already enveloped them. Among the 8, the 4th level Dao Venerable Powerhouse reacted fastest, immediately sensing danger, but was still a step too late to escape Skeleton Hell. As for Lei Xian, he didn't react at all. By the time he reacted, the Hell Fiends had already appeared before him, greeting him with their gaping mouths. To deal with these 8, even the Netherworld Black Dragon from the Netherworld Black Pool couldn't be bothered to move. The Hell Fiends were enough. 3rd level Dao Venerable Hell Fiends swarmed over, dragging the 8 into the Hell lava, frantically tearing at them. Screams rang out as Dao Venerable flesh and blood splattered throughout Skeleton Hell. Skeleton Hell devoured their flesh and blood, turning everything about them into its own nourishment. Unfortunately, Skeleton Hell was now too strong. Merely devouring these few people only strengthened Skeleton Hell a tiny bit, the effect barely noticeable. In the blink of an eye, the 8 had disappeared from the 3rd level. The entire process took less than half a minute. Clean and efficient. The onlookers in the distance all showed shocked expressions. This human Dao Venerable at the 2nd level, Lin Moyo, was ruthless, killing without blinking an eye. 7 Dao Venerables and 1 Peak Celestial Venerable had just been killed like this. Moreover, one of them was a 4th level Dao Venerable, and another 3 were 2nd level Dao Venerables like him, yet they had no resistance at all. What background does this human Dao Venerable have? How can he be so strong? Not just strong, but also very ruthless. From start to finish, he didn't say a single unnecessary word. "I know that Celestial Venerable who was killed. His name was Lei Xian, a direct descendant of the lightning purple striped tigers." Where did this guy get the courage to kill a direct descendant of the lightning purple striped tigers here? Killing a clan's direct descendant in their own ancestral grounds, this will be interesting. Yeah, direct descendants aren't just nobodies. There will be a price to pay for killing one. I think this human is in big trouble. He probably won't make it out of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. The crowd in the distance discussed among themselves, not hiding their words. Every word reached Lin Moya's ears. Little Five heard and became a bit scared. Father, will there be trouble for killing Lei Xian? Lin Moya smiled. It's just killing a person, don't worry. They can't do anything to us. As he spoke, Lin Moya glanced at Little Ox and Little Mist, checking their condition. Little Mist's realm was still steadily rising. Little Ox, after breaking through to mid-level Celestial Venerable, had fallen back into a cultivation state, his bloodline roaring loudly, clearly still strengthening. Estimating it would take a few more days for the two to regain consciousness, Lin Moya didn't want to waste this time and continued to absorb Divine Thunder. At the same time, he was still controlling Divine Thunder to refine Little Moon. In the great world, Little Moon was making him proud. Her innate jade soul gave her an unimaginably terrifying talent. As one of the top talents in the Origin continent, Little Moon's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. After adapting to the Divine Thunder, she began cultivating with it, her realm rising rapidly. It was estimated that in another day or two, she could reach the Celestial Venerable realm. Even Lin Moya back then didn't have Little Moon's cultivation speed. Seeing Lin Moya leave, the crowd felt there was no more show to watch. Although they all said Lin Moya had gotten himself into big trouble, none of them acted. Lin Moya's ruthless killing method made them fear bringing trouble upon themselves. Many people left, intending to tell the lightning purple striped tiger clan members about what happened here, letting them take action. Among those leaving, some kept their gaze fixed on Little Five before departing. Their eyes carried some excitement, but they hid it well, not attracting the attention of Little Five or Lin Moya. Flying out hundreds of miles, Lin Moya used the same method as before, turning back into a 10,000-meter giant, spreading the wings of curse, continuing to absorb third-level Divine Thunder. Opportunities were rare, and Lin Moya didn't waste a single minute. Another 2 days passed like this, and news of Lin Moya killing Lei Xian finally spread. When the lightning purple striped tiger clan members heard a direct descendant had been killed, it caused a huge uproar. The news spread further and further, more and more people learning about it, until finally someone came looking for them. Chapter 3006. Chapter 3006, 3006. Chapter 3006, Lin Moya flees, no more show to watch. In the Lightning World, there were at least tens of thousands of people from the lightning purple striped tiger clan. They were mostly distributed across the first 6 levels. Especially in the first 4 levels, there were the most people. In the 3rd level alone, there were at least thousands of lightning purple striped tiger clan members. Now, as lightning purple striped tiger clan members heard the news, they angrily abandoned their bloodline refinement and rushed towards Lin Moya. Those in the 3rd level were basically all peak celestial venerables or Dao venerables. The movement of thousands of people caused quite a stir, immediately attracting many people's attention. As a result, more people came to watch the excitement. It could be said that at least 70% of the people in the 3rd level were converging on Lin Moya's location. Lei Hao was also in the 3rd level. He suddenly received news from his clansmen and was stunned. Brother Lin killed Lei Xian. Without another word, he immediately stopped cultivating and rushed towards Lin Moya's location at top speed. Lin Moya was unaware of all this. By the time the news spread, he had already returned to Little Ox's side. At this moment, both Little Mist and Little Ox had stopped cultivating simultaneously. Little Mist said, I feel I'm just a bit short of Dao Venerable, but the Divine Thunder here isn't strong enough. I should go up another level. Little Ox said, after breaking through, I feel I still have strength left. I should be able to go up another level. Little Five didn't need to be mentioned. The 3rd level was still a bit weak for her. Lin Moya said, if that's the case, let's go up another level. With these words, the group immediately set out to find a passage to the 4th level. As they moved, Lin Moya didn't lift the curse on himself, continuing to attract lightning. He was being frugal to the extreme, not wanting to waste even a moment. Actually, Little Ox wasn't very sure if he could withstand the Divine Thunder of the 4th level, but Lin Moya felt that even if he couldn't withstand it, it wouldn't matter. He could throw Little Ox back into the Great World to absorb Divine Thunder like Little Moon. After all, he had now collected enough 3rd level Divine Thunder. After reaching the 4th level, he would continue collecting Divine Thunder, so there was no need to worry about running out for now. Little Mist sat on Little Ox's back, looking around. Why are so many people following us? At this time, at least several hundred people were following behind Lin Moya, keeping a distance of over 100 miles. They were basically all just watching the excitement, with no other intentions. Lin Moya's actions had been too ruthless. Instantly killing Lei Xian and the other 7 had frightened them half to death. An hour later, Lin Moya's group of 4 found a passage to the 4th level and plunged in. The spectators following behind were stunned. They've gone to the 4th level. What should we do? Should we go too? Go to hell, you want to go die. What a pity, we can't watch the show anymore. I heard the lightning purple striped tiger people are coming. Did they get some news and escape early? That's possible, but where can they escape to? They can't leave the ancestral grounds during the 100 days. Anyway, these people will probably end up in a miserable state. Knowing there was no more show to watch, these people dispersed, each finding a place to attract Divine Thunder and cultivate. Several hours after Lin Moya left, a large group arrived in grand fashion. Finding Lin Moya's group had already left, someone received news that they had gone to the 4th level. Immediately, some decided to pursue to the 4th level, while also bringing this news to the 4th level. Killing their direct clan members in their ancestral grounds was no different from slapping them in the face. This kind of thing absolutely could not be tolerated. Lei Hao knew Lin Moya had gone to the 4th level. Hearing his clansmen's discussions, he felt somewhat worried for Lin Moyo. Although worried, he had no way to stop it. Lin Moyo's actions had already caused public outrage. With his current status and position, he wasn't able to suppress the public anger. Now they wanted to notify those in the 4th level to kill Lin Moyo to avenge Lei Xian. The 4th level was full of Dao Venerables, thousands of them. If they all attacked Lin Moyo together, how could he defend against it? The more he thought, the more worried he became. Eventually, Lei Hao gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He no longer cared about his own cultivation, instead going to find a passage to the 4th level. He wanted to go to the 4th level not just to bring news to Lin Moyo, but because he felt he should stand with Lin Moyo. The reason Lin Moyo killed Lei Xian must have been for his sake, and it was very likely that Lei Xian had provoked Lin Moyo first. Regardless of the reason, he had to stand with Lin Moyo. With his current realm, the 3rd level was most suitable for him. Dealing with the divine thunder of the 4th level would be very difficult. But now, he couldn't consider too much. In the 4th level, the intensity of divine thunder increased several times over. Here, Little Ox's blood energy was boiling, all his energy used to absorb divine thunder. Lin Moyo knew this was already Little Ox's limit. For Little Ox to reach the 4th level as a mid-level celestial venerable was already an impossible miracle for many beasts. Normally, the 1st level was where Little Ox should be. If he could go to the 2nd level, it would be enough to prove Little Ox's strong bloodline. The 2nd level was generally where high-level and peak celestial venerables cultivated. If Little Ox could reach the 3rd level, it would show his talent was unimaginably strong, his bloodline surpassing the vast majority of beasts. But now, Little Ox had reached the 4th level as a mid-level celestial venerable. The 4th level was where 2nd and 3rd level Dao venerables stayed, yet he had come here as a mid-level celestial venerable. What did this mean? Even Lin Moyo was surprised by Little Ox's bloodline. Perhaps Little Ox's bloodline was even stronger than he had thought. Under the continuous bombardment of 4th level divine thunder, Little Ox's aura was rapidly strengthening. At this rate, in less than 2 days, he would break through mid-level celestial venerable and reach high-level celestial venerable. Not just Little Ox, Little Mist's aura was also strengthening, getting closer and closer to Dao venerable. In the 4th level, Little Five finally enjoyed the benefits brought by divine thunder, her bloodline also beginning to strengthen. As a sole progenitor beast, an anomaly among spirit beasts, she possessed astonishing talent and a powerful bloodline. For Little Five, the 4th level was not the limit, just the beginning. Lin Moyo sent out a Dragon Rider Legion commander to protect the 3, while he himself flew out 100 miles, again transforming into a giant, spreading the wings of curse to absorb 4th level divine thunder. In the Great World, Lin Moyo set up a new area specifically to store 4th level divine thunder. The Great World rumbled again, but with several days of experience, the people in the Great World had become accustomed to it. Moreover, the human emperor had issued a notice, so the people in the Great World weren't panicked at all. They went about their business as usual, treating the thunder as if it didn't exist. The divine thunder of the 4th level reached the level of 3rd level Dao Venerable, which the Great World could still withstand. As the World Master, Lin Moyo felt that the Great World had also reached its limit. If it reached the 5th level, the divine thunder would be beyond what the Great World could bear, requiring another solution. Chapter 3007. Chapter 3007, 3007. Chapter 3007. I told you to be quiet, don't you understand? Just 2 days later, Little Ox's aura surged again as he broke through to high-level celestial venerable. In less than 10 days since entering the ancestral grounds, Little Ox had broken through 2 realms in succession. This speed far surpassed everyone else. The divine thunder had different effects on everyone. For Little Ox, the first time bathing in divine thunder had the best effect. Combined with his extremely powerful bloodline, it wasn't surprising that he could advance realms so quickly in the end. After Little Ox reached high-level celestial venerable, the pressure from the 4th level divine thunder rapidly weakened. Little Ox immediately felt much more relaxed and was about to let out a long roar. His whole body trembled, his head just raised, not yet having time to make a sound, when suddenly a small hand slapped down on his head. With a bang, Little Ox was dazed by the slap, his good mood from breaking through instantly vanishing. But Little Ox didn't dare show any temper. He knew very clearly that the owner of this small hand was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It had nothing to do with realm. If you can't offend someone, you just can't. If he offended this young miss, he'd have no good days ahead. Little Mist extinguished Little Ox's good mood with one slap. Be quiet, I'm about to break through. Little Ox lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. However, after breaking through to high-level celestial venerable, Little Ox's cultivation speed also gradually slowed down. To break through to peak celestial venerable would take some time. Finally, on the 5th day after they arrived at the 4th level, Little Mist's aura underwent a change. A hazy Dao entwined around Little Mist, merging with her. Little Mist finally broke through the celestial venerable limit and began to enter the realm of Dao Venerable. Breaking through to Dao Venerable, this process couldn't be disturbed. At this time, the Dragon Rider Legion commander, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. The Dragon Rider Legion commander showing movement meant someone was coming. Little Ox also raised his head to look. Seeing who was coming, the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. It was Lei Hao. Little Ox said to the Dragon Rider Legion commander, "One of our own, no need to worry." This Dragon Rider Legion commander was codenamed One, the first to awaken intelligence, so he naturally understood Little Ox's words. He nodded silently, not making any move. Even so, he still watched Lei Hao, maintaining due vigilance. If Lei Hao dared to make any strange moves, he would act immediately. Lei Hao struggled against the divine thunder to come over, his speed not fast, looking somewhat flustered. Seeing Little Ox and the others unharmed, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But he found that Lin Moyo wasn't here, not knowing where he had gone. The heart he had just set at ease was raised again. Lei Hao came before Little Ox, his voice urgent, "Where's Brother Lin?" Little Ox looked to the side, "Master isn't here." "What happened?" Lei Hao said, "Brother Lin killed Lei Xian. Now this news has spread, and it seems many people are coming to kill Brother Lin." Little Ox asked, "How many people?" Lei Hao said, "Many, at least several thousand, basically all Dao Venerables." Little Ox continued to ask, "Any above 4th level Dao Venerable?" Lei Hao thought for a moment, "Probably not." Little Ox said very casually, "Then let them come. However many come, that many will die." Smack! A small hand reached over and slapped Lei Hao's head hard. "I told you to be quiet, don't you understand?" Little Ox immediately lowered his voice, smiling apologetically, I know. Little Mist continued her breakthrough endeavor. Little Ox carefully said to Lei Hao, "Don't worry. If those guys dare to come, one will die for each that comes." Lei Hao didn't quite believe Little Ox's words, but looking at the Dragon Rider Legion commander not far away, he thought of the terrifyingly vast undead army Lin Moyo had during the world conflict years ago, and felt it might not be impossible. The Dragon Rider Legion commander wasn't in battle state now, his aura not showing, so his realm level couldn't be seen. But Lei Hao sensed danger from him, feeling he might not be a match for the other party. It should be noted that in the ancestral grounds, his bloodline was fully activated, his combat power greatly increased, comparable to a Dao Venerable. Similarly, his clansmen's combat power would also increase according to their bloodline strength. He told Little Ox about this situation, but Little Ox still didn't care. Lei Hao had no way to deal with this. Little Ox closed his eyes again to cultivate, drawing in Divine Thunder to enhance his bloodline. Lei Hao was helpless. Since he had already come here, it was impossible to leave now. No matter how things developed, he could only grit his teeth and stay here. In the world of the 4th level, there was no sound other than thunder. Half a day later, Little Five, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and looked into the distance. The Dragon Rider Legion commander made the same move as Little Five, both looking in the same direction at the same time. Lei Hao sensed their movement. What happened? His perception wasn't as keen as Little Five's, nor did he have the undead eye like the Dragon Rider Legion commander, so he didn't know what had happened. Little Five said, "Some ill-intentioned guys are coming. You all continue cultivating, I'll handle this." At this moment, the Dragon Rider Legion commander suddenly flew forward a distance, protecting Little Five and the others behind him. This was Lin Moya's order to him, not to let anyone disturb Little Five and the others. Lei Hao looked into the distance. He still couldn't sense anyone coming, until a minute later, he finally saw two people flying over. Lei Hao narrowed his eyes, 4th level Dao Venerable. Of the two coming, one was a 4th level Dao Venerable human cultivator, the other a 1st level Dao Venerable. Lei Hao was somewhat surprised that the ones coming were two human cultivators. When the ancestral grounds opened, 99.9% of those who came were beasts, though there were some humans, but not many. Normally, seeing fellow humans wouldn't be surprising, but these two human cultivators clearly had ill intentions. Lei Hao couldn't help but wonder if Lin Moyo had offended his own kind. From afar, Lei Hao saw that 4th level Dao Venerable take out a treasure. The treasure was a mirror. He directly raised the mirror high, and a beam of light shot out from the mirror, heading straight for Little Five. His movement was very sudden, attacking from 10,000 meters away without warning, making it hard to defend against. But the Dragon Rider Legion commander moved even faster. As the other party acted, the commander was already blocking in front. Raising his battle blade, a powerful force erupted, directly shattering the beam of light from the treasure. At the same time, space distorted, and a small team of 100 riders appeared out of thin air. Bloody Charge activated, and a bloody white bone Dao appeared around the Dragon Rider team. In the sea of blood, white bones constantly rose and sank. The 100 Dragon Riders turned into a bloody torrent, charging towards the newcomers. No words were needed. The Dragon Rider Legion commander wouldn't listen to any explanations. Little Five saying they had ill intentions was enough reason to attack. Lei Hao asked curiously, "Little Five, how did you know they had ill intentions?" Little Five said, "I don't know, that's just the feeling they gave me." Little Five couldn't explain the specifics, but Lei Hao instinctively believed her words. Perhaps this was Little Five's sixth sense. The other party's actions also proved Little Five's words. Faced with the bloody torrent, that 4th level Dao Venerable showed no fear at all. He threw the mirror in his hand into the sky and cast a spell. The mirror instantly enlarged, covering heaven and earth, emitting endless colorful light that enveloped tens of thousands of meters around. Above Little Five, a virtual image suddenly appeared, a soft and cute little beast. The moment Lei Hao saw the little beast, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Soul Progenitor Beast." Chapter 3008. Chapter 3008, 3008. Chapter 3008, swatted to death like a fly. In the colorful light, the image of a soft and cute little beast appeared above Little Five. This was Little Five's true form, a soul progenitor beast. Most cultivators knew of the famous soul progenitor beast, and Lei Hao naturally knew as well. He exclaimed Little Five's identity in shock, unable to imagine that Little Five was actually a soul progenitor beast. As he called out Little Five's identity, the Dragon Rider Legion commander turned to look at him. The soul fire flickered in the commander's skull, giving Lei Hao a chilling feeling. Fortunately, Lei Hao had no other thoughts. If he dared to have any ideas about Little Five, he would be immediately killed by the Legion commander. The bloody torrent rushed to the 4th level Dao Venerable. His expression unchanged, his treasure robe emitted dazzling colorful light. The bloody torrent formed by the Dragon Rider Legion crashed into the colorful light and was scattered by a powerful force. A 4th level Dao Venerable wasn't easy to deal with. Although the Dragon Rider Legion was strong, it was only at the 3rd level of Dao Venerable. Moreover, this time only 100 riders were deployed, no match for a 4th level Dao Venerable. Soul Progenitor Beast, it really is a Soul Progenitor Beast. I never thought I'd encounter a Soul Progenitor Beast here. What a great opportunity. The Soul Progenitor Beast was a spirit beast sought after by countless cultivators. Through the Soul Progenitor Beast, one could study the cause and effect Dao. If one could glimpse even a bit of the cause and effect Dao, they could gain immense benefits. The 4th level Dao Venerable didn't take the 100 Dragon Riders seriously at all, nor did he regard the Dragon Rider Legion commander. Instead, he said to Little 5, "Little 1, come with me. From now on, I'll be your master." Little 5 looked at him like he was an idiot, not saying a word and not moving. The 4th level Dao Venerable asked in confusion, "What's with that look?" Little 5 said, "Father said there's no need to waste words with dead people." Hearing this, the 4th level Dao Venerable wasn't angry at all, but instead overjoyed. "You even have a father? That's great. After I catch you, I'll go catch your father. As long as there are enough Soul Progenitor Beasts, I'll definitely be able to comprehend." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly the world changed color, turning into a sea of blood. An army of 1,000 dragon riders once again launched a bloody charge. A blood torrent far stronger than before rolled towards that 4th level Dao Venerable. At the same time, the Legion commander also made his move. He raised his battle blade and swung it towards the mirror in the sky. Fatal strike. Gathering the power of the entire Dragon Rider Legion, 1,000,000 dragon riders, he unleashed the strongest attack. His movement was hidden behind the 1,000 dragon riders, very secretive. By the time that 4th level Dao Venerable noticed, it was too late. The fatal strike landed on the treasure mirror. Instantly, numerous cracks appeared on the mirror, and it zipped back to its owner. The 4th level Dao Venerable looked at the cracked mirror with an extremely pained expression. He roared angrily at the number 1 Legion commander, "You dare destroy my treasure mirror? I'll definitely kill you." The mirror was very special, able to see Little 5's true form, but its grade wasn't high. When it was first used, the number 1 Legion commander directly scattered its light beam. From this, the number 1 Legion commander had already judged that this mirror wasn't an attack-type treasure, and its level had just barely reached the Dao Venerable realm. The mirror's true purpose wasn't for battle. The number 1 Legion commander had intelligence. His opponent was the entirety of this 4th level Dao Venerable, including all his treasures. Since that was the case, he would destroy the opponent's treasure, further weakening his power. The blood torrent crashed into the 4th level Dao Venerable again. The treasure robe emitted colorful light, forming a strong defense. This time, the blood torrent formed by 1,000 dragon riders wasn't scattered, just forced to retreat. But the 4th level Dao Venerable's treasure robe was still intact, its colorful light not weakened at all. 1,000 dragon riders weren't enough. Originally, the number 1 Legion commander planned to deploy more Dragon Rider legions, but he suddenly stopped. A huge hand covered in cracks, carrying intense anger, came down from the sky. By the time that 4th level Dao Venerable reacted, it was too late to escape. In the palm, a vast suction force arose. A terrifying force firmly sucked in this 4th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moyu, with his 10,000-meter body, vibrating the wings of curse, had arrived. Because the wings of time curse disturbed time, Lin Moya's appearance wasn't detected by anyone. Lin Moyu appeared here suddenly, as if teleporting, and then grabbed his opponent. With his power Dao True body empowering him, Lin Moyu unleashed an incomparably terrifying force. The colorful light protecting the 4th level Dao Venerable shattered like an eggshell with a bang. Under the 4th level Dao Venerable's horrified gaze, Lin Moya's fist suddenly clenched, gripping him in his palm. Accompanied by a scream, when Lin Moyu opened his palm, the 4th level Dao Venerable who had been so arrogant a second ago now lay in Lin Moya's palm like a mud figure. Although not dead, he was left with only his last breath. A strange cry sounded. That 1st level Dao Venerable who had come with him turned to flee with a terrified scream. Lin Moya swatted at him. With a bang, this 1st level Dao Venerable exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. With one swat and one squeeze, 2 Dao Venerables, one dead, one crippled. This combat power startled Lei Hao. "Fellow Daoist, spare me." The 4th level Dao Venerable lay in Lin Moya's palm, barely alive, using his last strength to beg for mercy. His physical body was destroyed, and even his soul was severely damaged. Lin Moya's squeeze carried a terrifying force. The power Dao had already destroyed his foundation. "Didn't you want to catch me earlier? I am her father." As Lin Moya spoke, he casually tossed the 4th level Dao Venerable in his palm up, then swatted out again, smashing him to pieces just like swatting a fly. Not only were his physical body and soul smashed to pieces, even his storage treasure was shattered. A large number of treasure materials fell out, which Lin Moya collected with a wave of his hand. "Since we're both human, I'll let you die with understanding." Lin Moya at least let him know why he was dying. After casually killing the two, Lin Moya's form shrank, finally returning to normal. As for why these two came, it wasn't important at all. And Lin Moya could guess without asking. They must have discovered Little Five's identity and came specifically to catch her. He had long been mentally prepared for this kind of thing. If encountered, they would simply be killed. Lei Hao was stunned on the spot. Earlier he didn't know how Lin Moya had killed Lei Xian, and there was also a 4th level Dao Venerable killed along with Lei Xian. Now he understood. For Lin Moya, killing a 4th level Dao Venerable was no different from swatting a fly. Lin Moya's combat power had actually reached such a level. Even if he reached the same realm as Lin Moyu, he would be far from a match for Lin Moyu. Lei Hao's admiration for Lin Moyu grew deeper and deeper. Lin Moyu asked, "Why did Brother Lei come here?" Lei Hao finally came to his senses and immediately explained the whole situation. Lin Moya's smile remained unchanged, not showing any concern. "So it's for this. Brother Lei, I want to ask, if I kill too many of your clansmen, will it be difficult for you?" Chapter 3009. Chapter 3009, 3009. Chapter 3009. Enter the Forbidden Zone and die. Lin Moyu asked very directly, his words carrying waves of killing intent. "If you kill too many, will you mind?" This kind of question, if asked among humans, would definitely be unacceptable. It's like asking, "If I kill your family members, will you mind?" But among beasts, this question was quite normal. In the beast race, they originally raised venomous insects. Their tolerance for casualties was very high. Lei Hao replied, "That won't be a problem, but if they come, please let me say a few words before you act, Brother Lin." Lin Moyu agreed, "Of course I'll wait for Brother Lei to finish speaking before acting." Lei Hao immediately smiled, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lei Hao feared that if Lin Moyu acted without a word, countless of his clansmen would die. At that time, he could persuade as many as he could. As for those who couldn't be persuaded, they could just die. Lin Moyu turned to Little Five and said, "Little Five, you weren't scared, were you?" Little Five squinted her eyes. "With Father here, Little Five won't be afraid." Lin Moyu patted Little Five's head. "All right, continue cultivating. I'm here." With Lin Moyu's return, Little Five resumed cultivating, feeling completely at ease. Lei Hao looked at Lin Moyu, lowering his voice, "Brother Lin, I don't know if I should ask this." Lin Moyu smiled, "You want to ask how I became Little Five's father, right?" Lei Hao nodded, "That's right. Little Five is a sole progenitor beast. How did she come to accept you as her father?" As he spoke, there was thick envy in his voice. Countless people wanted to catch a sole progenitor beast, but there were few who could make a sole progenitor beast willingly accept them as master. Lin Moyu said, "This is a long story, dating back to when I hadn't even entered the other shore realm." Lin Moyu roughly explained how he met Little Five. Of course, it wasn't the whole story. He added some of his own edits, but the general outline hadn't changed. He explained that he met Little Five when she was just born and was recognized as her father. Lei Hao knew such things were by chance and not something one could seek, so he didn't harbor any more unrealistic hopes. Lin Moyu said, "I must thank Brother Lei for coming despite the danger. I'll remember this favor." Lei Hao hurriedly waved his hand, "We're brothers, no need for such formalities." Lin Moyu said, "Since Brother Lei has already come here, just cultivate at ease. Although the divine thunder of the 4th level is powerful, I see that Brother Lei can barely absorb it." Lei Hao laughed, rubbing his head, "Indeed I can still bear it. I originally thought I couldn't withstand the divine thunder of the 4th level. It seems I was too conservative." Lin Moyu smiled, "Sometimes, being conservative isn't a bad thing. At least it's safe." Lei Hao laughed, "Brother Lin is right. At least it's safe. Cultivation isn't about who walks faster, but who walks further." Lei Hao applied what he learned, using Lin Moyu's words. As divine thunder fell, Lei Hao began absorbing it to enhance his bloodline. Originally, he thought his limit was the 3rd level. Unexpectedly, he could withstand even the 4th level. At his high-level celestial venerable level, absorbing divine thunder 2 levels higher proved the strength of his bloodline. In the 4th level, his bloodline enhancement speed was faster, far surpassing when he was in the 3rd level. Lin Moyu felt that in a few days, Lei Hao could become a peak celestial venerable. He might even have a chance to break through to Dao Venerable before the ancestral grounds closed. This was his first time entering the ancestral grounds, so the effect was strongest. Lin Moyu retreated slightly, absorbing divine thunder 10,000 meters away. However, he didn't transform into a 10,000-meter giant, nor did he spread the wings of curse. Although this method was less efficient, it wouldn't affect Little Five and the others. Little Mist's aura was steadily rising, getting closer and closer to Dao Venerable. The bottleneck of Celestial Venerable had been broken through. Little Mist becoming a Dao Venerable was a certainty. Now she was merging with the Dao, truly entering the Dao Venerable realm in just a few days. During these days, they couldn't disturb Little Mist. They had to let her break through peacefully. Only this way would it be perfect. After waiting for another day, Lin Moyu looked into the distance and murmured, "They're here." He woke up Lei Hao, who was absorbed in cultivation. "Those people have come. Brother Lei, why don't you go talk to them first?" Lei Hao looked in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, but couldn't see or sense anything. Lin Moyu said, "They're about 50,000 miles from here. At their speed, it'll probably take a few minutes. I'll draw a life and death forbidden zone 10,000 meters away. Those who enter will die." Lei Hao flew towards the direction Lin Moyu indicated, hoping to persuade some people. His status in the clan wasn't low, and he had good relationships with many Dao Venerables. Lei Hao was one of the potential successors for clan leader, so naturally he would be given some face. As for whether they would ultimately listen to Lei Hao, that remained to be seen. Lin Moyu's thoughts moved slightly, and skeleton generals flew out one by one. Over 100 skeleton generals formed a circle 10,000 meters away, protecting Little Mist and the others. At the same time, Lin Moyu also came outside the circle, quietly waiting. The 10,000-meter area was the life and death forbidden zone Lin Moyu had drawn. Those who entered would die. Lin Moyu activated his undead eye, looking into the distance through it. Although separated by tens of thousands of miles, with endless divine thunder blocking the view, he couldn't see what was happening in the distance or hear what Lei Hao was saying. But through the undead eye, Lin Moyu could see those people's movements. In the undead eye, he saw many soul flames. Each soul flame represented a Dao Venerable. At least 2,000 soul flames gathered together. These were naturally the Dao Venerables of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Further behind, there were many more soul flames spectators who came to watch the excitement. These spectators added up to about 1,000, and each was also a Dao Venerable. The soul flame representing Lei Hao had flown over, making contact with his clansmen. A moment later, some Dao Venerables really did leave. The originally gathered soul flames split into two parts. One part stood with Lei Hao, obviously having listened to his persuasion. Lin Moya didn't know how Lei Hao had persuaded them. He just watched quietly. Lei Hao persuaded for a full 10 minutes. About a quarter of the Dao Venerables were moved and stood with Lei Hao. The remaining 3/4, about 15 to 1,600 Dao Venerables, weren't persuaded and still came towards Lin Moyo. The distance of tens of thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye, and those Dao Venerables appeared in sight. They were all surrounded by purple light, lightning flashing, looking at Lin Moya with killing intent. Lin Moya said loudly, "Lei Xian attacked me first. He brought about his own death. If you all want to avenge Lei Xian, feel free to attack me. But I'll say this bluntly, once you attack me or enter the forbidden zone behind me, I won't show mercy." Lin Moyo originally didn't want to say anything, but for Lei Hao's sake, he said a few words. Whether they listened or not was their business. Lei Hao now flew to Lin Moya's side, making a final attempt at persuasion. "Fellow clansman, Lei Xian acted first. According to clan rules, one is responsible for their own life and death. Why listen to others' words? Brother Lin is my honored guest. You should all know my status. Why make things difficult for me over someone like Lei Xian? If you die here for Lei Xian, it's really not worth it." Chapter 30:10. Chapter 30:10, 3010. Chapter 30:10, For Lei Hao's sake, I won't kill you. Lei Hao made his final effort, trying his best to persuade his clansmen. In his view, these people really didn't need to throw their lives away for Lei Xian. As for talk of avenging their clansmen, it was mostly emotion stirred up by others. Most beasts weren't very flexible in their thinking. They were straightforward and easily incited. This kind of thing had happened many times in beast history. It was precisely because of this that the beast race was suited to the venomous insect-raising model. If someone died, they died. No one would lead a group to seek revenge afterwards. But this time was different. Mainly for two reasons. First, Lin Moyo had killed a direct descendant of the lightning purple striped tigers. Although Lei Xian's status wasn't as high as Lei Hao's and he wasn't an heir, he was undoubtedly a direct descendant. Secondly, the place where the killing occurred was wrong. It was in the lightning purple striped tiger's ancestral grounds. The ancestral grounds held a special status for many lightning purple striped tiger clan members. It wasn't that killing wasn't allowed in the ancestral grounds, but a direct descendant dying in the ancestral grounds was something that rarely happened in the past. Moreover, too many people had witnessed Lin Moyo killing him. If this matter hadn't spread and no one knew about it, then it would have been fine. But now that it had spread, if they didn't seek justice for their own people, how would others view the lightning purple striped tiger clan? The whole matter, after a series of changes and incitement, had escalated to an issue of racial face. Although Lei Hao had persuaded away a quarter of the clan members, that was already because his status was high enough. The 15 to 1,600 Dao Venerables before him remained unmoved, not one retreating. Lin Moyo had already seen through this and said to Lei Hao, "Brother Lei, step back. They won't leave. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is their tribulation." Lei Hao also understood and sighed helplessly. "All right." He silently retreated, joining the few hundred Dao Venerables he had persuaded to withdraw to a distance. These Dao Venerables willing to listen to his persuasion were basically all from his faction. If he came to power in the future, these people would form his core group. As for others, he really couldn't manage them anymore. Lin Moya looked at the more than 1,000 Dao Venerables brimming with killing intent. "Everyone, I've had some acquaintance with your clan leader. For his sake, I don't want to kill you. So, I hope you all don't make a mistake." Hearing that Lin Moyo had some acquaintance with their clan leader, some of these Dao Venerables showed hesitation. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How could the clan leader know a second-level Dao Venerable human? He killed our direct descendant in our ancestral grounds, making our entire clan lose face. Today we must kill him to avenge our clansmen. This is our ancestral grounds. Killing our direct descendant in our ancestral grounds is like defecating on our heads. We are a royal clan, how can we tolerate this? Even if the clan leader were here, he would surely approve of our actions." These words were extremely inflammatory, immediately arousing the anger of the Dao Venerables. The spectators around also chimed in, "That's right, a direct descendant killed in their own ancestral grounds, they've completely lost face. Kill him quickly, the clan's face must be preserved. Over 1,000 Dao Venerables against one person, what are you afraid of? Even if he has some puppets, can they withstand this? What 10,000-meter forbidden zone? This is simply insulting. This is the ancestral grounds, not his human territory." Amidst the words of the spectators, the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables became increasingly agitated. Their auras rose, Dao Venerable auras intertwining, drawing countless lightning bolts, forming a terrifying pressure sweeping towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo regarded the pressure as nothing. He sighed lightly, certain that the beast's brains didn't work very well. They relied too much on bloodlines. Advancing by bloodline, they neglected the power of the Dao heart. If this were among humans, not many would follow such incitement. Because human Dao Venerables tempered their Dao hearts step by step, each Dao Venerable had their own thoughts and judgments. It would be extremely difficult to incite them. Lin Moya looked at the large group of Dao Venerables before him, thinking back to when facing a single Dao Venerable felt like facing heaven's might. But now, facing these 15 to 1600 Dao Venerables, he could regard them as nothing. Those Dao Venerables were brimming with killing intent, looking like they were about to attack. On the other side, Lei Hao's anxiety was evident. He was truly anxious, not wanting to see his clansmen die here. But he also truly had no way, unable to persuade them at all. Lin Moya saw Lei Hao's expression and sighed lightly, fine. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the number 1 Legion commander flew over, raising his battle blade. Just when everyone thought the attack was about to begin, space underwent a large-scale distortion. Terrifying dragon riders appeared between heaven and earth. They bathed in lightning, wearing blood-red armor, tall and majestic. Each dragon rider emitted the aura of a third-level Dao Venerable. The bloody white bone Dao intertwined on their bodies, converging into a sea. What was truly terrifying wasn't the dragon riders' aura or combat power, but their number. Over 100,000 dragon riders appeared in the world, a full 100,000 third-level Dao Venerable dragon riders, forming battle formations, converging their Dao into a sea, making heaven and earth solemn. The entire world fell silent. The previous shouts completely died down at this moment. Except for the sound of thunder, the whole world quieted down, without a trace of tenderness. 100,000 third-level Dao Venerable dragon riders suppressed the entire scene, making everyone unable to breathe. Lin Moya's gaze was solemn. Lei Hao is my brother. I'm giving him face, so I won't kill you. 10,000-meter forbidden zone. Those who enter will die. As his words fell, the 100,000 dragon riders formed into units of 1,000, composing 100 battle formations, completely enveloping this 10,000-meter area. There wasn't a sound in their movement, like the netherworld passing through. In the blink of an eye, they completed the defense. It was precisely this behavior that made everyone draw in a cold breath. What kind of army is most terrifying? It's the kind of army before them. All orders could be completed instantly, with absolute obedience. Such commands could even be completed with just a thought. Everyone had a thought in their hearts, there was no way to fight. First, in terms of numbers, they were completely overwhelmed. Outnumbered by dozens of times, they had no power to fight back. Looking at the actions of these dragon riders, all the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables felt they were facing a terrifying army. An army could exert combat power several times its own number. With the same number of people, they would have no resistance against a well-trained army. Not to mention, the number of this army now exceeded theirs by dozens of times. Without even thinking, if they fought, it would surely be a one-sided crushing defeat. Lin Moya looked at the expressions of these Dao Venerables and knew there would be no fight. Originally, he wouldn't have done this. He would have waited for these Dao Venerables to attack, then released the Dragon Rider Legion to directly kill them and be done with it. But seeing how difficult it was for Lei Hao, Lin Moya still didn't deliver the killing blow, giving them a way out. In this situation, only a fool would come to die. Lei Hao in the distance cast a grateful look. He wasn't stupid and knew why Lin Moya did this. Suddenly, a purple spear rose into the sky. The spear bathed in divine thunder, 1 becoming 10, 10 becoming 1,000, 1,000 becoming 10,000. Countless purple spears charged towards the Dragon Rider Legion with a boom. Chapter 3011. Chapter 3011, 3011. Chapter 3011. Even in front of the Beast Emperor, I'll kill if I must. The sudden change left everyone stunned. This spear appeared and attacked suddenly, without any warning. Before others could react, the Dragon Rider Legion had already responded. All the Dragon Riders raised their swords, turning into a bloody torrent to meet the spears. The spears were unmatched in might, absorbing a large amount of divine thunder mid-flight, making their power even stronger. Each spear was surrounded by divine thunder, unmatched in might. The bloody torrent formed by the Dragon Rider army collided with the thunder spears, unleashing earth-shattering aftershocks. After persisting for a while, the bloody torrent finally collapsed. Countless Dragon Riders were crushed by the spears, but the spears' power also dissipated in the process. The purple spears' power exhausted, they returned to stand between heaven and earth. Divine thunder roared down onto the purple spears, replenishing their power. In the blink of an eye, the purple spears' power surged again, quickly returning to normal. With one strike, it had routed the army of 100,000 Dragon Riders, causing an uproar among everyone. The power of this spear attack had surpassed the 4th level of Dao Venerable, reaching the 5th level. How powerful! It seems the lightning purple striped tiger clan still has hidden experts. That's normal. This is their ancestral grounds. They can exert power far beyond their usual here. Just one 5th level Dao Venerable powerhouse can crush this army of 100,000 puppets. Now let's see how this kid deals with it. We thought the show was over, but it seems far from finished. The 100,000 strong army has mostly collapsed. Because of him. Before the spectators could finish speaking, those Dragon Riders whose bones hadn't yet cooled revived one after another. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 Dragon Riders reappeared in the world, looking completely unharmed, as if the previous scene had never happened. Those who were discussing excitedly, ready to watch a good show, were all left speechless, as if someone had grabbed their throats. Who could have imagined that the Dragon Riders who had clearly been killed would revive on the spot? Lin Moya flew out, his gaze cold. Will you come out yourself, or do I need to personally drag you out? Killing intent boiled as Lin Moya's gaze fell on the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables. Crack! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerable slowly flew out. His body rapidly enlarged, drawing in lightning, purple lightning covering his entire body. In the void of heaven and earth, a huge thunder-purple tiger appeared. The tiger's body was covered in strange patterns, each pattern like a Tao pattern, filled with vast thunder power. As soon as he appeared, he manifested his Tao true body. Accompanied by divine thunder, his aura rose steadily. He emitted the aura of a 5th-level Tao Venerable, and not an ordinary one. He was a powerhouse even among 5th-level Tao Venerables. This was the lightning purple striped tiger's ancestral grounds. Their clan members' combat power would increase greatly here. The stronger the bloodline, the more the combat power increased. Lin Moya could see that he should originally be at the 5th level of Tao Venerable, but here, his combat power could reach the forefront of the 5th level. The tiger body shook, raising its paw. Endless divine thunder fell, forming an illusory giant hand that grasped the thunder spear. He looked at Lin Moya. "Human boy, I have come out. What do you want to do?" Lin Moya said, "Originally I wanted to kill you, but for Leiha's sake, and since you didn't intend to kill me, I'll spare your life." He suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter carrying some anger. "Boy, although your puppets are numerous and strange, you're far from being able to kill me. Since you considered Leihao's face and didn't kill my clansmen, I won't kill you either." Lei Xian did indeed attack first. If you had killed him elsewhere, no one would have come to trouble you. But you shouldn't have killed him in the ancestral grounds. This place represents our clan's face. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I'll let you off. The lesson that should be given will be given. My name is Lei Rong. Remember this lesson, one shouldn't be arrogant in life. Lin Moyo paid no attention to Lei Rong's words, casually saying, "I'm a simple person. Whoever attacks me, I'll repay tenfold. As for where it happens, what does that matter to me? Never mind that this is just your clan's ancestral grounds. Even in front of the Beast Emperor, I'd kill if I must. As for you wanting to teach me a lesson, you're not qualified." Everyone was in an uproar. Outrageous. "Shut up. Daring to disrespect the Beast Emperor, you deserve death." Angry shouts rang out. The Beast Emperor was the sovereign of the beast race, the supreme existence in the hearts of countless beasts. Whenever any beast mentioned the Beast Emperor, it was always with respect. But Lin Moya dared to say he would kill even in front of the Beast Emperor. This also meant that he wouldn't give face even to the Beast Emperor. For many beasts, this was an insult to the Beast Emperor, intolerable. Lei Rong's eyes also flashed with ferocity. "Boy, do you know that just for those words, you're already guilty of a capital offense?" Lin Moya said, "I'm just telling the truth. As for whether it's a capital offense or not, you can go ask the Beast Emperor if he would kill me. If even the Beast Emperor wouldn't kill me, yet you think I'm guilty of a capital offense, isn't that overstepping your bounds? Isn't that disrespecting the Beast Emperor?" Everyone was stunned. The momentum they had just built up was again dissolved by Lin Moya's few words. The beasts subconsciously felt that what Lin Moya said wasn't wrong. It seemed they really had overstepped their bounds. How could they presume to guess the Beast Emperor's thoughts? Moreover, for trivial matters like Lei Xian, how could the Beast Emperor bother to intervene? Lin Moya's lips curled slightly, carrying a hint of a smile. The beast's thinking was indeed simple, straightforward, inflexible, easily led astray by him. This was both the advantage and the flaw of the beasts. But not all beasts would be led astray. At least Lei Rong, this 5th-level Tao Venerable, wouldn't be. Lei Rong said in a low voice, "You humans are indeed skilled with words. We don't know and don't need to know what the Beast Emperor thinks. Your disrespectful words towards the Beast Emperor are enough reason to teach you a good lesson, to let you know not to speak so recklessly in the future." As Lei Rong spoke, he suddenly attacked, the thunder spear turning into lightning striking towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moya smiled, "Fine then, I'll fight you." He knew clearly that Lei Rong would ultimately attack. Otherwise, his appearance would have been meaningless. If he didn't attack in the end, he would be the one losing face. Either don't come out, or if you come out, you must attack. But he still had no killing intent, truly just wanting to teach Lin Moya a lesson. Even when Lin Moya spoke disrespectfully of the Beast Emperor, he only pretended to be angry, not truly generating killing intent. From this, Lin Moya judged that Lei Rong was very intelligent, at least his brain worked better than other beasts. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. 2 Tao patterns in his soul glowed brightly as his power Tao true body manifested, his body rapidly enlarging. In an instant, Lin Moyo had transformed into a 100-meter giant, throwing a punch towards the thunder spear. "Seeking death." Lei Rong roared angrily. Divine thunder roared as the thunder spear became even more powerful and sharp. Lin Moya snorted coldly. A streak of gray light appeared on his fist. Chapter 30:12. Chapter 30:12, 3012. Chapter 30:12, You're not enough to teach me a lesson. Not only did a gray light appear on his fist, but Lin Moya's Tao true body also turned gray and white. He looked as if he had put on gray and white armor, with a somewhat dreamlike quality. Lin Moyo had activated his second Tao true body, the undying Tao true body. The power Tao true body inside, the undying Tao true body outside, the double Tao true bodies empowered him, making his strength even stronger. The gray light on his fist was filled with the power of death. The moment the thunder spear touched the power of death, its thunder power was immediately corroded and dissipated. The spear's power weakened rapidly. By the time it actually collided with the fist, the spear's power had weakened by at least 2 to 3 times. At this point, the power Tao true body took effect. Lin Moya's blood energy roared, turning into a blood energy dragon that sent the spear flying. After repelling the thunder spear, the blood energy dragon's momentum didn't diminish, continuing to charge towards Lei Rong. Lei Rong's expression changed slightly. He never imagined that Lin Moyo, with mere second-level Tao Venerable strength, could repel his thunder spear. This also meant that Lin Moya's combat power had at least reached the peak of 4th-level Tao Venerable. As the roaring blood energy dragon approached, Lei Rong shouted angrily, his body bursting with purple light. The purple patterns on his body flashed brightly, drawing divine thunder. Lei Rong's tiger paw struck out fiercely, colliding with the blood energy dragon. The blood energy dragon was dispersed, but Lei Rong was also sent flying back thousands of meters before stopping. One punch had repelled Lei Rong, leaving a shocked expression on his face. Not just him, but the surrounding spectators were also dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Lin Moya's own combat power would be so strong. Lin Moya was clearly only a second-level Dao Venerable cultivator, but why could he unleash combat power comparable to Lei Rong, a fifth-level Dao Venerable? It should be noted that Lei Rong's combat power here was not weak even among fifth-level Dao Venerables. How could Lin Moya fight across 3 levels? Some even had the illusion that this wasn't the lightning purple-striped tiger's ancestral grounds, but Lin Moya's territory. Lei Rong said in a low voice, your power is surprising. Indeed, you have reason to be proud. But this alone is far from enough. He transformed into a giant purple-striped tiger and let out a roar. The thunder spear returned to his hand, becoming incredibly huge, like a pillar in his grasp. He raised the thunder spear high. Thunder roared in heaven and earth as dense divine thunder gathered in the spear. Lei Rong's aura rose rapidly, quickly reaching its peak. Then he thrust towards Lin Moyo. A terrifying lightning bolt tore through space, striking towards Lin Moyo. Wrath of Divine Thunder. Someone exclaimed, seemingly shocked by this spear attack. Wrath of Divine Thunder was a bloodline technique of the lightning purple-striped tiger clan. Almost every clan member who cultivated to the Dao Venerable realm could use it. However, the effect varied greatly between individuals. Some were extremely powerful, while others were pathetically weak. The strength of this technique was determined by bloodline strength and also influenced by other factors. Lei Rong's bloodline wasn't weak. Combined with the thunder spear in his hand, the power of this technique was even more terrifying. Lin Moya was completely fearless, still throwing out a punch. The power of death erupted fully, corroding the power of divine thunder with all its might. Before the divine thunder could truly touch Lin Moya, it had weakened by at least half. The power Dao True Body mobilized blood energy, forming a blood energy dragon that crashed into the divine thunder. Purple light illuminated the entire world as divine thunder exploded in all directions, aftershocks sweeping outwards. The lightning purple-striped tiger Dao Venerables all retreated. Even just the aftershocks were more than they could bear. Not just them, but the spectators further away also retreated. They didn't want to end up seriously injured while watching the show. The Dragon Rider Legion formed battle formations to resist the aftershocks, protecting Little Mist and the others. From within the purple light came the sound of space shattering. The space of the ancestral grounds had been broken. Beyond the space was an endless world of lightning. A large amount of lightning rushed out from the broken space, unleashing even more astonishing power. Lei Rong let out an angry shout. All the appearing lightning came under his control, all crashing down on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was sent flying thousands of meters before stopping. He was enveloped in lightning, like a ball of thunder. Gray and white light flowed, the gray power of death constantly corroding the lightning. But the speed at which the power of death corroded the lightning wasn't fast enough. A large amount of lightning continued to bombard Lin Moyo. The damage caused by the lightning was all weakened by the immunity technique, then transferred to all the undead to bear together. Lin Moyo seemed to be wrapped in lightning, but he was actually completely unharmed. The lightning was being corroded by the power of death, rapidly dissolving, becoming weaker and weaker. Blood energy roared as the power Dao fully erupted, dispersing the last bit of lightning. Lin Moyo, carrying dragon-like blood energy, flew back. At this moment, Lei Rong also manifested his Dao True Body again. The two returned to their starting point, facing each other. You're actually uninjured. Lei Rong's gaze was shocked, somewhat disbelieving. He believed that his previous attack, borrowing the power of divine thunder to tear through space and draw an even more powerful divine thunder from the broken space, though not enough to kill Lin Moyo, should have been enough to injure him. Just as he had said earlier, to teach Lin Moyo a lesson. He didn't want to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had an extremely good relationship with Lei Hao, and a genius like Lin Moyo must have an extraordinary status in the human race. Killing such a person would bring no benefit to him personally. Lei Rong wasn't stupid, so from the beginning he had said he didn't want to kill Lin Moyo, just teach him a lesson. But now it seemed that even teaching Lin Moyo a lesson wasn't easy. Lin Moyo also sensed Lei Rong's thoughts. Do you want to continue? You've seen that with your strength, you can't hurt me. Lei Rong knew Lin Moyo was telling the truth, but he was somewhat unwilling. If he gave up now, where would he put his face? Just as he was thinking how to respond, suddenly a powerful aura rose from the distance. A hazy Dao appeared, vague and illusory, carrying a strong sense of mystery. Divine thunder passed through the Dao without any contact. This Dao seemed to exist, but it was as if it didn't exist in this world. Little Mist has finally broken through. Lin Moya showed a slight smile. Seeing Lin Moya's expression, Lei Rong immediately found a way to step down. He retracted his Dao True Body, returning to his original form. Shall we stop here? Lin Moya was originally too lazy to continue fighting. The other party had no killing intent, and for Lei Hao's sake, he didn't want to kill him either. Continuing to fight had no meaning. Since Lei Rong said so, let it be. Lin Moya nodded slightly, retracting his Dao True Body and returning to Little Mist's side. The 10,000-meter forbidden zone still existed, with 100,000 dragon riders continuing to guard, not letting anyone approach. Now was the most crucial moment for Little Mist. No mistakes could be allowed. In the fourth level of Divine Thunder, the originally all-purple world now appeared filled with endless mist. The mist spread in all directions. No matter how strong the lightning, it couldn't affect the mist. Mysterious Dao power spread freely in the lightning world. Everyone in the 4th level sensed the mystery of this Dao. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "This is an illusory type Dao. Someone has achieved Dao Venerable with an illusory type Dao." Chapter 3013. Chapter 3013, 3013. Chapter 3013, I might just be your external force. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. One beast's roar immediately triggered huge waves. Countless beasts suddenly realized that someone had actually achieved Dao Venerable with an illusory type Dao. Among all the bloodlines of the beast race, there were no bloodlines of illusory type Daos at all. Only when a bloodline mutated would there be an extremely low probability of a bloodline capable of comprehending an illusory type Dao appearing. This situation had occurred only a few times in beast history, countable on one's fingers. Mutated bloodlines couldn't be inherited, couldn't be passed on to the next generation. So, illusory type Daos were a legend among the beast race. Now seeing someone achieve Dao Venerable with an illusory type Dao naturally shocked all beasts. It's said that every being who comprehends an illusory type Dao will ultimately become a top powerhouse. Whether they become top powerhouses or not is unknown, but becoming a 7th level elder is certain. Moreover, their combat power is stronger than ordinary 7th level elders, unmatched at the same level. This Lin guy is strong enough himself, but his companion is also this strong. Humans have a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Strong people naturally gather with other strong people. Does this mean that Lei Hao is also very strong? Of course. Lei Hao is said to be a true direct descendant of the lightning purple striped tigers, being groomed as a successor. He's completely different from that Lei Xian who was killed. Everyone was amazed by Little Mist's Dao. Lei Rong's expression was complex at this moment. He came to Lei Hao's side. "Lei Hao, is he your brother?" Lei Hao nodded, looking matter-of-fact. "Yes, Uncle Rong, is there a problem?" After learning that Little Mist had comprehended an illusory type Dao, Lei Hao even felt a sense of pride, as if he had comprehended the illusory Dao himself. By seniority, Lei Rong was Lei Hao's clan uncle. Normally, their relationship was neither close nor distant. Actually, Lei Hao's status in the clan was a bit higher than Lei Rong's, and his future development would surpass Lei Rong's. After all, Lei Rong was also a direct descendant, and a 5th level Dao Venerable. So under normal circumstances, Lei Hao would also be very polite to Lei Rong. Lei Rong asked, "Do you know what kind of illusory Dao this is?" Lei Hao shook his head. "I'm not very clear, but if Uncle Rong wants to know, I can go ask. Given my relationship with Brother Lin, he should tell me." Lei Rong nodded. "If you can find out, that would be best." "Lei Hao, Uncle Rong needs to trouble you with something." Lei Hao said, "Uncle Rong, no need to be so polite. Just say it." Lei Rong said, "After the ancestral grounds trip ends, have them stay in the city for one more day." Lei Hao immediately became alert. Keep them for what? He thought Lei Rong was still plotting about Lei Xian's death. Actually, he had thought that once the ancestral grounds trip ended, he would have Lin Moyo and the others leave immediately. In case someone came to trouble Lin Moyo would be at a disadvantage being alone. Lei Rong said, "Don't misunderstand. Regarding Lei Xian's matter, I've understood it clearly. I'll talk to the clan leader afterwards. There won't be any trouble. You know our clan's situation. Losing a few direct descendants doesn't matter. Moreover, Lei Xian didn't have a guardian behind him. His status wasn't very high. If he's dead, he's dead. Asking you to keep them here is because the clan elders have business. Your level is still low, so you don't know some things in the clan. The clan elders have been looking for someone with an illusory type Dao." Lei Hao asked, "What business do the clan elders have?" Lei Rong shook his head. "I don't know the specifics, but they probably need something from them. The clan elders have been searching for many years but haven't been able to find anyone. Your father knows about this. If you want to know, you can ask him. Although I don't know the specifics, it should only benefit your friend, with no downsides." Lei Hao was skeptical of Lei Rong's words and didn't immediately agree. Lei Rong continued, "You can tell your friend about this later. Whether to stay or not, let your friend decide. How about that? Also, if this matter succeeds, those clan elders will surely support you fully. Your future position will be more secure." After saying this, Lei Rong turned and left. Clan elders held high status in various beast clans. In the beast race system, the highest authority in each clan was naturally the clan leader. This was somewhat different from humans. Below the clan leader were the various clan elders. Each clan elder was a 7th level or higher ancestor. Within beast clans, there was a distinction between direct and branch lines. Whether direct or branch, they could be further divided into countless smaller branches, like a 1,000-year-old tree root. Although they would ultimately converge on the main trunk, when subdivided, they were intertwined and complex. Each clan elder had their own authority, managing various smaller branches. Each clan elder had their own favored candidate, so Lei Hao was only one of the successors, not the only one. If he could gain the support of the clan elders, Lei Hao's position would become secure. Lei Hao knew clearly that the reason he could become one of the successors and have a guardian was because he had a clan elder supporting him behind the scenes, and there were 8 such clan elders. After pondering for a while, Lei Hao flew towards Lin Moyo. The 10,000-meter forbidden zone didn't exist for Lei Hao. The number 1 Legion commander controlled the Dragon Rider Legion to open a passage, letting Lei Hao enter. Seeing Lei Hao come over and his expression, Lin Moyo already knew something was up. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Lin Moyo spoke directly. With Lei Hao's personality, there was no need to beat around the bush. Lei Hao recounted what Lei Rong had just told him. Lin Moyo smiled, "Do you want me to stay or not?" Lei Hao shook his head, "I haven't thought about it. Uncle Rome said this might benefit Brother Lin, but I don't quite believe it. Lin Moya smiled. If your clan elders have really been searching for so many years, perhaps they really do need something. If I stay and can help, then your position in the clan will become much more secure, right? Lei Hao hadn't mentioned this earlier, but Lin Moya knew it himself. Lei Hao spoke frankly, indeed. But this isn't important. With or without the clan elders' support, I will become the clan leader. Lin Moya said, having confidence is good, but sometimes, you also need external force. For example now, I might just be your external force. Think about it. If someone else found a person who comprehended an illusory type Tao and gained the clan elders' support, what would you do then? You know your clan's rules. You successors will have 3 confrontations sooner or later. With good luck, you might survive. With bad luck, you might not keep your life. Tell me honestly, how confident are you now that you can survive to the end? Given Lei Hao's original arrogance, he instinctively wanted to refute, but found he couldn't rebut a single point. Lin Moya was completely correct. He really didn't have absolute confidence. Those other successor candidates weren't inferior to him. He could only speak honestly. Right now I have about a 60% chance. Lin Moya made the final decision. Then let's increase the chance to 90% or even higher. Even if you can't become the clan leader, you should become a clan elder. At worst, ensure that if you fail, you can still live well. As your brother, I'll definitely help if I can. Lin Moya patted Lei Hao's shoulder, making a promise. This promise made Lei Hao's heart feel as if bathed in 9 heavens' divine thunder. At this moment, Lin Moya became his brother in life and death. Chapter 3014. Chapter 3014, 3014. Chapter 3014, want a bite? It's fresh. Lei Hao left with complex and excited feelings. Lin Moya's words had deeply moved him. From now on, you are my brother in life and death, Lei Hao silently vowed in his heart. He knew Lin Moya agreed to stay for his sake. After killing Lei Xian, staying in Purple Tiger City was dangerous. In Purple Tiger City, Lei Xian's faction wasn't without influence. As far as he knew, Lei Xian had quite a few friends. Moreover, Lei Xian and himself shared a father. According to clan tradition, it was fine for brothers to fight and kill each other, but if outsiders got involved, that was problematic. Internal strife and external conflict were 2 completely different concepts. Just their father alone might take action against Lin Moya. He knew his father's strength, he was a powerful being. Yet even in this situation, Lin Moya still chose to stay and help him. Lei Hao was deeply grateful for this favor. After Lei Hao left, Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful. Searching for someone with an illusory type Tao, and searching for many years. They didn't specify what kind of illusory type Tao, just requiring an illusory type Tao. Could it be related to the outer gods? Well, let's stay and see. Help Lei Hao and see if he can become clan leader in the future. Lin Moya pondered in his heart. He genuinely wanted to help Lei Hao, but also had some thoughts of his own. Searching for an illusory type Tao, the lightning purple striped tiger clan elders must have some business, but the specifics were unknown for now. Lin Moya felt there was a possibility it might be related to the outer gods. If it was related to the outer gods, then it was worth looking into. When Little Mist broke through to Tao Venerable, her Tao manifested, and she continued absorbing divine thunder. Catalyzed by the divine thunder, Little Mist's breakthrough was much faster, taking only 3 days to complete. When her Tao receded, Little Mist had truly become a Tao Venerable. With the help of divine thunder, Little Mist's foundation was quite solid. Normally after advancing to Tao Venerable, one needs to spend considerable time stabilizing their foundation, from 10 years to 100 years. But with the help of divine thunder, Little Mist's foundation was mostly stable right after advancing to Tao Venerable. If she continued absorbing divine thunder, her foundation would likely fully stabilize before leaving the ancestral grounds. During these days, Little Ox's aura also steadily rose, advancing towards peak Celestial Venerable. But after the previous 2 advancements, Little Ox's bloodline had passed its rapid growth phase. Now its improvement speed was gradually slowing. To advance to peak Celestial Venerable would still take some time, probably another few dozen days. As for advancing to Tao Venerable, that would be difficult unless it could bathe in stronger divine thunder. Little Five's aura had also increased, but not quickly. As a sole progenitor beast, Little Five's bloodline was top tier among spirit beasts. She needed stronger divine thunder. After entering the ancestral grounds, the one who advanced fastest wasn't these 3, but Little Moon in the Great World. Under Lin Moya's precise control, plus Little Moon's innate jade soul, her cultivation skyrocketed. Now she was just a hair's breadth from Celestial Venerable. Little Mist woke up and exclaimed happily, "I've finally become a Tao Venerable." Little Five also woke up, smiling, "Congratulations, Sister Little Mist." Little Ox also actively congratulated, "Congratulations on advancing to Tao Venerable, Sister Little Mist." It didn't dare not congratulate, otherwise Little Mist would surely kill it. Little Mist flew onto Lin Moya in a flash, clinging to him with arms and legs. "Master, I've advanced to Tao Venerable. Aren't you going to congratulate me?" Lin Moya gently patted Little Mist's back. "Congratulations, lazy Little Mist, you've finally advanced to Tao Venerable." If Little Mist had worked hard at cultivating, she should have advanced to Tao Venerable long ago, not dragged it out until now. Little Mist stuck out her tongue. "As long as I advanced, what does it matter if it's early or late?" Lin Moya walked to Little Ox's side, then put Little Mist on Little Ox's back. "Let's go, we're heading to the 5th level." Little Ox was stunned. "Master, I can't withstand the divine thunder of the 5th level." Lin Moya said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Little Ox was very clever and obedient. It wouldn't argue with Lin Moya's decisions at all. Divine thunder was good, but the master's words were more important to follow. Lin Moyo wanted to go to the 5th level for his own considerations. The divine thunder of the 5th level could better help Little Five cultivate. They had been in the ancestral grounds for over 10 days. Little Ox and Little Mist had benefited the most, while Little Five hadn't complained once, just accompanying them. Now that those two had made breakthroughs, it was Little Five's turn. Moreover, the divine thunder of the 5th level could also help Little Mist better stabilize her foundation. As for Little Ox, if it couldn't withstand it, that was fine. It could be thrown into the great world. Lin Moyo had already collected enough 4th level divine thunder for it to cultivate with. Even if that wasn't enough, there was still 5th level divine thunder. With some control and weakening, it could still be used. Little Moon was the best example. Lin Moyo had mastered this. The group headed towards the divine thunder, searching for the path to the 5th level. The lightning purple-striped tiger Dao venerables had mostly dispersed, and the spectators had mostly scattered too. Lei Hao stayed not far away, with a group of Dao venerables following him. This group of Dao venerables were those Lei Hao had previously persuaded. They all knew Lei Hao's identity, and after this incident, had basically become part of Lei Hao's faction. These Dao venerables were mostly from branch families. It was normal for branch family members to gather around and rely on direct descendants. In a sense, these branch family Dao venerables had become Lei Hao's core group. If Lei Hao became clan leader in the future, their positions would become secure. The internal power structure of the entire clan was complex. Only insiders could see it clearly. Lei Hao came over. Brother Lin, are you going to the 5th level? Lin Moyo made a sound of agreement. Yes, we've stayed long enough in the 4th level. It's time to move up. Lei Hao said, with Brother Lin's talent, going to the 5th level surely won't be a problem. When the ancestral grounds close, let's have a good drink together. Lin Moyo said, good, we'll drink well then. The two said goodbye. Lin Moyo enhanced his own luck, then casually chose a direction. For finding paths, there was no better method than enhancing one's own luck. As long as luck was strong enough, naturally one's fortune would be good. With good enough fortune, no matter which direction was chosen, it wouldn't be wrong. Sure enough, after advancing for just an hour, a passage appeared before them. The number of passages from the 4th level to the 5th level had greatly decreased. Many Dao venerables often had to search for half a day or a full day to find one, but Lin Moyo found a passage in just an hour, proving the wonder of enhanced luck. Arriving before the passage, Lin Moyo grabbed Little Ox's tail, letting it try first. As soon as Little Ox entered the passage, a purple lightning bolt struck down. Little Ox immediately let out a miserable cry. Lin Moyo pulled Little Ox back and found it had been struck crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, its whole body emitting the fragrance of cooked beef. Little Mist smacked her lips, it smells so good. Lin Moyo smiled, want a bite? It's fresh. Chapter 3015. Chapter 3015, 3015. Chapter 3015, if things go wrong, there may be a massacre. Even the freshest beef on the dining table couldn't compare to meat roasted directly on the body. Little Mist looked tempted, as if she really wanted to take a bite. She muttered softly, I wonder what it feels like to chase and bite a cow. Little Five, as a sole progenitor beast and a member of spirit beasts, also stared intently at Little Ox, especially at the parts charred by divine thunder. Little Ox was nearly in tears, pleading, Master, spare my life. Lin Moyo chuckled and waved his hand, throwing Little Ox back into the great world, out of sight, out of mind. It was confirmed that Little Ox couldn't withstand the divine thunder of the 5th level. If it went to the 5th level, it would surely die. But if he left it in the 4th level, Lin Moyo wasn't at ease either. After all, he had killed Lei Xian. If a Dao venerable came to trouble Little Ox, it would also be in danger. So it was better to throw Little Ox back into the great world, then use the collected 4th level divine thunder to let Little Ox cultivate. Seeing Lin Moyo put Little Ox away, Little Mist continued muttering, such a coward, we weren't really going to eat you. Lin Moyo said, alright, it's your turn to try next. He used the same method, letting Little Mist enter the passage to try. After advancing to Dao Venerable, Little Mist's endurance had clearly increased greatly. She could fully withstand the divine thunder in the passage. Even if the divine thunder of the 5th level was stronger, it shouldn't be a problem. It was the same for Little Five. Now Little Five and Little Mist were at the same level, and both could withstand the divine thunder of the 5th level. After confirming there was no problem, the three entered the passage, heading towards the 5th level. The passage was filled with dense divine thunder. The intensity of the thunder here was no longer suitable for any being below the Dao Venerable realm. Even those with powerful bloodlines like Little Ox couldn't withstand it. If Little Mist hadn't advanced to Dao Venerable, she also wouldn't have been able to endure it. But for Lin Moyo, the divine thunder in the passage was still too weak. The three quickly passed through the passage, truly entering the world of the 5th level. More powerful divine thunder fell on the three as a welcome gift. Little Mist let out a muffled groan, her body swaying slightly. She could barely endure it, though with some difficulty, but she enjoyed it. The 5th level divine thunder rapidly stabilized her foundation. Before long, Little Mist would be able to truly stand firm in the Dao Venerable realm. Little Five also enjoyed the divine thunder, more relaxed than Little Mist. This also showed that Little Five's realm was somewhat higher than Little Mist's. Little Five's bloodline was also strong enough. Normally, the first level of Dao Venerable corresponded to the third level of divine thunder. Little 5 had directly crossed 2 levels, proving her extremely strong bloodline. After entering the 5th level, Little 5's bloodline began to truly improve, her aura gradually strengthening. By now, 16 days had passed since they entered the ancestral grounds. During these 16 days, Lin Moyo himself hadn't cultivated at all, always seeking benefits for Little Mist and the others. His physical body was too strong, and his soul was strong enough. The first 4 levels had no effect on him. Now entering the 5th level, Lin Moyo finally felt a little something, but only a little. The divine thunder of the 5th level falling on his body gave a slight tingling sensation. Not just his physical body, but his soul also felt a tingling sensation. The divine thunder affected both body and soul simultaneously. But this slight tingling sensation was far from enough for Lin Moyo to use for cultivation. Lin Moyo knew that he would need at least 6th level divine thunder to have a good cultivation effect. However, now Little Mist was stabilizing her foundation and Little 5 was enhancing her bloodline. He couldn't leave them to go to the 6th level. Anyway, his own cultivation wasn't urgent. He would absorb divine thunder for now. He tried releasing a Dragon Rider Legion commander but found it couldn't withstand the divine thunder for long. After a short while, the Legion commander would be killed by the divine thunder. Then Lin Moyo released his Skeleton King. The 4th level Dao Venerable Skeleton King could just withstand the divine thunder. The divine thunder had no effect on the Skeleton King, completely wasted. He released 10 Skeleton Kings to protect Little Mist and Little 5, while Lin Moyo flew to a place 100 miles away and began absorbing divine thunder. He still manifested his power Dao True body, becoming a 10,000-meter giant, spreading the wings of curse, and cursing himself to attract more divine thunder. This time, the divine thunder no longer entered the Great World. The Great World was currently 7th grade, with a power limit of 3rd level Dao Venerable. The divine thunder of the 5th level had reached 4th level Dao Venerable, beyond what the Great World could bear. Forcibly introducing it into the Great World would only cause the Great World to collapse. So this time Lin Moyo drew the divine thunder into his soul world, which was much more stable than the Great World. In the soul world, he opened up a space, arranged formations, and confined the divine thunder inside. The whole process went as smoothly as Lin Moyo had expected. Divine thunder fell on Lin Moyo, was drawn into the soul world, and quickly accumulated into a sea of lightning in the soul world. The originally quiet soul world now had the sound of thunder. The world tree stretched out, using its thick branches to wrap around the sea of lightning, making the soul world quiet again. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Lin Moyo continuously absorbed divine thunder. The scale of the sea of lightning in his soul grew increasingly vast, already surpassing the total of the previously absorbed 3rd level and 4th level divine thunder. By now, 26 days had passed since he entered the ancestral grounds. Suddenly, a breakthrough aura rose from afar. Lin Moyo knew Little 5 had finally broken through. Over these years, Little 5 had been cultivating, her realm slowly rising. She had already progressed far in the 1st level of Dao Venerable. Now, with the help of the 5th level divine thunder in the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral grounds, she finally completed her breakthrough to the 2nd level of Dao Venerable. Although Little 5 had only broken through from the 1st to the 2nd level of Dao Venerable, the aura she stirred up was incredibly powerful. The powerful breakthrough aura surged between the lightning, even the divine thunder could hardly compare. A hazy, illusory Dao appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Moyo, 100 miles away, also saw this Dao. This Dao was more illusory than the Fate Dao and Power Dao. Although all were illusory Daos, this one seemed even more ethereal. Cause and effect Dao. Lin Moyo murmured softly, "Pity, it's still too weak." Soul progenitor beasts indeed possessed the cause and effect Dao, but the cause and effect Dao Little 5 displayed was still too weak. The cause and effect Dao was just a power brought by Little 5's bloodline. It could be slightly utilized, but was far from being truly mastered. Immediately after, a powerful spirit beast appeared on the cause and effect Dao. Little 5 projected the image of a soul progenitor beast, illuminating heaven and earth. Lin Moyo's expression changed slightly. He spread his wings of time and rushed back to Little 5's side at top speed. With the appearance of the soul progenitor beast's image, Lin Moyo knew trouble was coming. Whether human or beast, countless Dao venerables wanted to obtain a soul progenitor beast. Now that Little 5 had revealed her true form during her breakthrough, it would surely attract many people's attention. People would definitely come looking for her next. Lin Moyo had a thought and released another 9,000 Skeleton Kings. A full 100 Skeleton Kings stood guard on the perimeter. He knew that those coming this time would mostly be above 4th level Dao Venerable. Although he wasn't afraid, it was still troublesome. If things go wrong, there may be a massacre. Chapter 3016, Chapter 3016, 3016. Chapter 3016, Hesitate for a moment, life and death apart. The powerful phenomenon caused by Little 5's breakthrough exceeded Lin Moyo's imagination. Both the cause and effect Dao and Little 5's true body projection affected the entire world of the 5th level. All cultivators in the 5th level could see the phenomenon. Whether the cause and effect Dao or the soul progenitor beast, both would arouse the covetousness of countless people. Lin Moyo couldn't stop others from coming to cause trouble, he could only prepare. Little 5 was still breaking through and couldn't be disturbed. Lin Moyo wouldn't show mercy to anyone who came to disturb. Just 15 minutes after the phenomenon appeared, Lin Moyo sensed people coming. 3 people were coming from different directions, all 4th level Dao Venerables. In the 5th level, 4th level Dao Venerables were the majority, with 3rd level being the minority. 3 4th level Dao Venerable beasts came from different directions, getting closer and closer. Among the 3, one was a Dao Venerable from the lightning purple striped tiger clan, while the other 2 were from other clans. The phenomenon projected by Little 5 became their best guide, and they came straight towards Little 5. 100 skeleton kings had already completed their defense 10,000 meters away. The three approaching Dao Venerables first saw the tall skeleton kings, then Little 5. The moment they saw Little 5, their gazes were all drawn to her. Soul progenitor beast. Without exception, all three showed greed in their eyes. The temptation of a soul progenitor beast was too great for them, or more accurately, the temptation of the cause and effect Dao was too great. The temptation was so great that they overlooked the existence of the skeleton kings. Only at second level Dao Venerable, yet already activating the cause and effect Dao in her bloodline. This soul progenitor beast is one with a powerful bloodline even among soul progenitor beasts. To think a soul progenitor beast would come here and even break through, how unexpected. Quick, act now, or someone else will beat us to it. The three had their own thoughts. The Dao Venerable from the lightning purple striped tigers hesitated a bit, knowing how spots for the ancestral grounds were distributed. Those who got spots to enter here were surely friends or acquaintances of clan members. He wasn't clear about Little 5's background. If this soul progenitor beast belonged to a fellow clan Dao Venerable, his actions would bring unnecessary trouble. By clan rules, if this Dao Venerable was a 7th level elder, he would be dead for sure. But the other two Dao Venerables weren't lightning purple striped tiger clan members, so they naturally didn't care about these things. They acted directly, afraid of losing the opportunity. The two exchanged glances, wary of each other, while charging towards Little 5. They released powerful forces, attacking the skeleton kings simultaneously. To approach Little 5, they first had to break through the skeleton king's defense. Lin Moyo murmured softly, "Kill." Burning some belief power, two skeleton kings' power instantly strengthened. The skeleton kings swung their swords simultaneously, Dao technique, blood kill. As the sword light flashed, both Dao Venerables cried out. Huge wounds burst open on their bodies, blood spraying, severely injured on the spot. The two flew back in horror, instantly retreating 100,000 meters, not daring to approach. The skeleton king's Dao technique directly triggered the target's blood energy to attack. The stronger the blood energy, the greater the power. The two beasts' blood energy was originally not weak. Attacked by blood kill, their blood energy exploded, causing severe damage. Plus, Lin Moyo used belief power to enhance the skeleton king's Dao technique power. With one strike, the two 4th level Dao Venerables were almost instantly killed. However, this was also because the two hadn't used their Dao True bodies. If they had used their Dao True bodies, stabilizing their blood energy, the amount of blood energy the skeleton kings could detonate would be greatly reduced, and the effect wouldn't have been so good. Unfortunately, they were completely focused on Little 5, not paying attention to the skeleton kings at all. The skeleton kings were too special. Before they acted, it was very difficult to discern their true combat power. So the skeleton kings were overlooked by them, and they paid a heavy price for it. The two were severely injured and didn't dare approach again. They looked at each other, with some relief. They both knew they had lost the chance to compete for the soul progenitor beast, but being able to keep their lives was already quite lucky. But could they really keep their lives? Two more skeleton kings raised their bone swords, Dao technique, blood kill. The two who had just escaped death suddenly felt danger descend, a sense of death arising from the depths of their hearts. Their faces changed drastically, but it was too late. Two more sword lights flashed on their bodies simultaneously. Their bodies exploded, dying on the spot. The skeleton kings flew over rapidly, bringing back their broken half-bodies. The skeleton kings killed and took the corpses, returning to their positions. The whole process was incredibly smooth and natural, as if they had done this countless times. The Dao Venerable from the lightning purple striped tigers stared blankly at this scene. In just a few seconds, two 4th level Dao Venerable powerhouses of the same level as him had died. They died so quickly, without any hesitation. The ones who acted were these somewhat strange puppets. He never imagined these skeleton puppets could be so powerful enough to instantly kill 4th level Dao Venerables. If he had also acted, he would probably be a corpse now too. He was grateful he had hesitated for a moment. This moment of hesitation had saved his life. A soul progenitor beast was good, but one needed to be alive to benefit. If one lost their life, what use was a soul progenitor beast or the cause and effect Dao? Two Dao Venerables dying before him startled him, and he immediately retreated 10,000 meters. He carefully observed the skeleton kings, looking for their master. He was certain the skeleton kings were puppets, and puppets must have a controller. The soul progenitor beast was breaking through and couldn't be the controller, so the controller must be someone else. Finally, he saw someone standing not far from Little 5. A human, a 2nd level Dao Venerable human. Are these puppets his? Is the soul progenitor beast his too? He was somewhat confused, not quite understanding. In his view, Lin Moyo was only a 2nd level Dao Venerable being. How could he possess such powerful puppets? Then he suddenly realized something. Lin Moyo stood there, bombarded by divine thunder, not only unharmed but without even feeling anything. Even he, with 4th level Dao Venerable cultivation, couldn't be unaffected by divine thunder. This was the 5th level. The divine thunder of the 5th level corresponded to 4th level Dao Venerable. This mere 2nd level Dao Venerable human, Lin Moyo, actually regarded divine thunder as nothing. Actually, besides Lin Moyo and Little 5, there was also Little Mist, a 1st level Dao Venerable. But Little Mist was too inconspicuous and was directly overlooked. He still couldn't believe Lin Moyo could be so strong. Suddenly, Lin Moyo turned to look at him, then flew over. The moment Lin Moyo's gaze fell on him, he suddenly felt his heart pounding, as if targeted by some ancient fierce beast. He almost turned to flee. But after all, he was a 4th level Dao Venerable. he quickly calmed himself down. Lin Moya came before him. Human Lin Moya, may I ask how to address you? Lin Moya didn't call him senior, seeming somewhat impolite and assertive. But the other clearly didn't care about this point and replied, I am Lei Zhonghu, greetings to fellow deist Lin. Chapter 3017. Chapter 3017, 3017. Chapter 3017, each has their own way of seeking death. Lei Zhonghu, just from the name one could tell he wasn't from the direct lineage of the lightning purple striped tigers. Direct lineage names were always 2 characters, never 3. This was the simplest way to distinguish between direct and branch lineages. In the lightning purple striped tiger clan, if a direct lineage member committed a mistake and was stripped of their direct lineage status, their name had to add 1 more character, becoming 3 characters. Lin Moya said, my friend is breaking through. I hope fellow deist Lei won't come to disturb, and also please inform your clansmen who come later not to disturb me. I have a good relationship with your clan, and some acquaintance with your clan leader. If things go too far, it won't look good for anyone. Lin Moya was somewhat forceful. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he had made himself very clear. Don't force me to act. If I do, I won't be polite. I will kill. I have some acquaintance with your clan leader, but I won't show mercy because of this relationship. I'll kill if I have to. Those 2 are examples of the outcome. Lin Moya believed Lei Zhonghu could understand these words. If he couldn't understand such words, he wouldn't be qualified to be a 4th level Dao Venerable cultivator. The beast race's minds were straightforward, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Lei Zhonghu understood the meaning in Lin Moya's words. He looked somewhat embarrassed and helpless. There was no choice. Now he was at a disadvantage. What else could he do? The 2 Dao Venerables just now were the best examples, instantly killed on the spot, leaving only 2 broken corpses, tens of thousands of years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. He didn't want that. He wanted to live well, to live for many more years. Lin Moya's gaze turned to the distance. Someone's coming. Among them are your clansmen, fellow deist Lei. Lei Zhonghu looked in the direction Lin Moya indicated but saw nothing. He couldn't sense anything. How could Lin Moya, a mere 2nd level Dao Venerable, sense it? He even suspected Lin Moya was just making it up. But just a minute later, he sensed people coming from that direction. There were quite a few, including familiar auras of his clansmen. In 1 minute, for a 4th level Dao Venerable, even in the 5th level, passing through countless lightning bolts, they could fly tens of thousands of miles. Lin Moya's sensing range was so much farther than his own. The range of perception, to a certain extent, also represented the strength of the soul. Lei Zhonghu realized that although Lin Moya appeared to be only at 2nd level Dao Venerable, his soul was even stronger than his own. Lin Moya said softly, fellow deist Lei, aren't you going to stop them? Lei Zhonghu suddenly awoke and immediately flew towards the newcomers. He was also afraid his clansmen would rush in recklessly and end up being killed. Even if they wanted to rush in to snatch the soul progenitor beast, they should let others test the waters first, to see where Lin Moya's bottom line was. Lin Moya chuckled softly and returned to Little Five's position. This position was the 10,000-meter forbidden zone. Lin Moya didn't release more skeleton kings. 100 was enough. He never fully revealed his strength. There was no need. The strength revealed just needed to be enough to solve the current problem. If it wasn't enough, it wasn't too late to add more force. This was Lin Moya's confidence. He was confident in his own strength, not overestimating himself. A group of people appeared in the lightning, numbering several hundred. More than half of them were members of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. As the realm levels got higher, with each higher level, the number of people correspondingly decreased. In the 4th level, one could still find thousands of Dao Venerables. By the 5th level, it was hard to say if there were even 1,000 Dao Venerables. Besides the group coming from roughly the same direction, there were also some people coming from different directions. They were all coming for the soul progenitor beast, for the cause and effect Dao, whether near or far. In Lin Moya's view, these people had already chosen their path to death. Soon, those rushing over appeared in sight. He slightly opened his palm, and 10,000 rays of colorful light burst from his palm, forming a large ball 2 meters in diameter. 100 skeleton kings stood outside the light ball, forming a defense. Then Lin Moya's voice overpowered the divine thunder, resounding for 100,000 miles. This is a forbidden zone. Those who enter will die. Without any extra explanation, he used just 7 words to tell everyone that this was a life and death forbidden zone. As for whether others would listen, that was beyond Lin Moya's control. Everyone heard Lin Moya's words, and everyone clearly paused for a moment. At this time, Lei Zhonghu had also flown in front of his clansmen and began to persuade them. As for how he persuaded them, Lin Moya didn't care. That was his business, not Lin Moya's. If he could persuade them, that would be best. If not, Lin Moya wouldn't show mercy. What needed to be said had been said. Lei Zhonghu flew over with those Dao Venerables while trying to persuade them. From afar, Lin Moya could see Lei Zhonghu's anxiety. Although he was a 4th level Dao Venerable, not weak in terms of realm, his status wasn't good. As a branch family member, both his authority and prestige were too weak. Not many would be willing to listen to him. Lei Zhonghu was very anxious. He didn't want his clansmen to go to their deaths, but he couldn't persuade them. Lin Moya's voice reached their ears, making everyone pause for a moment. Then some Dao Venerables showed disdain. A little 2nd level Dao Venerable brat, talking big here. I'll eat you. Get out of the way quickly, or I'll eat you. Mere human, drawing a forbidden zone in someone else's ancestral grounds. How ridiculous. One might think this was human ancestral grounds. That's right. Even the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables haven't drawn any forbidden zones here. Who do you think you are? One Dao Venerable after another spoke thunderously, looking at Lin Moyo. They weren't fools. While speaking, they didn't forget to pull down the lightning purple striped tiger clan. After all, this was their ancestral grounds. Lin Moya's actions indeed didn't give them face. Drawing a forbidden zone on someone else's territory, if this wasn't a slap in the face, what was? The lightning purple striped tiger members' faces turned green. They all felt they had lost face and harbored hatred towards Lin Moyo. Lei Zhong, who finally couldn't help but roar, fellow Deus Lin is a friend of the clan leader. Don't let your heads get muddled. The sole progenitor beast is fellow Deus Lin's friend, possibly also the clan leader's friend. Can't you calm down a bit? Besides, there's only one sole progenitor beast. With so many of you, how can you share it? Even if you got the sole progenitor beast, are you sure you could comprehend the cause and effect Tao? How many people in history have obtained sole progenitor beasts? Did they comprehend the cause and effect Tao? 2 people have already died here. Why won't you listen to reason? Why do you still want to go to your deaths? Amidst Lei Zhong, whose angry roars, the lightning purple striped tiger clan members finally began to calm down a bit. The beast race's flaw was that they were easily impulsive, but they weren't actually fools. If they were fools, they couldn't have become Dao Venerables. Once they calmed down, they would realize that what Lei Zhong who said wasn't wrong. With so many of them, and only one sole progenitor beast, how could they share it? If so, why should they rush to the front? If there was real danger, wouldn't it be better to let others go first? Most of the lightning purple striped tiger clan members stopped, but there were still a few who said disdainfully, "You're just a branch family member. What right do you have to lecture us here? What status does the clan leader have? How could he possibly have a second-level Dao Venerable human friend? You're insulting the clan leader. Sole progenitor beast, even if I can't get it, I can't let outsiders have it. If I get it, I'll give it to the clan leader." Chapter 3018. Chapter 3018, 3018. Chapter 3018, Slaughter begins. Why come seeking death? From the words spoken, one could see that the status within the clan of branch family members like Lei Zhong, who was indeed vastly different from direct descendants like Lei Hao and Lei Rong. Although the beast race claimed to respect strength, the distinction between direct and branch lineages within the clan had deeply rooted. No matter how Lei Zhong who spoke or how anxious he was, there would always be a group of people who ignored him, even looked down on him. Lei Zhong who knew this point. Fortunately, he had also persuaded some people, so it wasn't completely useless. At least over 100 4th-level Dao Venerable beasts charged towards Lin Moya simultaneously. In order to compete for the sole progenitor beast, they completely ignored Lin Moya's warning. In their hearts, it was now about being first. Snatching the sole progenitor beast, getting the first prize. As for Lin Moyu, a mere second-level Dao Venerable, what did he count for? Because the sole progenitor beast was in front, firmly attracting their attention. Originally, there were also several human Dao Venerables who came with the beasts. Those human Dao Venerables were much smarter. They stopped and didn't rashly go forward. Making the same choice as them were also some beasts who could think flexibly. They knew that even if they rushed over now, with so many people chaotically grabbing, they might not necessarily really get it. It was better to watch the situation first. After others fought among themselves, they could come in as the opportunist. After all, there was only one sole progenitor beast. No need to rush. Lin Moya snorted coldly, seeking death. With a thought, 100 skeleton kings raised their swords simultaneously. Dao technique, blood kill. The skeleton kings were also 4th-level Dao Venerables. Facing enemies of the same level, they didn't even need Lin Moya to lock onto targets. The skeleton kings themselves could lock onto enemies. 100 skeleton kings simultaneously locked onto 100 Dao Venerables, using the blood kill technique. As sword light flashed, a series of explosion sounds resounded through heaven and earth, drowning out the sound of divine thunder. Blood kill, based on the bloody white bone Dao, burned the enemy's blood energy, using the enemy's blood energy as a blade to harm them. Among those of the same level, blood kill was unrivaled. Especially against enemies with strong blood energy, it was even more so. These Dao Venerables underestimated Lin Moya too much, so almost no one used their Dao true bodies. This also allowed blood kill to exert its power to the extreme. Explosion sounds rang out, followed by continuous screams. One Dao Venerable after another was blasted back, their flesh mangled, bones exposed, severely injured. The blood kill technique didn't just blast the physical body, but also the soul. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. The 100 skeleton kings raised their swords again, sword-like cutting through lightning. Technique, white bone god slash. 100 bloody white bone Daos appeared, countless white bones floating up and down within the Daos. Just looking at it was extremely terrifying. White bone god slash fell silently on these Dao Venerables, turning into countless sword lights exploding, dealing a double strike to both body and soul. Screams rang out again in unison, like a beautiful melody. White bone god slash's attack power wasn't as strong as blood kill, but for beast Dao Venerables of the same level, it was still a formidable strike. However, during this time, some Dao Venerables reacted extremely quickly. They immediately manifested their Dao true bodies, strengthening their power. Some beasts were also skilled in defense, using secret techniques to raise their defensive power. The effect of white bone god slash wasn't as bloody as blood kill. Among over 100 Dao Venerables, only a few truly died under these two strikes. The vast majority were just severely injured, not dead. They all looked horrified, retreating in fear and panic. Unfortunately, the shadow of death hadn't left. Boom! An explosion, mixed with screams, shattered these survivors' relief. A Dao Venerable died on the spot in a violent explosion. Then, explosions came one after another, screams one after another. Lin Moya raised his hand, casually pointing at those Dao venerables who were fleeing rapidly. His hand carried the power of death. Whoever he pointed at would explode and die. Origin level technique, corpse explosion. In Lin Moya's soul, 4 Dao patterns glowed brightly, emitting a suffocating power. Using corpse explosion through a Dao venerable was stronger than directly using the technique's power. Lin Moya used one Dao venerable corpse as a weapon to blow up another Dao venerable, then used that corpse as a weapon to continue blowing up the next one. Now all these Dao venerables were severely injured. They couldn't withstand the bombardment of corpse explosion at all. What technique is this? So terrifying, whoever he points at dies. Quickly stop him, or we'll all die. After Lin Moya casually killed over a dozen Dao venerables, those severely injured Dao venerables finally reacted. They realized that if they didn't stop Lin Moya, they would all die. Escape alone wasn't enough. Just now, a beast Dao venerable skilled in speed used a secret technique to instantly fly tens of thousands of miles away. Then, accompanied by an explosion, he fell from the sky tens of thousands of miles away. Although beasts weren't clever, their battle instincts were strong. They realized that only by killing Lin Moya did they have a glimmer of hope to survive. They quickly charged towards Lin Moya, unleashing various secret techniques, spells, and treasures simultaneously, trying to kill Lin Moya. Useless. Lin Moya shook his head slightly. His power Dao True Body and Undying Dao True Body manifested simultaneously. The Undying Dao True Body wove a large area of grey death power, enveloping Lin Moya like an atmosphere. All attacks directed at Lin Moya were weakened several times by the death power, then blocked by the power Dao True Body. Lin Moya just stood there, unmoved like a towering mountain, ignoring the various attack methods of these Dao venerables. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounds continued. Lin Moya suddenly changed his locking method for corpse explosion. Originally, he only locked onto one target, using one corpse to attack one target. Now, Lin Moya began to use one corpse to attack 2 targets. The damage caused by corpse explosion was 200% of the corpse's life force when alive. So even attacking 2 people simultaneously, each person would receive at least 100% damage. Now that they were severely injured, 100% damage was enough to be fatal. While resisting the Dao Venerable's attacks, Lin Moya's fingers kept pointing, one after another. The Dao Venerables at the forefront were blasted to pieces, their souls scattered. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so were blown to death. Of the 100 Dao Venerables before, less than half remained now. Why isn't he afraid of our attacks? What kind of abnormal defense is this? How can it be so strong? We are 4th level Dao Venerables, why can a mere 2nd level Dao Venerable guy block our attacks? Those Dao Venerables hadn't even reached Lin Moya's front before being beaten to collapse by Lin Moya. Finally, they arrived in front of Lin Moya, but what greeted them were the Skeleton Kings. The Skeleton Kings came over, blocking in front of Lin Moya. If the Dao Venerables wanted to kill Lin Moya, they had to kill the Skeleton Kings first, but Lin Moya wouldn't give them the chance at all. The Skeleton Kings raised their bone swords. Although they temporarily couldn't use techniques, the power of the bone swords was still incredibly terrifying. The Beast Dao Venerable's treasures clashed with the bone swords. The bone swords were fine, but the treasures developed numerous cracks. Terrifying sword light forced these Dao Venerables back one after another. The Beast Dao Venerables finally despaired. It's no use, we can't break through. Let's flee quickly. Some Dao Venerables spat blood, using escape techniques. Some Dao Venerables took out treasures, crushing them. The treasures turned into light, carrying them far away. Unfortunately, for Lin Moya, it was all useless. Corpse explosion ignored space. Once locked on, even escaping the ancestral grounds was useless, let alone just moving away. Chapter 3019. Chapter 3019, 3019. Chapter 3019, I still want to live a few more years. In just 2 minutes, 100 Dao Venerables died in battle. And Lin Moya, as if he had done something trivial, hadn't moved half a step from beginning to end. The entire 5th level was filled with a thick smell of blood. The powerful blood of Dao Venerables was splashed freely among the lightning. This was all 4th level Dao Venerable blood. Each drop was as heavy as 10,000 June, each drop containing enough power to kill a celestial venerable. For some alchemists and medicine makers, every drop of Dao Venerable essence blood was top-grade material. Not to mention the large amount of fresh Dao Venerable flesh, all premium material. But now, they were here, floating in the air like garbage. Divine thunder fell, landing on the flesh and blood. The flesh was destroyed, becoming nourishment for the 5th level. The Skeleton Kings flew out, collecting the remaining usable corpse fragments. These were all good weapons, not to be wasted. Those Dao Venerables who hadn't acted, seeing this scene, all showed horrified expressions. Especially those Dao Venerables persuaded by Lei Zhonghu, they were all grateful they had listened and not acted. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. Lei Zhonghu seemed to let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you all listened to persuasion. Although among the dead Dao Venerables were also over 20 of their lightning purple-striped tiger clansmen. But since these guys wouldn't listen to persuasion, they were seeking death themselves, not worth sympathy. Especially those last few words made Lei Zhonghu extremely uncomfortable. So what if I'm from a branch family? The status of branch families isn't high, but so what? I kindly came to persuade you not to go to your deaths. You didn't listen, so you deserve to die. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the remaining Dao Venerables. None of them dared to meet Lin Moya's eyes, feeling that Lin Moya's gaze was like a sharp sword, bringing death. Lin Moya's cold voice rang out, everyone, if anyone wants to avoid death, you can come try again. I'm right here. As long as you can kill me, you can obtain the soul progenitor beast. Lin Moya's tone was calm, but no one dared to move. The 100 Dao Venerables before were the best example. They moved, and then they died. Dao Venerables all cherished their lives. Although Beast Dao Venerables often acted rashly in the heat of the moment, they weren't brainless. Now their minds were very cold. The coldness spread from their souls throughout their bodies, and they didn't dare to move. A soul progenitor beast was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance, a hint of a smile appearing on his cold face. In the distance, dense with divine thunder, a person came riding the lightning. Lei Rong, stepping on his thunder spear, flew over from afar. He was clearly also coming for the soul progenitor beast, but upon seeing Lin Moyo, he showed a look of surprise. Lei Rong cupped his hands towards Lin Moyo, greeting with human etiquette, "So fellow deist Lin is here." Lin Moya smiled, "Is fellow deist Lei also here for the soul progenitor beast?" Lei Rong's gaze swept around, seeing the true form of the soul progenitor beast, which was actually Little Five. He seemed to understand something and smiled. "I didn't expect the people around fellow deist Lin to be more amazing one after another. To be honest with fellow deist Lin, I originally came for the soul progenitor beast, but now I don't want it anymore." Although not explicitly stated, it was very clear. He wanted it before because of the soul progenitor beast, now he didn't want it because of Lin Moyo. Lin Moya smiled, "Actually, Senior Lei Rong can still consider it." Lei Rong shook his head, "Since it belongs to fellow deist Lin, how could I think about it?" He thought to himself, "I still want to live a few more years. Fighting with you? No way." He wasn't a fool. The smell of blood here hadn't dissipated yet, and fragments of bodies were still flying in the lightning. Every piece of flesh and blood was left by 4th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. Lei Rong knew he couldn't kill so many 4th level Dao Venerables at once. After all, those were 4th level Dao Venerables, not 3rd level. This showed how strong Lin Moya's power was, and how much strength he had hidden earlier in the 4th level. Lei Rong's gaze swept around, seeing Lei Zhonghu and the others, and immediately flew over. His status and position were different from Lei Zhonghu's. As a direct descendant and a 5th level Dao Venerable, his status was naturally very high. His arrival immediately became the backbone for this group of Dao Venerables. Learning what had just happened from everyone, Lei Rong couldn't help but glance at Lin Moyo. He hadn't expected Lin Moya's methods to be so sharp. If he had come a step earlier, he could have stopped those clansmen from going to their deaths. But it was too late to say this now. In his view, these clansmen had definitely died in vain. His gaze carried thoughtfulness. Lin Moyo had a young lady by his side who had comprehended an illusory type Dao and become a Dao Venerable. He had a soul progenitor beast with a powerful bloodline, and another spirit beast with an equally powerful bloodline. Lin Moyo gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. Lei Rong didn't want to provoke Lin Moyo, especially since after the Ancestral Grounds trip, they would need to ask for Lin Moya's help. He knew that those clan elders were almost going crazy trying to find cultivators of illusory type Daos. All the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables looked at Lei Rong, hoping he could stand up for them. "Clan brother, did those clan brothers just die in vain?" "Yes, this is our ancestral grounds. Killing our people so recklessly in our ancestral grounds, isn't that going too far? And that's a soul progenitor beast. If we could get the soul progenitor beast, the clan leader would surely reward us heavily." Lei Rong looked at these guys. Those speaking were basically all direct descendants. None of the dozens of branch family Dao Venerables spoke up. Lei Rong said bluntly, "You're just too used to good days. Don't forget what we beasts follow. Now their fists are bigger than ours. What can we use to stand up? Do you know his identity? Lei Hao, one of the successors, is his brother in life and death. I advise you to give up this idea. Those who died earlier, they're dead and that's it. If you want revenge, go yourself." Lei Rong's words made the few very embarrassed. Go themselves? Go to their deaths? Lei Rong then said to Lei Zhonghu, "You did well, knowing when to advance and retreat. After the Ancestral Grounds trip ends, you can go find Lei Hao. Although you're from a branch family, that kid will surely accept you." Lei Zhonghu wasn't stupid. He understood the meaning in Lei Rong's words and immediately responded, "Thank you for the guidance, clan brother. Little Tiger understands." He called himself Little Tiger, lowering his posture greatly, which pleased Lei Rong very much. Lei Rong said in a low voice, "I'm going to the 6th level first. I advise you not to have any ideas about the soul progenitor beast. If you really can't let it go, you can tell the clan leader after the Ancestral Grounds trip ends, and see if the clan leader will stand up for you. Don't say I didn't warn you, fellow deist Lin is no ordinary person. Even the clan elders might need to ask for his help." After saying this, Lei Rong said no more and flew towards the distance. He was going to the 6th level to inform the clansmen there about Lin Moya's situation. He thought Lin Moyo would probably go to the 6th level, as the divine thunder of the 5th level was useless to Lin Moyo. Fearing there might be more trouble later, he went to give a warning first. Lei Rong left, and the remaining lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables looked at each other. No one dared to fight Lin Moyo, and they finally dispersed and left. Lei Zhonghu also left, bowing deeply to Lin Moyo before leaving. Lin Moyo muttered to himself, "Someone who knows when to advance and retreat, and understands etiquette, is rare among beasts. He can indeed become one of our own." Chapter 3020. Chapter 3020, 3020. Chapter 3020, Lin Moyo finally begins to cultivate. As the Dao Venerables of the lightning purple striped tiger clan left, the remaining scattered Dao Venerables completely extinguished their thoughts of competing for the soul progenitor beast. This was no longer something they could compete for. After all, this was the lightning purple striped tiger's ancestral grounds. If even the lightning purple striped tiger Dao Venerables had given up, what difference was there between staying and seeking death? Although they had left, Lin Moyo hadn't withdrawn the Skeleton Kings. The 10,000-meter forbidden zone still existed. Little Five was still in the process of breaking through and needed a bit more time. During the breakthrough, Divine Thunder continuously fell, making her breakthrough more smooth and her bloodline increasingly powerful. Lin Moyo felt that Little Five's cause and effect Dao seemed a bit stronger than when the breakthrough began. This meant Little Five's bloodline had strengthened. Perhaps with the help of Divine Thunder, Little Five could truly master the cause and effect Dao, making the cause and effect Dao hidden in her bloodline truly take effect, rather than only being able to plant causes and reap effects through techniques. At that time, he could also see how powerful the cause and effect Dao really was. Lin Moyo pondered for a while and had an idea. He wanted to collect Divine Thunder from each level, confine this Divine Thunder, and turn it into a power that Little Five and the others could continuously use. As for the Thunder Poison brought by Divine Thunder, Lin Moyo had a way to remove it, though it would be a bit painful. Thinking back to when he used World Burning Fire to remove Dao Poison, that intense sensation still made his soul shudder whenever he recalled it. After waiting a few more days, on the 30th day of entering the Ancestral Grounds, Little Five finally completed her breakthrough. She broke through to the second level of Dao Venerable, with joy written all over her face. The excitement wasn't because of the realm breakthrough, but because Little Five felt the change in her bloodline. "Father, I feel my bloodline has become stronger." Strengthening the bloodline was more important than raising the realm. As long as the bloodline could become stronger, realm advancement was just a natural progression. Lin Moyo patted Little Five's head. "This is just the beginning. You'll be even stronger in the future. I have an idea." Lin Moyo told Little Five about his idea. Although he had already made a decision, he still wanted to respect Little Five's opinion. After all, she called him father, and it wasn't for nothing. Little Five naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Whatever Lin Moyo said was fine, she had no objections. As for Little Mist, her opinion wasn't important. Little Mist was very dissatisfied with this, but it was useless. Lin Moyo ignored this crazy girl. Then Lin Moyo waved his hand, sending Little Five and Little Mist back to the Great World, and went alone to find a passage to the 6th level. He enhanced his luck and chose a direction randomly. This completely unskilled method was crude but effective. Lin Moyo pondered what he needed to do next. First, go to the 6th level, use Divine Thunder to cultivate his physical body, and while cultivating his body, collect Divine Thunder. His soul had already begun to arrange formations in the soul world. This time, the materials used for arranging formations weren't origin crystals, but directly using World Tree leaves. World Tree leaves were not only excellent materials for forging, but also excellent materials for setting up formations. Most crucially, unlike origin crystals, they didn't have the problem of power depletion. The World Tree could directly replenish power for the World Tree leaves. This was a characteristic Lin Moyo had just discovered. This discovery greatly increased the usefulness of World Tree leaves. The World Tree was full of treasures. Previously, among the various treasures of the World Tree, the leaves had the least use. The main reason was that Lin Moyo never forged items. But now, World Tree leaves had found a suitable use. A large number of World Tree leaves flew out as Lin Moyo set up a formation. This formation could greatly stabilize space, enough to contain the Divine Thunder of the 6th level. The Divine Thunder of the 6th level corresponded to the 5th and 6th levels of Dao Venerable. His soul world could barely withstand it. As for the higher 7th level Divine Thunder, Lin Moyo hadn't considered it for now. After all, he wasn't confident about entering there. Although Lin Moyo was planning far ahead, it was just planning. He wouldn't aim too high. An hour later, Lin Moyo found a passage to the 6th level. Without thinking, he directly entered the passage. A deep purple Divine Thunder fell on his head, instantly causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. Comfortable. Lin Moyo smiled. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. His physical body had been cultivated many times, only advancing to the 4th level of Dao Venerable with the pressure at the bottom of the realm sea. Afterwards, he never found a suitable place for body refinement. The difficulty in cultivating the physical body was in finding a suitable place. It couldn't be too strong or too weak, and one place wasn't enough. As the physical body strengthened, its adaptability would also increase. Even with the lightning purple striped tiger's ancestral grounds, even with 9 levels, Lin Moyo felt that at most it could only strengthen his physical body to the 6th level of Dao Venerable. It might not even reach the 6th level of Dao Venerable. His physical body might adapt when it reached the 5th level of Dao Venerable. By then, Divine Thunder would be useless, and he would need to find another suitable place. But thinking again, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If his physical body truly became immune to Divine Thunder, then he could absorb Divine Thunder without restraint and confine it. As long as there was a suitable place to store Divine Thunder, he would become a mobile ancestral ground in the future, also becoming a treasure trove for Little Five and others to cultivate. Passing through the passage, Lin Moyo officially entered the 6th level. The Divine Thunder of the 6th level was even stronger than that in the passage. Lin Moyo's body rose with a strong tingling sensation. Where the Divine Thunder passed, his physical body suffered some damage. At the same time, Divine Thunder also penetrated his soul, refining it. Divine Thunder was miraculous. As long as one could withstand it, while causing damage, it would also make the physical body and soul stronger. But most cultivators only passively used Divine Thunder, wasting much of its power. Beasts mainly used Divine Thunder to strengthen their bloodlines, neglecting the physical body and soul. As usual, Lin Moyo abandoned passive techniques, using the power Dao to mobilize blood energy, quickly repairing damaged parts of his physical body. In this process, his physical body became increasingly stronger. His soul was also refined simultaneously, bathing in divine thunder, gradually becoming stronger. The feeling of physical body and soul improving simultaneously was intoxicating. The powerful force growing from within the body, the increasingly powerful feeling, made Lin Moya feel extremely comfortable. Lin Moya enjoyed this process. This was the cultivation place he needed. 3 days after Lin Moya entered the 6th level, his body and soul adapted to the divine thunder, and the rate of improvement gradually weakened. After another 2 days, the 6th level divine thunder, which could allow 6th level Dao venerable powerhouses to cultivate, completely lost its effect. Lin Moya's body and soul both developed in unity. At this point, Lin Moya's physical body and soul were still at the 4th level of Dao Venerable, unable to advance further. Lin Moya knew that if he wanted to enter the 5th level of Dao Venerable, he would need to go to the 7th level. The 7th level is a must-go, but before that. As he muttered to himself, Lin Moya manifested his power Dao true body, becoming a 10,000-meter giant, while also spreading the wings of curse. He began to absorb the divine thunder of the 6th level, confining and storing it. Chapter 30:21. Chapter 30:21, 3021. Chapter 30:21, a reckless youth who doesn't know his limits. Large amounts of divine thunder from the 6th level fell into the soul world, entering the formation Lin Moya had prepared in advance, turning into a sea of lightning. World tree leaves glowed brightly, releasing powerful energy to maintain the stability of the formation. This was a 7th grade formation. Using world tree leaves, just a 7th grade formation was enough to confine the divine thunder of the 6th level. Lin Moya carefully sensed the formation, while also sensing the endurance of his soul world. The divine thunder of the 7th level would greatly increase in power. The divine thunder of the 7th level corresponded to 7th level elders. Lin Moya felt his soul world might struggle to withstand it. The soul world wouldn't be destroyed, but the divine thunder might blast holes in it, ultimately making it impossible to confine the thunder. However, if he could raise his soul another level, bringing it to the 5th level of Dao Venerable, then his soul world could also strengthen by a level. Combined with using the method of merging symbol and instrument formations, setting up a 7th grade formation, he could truly confine the divine thunder. Once able to confine the 7th level's divine thunder, Little Ox and the others would have divine thunder to use until they cultivated to the 7th level of Dao Venerable. This way, their cultivation speed would be much faster. Raising his soul level and setting up a perfect 7th grade formation, Lin Moya had determined what he needed to do next. His physical body continued absorbing divine thunder, while his soul had already begun moving, starting to set up the formation. Lin Moya found a position in his soul world. Countless world tree leaves floated down, becoming materials for the formation. The number of world tree leaves was astonishingly large, seemingly inexhaustible. Lin Moya multitasked, using world tree leaves to set up the formation while also drawing the formation with symbols. To be safe, he wanted to use the method of merging symbol and instrument formations for the setup. This level of formation, he had set up before. It wasn't difficult for him. However, formations had different uses. Lin Moya made some improvements to the formations he mastered, making them more suitable for confining divine thunder. In this aspect, Lin Moya had amazing talent, far surpassing ordinary people. Through the formations he mastered, he could deduce many formations with different effects, and quickly integrate them. He could also freely switch between instrument and symbol formations, and perfectly merge the two types of formations. This ability seemed like an innate talent. Even Lin Moya couldn't explain it clearly. What was as difficult as climbing to heaven for others, he could do effortlessly. This time, Lin Moya set up very carefully, taking a full 2 days before the formation was complete. When the formation began operating, Lin Moya felt the power within it and was very satisfied. But this formation was only the first step. Lin Moya had higher goals. He wanted to transfer the divine thunder from the 3rd and 4th levels to his soul world as well. Lin Moya found that the soul world was more suitable for confining divine thunder than the great world. This wasn't difficult for him. He acted as soon as he thought of it. As the master of the world, wielding the greatest authority over 2 worlds, he opened a channel between the great world and soul world with just a thought. In just a few minutes, he completed the overall transfer of divine thunder. From the 3rd to the 6th level, 4 levels of divine thunder formed 4 purple seas of lightning of varying depths in the soul world. Lin Moya arranged them like the lightning purple striped tiger clan's ancestral grounds, from low to high according to the levels of divine thunder. If someone from the lightning purple striped tiger clan came here, they would surely be surprised to find another ancestral ground here. Among the 4 seas of lightning, the 5th level's divine thunder was the most abundant. Lin Moya had stayed in the 5th level the longest and absorbed the most divine thunder there. But in terms of strength, the 6th level's divine thunder was the strongest. 1 bolt of 6th level divine thunder was comparable to 10 bolts from the 5th level. Lin Moya had stayed in the 6th level for 10 days. 5 days cultivating his physical body and soul, 5 days fully absorbing divine thunder. On the 40th day of entering the ancestral grounds, Lin Moya set out for the 7th level. From the 6th to the 7th level was a huge leap. Correspondingly, the passages became extremely rare. With his luck enhanced, Lin Moya flew for half a day before finding a passage. During this half day, Lin Moya flew over most of the 6th level's world, seeing some Dao Venerables cultivating. These Dao Venerables were, without exception, all cultivators above the 5th level of Dao Venerable. There were quite a few 6th level Dao Venerable cultivators among them. Though they looked powerful, Lin Moya wasn't very impressed with them. Beings unable to absorb divine thunder above their level showed their bloodlines weren't very strong, and their potential was limited. Among beasts, bloodline strength was extremely important. If one could see a lightning purple striped tiger below 4th level Dao Venerable in the 6th level, it would prove the lightning purple striped tiger clan still had powerful bloodlines. Unfortunately, there were none. Not a single one. Before entering Purple Tiger City, Lin Moyo had observed the lightning purple striped tiger clan's fortune. He found their fortune fluctuating, unstable. Combined with his experiences in the ancestral grounds, he could roughly deduce that the lightning purple striped tiger clan was on a downward trend. I wonder if Lei Hao can shoulder this heavy responsibility. The lightning purple striped tiger clan needed someone with truly powerful bloodline. Otherwise, in some years, the lightning purple striped tigers might be kicked out of the royal clan ranks. Lin Moyo was thinking about this as he charged into the passage to the 7th level. Over this half-day, Lin Moyo's lightning-fast speed had attracted many people's attention. They found that Lin Moyo, with just 2nd level Dao Venerable cultivation, could move freely in the 6th level, treating divine thunder as nothing. These 5th or 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouses showed surprise and envy. They knew clearly that another being with powerful talent had appeared among humans. At 2nd level Dao Venerable, his area should be the 4th level, yet Lin Moyo could enter the 6th level. This was enough to prove how terrifying Lin Moyo's talent was. Until they saw Lin Moyo charge into the passage to the 7th level, they all showed horrified expressions. Entering the 7th level at 2nd level Dao Venerable, what concept was this? This was no longer simply surpassing 2 levels. The 7th level corresponded to 7th level elders, completely different from other realms. Even these veteran 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouses, not far from 7th level Dao Venerable, didn't dare enter the 7th level. They had tried before. Just entering the passage, they were almost blasted to ashes by the divine thunder inside. In the history of the lightning purple striped tigers, no one had ever entered the 7th level before becoming a 7th level elder. Suddenly, their attitude towards Lin Moyo changed. They felt Lin Moyo was indeed a genius, but also a reckless youth who didn't know his limits. This is too reckless. Human geniuses, aiming too high. If he dies in there, he deserves it. Who gave him his spot? Didn't they explain clearly beforehand? There aren't many humans who came in this time. If you want to know, just check and you'll find out. At this moment, a person slowly flew over riding a thunder spear. Lei Rong stared at the passage Lin Moyo had entered and murmured, "Fellow deist Lin actually went to the 7th level." Chapter 3022. Chapter 3022, 3022. Chapter 3022, 7th level Heaven, Divine Thunder Rain. In the passage to the 7th level, extremely dense purple divine thunder struck down. Lin Moyo's whole body again rose with an intense tingling sensation. To cultivate his physical body, he abandoned passive techniques. Lin Moyo's body suffered a lot of damage. The power Dao drove blood energy, healing the damage. Between damage and recovery, his physical body strengthened. The situation in his soul was similar. His soul was also being refined, suffering slight damage in the process. Waves of life force acted on his soul, healing its injuries. His soul became increasingly pure and powerful. The divine thunder in the passage brought Lin Moyo's physical damage and recovery to a balance. However, Lin Moyo knew that once he reached the 7th level, the divine thunder would strengthen further. At that time, the rate of damage would exceed the rate of recovery. He already had a countermeasure. The passage quickly came to an end. On the 41st day of entering the ancestral grounds, Lin Moyo officially stepped into the 7th level. The 7th level, said to be a place only 7th level elders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan could enter, now welcomed a 2nd level Dao Venerable human. Thunder roared constantly. Lin Moyo, just entering the 7th level, was caught off guard and bombarded by a large amount of divine thunder. He was somewhat blasted apart. His physical body was rapidly destroyed. The previously suppressed damage transfer ability activated, transferring a large amount of damage to the undead army to share, finally stabilizing him. The power Dao True body took the opportunity to frantically drive blood energy, healing the injuries on his physical body. His soul was also injured the instant he entered the 7th level. Life force turned into an ocean enveloping his soul, healing its damage. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal also awakened at this time, spewing dragon breath to help his soul recover. Lin Moyo quickly stabilized and finally saw clearly what the 7th level looked like. So this is the 7th level. Lin Moyo's eyes showed some surprise. The 7th level was completely different from the previous 6 levels. He finally understood why one couldn't enter the 7th level without becoming a 7th level elder. Before him were constantly exploding divine thunderbolts, explosions enveloping his entire body. The divine thunder here no longer struck down in individual bolts. The divine thunder here had turned into tiny lightning plasma, falling like raindrops, dense and numerous. Just standing here, one would be bombarded by numerous raindrop-like divine thunderbolts every second. The lightning plasma formed from divine thunder would explode violently upon landing on the body, powerful and extremely concentrated. This kind of divine thunder was even harder to resist. This was why all Dao Venerables below 7th level elders couldn't come here. The divine thunder turned into lightning plasma, a hint of black light appearing in the dense purple. The divine thunder had turned so purple it was almost black, telling the world how strong it was. Lin Moyo stood between heaven and earth, bathing in the divine thunder rain, his thoughts racing. In an instant, he knew what he should do. The divine thunder rain was too strong, more than one level stronger than the 6th level. The powered Dao True body alone couldn't resist it. In less than 10 seconds, he would be blasted to pieces by the Divine Thunder Rain. Every drop of Divine Thunder Rain was a terrifying attack. Though not as strong as a 7th level Dao Venerable, it was very close. Even if he used damage transfer, he couldn't persist for long. The damage caused by Divine Thunder to the undead army was also significant. So even if 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouses came here, they couldn't last long. To persist here for a long time required extreme endurance. Fortunately, endurance was what Lin Moyo had the most of. The powered Dao True body was inside, while the undying Dao True body covered both inside and outside. First, use the power of death to erode the power of the Divine Thunder Rain. This way, when the Divine Thunder Rain fell on his body, its power would be weakened by at least half. Then use the power Dao True body to drive blood energy for resistance. If repair still couldn't keep up, he could use life force for recovery, until his physical body gradually adapted, then slowly withdraw the undying Dao True body. According to this idea, it should be feasible, but he would have to try it to know for sure. Let's give it a try. Thinking led to action. Lin Moyo immediately implemented his method. The undying Dao and power Dao, 2 Dao True bodies activated simultaneously. Gray energy spread outward like a thin mist. The power of death corroded everything. All Divine Thunder Rain would be corroded by the power of death before falling on Lin Moyo, greatly weakening its power. Lin Moyo fully mobilized the power of death, exerting it to the extreme. Finally, when the Divine Thunder Rain fell on his physical body, only about 50% of its power remained. This way, with life force as a backup and the blood energy driven by the power Dao True body working together, he could barely keep up with the rate of physical damage. Lin Moyo knew clearly that as long as he could persist for a while, his physical body would adapt. His soul was much easier than his physical body. The dragon breath spewed by the 10-colored dragon soul crystal weakened the Divine Thunder first. After his soul was damaged, life force was enough to quickly restore it. Moreover, his soul had a trump card. The soul gem and the Calamity Scepter hadn't been used yet, so there was no need to worry about soul issues at all. His physical body and soul were constantly being damaged and recovered, rapidly becoming stronger. As his physical body became stronger, the damage caused by the Divine Thunder Rain gradually weakened. Lin Moyo timely reduced the power of the undying Dao True body, keeping his physical body in a high-pressure state. To cultivate the physical body, the pressure couldn't be too great or too small. It needed to be maintained at a near-limit range to achieve the best effect. Through adjusting the undying Dao True body, Lin Moyo always kept his physical body in a limit state. The powered Dao True body constantly drove blood energy, and his physical body was becoming stronger. Blood energy roared like a giant dragon, letting out angry roars. The blood energy was like a dragon, its roars growing stronger and stronger, drowning out the sound of thunder. In the 7th level, several 7th level elders simultaneously opened their eyes, their sharp gazes looking towards Lin Moyo's direction. Someone else has come to the 7th level. Strange, his aura is so weak. Seems to be only 2nd level Dao Venerable. How could a 2nd level Dao Venerable come here? My senses aren't wrong. It really is 2nd level Dao Venerable. If it's 2nd level Dao Venerable, let's go take a look. Several 7th level elders, curious, rose together and flew towards Lin Moyo. When they saw Lin Moyo clearly, they all showed shocked expressions. It really is 2nd level Dao Venerable. And he's human. He's actually cultivating his physical body, walking the path of physical cultivation. Are there still such human cultivators now? There were few 7th level elders to begin with, and even fewer who could come to the 7th level. For this opening of the ancestral grounds, only 8 7th level elders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan had come here. Now 6 people came together, saw Lin Moyo, and confirmed that Lin Moyo was really 2nd level Dao Venerable, and a 2nd level Dao Venerable cultivating his physical body. How could they not be shocked? In today's origin continent, very few people cultivated their physical bodies. Even if there were some, they were races born with powerful physical bodies. For example, the white gold giant elephant clan and the flowing gold rhinoceros clan among beasts. Humans were never known for their physical bodies. Now seeing a human actually cultivating his physical body, and cultivating it to an extremely high level, they were naturally shocked. Besides being shocked, they all saw that Lin Moyo was extraordinary. This youth's Dao is very unusual. Indeed, I can't even recognize this Dao. What Dao is he cultivating? How can it be so strange? Chapter 3023. Chapter 3023, 3023. Chapter 3023, Lei Haozai for talent isn't bad. People who could comprehend the power Dao were extremely rare. In the history of the origin continent, there had only been a few occurrences. Now, even the 6th 7th level elders had only heard of the power Dao but couldn't recognize it. They only knew that Lin Moyo's Dao was very special and powerful. At this time, 5 days had passed since Lin Moyo entered the 7th level. Baptized by the powerful Divine Thunder Rain of the 7th level, Lin Moyo's physical body was improving at an astonishing speed. After 5 days, he had already withdrawn the undying Dao True body and began to purely use the power Dao True body, mobilizing his blood energy to resist the Divine Thunder. He could feel his physical body advancing step by step towards the 5th level of Dao Venerable. After the 4th level of Dao Venerable, cultivating the physical body became increasingly difficult. The so-called difficulty wasn't about speed, but about the environment needed for cultivation. As long as the environment was suitable, the speed of physical cultivation was still very fast. Of course, there were many prerequisites for this. One of them was to allow the physical body to continuously self-repair, letting the body constantly cycle between destruction and recovery. Only in this way could it rapidly become stronger. Lin Moya used the power Dao to drive blood energy, or used life force to repair his physical body. Both could achieve this effect, but for others, it was very difficult. Most people didn't have this ability. If they wanted to cultivate their physical bodies, they had to rely on pills, and pills had a certain toxicity. Eating too many would accumulate toxins, which wasn't good for the body. So when others cultivated their physical bodies, even with a suitable environment, they needed to spend a lot of time. After the physical body was damaged, it needed time to recover. Dao Venerables had strong recovery abilities. Physical damage wasn't much, but recovery still took time. The efficiency compared to Lin Moya was who knows how many times worse. As his physical body became stronger, Lin Moya felt himself getting closer and closer to the 5th level of Dao Venerable. However, the cultivation effect brought by Divine Thunder also became increasingly weak. Finally, 10 days after Lin Moya entered the 7th level, his physical body reached the limit of the 4th level of Dao Venerable. At this time, the cultivation effect brought by Divine Thunder had become very weak. Blood energy no longer roared like a giant dragon. The power Dao no longer needed to fully mobilize blood energy. The slight damage brought by Divine Thunder could be quickly recovered just by normal blood circulation. Lin Moya could still feel his physical body advancing towards the 5th level of Dao Venerable at an extremely slow pace. The current moment was like the calm before the storm, waiting for a violent eruption. Not only was his physical body waiting, but his soul was also the same. Both physical body and soul had reached an extreme, needing a great eruption. But this eruption couldn't be rushed. Lin Moya could only wait. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping around, seeing the 6th, 7th level elders. Lin Moya cupped his hands and greeted the 6th. Human Lin Moya greets you all. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, not lowering his status. Times had changed. Lin Moya had interacted and communicated with figures like the 3rd Beast Emperor many times. Unconsciously, even when facing 7th level elders, Lin Moya treated them as equals. Only when facing human 7th level elders would he still call himself a junior. As for beasts, that was unnecessary. The 6th, 7th level elders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan didn't mind Lin Moya's form of address. Even as 7th level elders, they still maintained the straightforward characteristics of beasts, not caring about these small details. One of the 7th level elders directly asked, "Fellow Deist Lin, may I ask what kind of Dao you use?" They asked directly if they had something to ask. If it were humans, they would definitely congratulate first, then inquire indirectly. After all, in human traditional customs, directly asking about someone else's cultivation Dao was extremely impolite. But among beasts, some people would ask like this: "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Lin Moya also didn't care about these details and replied, "I cultivate the power Dao." The power Dao wasn't a secret that couldn't be told to others. If they wanted to find out, they would eventually obtain this information. Power Dao. The 6th, 7th level elders were stunned on the spot, then looked at each other. So the Dao they couldn't recognize was actually the power Dao. One 7th level elder sighed, "To think it's the legendary power Dao. Fellow Deist Lin is indeed extraordinary. The human race will have another once-in-an-age genius." Lin Moya looked at their expressions, feeling somewhat strange. The emergence of a genius in the human race wasn't a good thing for the beast race. After all, on Panlong Island, the two races had been fighting for many years. Although the two races weren't mortal enemies, they weren't good friends either. But looking at their expressions, there was no jealousy or similar emotions. Lin Moya felt that there must be some hidden circumstances between humans and beasts. A 7th level elder's eye suddenly lit up, lightning flashing in them. "If old me remembers correctly, the power Dao is also an illusory type Dao, right?" Another said, "That's right, the power Dao is indeed an illusory type Dao, but it's an extremely special one among illusory type Daos. In that case, the power Dao isn't of much use." "It's not that it's useless. After all, it's an illusory type Dao, it must be useful. It's just a pity the realm isn't high enough." "Indeed, what a pity." Listening to the conversation between the 7th level elders, Lin Moya didn't interrupt. He sensed some different meanings from this conversation. As 7th level elders, they must know many secrets within the lightning purple striped tiger clan, and would also know the reasons why those clan elders were looking for cultivators of illusory type Daos. However, his power Dao didn't quite meet their requirements. It wasn't that the power Dao couldn't be used, but because his realm wasn't strong enough, so it was useless. The 6 didn't continue to dwell on this issue. One said, "Time in the ancestral grounds is precious. We won't disturb fellow Deist Lin's cultivation. When the ancestral grounds close, if fellow Deist Lin has time, you can stay in Purple Tiger City for a few more days to sightsee." Another suddenly asked, "May I ask from whom fellow Deist Lin obtained his spot?" Lin Moya said, "Lei Hao." The 6 naturally knew Lei Hao's name. They nodded slightly. Lei Hao's eye for talent isn't bad. After saying this, the 6 turned and left. At this moment, Lin Moya was also too lazy to guess what business the clan elders had. Anyway, he had already promised Lei Hao, so he would stay and see. He would naturally know when the time came. The powered Dao True body continued to evolve. Lin Moya transformed into a 10,000-meter giant. The wings of Curse fully spread, also exceeding 10,000 meters. He began to welcome the divine thunder rain on a large scale. His physical body and soul had both reached their limits, just needing one final eruption. As long as his soul advanced one more level and his soul world strengthened, he could absorb the divine thunder rain. He wanted to personally push this great eruption, personally send his physical body and soul into the 5th level of Dao Venerable. His body enlarged, countless times more divine thunder rain fell on him than before, causing violent explosions. Receiving countless times more divine thunder rain at the same time than before, the damage to his body increased again, and his blood energy began to roar along with it. The blood energy grew stronger and stronger. The storm was about to arrive. Half a day later, a dragon's roar suppressed all thunder sounds. A terrifying aura surged endlessly between heaven and earth. Blood energy turned into a divine dragon, flying out from Lin Moya's body, welcoming the divine thunder, circling in the sky. Divine thunder roared endlessly. The divine thunder like lightning plasma exploded on the blood energy dragon's body one after another, but couldn't harm a hair on the dragon. Lin Moya's aura rose continuously. His soul and physical body both advanced one level. Chapter 3024. Chapter 3024, 3024. Chapter 3024, can dig up someone else's roots. The blood energy dragon bathed in the divine thunder rain, treating the lightning as nothing. It swallowed clouds and spat mist, weaving through the turbulent thunder clouds, emitting an astonishing aura. Lightning surrounded its body, turning it into a lightning divine dragon. His soul aura also spread out, taking Lin Moya's form, standing on the divine dragon, bathing in lightning together with it. This phenomenon again attracted the attention of several 7th-level elders. Blood energy transforming into a divine dragon, this youth's physical body has actually reached such a level. Once the physical body is formed, it's unrivaled among those of the same level. Not just the physical body, his soul has also reached the 5th level of Tao Venerable. With a 2nd level Tao Venerable body possessing 5th level physical body and soul, his combat power is probably unrivaled at the 5th level. The power Tao gathers all surrounding power, including soul power. Without any treasures, his power is already incredibly formidable. Perhaps even 6th level Tao Venerables would find it difficult to kill him. I feel that even for a 7th level elders, killing him wouldn't be easy. The several 7th level elders gave Lin Moya extremely high praise. In their eyes, Lin Moya lived up to the title of genius, truly incomparable. Lin Moya's soul manifested externally, sitting on the divine dragon roaming through the lightning. At this moment, Lin Moya had a wondrous feeling about heaven and earth. He felt his soul had truly transcended, not just breaking through one level of realm. The divine thunder contained a mysterious power, strengthening the essence of his soul. His soul suddenly formed an inexplicable connection with the ancestral grounds, seeing some marvelous things. His soul's eyes flashed with bright light, seeing through the vast divine thunder rain to a mysterious space. There was something purple so dark it was almost black, like a cloud or mist. Within the cloud mist, lightning danced. Lin Moya instantly understood that this was the true core of the ancestral grounds. All divine thunder came from here, from this seemingly unremarkable cloud-like object. What exactly is this? Lin Moya realized he seemed to have seen another extraordinary thing. He had a strange feeling that this cloud-like object was of an extremely high level. It was similar to the gourd he had seen when at the other shore realm that could produce primal water, both unimaginable things. He wanted to look more, but unfortunately, this state only lasted less than 2 seconds before the scene before his eyes disappeared. Lin Moya's eyes showed some disappointment. He felt that if he could obtain this object, perhaps his physical body and soul could advance another level. He immediately erased this disappointment, his face showing self-mockery. I'm really too greedy. Even if I could get it, I can't actually take it. This was the lightning purple striped tiger clan's ancestral grounds, their true foundation. Absorbing some divine thunder was fine, but if he dug up their roots, the lightning purple striped tigers would surely attack en masse. At that time, their clan leader, the 9th level Tao Venerable Lei Tian, would definitely take action personally, along with those clan elders. Even if he brought out the Beast Emperor's Beast Emperor flower, it was hard to say if it would be effective, unless he could do it without anyone knowing. That said, he had already gained many benefits. His soul and physical body had both advanced to the 5th level of Tao Venerable and undergone transformation. The blood energy giant dragon had advanced, becoming a blood energy divine dragon. Between giant dragon and divine dragon, in the eyes of the dragon race, it was like the difference between mixed blood and pure blood. For beasts, it was the difference between branch and direct lineages, also the difference between weak and strong bloodlines. For Lin Moya, the change from blood energy giant dragon to blood energy divine dragon wasn't just a change in form, but in the essence of life. He could deeply sense that the essence of his life had been elevated, both physical body and soul. Now, without using any defense, he could basically ignore attacks from 5th level Tao Venerables, whether aimed at his physical body or soul. The immunity technique's effect has sharply decreased. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. The immunity technique he had obtained not long ago had lost half its effect. Originally, immunity could ignore all attacks from the same realm, referring to Lin Moya's cultivation realm. But now, Lin Moya, relying on the power Tao, had completely integrated his physical and soul power, already ignoring attacks from 5th level Tao Venerables by himself. The immunity technique's effect was reduced by half, only weakening attacks above his own realm. But this effect didn't seem very useful either. After all, to harm him now required at least 6th level Tao Venerable attacks. Because his realm wasn't high enough, immunity didn't weaken 6th level Tao Venerable attacks much, even less than the power of death. Lin Moya's gaze held contemplation. It seems I need to find a way to raise my realm. The realm is rising too slowly, holding me back a bit. If others heard these words, they would surely curse Lin Moya harshly. How many years had Lin Moya been cultivating? He was already at the 2nd level of Tao Venerable, yet he could say such outrageous words. It was simply shameless. The blood energy divine dragon returned to its place. Lin Moya still transformed into a 10,000-meter giant, spreading the wings of curse, beginning to absorb large amounts of divine thunder rain into his soul world. As his soul underwent qualitative change, the sturdiness of his soul world advanced another level. Containing the divine thunder of the 7th level was no longer a problem. Lin Moyo absorbed this divine thunder with the momentum of a whale swallowing water. Lin Moyo discovered something: these divine thunderbolts could also be used against enemies. The divine thunder of the 7th level was enough to give 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouses a headache, and could seriously injure 5th level Dao Venerables without problem. But thinking about it, it didn't seem very useful. Facing a 5th level Dao Venerable, he could seriously injure them with one punch. Why bother using divine thunder? The true use of divine thunder was still for cultivation. The divine thunder came from that mysterious purple cloud mist, containing some mysterious substances that could not only strengthen bloodlines but also cause qualitative changes in physical body and soul. It was truly good stuff. So Lin Moyo began to frantically absorb divine thunder. He wanted to collect large amounts of divine thunder to create a second ancestral ground in his soul world. The only drawback was the lack of that purple cloud mist to continuously produce divine thunder. No matter how much divine thunder there was, it would eventually be exhausted. But this drawback was unavoidable. The vast rain evolved from divine thunder fell on his body, all absorbed into his soul world. In the soul world, formations confined the divine thunder of the 7th level, gathering the absorbed divine thunder into an ocean. At this point, Lin Moyo was completely immune to the divine thunder of the 7th level. Based on past experience, he was probably completely immune to the divine thunder of the 8th and 9th levels as well. This meant he could enter the 8th and 9th levels to take a look around. But he couldn't absorb the divine thunder of the 8th and 9th levels because his soul world couldn't withstand it. Unless his soul could advance another level, coupled with an 8th grade formation, he could absorb the divine thunder of the 8th level. But that was impossible. After his soul underwent qualitative change, divine thunder had lost its refining effect on his soul. Lin Moyo absorbed vast amounts of divine thunder, roughly understanding why divine thunder had such miraculous effects. The main reason was the mysterious substances contained in the divine thunder. And he had completely digested and absorbed these mysterious substances, so divine thunder had completely lost its effect on him. Since that's the case, I'll first absorb my fill of divine thunder in the 7th level, then go take a look at the 8th and 9th levels. Perhaps there will be some discoveries. Lin Moyo calculated the time. He planned to leave 10 days at the end to visit the 8th and 9th levels. The remaining time he would stay in the 7th level, fully absorbing divine thunder. Chapter 3025. Chapter 3025, 3025. Chapter 3025, the 9th level heaven, a place to go even if it means death. Time passed day by day, and Lin Moyo absorbed more and more divine thunder. In his soul world, the amount of 7th level divine thunder far surpassed that of other levels, and not by a small margin. The divine thunder absorbed from other levels combined didn't match the amount from the 7th level. The divine thunder of the 7th level fell like a downpour. The amount absorbed every second was many times that of other levels. Moreover, he had stayed in the 7th level the longest, naturally absorbing the most. But divine thunder was a consumable resource. There was no such thing as too much, the more the better. The 6th 7th level elders in the 7th level witnessed Lin Moyo transform into a 10,000-meter giant, spreading a pair of black wings, standing motionless bathing in the divine thunder rain. They didn't know what Lin Moyo was doing or why he was doing it. But they knew that Lin Moyo doing this must have its purpose. Because they all knew clearly that a genius like Lin Moyo wouldn't do meaningless things. It was just that they didn't understand, and were too embarrassed to ask. After all, they were 7th level elders. How could they ask a little 2nd level Dao Venerable what he was doing? Face still mattered. Once becoming a 7th level elder, whether human or beast, they all cared about face. Lin Moyo absorbed more and more 7th level divine thunder. Fortunately, the formation he had set up earlier was large enough to still contain it. When there were 20 days left before the ancestral grounds closed, Lin Moyo moved. He carried his 10,000-meter body, striding forward through the divine thunder rain in the 7th level. He spent a day finding a passage to the 8th level. Then he stopped beside the passage, continuing to absorb divine thunder rain. This action again attracted the attention of several 7th level elders. What is he going to do? Could it be he wants to go to the 8th level? The 8th level is a place only 8th and 9th level Dao Venerables can go. Even we don't qualify to enter. He actually wants to go. His physical body may be strong, but it can't be that abnormal, right? It's not that his physical body is strong, but that the power Dao is too powerful. Perhaps this is his confidence. Indeed, the power Dao is an illusory type Dao. Illusory type Daos may not be the strongest, but they are the most mysterious. This is beyond our understanding. The 7th level elders were all envious of Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's actions had already exceeded their understanding. They could only attribute it to the wonders of the power Dao. When there were 10 days left before the ancestral grounds closed, Lin Moyo withdrew his power Dao true body in wings of curse, charging into the passage without looking back, heading for the 8th level. The 6th 7th level elders witnessed Lin Moyo's actions with their own eyes. In their view, what Lin Moyo did was a miracle. In the passage, purple lightning so dense it was almost black struck down, much stronger than the 7th level. But Lin Moyo felt nothing, completely ignoring the divine thunder strikes, rushing out of the passage at top speed and entering the 8th level. Divine thunder turned into rain pouring down. The divine thunder rain of the 8th level was even more torrential, much greater than the 7th level. If the divine thunder rain of the 7th level was heavy rain, then the 8th level was a downpour. One can imagine how much more terrifying the 9th level must be. Lin Moyo stood in the divine thunder rain, ignoring it completely. No matter how violently the divine thunder exploded around him, Lin Moyo remained unmoved. As I thought, although the divine thunder of the 8th level is stronger, it has no effect on me at all. My physical body and soul are completely immune to divine thunder. The mysterious substances contained in divine thunder have lost their effect on me, but my immunity to divine thunder should be the effect of the power Tao. It was the same before. After the power Tao adapted to an attack, it would develop immunity to that type of attack. Lin Moya seemed to have an epiphany, understanding the wonders of the power Tao. He didn't stay in the 8th level, but enhanced his luck and quickly searched for a passage to the 9th level. He tried absorbing a bit of divine thunder and sending it into his soul world. His soul world immediately began to shake. Just a bit of divine thunder caused cracks to appear in his soul world. As he had thought, his soul world couldn't withstand the divine thunder here, so naturally he didn't need to spend time absorbing it. In the 8th level, there was no sound other than thunder. Lin Moya spent an entire day finally finding a passage to the 9th level. He didn't encounter anyone else during this time. Evidently, for this opening of the ancestral grounds, there were no 8th level Dao venerable powerhouses from the lightning purple striped tiger clan who had come in. He charged headlong into the passage, heading for the 9th level. As soon as he entered the 9th level, Lin Moya felt endless divine thunder exploding on his body. The power of the 9th level divine thunder was very strong. Even 9th level Dao venerables here would need to resist with all their might to withstand it. But Lin Moya still treated it as nothing. It wasn't that Lin Moya was strong enough, but that the power Tao was miraculous enough. The power Tao helped Lin Moya develop immunity to divine thunder. As long as the essence of the divine thunder didn't change, no matter how strong the power, it couldn't harm Lin Moya. All divine thunder came from the same source. From the moment Lin Moya completed his immunity, even the 9th level became Lin Moya's backyard. The divine thunder of the 9th level wasn't a downpour, but a waterfall. Lin Moya saw cascades of blackened waterfalls pouring down from the sky. Within each waterfall was endless divine thunder. Those who entered the 9th level would constantly endure the bombardment of divine thunder waterfalls. Almost every second, they would be blasted hundreds or thousands of times. Lin Moya murmured to himself, no wonder Lei Hao said back then that even 9th level Dao venerables might not be able to enter the 9th level. Ordinary 9th level Dao venerables indeed would struggle to withstand this. In the entire history of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, those who could enter the 9th level and come out safely could be counted on one hand. Those people all eventually became clan leaders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, including the current clan leader Lei Tian, who had also entered the 9th level and returned safely. In fact, this was also an important condition for selecting the clan leader. If Lei Hao really inherited the position of clan leader in the future, after reaching the 9th level of Dao Venerable, he would also have to come to the ancestral grounds and enter the 9th level. Lei Hao had said while drinking that he must go, even if it meant death. There was no choice. There was once a clan leader who died in the 9th level. At that time, the lightning purple striped tiger clan had no clan leader for a long period. But even so, this rule didn't change. Because as long as one could return alive from the 9th level, their strength would greatly increase. Among all 9th level Dao venerables, they would be top-tier existences. The lightning purple striped tigers were a royal clan, top-tier existences among all beasts. Their clan leader must also be a top-tier existence among 9th level Dao venerables. Lin Moya was curious about this. Why would entering the 9th level lead to such a great increase in strength? If it was just because of divine thunder, Lin Moya didn't think that was enough. People of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, from celestial venerable to 9th level Dao venerable, had entered the ancestral grounds countless times. They had long absorbed enough of those mysterious substances. It certainly wasn't because of that. This secret was known only to successive clan leaders. If Lin Moya wanted to know, he could only come in and find out for himself. Chapter 3026. Chapter 3026, 3026. Chapter 3026, Fellow Deist Lin really is immune to divine thunder. In the 9th level of the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral grounds, divine rain poured down like waterfalls. Lin Moya pressed forward in the 9th level, withstanding the divine rain waterfalls. The sky of the 9th level was purple so dark it was almost black, like an incredibly thick curtain pressing down overhead, extremely oppressive. Vision was obstructed by endless divine rain waterfalls. Amidst the constant thunder and explosions, visibility was greatly affected. Earlier, when his soul transcended, Lin Moya had seen that mysterious cloud mist. That was the source of all divine thunder, the source of the entire ancestral grounds. Lin Moya came to the 9th level actually for that mysterious cloud mist. Otherwise, there was no point in him coming here. He couldn't absorb the divine thunder of the 8th and 9th levels at all. It made no difference whether he came or not. And the space where that mysterious cloud mist was located was above the 9th level. With divine rain waterfalls overhead, Lin Moya charged towards the sky. The entire 9th level had the same environment. The only breakthrough point was naturally above in the sky. Many years of countless secret realm experiences had given Lin Moya rich experience, allowing him to make an initial judgment. As he got closer to the sky, the divine thunder waterfalls became more intense. Countless lightning bolts exploded overhead, as if countless hands were blocking Lin Moya's path. Under these circumstances, even ordinary 9th level Dao venerables might not be able to break through. But Lin Moya was completely immune to divine thunder. He ignored the divine thunder, surpassing those 9th level Dao venerables who had to endure it. Empowered by his power Dao true body, with the wings of time spread, Lin Moya's speed suddenly increased. Lin Moya turned into an arrow, piercing through the lightning, shattering countless divine thunderbolts, directly entering the sky. He didn't know how long he flew. The closer he got to the sky, the more intense and dense the Divine Thunder waterfalls became. It was as if several Divine Thunder waterfalls had merged together, pressing down from overhead. His vision was filled with Divine Thunder, unable to see the path ahead clearly. But Lin Moya didn't care. He aimed in a direction and charged upwards, withstanding the Divine Thunder. The wings of time disturbed time, not only increasing speed but also making time chaotic. Not knowing how far he had broken through, nor how long he had flown, whether it was 1 day or 2 days or longer, Lin Moya was also caught in the chaos of time. But none of this mattered. His Tao heart was firm. He had aimed and was charging upwards. Finally, he felt as if he had shattered a thin membrane. The lightning that had filled his vision suddenly disappeared. Streaks of dazzling, noble purple light shone down from the sky, making Lin Moya's eyes dazzle for a moment. The Divine Thunder disappeared. Lin Moya found he had broken through the sky and arrived above it. All the Divine Thunder was below the sky. Here it was like the eye of a storm, extremely calm. Purple halos entwined here, ribbons dancing in the air. Lin Moya followed the purple ribbons to their source, which was a purple sphere. The purple sphere was incredibly huge, seeming to burn fiercely, releasing powerful energy. It was 7 or 8 tenths similar to the Sun and Moon origin, just smaller in size. Lin Moya could feel it was very powerful, though not as much as the Sun and Moon origin. Earlier, when his soul transcended, he hadn't seen clearly, only seeing the tip of the iceberg. The purple cloud mist was actually just a bit of mist surrounding this huge purple sphere. Only now did he see the full picture. The purple sphere shot out billions of purple halos. The halos turned into countless ribbons, dancing in this space, finally falling onto the sky. Then, Divine Thunder descended from the sky. The 9th level, being closest to the purple sphere and the first stop for the purple halos, had the strongest Divine Thunder. Then, the purple halos continued to fall, becoming the 8th level, 7th level, down to the 1st level. With each level, the power of the purple halos weakened. Lin Moya understood the whole process, knew what was happening, and understood that the purple sphere before him was the root of the entire ancestral grounds, as well as the root of the lightning purple striped tigers. Unexpected that fellow deist Lin could come here. It's truly surprising. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. There was actually someone here. Lin Moya recognized this voice. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw Lei Tian sitting on a purple cloud halo. The current clan leader of the lightning purple striped tigers, a top powerhouse at the 9th level of Dao Venerable, Lei Tian. Lin Moya flew over, saying loudly at the same time, Lin Moya greets clan leader Lei Tian. To meet again here is truly fate. He was like an outsider who had come uninvited, entered someone else's home, and was shamelessly greeting the host. Lei Tian's gaze flickered as he looked at Lin Moya. Indeed, it's fate. How did fellow deist enter here? Can you tell me? His eyes were full of curiosity. How could Lin Moya, with mere 2nd level Dao Venerable cultivation, break through the 9th level and come here? Even he, back then, had gone through many hardships to come here. Back then, he had come as a 9th level Dao Venerable, while Lin Moya was only at the 2nd level. It could no longer be described as a miracle. Lei Tian couldn't describe it in words. Faced with a question from a 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, Lin Moya didn't conceal anything. He knew there wasn't much point in hiding. At this moment, Lei Tian's attention was all on him. Any tiny emotion of his would be captured. If his answer couldn't satisfy Lei Tian might directly kill him. Killing him here, even the Beast Emperor might not know. Under the purple light, Lin Moya had lost all connection with the outside world. This was an extremely independent space. Lin Moya said, "This Lin comprehends the Power Dao. It was the Power Dao that allowed me to come here." Lei Tian murmured, "Power Dao." Lin Moya nodded. "This Lin borrowed your ancestral grounds Divine Thunder to cultivate my physical body and complete advancement. The Power Dao helped me adapt to Divine Thunder. Now I am completely immune to Divine Thunder. So I could come here, unrelated to realm." Lei Tian's pupils contracted. "So that's how it is. The Power Dao actually has such ability. It's truly miraculous." Then he asked again, "Is fellow deist Lin really immune to Divine Thunder?" Lin Moya nodded. "I should be. Otherwise, I couldn't have come here." Lei Tian said, "Then could fellow deist Lin come over and sit? I have something to discuss." Lin Moya didn't refuse and flew towards Lei Tian. Lei Tian was very close to the purple sphere, only about 1,000 meters away. Purple light enveloped every part of his body. Many purple patterns on his body glowed, revealing powerful energy under the purple light. Lin Moya was now nearly 10,000 meters away from him. The 10,000-meter distance was crossed in an instant, but Lin Moya didn't fly very fast. Upon seeing Lei Tian, Lin Moya hadn't relaxed his vigilance. He felt that getting there wouldn't be easy. Perhaps something would happen along the way. Combined with his earlier guess that the lightning purple striped tiger clan leader must go to the 9th level to gain stronger power, Lin Moya had already guessed that the real destination wasn't the 9th level, but here. As Lin Moya approached, he asked at the same time, "Clan leader Lei Tian, what exactly is this place?" Lei Tian's expression was blank. "If you can come over, you'll be qualified to know." As he spoke, the purple sphere suddenly burst with light. Countless purple halos shot out, turning into lightning whips lashing towards Lin Moya. Chapter 3027. Chapter 3027, 3027. Chapter 3027, I'll collect fellow deist Lin's corpse. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Lin Moya wasn't panicked at all. He had no fear of the lightning whips lashing at him from all directions. He could feel that these lightning whips glowing with dark purple light were very powerful. Even a 9th level Dao venerable powerhouse would suffer if struck by one. But no matter how strong, they were still divine thunder. To be precise, these purple halos were the ancestors of divine thunder. But whether ancestors or something else, their essence was still the purple sphere, the mysterious substance inside. As long as the essence hadn't changed, the power Dao could be immune to it. Just like ignoring divine thunder, Lin Moyo ignored these lightning whips, letting them lash at his body. The whips carried tremendous force, exploding on his body. The lightning explosions had no effect on Lin Moyo. Only the lashing force carried by the whips themselves caused a slight change in Lin Moyo's flight angle, but these were minor details, inconsequential. Lei Tian watched, showing a shocked expression. He really is immune. The power Dao is truly so miraculous. This was his first time witnessing the wonders of the power Dao, that it could actually develop immunity to a certain type of attack. If so, the power Dao was indeed terrifyingly strong. Imagine if someone using the power Dao fought against him, and they were evenly matched. Later on, the opponent suddenly became immune to his attacks. What kind of feeling would that be? Just thinking about it was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Lei Tian saw Lin Moyo in a new light. Earlier when the Beast Emperor told him to bring Lin Moyo over, he thought the Beast Emperor was making a fuss over nothing. What was there to see in a mere second-level Dao venerable human? But now, he didn't think so anymore. Lin Moyo indeed had the qualifications to be viewed differently. The power Dao, this mysterious and powerful illusory type Dao, wasn't something that could be mastered casually. At the same time, Lei Tian let out a light sigh. What a pity. His realm is still too low. If he could reach the 7th level, that would be good. He watched with his own eyes as Lin Moyo ignored the lightning whips, crossing the 10,000-meter distance to arrive beside him. About 2,000 meters from the purple light sphere, all the lightning whips completely disappeared, as if having passed a test. Arriving beside Lei Tian, Lin Moyo said, "Clan leader Lei Tian, can you tell me now?" Lei Tian said, "This place is called the Purple Pattern Origin Ground. It's also the core of our clan's true ancestral grounds. Over all these years, you're the first outsider to enter this place. That purple light sphere, we call it the Purple Pattern Origin. It's the foundation of our clan, also the source of our bloodline inheritance. So this was actually the true origin of the lightning purple striped tigers. Normally, such a place should be a forbidden zone for a clan, yet he could enter." Lin Moyo joked, "You're not planning to kill me, are you?" Lei Tian shook his head. "Why would I kill you? There's no rule that outsiders can't come here. I'm just curious how you knew about this place. Only I and a few clan elders know about the existence of the Purple Pattern Origin Ground." Lin Moyo said, "Earlier in the 7th level, I used the power of divine thunder to raise my soul by 1 level. At that time, I saw this place, so I came." Lei Tian said, "It seems you really have a connection with our clan. Have you thought about what you want to do here?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I hadn't thought about it. I was just curious and came to take a look." Lei Tian smiled. "Then you can think about it now." Lin Moyo understood the meaning in Lei Tian's words and immediately cupped his hands. "Please guide me, clan leader Lei." Lin Moyo could feel that Lei Tian was very intelligent and mature, unlike ordinary beasts who were easily impulsive. His way of thinking was more inclined towards humans, but at the same time, he also possessed some beast characteristics, not as scheming as those old fellows among humans. Lei Tian pointed at the purple sphere. "Do you see those purple thunder clouds? If you can obtain one, you can gain the recognition of the purple pattern origin and receive benefits." Lin Moyo looked in the direction Lei Tian pointed, seeing some purple thunder clouds floating outside the purple sphere. These purple thunder clouds were the same as the one under Lei Tian, just different in size. Lin Moyo guessed that the larger the purple thunder cloud obtained, the more benefits one would receive. Lin Moyo was neither hurried nor slow, not showing any excitement. "What specific benefits?" Lei Tian said, "For our clan, we can further strengthen our bloodline, causing bloodline atavism, thereby increasing our strength. As for you, what kind of benefits you can get, I'm not sure." Lin Moyo wasn't a member of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, so Lei Tian couldn't say clearly what benefits he would receive. Before Lin Moyo, no one had ever come here, let alone receive benefits. Lin Moyo continued to ask, "I see these thunder clouds are of different sizes. Is there any difference?" Lei Tian said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to see, right?" While speaking, Lin Moyo had been observing and had long since come to a conclusion. The closer to the purple pattern origin, the larger the thunder clouds. I guess the difficulty of obtaining them is also greater, and of course the benefits would be better. And I see some thunder clouds inside the purple pattern origin as well. Although not large, their color is more intense. I guess the difficulty of obtaining them would be even greater. Lei Tian's gaze contracted slightly, showing great surprise. "You can actually see the thunder clouds inside the purple pattern origin." Lin Moyo frankly admitted, "I can." Lei Tian said, "As you said, the thunder clouds are indeed graded. The larger the volume of the thunder cloud, it does represent better benefits. The thunder clouds inside the purple pattern origin are different from those outside. They are called origin thunder clouds. Origin thunder clouds contain more origin power, at least tens of times more than the external thunder clouds. Naturally, the benefits of obtaining them are greater. But similarly, the difficulty of obtaining them is also extremely high. To be honest, even I don't have the qualifications to obtain them. You can try, but be mentally prepared. If things go wrong, you might die in there." Listening to Lei Tian's explanation, Lin Moyo felt something strange in his heart. Thunder clouds containing origin power could be interpreted in many ways. Some origin power, although powerful, was non-renewable. That kind of origin power was like origin crystals. And some origin power, like origin spirit veins, could continuously produce origin crystals. If it was the latter, then what he had thought before, creating a brand new lightning purple striped tiger ancestral ground in his soul world, wasn't impossible. This way he could continuously obtain divine thunder, which would be very beneficial for Little Moon, Little Mist, and the others. If the divine thunder wasn't used up, it could be given to people in the first city to use. Even if the origin power couldn't be regenerated, it would still be good. At least its current power could be used to evolve a large amount of divine thunder. At least it wouldn't be less than the divine thunder he had collected. Lin Moyo had made up his mind to go into the purple pattern origin to obtain an origin thunder cloud. No matter what, he had to try. Lei Tian saw Lin Moya staring at the purple pattern origin, his gaze becoming more and more determined, and knew he had made a decision. Lei Tian said, "Fellow Deus Lin, are you planning to go into the purple pattern origin?" Lin Moya nodded slightly. "Since I've come, I should try." Lei Tian was not at all polite. "Let me advise you, fellow Deus Lin. Although you are indeed immune to divine thunder, obtaining a thunder cloud is extremely difficult. Even the smallest thunder cloud on the outskirts would be extremely difficult for you to obtain, let alone the thunder clouds inside the purple pattern origin. Moreover, the inside of the purple pattern origin is very dangerous. If fellow Deus Lin insists on going, I promise you, I will definitely collect your corpse." Chapter 3028. Chapter 3028, 3028. Chapter 3028, Power that can't be controlled is not good power. Although Lei Tian was considered mature among beasts, his way of speaking was still not as tactful as humans. If Lin Moyo had said these words himself, there would be no problem. But when Lei Tian said it, Lin Moyo felt it was a bit strange. However, Lin Moyo also knew that beasts were like this, straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. He didn't need to mind it. Instead, he joked, "Then I'll trouble clan leader Lei Tian at that time." Lei Tian was equally blunt, "No problem. You go ahead, leave your affairs after death to me." Lei Tian told Lin Moyo the specific method to obtain a thunder cloud. It was actually very simple: approach it and defeat it. The thunder clouds were like children of the purple pattern origin. As long as one could overcome a thunder cloud, they would gain its recognition. Lin Moya flew towards the purple pattern origin with Lei Tian's blessing. As he got closer to the purple pattern origin, the thunder clouds in his vision grew larger and larger. These thunder clouds were all within 100 meters of the purple pattern origin. The further away, the smaller the thunder clouds. When he was 500 meters away from the purple pattern origin, the thunder clouds before him suddenly underwent some changes. Lin Moya saw purple patterns flashing inside these thunder clouds. These patterns were similar to those on the bodies of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. They weren't like symbols, nor like Dao patterns, but they possessed powerful strength all the same. In the lightning purple striped tiger clan, the complexity of the purple patterns on their bodies varied completely according to their realm level. It was the same here. The smaller the thunder cloud, the simpler the purple patterns inside. The larger the thunder cloud, the more complex the purple patterns inside. Lin Moya's target wasn't the thunder clouds outside, but those inside the purple pattern origin. Those thunder clouds weren't large, but their color was more intense, meaning they had entered another level. When he was 300 meters away, Lin Moya didn't feel any danger. At this time, Lei Tian was also watching Lin Moya, muttering to himself, "It's about to begin." Finally, Lin Moya was only 200 meters away from the purple pattern origin, only 100 meters from the nearest thunder cloud. Suddenly, the purple light in his vision flared. The entire world within sight turned purple. The thunder clouds disappeared. Countless huge purple tigers appeared in Lin Moya's vision. The purple tigers were clad in lightning, their eyes filled with bloodthirst and killing intent, glaring fiercely at Lin Moya. There were many giant tigers. Lin Moya knew he could choose one, and if he overcame it, he could obtain a thunder cloud. This kind of rule was very much in line with the beast race's way of doing things, but the aura these purple tigers exhibited was all at the 9th level of Dao Venerable. Purely in terms of realm, they far surpassed Lin Moyo. Moreover, some tigers' power was even stronger than some 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. Under normal circumstances, Lin Moya couldn't possibly defeat these lightning-clad tigers, nor could he obtain a thunder cloud. But Lin Moyo had no intention of engaging these tigers at all. They weren't his target. Lin Moya didn't move, but slowly observed. The lightning covering these tigers was essentially the same as divine thunder. Lin Moya could also be immune to them. The only thing to defend against was the tigers biting. Looking at their sharp teeth, Lin Moya felt he couldn't withstand if they bit him. For this, he had already thought of a countermeasure. The wings of time curse spread simultaneously, slowly vibrating. The wings of time disturbed time, while the wings of curse spread curses. Lin Moya cursed these tigers to become slow, and this curse took effect silently. The effect might not be ideal, perhaps only weakening them a little, but in the current situation, any weakening was good. The curse spread invisibly. In a vision only Lin Moya could see, a faint red light appeared above the heads of these lightning tigers. This red light was the curse. When everything was ready, the wings of time suddenly began to vibrate rapidly, instantly accelerating to the extreme. Time was completely disrupted. At the same time, the Time Dao True Body was applied to his body. Lin Moya's body merged with time, becoming half real and half illusory. As if teleporting, he instantly crossed a large distance, directly charging into the purple pattern origin. At this time, those lightning tigers hadn't even reacted. By the time they reacted, Lin Moyo had already entered the purple pattern origin. Outside, Lei Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, his mouth was open, unable to say a word for a long time. He kept rubbing his eyes, as if he had seen something miraculous. He, a top powerhouse at the 9th level of Tao Venerable, had seen an unbelievable scene. Was that teleportation just now? Did my eyes deceive me? He saw with his own eyes that Lin Moyu, who had been motionless, suddenly disappeared after spreading his wings, then appeared in front of the purple pattern origin and entered it. Until Lin Moyu entered the purple pattern origin, his shadow still lingered where he had originally been. This speed had exceeded Lei Tian's reaction. Lei Tian instinctively felt that it wasn't that Lin Moyu's speed was fast, but that Lin Moyu had used some secret technique he didn't know about to perform a short-distance teleportation. Only this explanation made Lei Tian feel he could accept it. After all, there were countless secret techniques in the world. Short-distance teleportation techniques weren't unheard of. Inside the purple pattern origin, Lin Moyu deactivated the Wings of Time curse. This was also the first time he had truly used the Wings of Time curse, using the Wings of Curse to curse the opponent, then using the Wings of Time to disturb time, and then using the Time Dao to enhance the Wings of Time. This operation had a very good effect, achieving an effect similar to short-distance teleportation. However, Lin Moyu also didn't know that this method wasn't very good because he couldn't accurately control the distance. The ideal state just now would have been to teleport to just outside the purple pattern origin, then enter. But he had directly charged into the purple pattern origin, which was a failure in controlling the distance. For Lin Moyu, power that couldn't be controlled was not good power. He had once experienced controlling the power of space and knew how important it was to control power. Especially at the moment of teleportation just now, Lin Moyu felt as if he was about to fall into an abyss, with a momentary sense of loss of control. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Lin Moyu thought to himself, before I can fully control this power, I'd better not use it. Fortunately, I still avoided those lightning tigers and entered the purple pattern origin. Lin Moyu surveyed the world inside the purple pattern origin. According to Lei Tian, the world inside the purple pattern origin was very dangerous. He had even thought about collecting Lin Moyu's corpse. This also indicated that Lei Tian had been inside before and had almost died there, otherwise he wouldn't have said so. However, Lei Tian was confident he could come in to collect Lin Moyu's corpse, which also meant that the internal world of the purple pattern origin wasn't necessarily a place of certain death. Lin Moyu didn't move at all, not even his head, just observing his surroundings with his eyes. In a strange and dangerous world, he believed that choosing not to move at all was certainly not wrong. Lin Moyu had even completely suppressed his aura, not releasing any trace of it. His eyes observed this world as much as possible within the visible range. Inside the purple pattern origin, purple thunder clouds floated. These thunder clouds also had extremely complex purple patterns on them. Now they looked just like thunder clouds, but when approached, they would turn into fierce tigers. To obtain a thunder cloud, one had to overcome them. Chapter 3029. Chapter 3029, 3029. Chapter 3029, Die. Inside the purple pattern origin, thunderclouds that seemed small but were extremely powerful, containing origin power, were floating randomly. Their movement had no discernible pattern, moving left and right, fast and slow. But they also seemed to be influenced by some force, with each thunder cloud having its own trajectory. Lin Moyu observed for a moment and had already noticed this point. A thunder cloud floated by not far from him. When it approached within 100 meters of Lin Moyu, it suddenly turned into a lightning tiger. The lightning tiger stared at Lin Moyu, the outsider, as if it might attack at any moment. Lin Moyu suppressed his aura and didn't move at all. He didn't move, and the lightning tiger didn't attack either. A moment later, the thunder cloud floated away. After the distance exceeded 100 meters, the lightning tiger turned back into a thunder cloud. After experiencing this a few times, Lin Moyu already knew that as long as he didn't move, these thunder clouds wouldn't actively attack. With this discovery, he became more at ease, observing the world inside the purple pattern origin. As the core of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, the purple pattern origin was the origin of the entire race and must contain great mysteries, especially those mysterious origin substances. If he could thoroughly research them, it would definitely be of great benefit to himself. Lin Moyu carefully observed the entire interior of the origin. He slowly turned his body, not causing any disturbance, looking over inch by inch, not missing any detail. Finally, he made some discoveries. All the thunder clouds had their own movement patterns. The range of the thunder clouds' rotation varied in size, and their speed varied from fast to slow, appearing chaotic. But whether rotating left and right, up and down, or diagonally, they all revolved around a central point. Then Lin Moyu locked onto this central point and looked closely. Through the gaps between countless thunder clouds, Lin Moyu saw a huge symbol. Yes, it was a symbol. This symbol was the most complex and largest symbol Lin Moyu had ever seen. The entire symbol was like an independent world, divided into countless layers. Each layer could be broken down into countless independent complex symbols. Lin Moyu had never seen such a symbol before, nor had he ever imagined that a symbol could be so complex. He looked at it as if he had found a treasure, feeling an impulse to rush over, take the symbol away, and study it carefully. But he quickly suppressed his impulse. He knew very well that if he really did this, then Lei Tian could come to collect his corpse. Worse, he might not even be able to collect the corpse. Lin Moyu didn't rush over, but admired the symbol with amazement. What kind of being could draw such a symbol? This symbol is the core of the entire purple pattern origin, and also the true origin of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. If I could thoroughly research the symbol, could I create a similar race? He was fascinated by what he saw, but also became more and more confused as he looked. His eyes, originally flashing with brilliance, gradually lost focus. This incredibly complex and exquisite symbol kept enlarging in Lin Moya's vision, then rushed towards him. Boom! His soul world shook violently. A terrifying force directly crashed into his soul world. Not just his soul world, but the great world was also impacted. Even the world where the skeleton hell was located was similarly impacted. This force was incredibly powerful, seeming to want to tear Lin Moya's rule world to pieces. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly let out a clear dragon roar, and the world tree also shook frantically, but to no avail. In the next second, Lin Moya's soul was about to collapse. At this moment, the soul gem on the Calamity Scepter flashed brightly, releasing a thick earthy yellow light, blocking the soul impact for Lin Moyo. At the same time, this layer of earthy yellow light also enveloped the entire rule world. The violently shaking rule world finally calmed down. Lin Moya's soul suddenly awoke, showing a shocked expression. I almost died. If the soul gem hadn't suddenly acted, he would have already died. It wouldn't have mattered if he died, as the new life talent could resurrect him. But the attack just now not only attacked his soul but also his rule world. Once the rule world collapsed, the great world would collapse with it, and all living beings in the great world would die, not one left. This loss was something Lin Moyo couldn't bear. Fortunately, the soul gem protected his rule world at the last moment. Lin Moyo held the Calamity Scepter and said softly, "Thank you." The Calamity Scepter had no reaction. The soul gem was as arrogant as ever, disdaining to converse with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo calmed down and didn't dare to look at that symbol again. He knew that symbol was not something he could touch at his current level. At most, he could admire it with reverence and worship it. If he tried to research it, that would be disrespectful and would lead to backlash. The symbol that could create the lightning purple striped tiger clan and evolve the ancestral grounds had already surpassed the 9th level of Dao Venerable. It was at least a great Dao realm existence, far beyond what he could compare to. But not being able to now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. Lin Moyo had confidence in himself. One day, he would also be able to draw a symbol of the same level, or even stronger. As for now, it was more practical to obtain a thunder cloud. Lin Moyo quickly locked onto his target, a thunder cloud with a very intense color. Its volume wasn't large, but the intensity of its color surpassed most of the thunder clouds. Outside the origin, thunder clouds were ranked by size. Inside the origin, the strength of thunder clouds was distinguished by color. The thunder cloud Lin Moyo chose was at least among the top in strength among all thunder clouds. Of course, its position was also quite far, near the core symbol. Lin Moyo carefully approached, avoiding other floating thunder clouds. After spending some time, he finally approached his target. When he was 100 meters away, his chosen thunder cloud transformed into a lightning tiger. This lightning tiger was very powerful. In Lin Moya's perception, it was even more powerful than Lei Tian. It was surrounded by countless purple-black divine thunderbolts. Lin Moyo ignored the divine thunder, as it posed no threat to him. The real threat was this lightning tiger. If it rushed over and bit him once, he absolutely couldn't withstand it. The gap between 2nd level and 9th level Dao Venerable was too great. Power Dao True Body and the like were useless. No matter how many techniques he had, he couldn't block the opponent's attack. To obtain the Thunder Cloud, he had to defeat it. There was no other way. Lin Moyo slowly approached. When he was 50 meters away, the lightning tiger suddenly launched an attack. With a tiger's roar, purple divine thunder rained down towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo ignored the divine thunder. A trace of his fate Dao separated, silently following the divine thunder attack, completing the Dao lock on the enemy. The divine thunder fell on his body without any harm, but in a flash, the lightning tiger had rushed over, its speed incredibly fast. Lin Moya's vision blurred, and it was already in front of him. Without giving Lin Moya time to react, the entire tiger body slammed into him. Lin Moya's body shattered on the spot. The gap between 2nd level and 9th level Dao Venerable was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Moya simply couldn't withstand it. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moya completed his rebirth. Seeing Lin Moyo hadn't died, the lightning tiger roared again, divine thunder erupting. At this moment, Lin Moyo also pointed a finger. Die. Chapter 3030. Chapter 3030, 3030. Chapter 3030, detonating a 9th level Dao Venerable, Lin Moya's trump card. At Lin Moya's fingertip, primal water dissipated, and at the same time, a vast amount of belief power was burning in his soul world. Lin Moya used a full 10 drops of primal water, plus over 100 million units of belief power, fusing them into the Dao pattern of corpse explosion. The dual empowerment of primal water and belief power greatly enhanced the power of corpse explosion. Lin Moya now had 2 9th level Dao Venerable corpses. He had 2 chances, but Lin Moyo couldn't use up both corpses, so for Lin Moyo, he only had 1 chance. He had to kill with 1 strike, so naturally he had to push the power of corpse explosion to the limit. The 9th level Dao Venerable corpse obtained from the 3rd ancestor vanished into thin air, truly turning to ash. As divine thunder crashed into his body, a terrifying explosion occurred inside the purple pattern origin. The lightning tiger's body exploded violently, then the terrifying power swept through the entire purple pattern origin. A frightening aura burst out from the explosion. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly as he felt the strength of this aura. This was a good opportunity. He could use this chance to know where the limit of his corpse explosion lay. The other corpse, he planned to use against Elder Ku Ron. Elder Ku Ron was a great Dao realm powerhouse. Even if restricted to only 30% of his power, he still far surpassed a 9th level Dao Venerable. Moreover, he was a plant-based being with extremely powerful vitality. Lin Moyo couldn't calculate through imagination alone whether his corpse explosion could cause enough damage to him. This attempt became extremely crucial. Through the aura, Lin Moya judged that under the dual empowerment of primal water and belief power, detonating a 9th level Dao Venerable corpse had already exceeded the limit of 9th level Dao Venerable. Even if it hadn't truly reached the level of Great Dao Realm, it wouldn't be too far off. At least it could kill a 9th level Dao Venerable like Lei Tian without any problem. As for whether it could kill Elder Ku Rong, there was no guarantee, but Lin Moya felt there shouldn't be any problem in at least injuring him. Overall, Lin Moya was very satisfied with the power of Corpse Explosion. The Lightning Tiger couldn't withstand Corpse Explosion and was blasted to pieces on the spot, dying as thoroughly as possible. Even the Thunder Cloud that had evolved it was blasted apart, but this was the purple pattern origin. The Thunder Cloud couldn't truly be destroyed. The blasted Thunder Cloud quickly reassembled, returning to its previous form. It didn't evolve into a Lightning Tiger again, but flew towards Lin Moya, lightly landing at his feet. Lin Moya felt he had formed a mysterious connection with the Thunder Cloud. Waves of powerful energy entered his body from the Thunder Cloud. Lin Moya then realized that the mysterious substance that could strengthen bloodlines and enhance physical bodies and souls was actually the origin power in the purple pattern origin. To be precise, the mysterious substance was just the origin power that had evolved into Divine Thunder after leaving the purple pattern origin, existing in the form of Divine Thunder to be absorbed by people. In this evolution process, the origin power was depleted, losing some of its effects. The purple pattern origin also had an extremely special effect, which was to amplify techniques. Any technique, with its empowerment, would increase in power. Especially lightning-type techniques, which received the greatest amplification. This was why the clan leaders of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan, after reaching the 9th level of Dao Venerable, had to come to the 9th level. Actually, they needed to break through the 9th level, enter the purple pattern origin ground, and obtain a Thunder Cloud. The origin power contained in the Thunder Clouds could make their techniques' power multiply, thus making the successive clan leaders of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan top existences among 9th level Dao Venerables. This was also one of the foundations for them to become a royal clan. But obtaining a Thunder Cloud wasn't easy and was full of danger. There had been several clan leaders who died here before, like Lei Tian, who had obtained a Thunder Cloud, but had to come in every time the ancestral grounds opened to replenish the origin power in his Thunder Cloud. The origin power in the Thunder Clouds would also be exhausted and needed replenishment. Lin Moya knew that the Thunder Cloud he had obtained contained at least 100 times more origin power than Lei Tian's. It wouldn't need replenishment for a very long time. With the purple pattern origin, Lin Moya felt his confidence in facing Elder Ku Rong had increased by several points. Moreover, this purple pattern origin could also evolve into Divine Thunder. The origin power contained in one Thunder Cloud was more than the total of all the Divine Thunder he had absorbed before. Shortly after Lin Moya obtained the Thunder Cloud, the symbol at the core of the purple pattern origin suddenly emitted 10,000 rays of purple light. A gentle, invisible force pushed Lin Moya out of the origin. The force was very gentle. Along the way, none of the Thunder Clouds turned into fierce tigers. Lin Moya had now gained the recognition of the origin and would no longer face danger here. Similarly, he couldn't obtain a second Thunder Cloud. Each person could only obtain one. Leaving the purple pattern origin, Lin Moya returned riding the Thunder Cloud. The first thing he saw was Lei Tian standing there with a complex gaze. Lin Moya flew over on the Thunder Cloud. Clan leader Lei Tian, what's wrong? Lei Tian's gaze was extremely complex, unable to describe what emotion it was, as if it contained all kinds of emotions. He looked at Lin Moya. How did you do it? Lin Moya asked, do what? Lei Tian organized his words. Just now, I felt a power even stronger than 9th level Dao Venerable. Was it fellow Daoist Lin's work? Lin Moya smiled and nodded, not directly answering, but it was as good as an admission. Lei Tian didn't press further. Actually, just looking at the Thunder Cloud under Lin Moya's feet, the answer was already very obvious. Although the Thunder Cloud under Lin Moya's feet wasn't large, the power contained within it far surpassed his own. Lei Tian finally couldn't help but sigh. Fellow Daoist Lin, what a great technique. Lin Moya politely responded, just a bit of good luck, that's all. Lei Tian said, the Beast Emperor once said that luck is also part of one's strength, even a large part. All those who can achieve great things have very good luck. Mist filled Lin Moya's gaze as he saw Lei Tian's fortune. Lei Tian's fortune was very strong. As the leader of a clan, his fortune naturally wouldn't be weak. Strong as it was, his fortune, like that of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan, was unstable, fluctuating greatly. By rights, it shouldn't be like this. Lin Moya judged that Lei Tian's personal fortune was very strong, but his fortune was also affected by the clan's fortune, sometimes weakening. From this, it could be 100% determined that something must have happened to the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. Moreover, this matter would affect the fate of the entire race, even leading the race towards decline. Lin Moya felt that the higher-ups of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan also knew their race faced danger and were looking for solutions. Seeking people with illusory-type Daos was one of the solutions. Having already agreed to stay for Lei Hao, Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and directly asked, Clan leader Lei Tian, are you looking for people who possess illusory-type Daos? Lei Tian was slightly startled, his gaze becoming serious. That's right, we've been searching for many years but haven't found anyone. Actually, many people know about this. Although fellow Daoist Lin masters the power Dao, unfortunately fellow Daoist Lin's realm isn't high enough. Suddenly, he thought of the astonishing aura that had burst out from the purple pattern origin earlier. His gaze towards Lin Moya instantly changed. Chapter 30-31. Chapter 30-31, 3031. Chapter 30-31, One side is sugar, one side is poison. Lei Tian's gaze was intense, staring at Lin Moyo as if looking at some heaven-defying treasure. Fellow Deus Lin, could I ask you to stay for a while after the ancestral grounds trip? Lin Moya said, earlier, Lei Hao also told me to stay after the ancestral grounds trip, saying the clan elders might have something to discuss with me. Lei Hao. Lei Tian's gaze showed contemplation, as if searching for information about this Lei Hao person. Although Lei Hao was one of the direct line successors and might become the next clan leader, currently Lei Hao was still only a celestial venerable, with a very long way to go before becoming the next clan leader. The distance between Lei Hao and Lei Tian was too great, far from entering Lei Tian's notice. Perhaps when Lei Hao became a Dao venerable above the 4th level, he would be known to Lei Tian. Lei Tian searched his memory for a moment, finally finding information about Lei Hao from some corner. Is the Lei Hao fellow Deus Lin mentioned one of the direct line successors? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, that Lei Hao. Does clan leader Lei Tian remember him? Lei Tian said, I've heard of him, but the successors of his generation are all too weak. Currently I've only heard of him. If I remember correctly, his father is called Lei Ding, and his mother is called Lei Na. Lei Ding is a 7th level elder of our clan, and is very likely to become one of the clan elders. So fellow Deist Lin's spot came from that little fellow Lei Hao. The information Lei Tian provided matched what Lin Moya knew. Lei Hao was just a name that had appeared a few times in Lei Tian's memory, but he was more familiar with Lei Hao's father Lei Ding. Lin Moya said, this time I entered your clan's ancestral grounds and killed some of your clan members. I hope clan leader Lei Tian won't mind. Lei Tian's gaze changed slightly. Killing one's own clan members in one's ancestral grounds was like slapping one's own face. If anyone else dared to say this, he might have attacked directly, but now it was Lin Moya saying this. Lei Tian didn't think about attacking at all, but patiently asked, for what reason did you kill people? Lin Moya recounted the matters of Lei Xian and later Little Five. Lei Tian's gaze finally softened. Among the people Lin Moya killed, there weren't many from the direct line, mostly from branch lines. And direct line members like Lei Xian without guardians, if they died, they just died. The beast race had long been accustomed to this kind of fighting and killing. Calculating it, it wasn't really a big deal. Lei Tian waved his hand, those fellows deserved to die. Didn't they think, was a sole progenitor beast something they could covet? Did their lives, their fortune, qualify to bear a sole progenitor beast? One after another not knowing the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. If they didn't die by fellow Deist Lin's hand, they would have died by someone else's sooner or later. The implication was that he didn't blame Lin Moyo at all, and even seemed to be currying favor. Lin Moyo understood his meaning, clan leader, just speak directly. What business do you have for me to stay? Lei Tian said, we want to ask fellow Deist Lin for help, but the specifics can't be said now. Lin Moyo looked at Lei Tian, probing, it should be related to the outer gods, right? Lei Tian was thunderstruck, freezing on the spot. How does fellow Deist Lin know about the outer gods? From Lei Tian's reaction, Lin Moya knew his guess wasn't wrong. Clan leader Lei Tian needn't be so alarmed. The outer gods aren't such a big secret. Many people know about them. It's normal for me to know. I won't ask more. After the ancestral grounds trip ends, you can come find me. Lei Tian nodded, good. At this moment, his heart carried some excitement, feeling there was hope to resolve his clan's troubles. Lin Moya's calmness when mentioning the outer gods was completely different from others, giving Lei Tian full confidence. In the remaining days, Lin Moyo and Lei Tian chatted idly. Lin Moyo would occasionally mention Lei Hao. Gradually, Lei Hao's impression in Lei Tian's memory became deeper and deeper. If he could help the lightning purple striped tigers get through this crisis, besides the support of the clan elders, he could also gain the clan leader's support. Then Lei Hao's future position as clan leader would be 99% secure. Several days later, a beam of purple light shot out from the purple pattern origin, falling from the 9th level, penetrating the entire ancestral grounds. Immediately after, a vast force swept through, driving out everyone in the ancestral grounds. In an instant, the ancestral grounds were empty. Lin Moya's vision blurred, and he found himself back in Purple Tiger City, back in Lei Hao's courtyard. Lei Hao was standing not far from him, still with eyes tightly closed, immersed in cultivation. Lightning was constantly flickering on Lei Hao's body. He was still absorbing the last bit of divine thunder. Lin Moya looked at Lei Hao, his eyes narrowing slightly. He discovered a secret of the purple pattern origin. The mysterious substance in the divine thunder quickly turned into something else after leaving the ancestral grounds. This thing was toxic, the poison Lei Hao had mentioned before. The more divine thunder a person absorbed in the ancestral grounds, the more thunder poison they would have. It took a long time to completely expel the thunder poison, so that's how thunder poison is produced. The mysterious substance evolved by the purple pattern origin has two sides. One side is sugar, one side is poison. If one could stay in the ancestral grounds forever, it would always be sugar. Once leaving the ancestral grounds, it becomes poison. Lin Moya found that he hadn't accumulated any thunder poison in his body. The reason was that he had completely absorbed the mysterious substance in the divine thunder, leaving nothing behind. Thinking again, Lin Moya muttered to himself, I have a thunder cloud. The thunder cloud contains the purple pattern origin. Can the purple pattern origin be used to dispel thunder poison? Thunder poison was transformed from the mysterious substance, and the source of the mysterious substance was the purple pattern origin. Logically, the purple pattern origin should be able to dispel thunder poison. Thinking led to action. The Lei Hao before him was the best test subject. At this time, the thunder cloud was quietly staying in his soul world. In a corner of the soul world, oceans formed from divine thunder were divided into different levels, like steps, each level stronger than the one below. The thunder cloud containing the purple pattern origin was at the highest level. Its level was the highest, with divine thunder being just its evolved form. Lin Moya mobilized the power of the thunder cloud, waving a ball of purple energy onto Lei Hao's body. The thunder poison Lei Hao had previously accumulated was immediately dispersed by the purple energy, 7 or 8 tenths gone. Next time the ancestral grounds opened, Lei Hao could enter without worrying about the thunder poison problem. The effect was very good. The purple pattern origin in the thunder cloud could indeed dispel thunder poison. This way, Little Five, Little Mist, and the others wouldn't have to worry about the thunder poison problem. They could continuously absorb divine thunder to cultivate until they were completely saturated. But it wouldn't be so easy for them to become saturated. They didn't have the power Tao, making it difficult for them to develop immunity to the mysterious substance in the divine thunder. The power Tao had both advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moya could no longer absorb divine thunder to cultivate. Though it seemed a pity, Lin Moya didn't regret comprehending the power Tao at all. Whoosh! Suddenly Lei Hao let out a long breath and opened his tiger eyes. Divine thunder flickered in his tiger eyes. Lei Hao's aura was much stronger than before entering the ancestral grounds. His realm had reached peak celestial venerable. Lei Hao laughed loudly, finally back. Come, brother Lin, let's drink. Chapter 3032. Chapter 3032, 3032. Chapter 3032, How much compensation? Fellow deist Lin can name your price. The straightforward Lei Hao's first thing after returning was to find Lin Moya to drink. The reason wasn't that he had advanced to peak celestial venerable, nor that he had gained some benefit in the ancestral grounds, but because he had gained a brother in life and death. Lei Hao poured himself drinks, calling brother with every mouthful. Lin Moya smiled. Aren't you worried at all that I killed Lei Xian, and your father will come to settle accounts with me? Lei Hao said loudly, that Lei Xian fellow deserved to die. He brought it on himself, how can he blame anyone else? If father comes to settle accounts with you, I'll stand in front of you. If he wants to kill you, he'll have to kill me first. I want to see if he dares to kill me. He had the look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, as if certain his father wouldn't kill him. Seeing his expression, Lin Moya naturally thought of 4 words, biting the hand that feeds you. If his father Lei Ding knew about this, who knows what he would think. Suddenly, a powerful aura crashed in from outside the courtyard. The courtyard gate shattered, and an angry voice came from outside. You ungrateful brat, actually colluding with outsiders to kill your own brother. Lin Moya was slightly startled. What a coincidence. He instinctively looked at Lei Hao's fortune and saw that Lei Hao's fortune had undergone huge fluctuations, currently at its lowest point. The fortune of every lightning purple striped tiger clan member would fluctuate with the entire race's fortune. The higher one's realm, the stronger their personal fortune, and the less affected they were by the race's fortune. For celestial venerables like Lei Hao, with insufficient personal strength and fortune, they were greatly affected by the race's fortune. However, Lin Moya also saw that Lei Hao's fortune was influenced by his own fortune, so although his fortune was at its lowest, it was rapidly rising. Lin Moya wasn't at all flustered by Lei Ding's arrival. Just a 7th level elder, though troublesome, he didn't take him seriously. Moreover, Lei Tian should arrive soon. Lei Hao didn't know any of this. He quickly moved in front of Lin Moya, looking at the angry Lei Ding. Father, let's talk this over. Lei Ding's body emitted purple light, with patterns glowing under his fur. He glared angrily at Lei Hao. You two brothers, no matter how you compete and kill each other, I don't care. But don't forget the rule I set down, you can't collude with outsiders. Lei Hao said, when did I collude with outsiders? It was Lei Xian who colluded with outsiders to try to kill brother Lin, but ended up being killed by brother Lin. Lei Ding shouted angrily, regardless, this outsider entered the ancestral grounds using your spot. Lei Xian died by his hand in the ancestral grounds. He must pay the price. Get out of the way quickly, or I'll beat you too. Lei Hao said, Father, if you want to kill brother Lin, you'll have to kill me first. At this moment, Lin Moya gently patted Lei Hao's shoulder, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lei Hao. Lei Ding, is it? Regarding Lei Xian's death, originally for Lei Hao's sake, I didn't want to mention it again. Since you now want to kill me, then I won't be polite. Let's settle the account of Lei Xian. Lin Moya's few sentences stunned both Lei Hao and Lei Ding, especially Lei Ding. It was clearly him coming to settle accounts with Lin Moya, but from Lin Moya's words, how did it become him coming to settle accounts with Lei Ding? This wasn't right. Lin Moya didn't give him time to think. Lei Xian attacked me and was killed in retaliation. Although he died, the fact that he attacked me is true. So this account should be settled on your head. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Lin Moya turned from guest to host, directly asking Lei Ding for compensation. Compensation? After being stunned for a few seconds, Lei Ding finally reacted, roaring, compensate my ass. My son is dead, and you dare ask me for compensation. Lin Moya still had a matter-of-fact expression, of course. What your son Lei Xian did is called attempted murder. He died because he was less skilled. He deserved it. The compensation can't be reduced by a bit. Lei Ding was already confused by anger. He found that Lin Moya was truly unreasonable. Though he had no reason, every sentence was said with righteous confidence. He almost got drawn in. Go to hell. Lei Ding didn't want to waste more words with Lin Moya and directly moved to kill him. At this moment, Lei Hao again stood in front of Lin Moya, with a look of facing death unflinchingly, saying kill me first if you want to kill him. Lei Ding naturally wouldn't really kill Lei Hao. He roared, Lei Hao, get out of the way quickly. Lei Hao was very firm, I won't. If you want to kill brother Lin, kill me first. Lin Moya spoke again at this time. I didn't expect Lei Hao's father to be such a person, so unreasonable, refusing to pay compensation and wanting to silence people by killing them. Lei Ding was about to explode with anger, gritting his teeth. Compensate your ass. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly an authoritative voice rang out. Of course there must be compensation. How much compensation? Fellow deist Lin can name your price. A powerful aura fell from the sky, enveloping the entire estate. Beams of purple light shot out from the pagoda in the center of Purple Tiger City, covering the entire city. In Purple Tiger City, in the area where the lightning purple striped tiger clan lived, there was a 10,000-meter tall tower reaching into the sky, called the Purple Tiger Pagoda. The top area of the Purple Tiger Pagoda was perpetually surrounded by lightning, emitting a formidable aura. At this moment, purple light turned into clouds and mist, covering Purple Tiger City. Within the clouds and mist, dense purple lightning danced like electric snakes. A terrifying aura poured down like a waterfall. A huge purple tiger appeared within the clouds and mist. Lin Moya sensed Lei Tian's aura and inwardly laughed. Just to make an appearance, is such a big commotion necessary? Within the lightning purple striped tiger clan, the clan leader's authority was supreme. Usually Lei Tian rarely moved, but now that he moved, he created such a grand display. It was really quite frightening. Not just Lei Ding, but countless lightning purple striped tiger clan members in Purple Tiger City now felt the terrifying pressure brought by Lei Tian. All lightning purple striped tiger clan members knew their clan leader was about to appear. The clan leader was usually elusive, rarely seen under normal circumstances. Now he was actually going to appear in public. Countless people knelt on the ground, respectfully awaiting Lei Tian. Lei Ding's body trembled. He had clearly heard what his clan leader said. Compensation naturally had to be paid. These words were obviously directed at him, and his clan leader called Lin Moy fellow deist Lin, indicating they knew each other. Lei Hao showed a strange expression. Brother Lin, you know the clan leader? Lin Moya smiled. I said before, I had met your clan leader once. No, it's more than once now. In the ancestral grounds, I met him again. Lei Ding's body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, you met the clan leader in the ancestral grounds. As a 7th level elder, he knew his clan leader had also gone to the ancestral grounds this time, and had entered the 9th level. For Lin Moya to have seen Lei Tian meant Lin Moya had also gone to the 9th level. But how could a 2nd level Dao Venerable enter the 9th level? Lei Ding felt his brain wasn't working well enough. No matter how he thought, he couldn't understand what was going on. The purple tiger in the sky suddenly flew downwards, aiming directly at where Lei Ding was. The tiger changed form as it descended, finally appearing before Lin Moya with Lei Tian's face. Chapter 3033. Chapter 3033, 3033. Chapter 3033. My sincerity towards Brother Lin is absolute. Lei Tian appeared, and Lei Ding's body trembled. He immediately bowed respectfully. Lei Ding greets the clan leader. Lei Hao knelt on the ground, performing a deep kowtow to Lei Tian. Lei Hao pays respects to the clan leader. The beast race also had very strict rules. 7th level elders and other clan members were treated completely differently when meeting the clan leader. Normally, Lei Hao had no qualifications to see Lei Tian. In Lei Hao's memory, he had only seen Lei Tian once, on the day he became a successor and received a guardian. He still remembered that when he saw Lei Tian then, it was like seeing a divine being. The terrifying pressure of a 9th level Dao Venerable's aura was unforgettable for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, he could see Lei Tian again today, and even see him up close. Lei Tian's gaze swept over Lei Ding, his eyes carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, then fell on Lei Hao. Rise. Lei Hao immediately stood up. Thank you, clan leader. Lei Tian's gaze lingered on Lei Hao for a moment. Your name is Lei Hao, right? Lei Hao nodded vigorously. Yes, clan leader, I am Lei Hao. Lei Tian said, you're not bad. Your bloodline is good, and your judgment is even better. Then he looked at Lei Ding again. You've raised a good son. As for the one who died, let him be dead. Lei Ding's body trembled. Lei Tian's words had already settled the matter. Let him be dead, this matter was over. No matter how unwilling he was afterwards, he couldn't trouble Lin Moya over this matter. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful Lei Tian, Lei Ding could only respond, I understand. Lei Tian made a sound of acknowledgement, then looked at Lin Moya. Fellow deist Lin, you mentioned compensation earlier. How do you want to be compensated? Feel free to speak. Lin Moya smiled. That was just a joke earlier. Although Lei Xian attacked me first, he still died by my hand. Let's call this matter even. Lei Tian said, alright, since fellow deist Lin says so, then it's even. Lin Moya suddenly realized that Lei Tian was very clever. He first told Lei Ding that Lei Xian's matter was over, then asked Lin Moya. This way, he gave Lin Moya full face. Although these were just small details, if one wasn't clever, they definitely wouldn't think of them. Lei Tian said, please come to the Purple Tiger Pagoda, fellow deist Lin. Several clan elders are already waiting. Lin Moya said, please lead the way, clan leader Lei Tian. Lei Tian transformed into a fierce tiger, charging towards the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Behind him, he left a long purple light band, like a welcoming carpet for an honored guest. Lin Moya stepped onto the light band, which immediately rolled up, carrying Lin Moya towards the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Lei Tian flew into the clouds, and the light band also extended into the clouds. Lei Ding's body trembled. They're actually going to the top of the pagoda. Lei Hao was also in disbelief. Wasn't it said that outsiders aren't allowed to enter the top of the pagoda? Lei Ding said, it was only said that under normal circumstances, outsiders aren't allowed to enter. The current situation is obviously not normal. Lei Hao nodded blankly. Indeed not normal. Brother Lin isn't an ordinary person. Lei Ding suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "How did you get to know him? Tell me in detail from beginning to end." Lei Hao made a sound of acknowledgement and immediately began to explain in detail. Starting from the Realm Sea world, to the several days of heavy drinking they had recently, to the ancestral grounds trip, he spoke without missing a word, not omitting any details. After listening, Lei Ding pondered, in the future, get along well with him. This kind of person, you must treat with sincerity, understand? Lei Hao said, my sincerity towards Brother Lin is absolute. As the two spoke, they seemed to display deep father-son affection at this moment. As for Lei Xian, he had truly died in vain. Years later, no one would remember there was once a direct descendant called Lei Xian. Lin Moya stood on the light band, entering the top of the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Inside the Purple Tiger Pagoda, it was its own space. Here, Lin Moya saw dozens of 7th level and above elders. It seemed that only 7th level and above elders could come up to the top space of the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Several 7th level and above elders saw Lin Moya, each showing surprised expressions. For countless years, this was the first time an outsider had been welcomed here. Because Lin Moya, an outsider, was personally brought by Lei Tian, these 7th level elders didn't say anything. Lei Tian walked half a step ahead of Lin Moya, leading him into the pagoda. At the same time, he introduced, the Purple Tiger Pagoda is 12,000 meters high, with 995 floors. This is the highest part of the Purple Tiger Pagoda, the 995th floor. Outsiders are generally not allowed to enter the Purple Tiger Pagoda, especially this 995th floor. Fellow deist Lin is the first outsider to enter here in countless years. Lin Moya was surprised. Why is that? In his view, if even the ancestral grounds could be open to outsiders, why couldn't the Purple Tiger Pagoda be opened? Was there some secret? Lei Tian said, because there's a secret hidden in the Purple Tiger Pagoda. This secret is very dangerous and not suitable for outsiders to know. Of course, fellow deist Lin isn't an outsider. To keep this secret, our clan has to dispatch a large number of people to guard here every year. Lin Moya asked, is it related to the outer gods? After entering this space, Lin Moya had sensed an aura belonging to the outer gods. This aura was neither strong nor weak, but omnipresent. Lei Tian said, yes, it's related to the outer gods. Lin Moya was somewhat puzzled. Why don't you ask the Beast Emperor to take action and destroy the outer gods? The Beast Emperor should have that ability. Lei Tian said, we once asked the Beast Emperor to take action, but unfortunately even the Beast Emperor's actions were useless. In the end, the Beast Emperor could only help us strengthen the Purple Tiger Pagoda's defenses. At that time, the Beast Emperor said only illusory type Daos could help us solve the problem. This Purple Tiger Pagoda has entangled too much of our clan's energy. At least 2/3 of our clan elders are stationed here, unable to move. Besides the clan elders, the power invested in this pagoda each year also amounts to 1/10 of the entire clan's strength. Lin Moya finally understood why the lightning purple striped tiger's fortune would be strong at times and weak at others. When a large portion of a race's strength is entangled by something, that race's fortune naturally can't be very strong. Moreover, the situation was even worse than that. Lin Moya asked, from what I see, the situation is probably getting worse, right? Lei Tian's gaze moved slightly, and he sighed, that's right, the situation is getting worse. Thousands of years ago, the Purple Tiger Pagoda only entangled about 1/3 of our clan's strength. Over thousands of years, our suppression has become more and more difficult, and the clan's strength entangled has become larger and larger. If this continues, we might have to use the entire clan's strength to suppress the Purple Tiger Pagoda. At that time, Lei Tian didn't continue, but the meaning in his words was clear to anyone. Lin Moya heard the helplessness in Lei Tian's words. I will do my best. Please tell me in detail, clan leader, what exactly is going on? At this time, Lei Tian had brought Lin Moya to the depths of the space. He lightly pressed in the void, and countless complex purple patterns immediately appeared in the space. Then, the space changed, and they entered the second layer of space here. Lin Moya instinctively looked forward, and an extremely disgusting feeling immediately rose from the depths of his soul. Chapter 3034. Chapter 3034, 3034. Chapter 3034, Men die for wealth, strong ones die for realm. An intense feeling of disgust rose in his soul. Lin Moya knew there must be an outer god here. It was a real outer god, not a divine pet. Moreover, this outer god was very strong, not much different from the one seen in the Ice and Fire secret realm. Having encountered outer gods many times, Lin Moya roughly knew how to judge their strength. The simplest method was to judge through the feeling of disgust. For many people, the disgust brought by outer gods might be the same. But in Lin Moya's perception, even the disgust brought by the Tao had obvious differences. From what he could tell so far, the disgust brought by divine pets was the weakest, while that of outer gods was much stronger. The stronger the outer god, the more intense the disgust. This feeling brought by the Tao couldn't be wrong. Lin Moya trusted the Tao. But even with the same disgust, Lin Moya still felt some differences. Previously, when seeing outer gods, while feeling disgust, the Tao would issue orders, like assigning a mission that must be completed, to eliminate the outer god or divine pet encountered. But now, when the disgust arose, the Tao didn't issue any orders. In other words, even if he didn't eliminate this outer god, it didn't matter. The Tao wouldn't impose punishment. From this, Lin Moya immediately felt that this outer god was unusual. In the second layer of space on the 995th floor of the Purple Tiger Pagoda, Lin Moya's gaze was like lightning, searching around. He didn't see the outer god. Although the disgust still existed, the outer god wasn't here. Lin Moyo asked with confusion. Clan leader Lei Tian, I sense the disgust, but I don't see the outer god. Lei Tian showed a bitter smile. This is its special characteristic. Come, I'll explain as we walk. Saying this, Lei Tian continued walking towards the depths of the second layer of space. Lin Moyo observed the second layer of space. Besides the aura of the outer god, there was another familiar aura here, belonging to the Beast Emperor. Mastering the Space Dao himself, he was extremely sensitive to spatial changes. He could sense that the first layer of space in the Purple Tiger Pagoda and the second layer of space they were in now were not created by the same person. The one who arranged the second layer of space was the Beast Emperor, leaving the Beast Emperor's aura. Lin Moyo asked, if I'm not mistaken, this layer of space was arranged by the Beast Emperor, right? Lei Tian's eyebrows twitched twice. I didn't expect fellow deist Lin to see even this. Lin Moyo smiled. I've met the Beast Emperor once, so I can sense his aura. Lei Tian's gaze showed slight surprise. Fellow deist Lin's spiritual perception is truly incredibly keen. The Beast Emperor had arranged the second layer of space thousands of years ago. The aura left behind had faded to the extreme, yet Lin Moyo could still sense it. Lin Moyo smiled. Please tell me, what exactly is the situation here? Lei Tian said, fellow deist Lin is so familiar with outer gods, it seems you've encountered them before. Then you should have some understanding of outer gods. Outer gods actually have many types. The most common are those shaped like humans with wings. They have powerful combat strength, and the more wings they have, the stronger they are. There's another type that belongs to special outer gods. Their combat strength may not be as strong, but they have many strange abilities. For example, the outer god here is a special type of outer god. This was the first time Lin Moyo had heard of special types of outer gods. It seemed he was still too ignorant. However, he didn't show any expression, just listening quietly. Seeing Lin Moyo not speaking, Lei Tian continued, the Purple Tiger Pagoda and the Purple Pattern Origin share the same roots. They are both treasures of our lightning purple striped tiger clan. The Purple Pattern Origin is the foundation of our power, while the Purple Tiger Pagoda is our strongest treasure to protect the Purple Pattern Origin. It's our clan's most important treasure. The Purple Tiger Pagoda is very powerful. As long as we have it, our lightning purple striped tiger clan can stand unshakable. Lin Moyo smiled. It seems the Purple Tiger Pagoda is a Great Dao Realm treasure. Although Great Dao Realm treasures need Great Dao Realm powerhouses to exert their full power, with the right secret techniques, they can indeed be invincible in the Dao Venerable Realm. Outer gods are all Great Dao Realm beings. If you want to use the Purple Tiger Pagoda against it, it's probably not enough. Great Dao Realm treasures couldn't be used casually. Without enough strength, one couldn't exert the full power of a Great Dao Realm treasure. Dealing with Dao Venerable Realm beings was no problem, but against Great Dao Realm beings, it would be insufficient. Lei Tian's face showed worry. Indeed, we didn't expect the outer god to be so troublesome before. By the time we realized, it was too late. In Lei Tian's narration, Lin Moyo finally understood what had happened. Thousands of years ago, the clan leader of the lightning purple striped tiger clan wasn't Lei Tian, but another 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. His strength was stronger than Lei Tian's, and he had obtained a more powerful thunder cloud. During an exploration, he obtained a treasure. This treasure had an outer god sealed inside. They knew that killing an outer god would bring Dao rewards. That clan leader had the idea of killing the outer god to use the Dao rewards to advance to the Great Dao Realm. But with his personal strength alone, he couldn't kill the outer god. So he brought the treasure sealing the outer god back to the Purple Tiger Pagoda. He wanted to use the power of the Purple Tiger Pagoda to kill the outer god. He had multiple clan elders together activate the Purple Pattern Origin, then use its power to drive the Purple Tiger Pagoda to kill the outer god. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. During the killing process, the treasure sealing the outer god shattered, and the outer god broke free. At this time, the lightning purple striped tiger clan realized what kind of outer god they were facing. It was an outer god existing between reality and illusion. Its combat strength wasn't strong, not at the Great Dao Realm level, but it had a strange ability: fusion. It could fuse with various things and control the fused objects. This wasn't possession. What it could fuse with was everything except living beings, like the Purple Tiger Pagoda. It could fuse with the Purple Tiger Pagoda, becoming like the pagoda's spirit, ultimately controlling the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Because it was a Great Dao Realm being, it could exert the full power of the Purple Tiger Pagoda. At that time, not only would the lightning purple striped tiger clan be finished, even the beast race would face big trouble. At that time, all the lightning purple striped tiger clan could do was continue using the power of the Purple Pattern Origin to try to kill it. Unfortunately, their power wasn't strong enough, and the Purple Pattern Origin they activated wasn't strong enough to kill it. But it wasn't completely ineffective. That outer god also found it difficult to truly control the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Both sides began a tug-of-war lasting thousands of years. The previous clan leader of the lightning purple striped tiger clan voluntarily fused into the Purple Tiger Pagoda, battling the outer god inside the pagoda to stop it. Later they sought help from the Beast Emperor, who indeed had a way to kill this outer god. However, that method was unacceptable to the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Chapter 3035. Chapter 3035, 3035. Chapter 3035. The more they get slapped in the face, the more excited they become. For thousands of years, the lightning purple striped tiger clan had been constantly battling the outer god inside the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Even the previous clan leader had sacrificed himself, fusing into the Purple Tiger Pagoda to fight against it. Unfortunately, the effect wasn't as good as expected. The lightning purple striped tiger clan had exhausted all methods but still couldn't truly stop the outer god. That outer god's fusion with the Purple Tiger Pagoda was deepening, its power growing stronger, and the pressure it brought to the lightning purple striped tiger clan was increasing. Now the Purple Tiger Pagoda was no longer a clan protecting treasure, but a clan destroying disaster. The Purple Tiger Pagoda that seemed to still stand in Purple Tiger City could no longer be used. The solution proposed by the Beast Emperor back then was to destroy the Purple Tiger Pagoda. The Beast Emperor had this ability. But how could they easily destroy the Purple Tiger Pagoda, the clan protecting treasure of the lightning purple striped tigers? Moreover, if the Purple Tiger Pagoda was destroyed, what would happen to the corresponding purple pattern origin? The consequences were unpredictable. Unless it came to a life or death situation with no other way out, the lightning purple striped tiger clan naturally wouldn't agree, and the Beast Emperor wouldn't force it. Besides, for the Beast Emperor, this matter wasn't really a big deal. Even if the lightning purple striped tiger clan eventually fell, he could step in then to destroy the Purple Tiger Pagoda and kill the outer god. It wouldn't be too late. As for whether the lightning purple striped tigers lived or died, the Beast Emperor didn't really care much. A royal clan was indeed a royal clan, but they weren't the only royal clan. Lin Moya now fully understood powerhouses at the level of the Beast Emperor and the Third Ancestor. In their view, everything below the Great Tao realm was like ants. At that time, the Beast Emperor leaving behind the second layer of space was already considered a favor. The second layer of space could affect the connection between the outer god and the Purple Tiger Pagoda, interfering with their fusion. At the same time, the second layer of space was also a formation that could amplify the power of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Unfortunately, the effect was still not ideal. It still couldn't stop the outer god, only delay it a bit. If nothing unexpected happened, the lightning purple striped tiger clan would hardly escape the fate of extinction. However, the Beast Emperor also gave a suggestion, which was to find someone with an illusory type heavenly Tao. Outer gods feared illusory type Taos. Perhaps this could solve the outer god problem. Even if it couldn't solve it completely, it could buy a lot of time for the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Lin Moyo had heard that actually, the Beast Emperor wasn't very confident either. He was just making a guess based on experience. This also indicated that the Beast Emperor hadn't really dealt with outer gods much, let alone killed any outer gods, or even divine pets. Lei Tian had no idea that his words had allowed Lin Moya to deduce so much information. After Lei Tian finished recounting the whole story, the two finally arrived at the core of the second layer of space. Here, 8 clan elders with powerful auras sat cross-legged. They sat in a circle, and in their center was an illusory purple tiger pagoda flickering. The clan elders were continuously injecting their power into the small illusory purple tiger pagoda. This illusory pagoda constantly flashed with purple lightning, emitting rumbling sounds. Below the 8 clan elders was a void, directly showing the situation on each floor of the Purple Tiger Pagoda below. On each floor, there were many lightning purple striped tiger powerhouses sitting cross-legged, injecting powerful energy into the Purple Tiger Pagoda. This power, from low to high levels, drove the entire Purple Tiger Pagoda. Inside the pagoda seemed to be an extremely powerful formation operating at full capacity. Lin Moya discovered that the Purple Tiger Pagoda, which should have been filled with pure purple light, now had many silver spots on it. These spots were like a disease, firmly attached to the Purple Tiger Pagoda, constantly consuming its power. The silver spots were just the surface phenomenon. The real situation was that the interior of the Purple Tiger Pagoda was already filled with silver spots. The entire Purple Tiger Pagoda had 99 floors. Now, starting from the first floor, about 1/3 had been occupied by silver light. Moreover, the silver light seemed to be spreading upwards. In other words, the bottom 30 floors of the Purple Tiger Pagoda could no longer allow lightning purple striped tiger clan members to enter. The foundation of the lightning purple striped tiger clan had been shaken. This was why the clan's fortune would rise and fall, becoming extremely unstable. Seeing Lei Tian and Lin Moyo, one of the 8 clan elders asked, "Clan leader, is this the person with the illusory type Dao you mentioned?" Another clan elder said, "No, I remember those youngsters saying that the person who comprehended the illusory type Dao was a human girl." Indeed, according to the information we received, the person who comprehended the illusory type Dao was a human girl. Lei Tian was stunned on the spot. He only knew someone had comprehended an illusory type Dao. Seeing Lin Moyo understood the power Dao, he thought it was Lin Moyo. Did I find the wrong person? Lei Tian muttered to himself, showing a strange expression. Lin Moya smiled. The person the clan elders mentioned should be my friend. But it doesn't matter. What she can do, I can do too, and even better. One of the clan elders said, "It said that the human girl who comprehended the illusory Dao is only at the Dao Venerable realm. Fellow Daoist is already at the second level of Dao Venerable, so you should indeed be a bit stronger." They didn't doubt Lin Moya's words. As clan elders, they were all old monsters who had lived for who knows how many years. Moreover, these 8 were either 8th level or 9th level Dao Venerables, all ancestor level figures. They could tell whether Lin Moya was talking nonsense or not. Lei Tian said, "Fellow Daoist Lin not only comprehended an illusory type Dao, but he also went to the Purple Pattern Origin ground and obtained a thunder cloud from the Purple Pattern Origin. With each sentence Lei Tian spoke, the clan elders showed more surprised expressions. Especially the last part about obtaining a thunder cloud from the purple pattern origin. This was almost like a fantasy tale. All the clan elders felt as if they had been struck by the strongest divine thunder, feeling they must have misheard. As he spoke, Lei Tian also introduced the 8 clan elders to Lin Moyo. The one with the highest realm and seniority was called Lei Luo, known as the Great Elder. Then came the second elder, third elder, and so on. The second elder said with disbelief, "How could you, a second level Dao Venerable, enter the 9th level and even enter the purple pattern origin ground? Let alone obtain, from the purple pattern origin." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out. A thunder cloud appeared under Lin Moya's feet. The cloud wasn't large, but the origin power within it was incredibly dense. Bolts of lightning in the cloud outlined extremely complex purple patterns. The clan elders could see at a glance that this thunder cloud came from inside the purple pattern origin. The thunder cloud that even they couldn't obtain appeared under the feet of a second-level Dao Venerable human. It must be said, this was really slapping their faces. Compared to fellow Daist Lin, I'm simply useless. Fellow Daist Lin's skill is admirable. I'm deeply impressed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. But the 8 clan elders became excited one after another, not showing any displeasure at being slapped in the face. The stronger Lin Moya was, the greater the possibility of solving the outer god problem. How could they not be happy? Now, obtaining a thunder cloud and such were small matters. The real big issue was solving the outer god problem. If this continued, in a few thousand years, their entire race would be extinct. Lei Tian observed the expressions of the clan elders and finally felt relieved. "Clan elders, why don't we let fellow Daist Lin try?" "Good, we'll explain the situation to you in detail." The second elder immediately agreed, looking almost impatient. Chapter 3036. Chapter 3036, 3036. Chapter 3036. Since it's one hole, that makes things easier. The clan elders shifted their positions slightly, making room for Lin Moyo. As they moved, the entire purple tiger pagoda rumbled. Lin Moyo could feel the formation inside the pagoda changing accordingly. The 8 clan elders were sitting on formation nodes, having fused into the formation and manipulating it with their own power. Many people in the entire lightning purple striped tiger clan were doing this, which was how they could barely resist the outer god's erosion of the purple tiger pagoda. In the space they cleared, a formation node was revealed. Lin Moyo went over and sat down. In an instant, the world before his eyes completely changed. He entered another world. This world was composed of purple patterns. The purple patterns were beautiful and strange. These purple patterns weren't like symbols, but they formed an incredibly powerful formation. He had become a node in this formation. There were many nodes in the formation, some powerful and some weak. The most powerful nodes were the clan elders. The slightly weaker nodes were the Dao Venerable Realm clan members of the Lightning Purple Strike Tiger clan. They were working together to activate the formation, fighting against the outer god. Lin Moyo had now also become part of the formation, closer to the outer god. The disgust in his soul reached its peak at this moment. Suddenly, a clan elder's voice sounded in his ear. "Fellow Daist Lin, you've entered the core of the Purple Tiger Pagoda. You can see a lot of silver light. This silver light represents the outer god. Many parts of the core formation have been occupied by silver light. When the silver light occupies more than half of the formation, we'll no longer be able to resist. We don't have much time left. Does fellow Daist Lin have any ideas?" Lin Moya recognized this as the Great Elder's voice. Following his words, he saw the other end of the formation. The formation that should have been complete now had parts that had turned silver. Many nodes had been occupied by silver light. This silver light represented the outer god. Suddenly, the formation began to rumble, purple light flaring. The Great Elder's voice sounded in Lin Moya's ear again. "The outer god is about to attack a new node. We will resist." As he spoke, countless purple nodes in the formation lit up, evolving into numerous lightning tigers. The silver nodes already occupied by the outer god also lit up, turning into outer gods with wings on their backs. The lightning tigers turned into divine thunder and charged, clashing with the evolved outer gods. Both sides fought fiercely inside the formation. At the center of their battle was a formation node. The outer god wanted to occupy this formation node, while the lightning purple striped tigers refused to yield an inch. The two sides seemed evenly matched, but Lin Moyo could see that the outer god actually had a slight upper hand. The outer god was a single entity, its power more pure. The power of the lightning purple striped tiger side was more scattered, with some acting independently. Although it was hard to determine victory in the short term, over time, the outer god would gain the upper hand. Most importantly, the outer god had nothing to fear, because the current power of the purple tiger pagoda couldn't kill it, so it didn't need to worry about being killed and could attack recklessly. No wonder in so many years, nearly a third of the formation has fallen. If this continues, in less than 2,000 years, over half the formation will fall. At that time, the rate of the formation's collapse will rapidly accelerate. In at most 4,000 years, the entire purple tiger pagoda will be controlled by the outer god. By then, the lightning purple striped tigers will be extinct. Watching the two sides fight, Lin Moyo understood what was happening. For the lightning purple striped tiger clan, they didn't have much time left. As the battle continued, Lin Moyo asked, "Do these battles happen often?" The Great Elder replied, "Often. Basically once every 10 days. Lin Moya continued to ask, "Are the results always the same?" The Great Elder said, "Not the same. Sometimes the outer god's attacks aren't fierce, but sometimes they're very fierce. It's hard to say. Lin Moya thought for a moment, then asked, is it always the outer god attacking? Haven't you tried counterattacking? The Great Elder said, we've tried, but most attempts failed. Over these years, we've reclaimed some formation nodes, but they can be counted on one hand. Lin Moya pressed further, then the formation nodes you reclaimed, were they quickly taken back, and you were never able to reclaim them again. And your counterattacks are becoming weaker and weaker. If I'm not mistaken, in the recent 1,000 years, you haven't reclaimed a single formation node. The Great Elder was silent for a few seconds, then said with some helplessness, that's right. Lin Moya asked again, and his attacks are often fiercest when you're changing people, right? The Great Elder made a sound of agreement. Lin Moya roughly understood. This outer god was very clever. Over so many years, it had figured out the patterns of the lightning purple striped tiger clan's movements. The lightning purple striped tigers couldn't use the same people to guard the formation forever. They would change people at intervals. Except for the positions of the 8 clan elders which didn't change, other people would be rotated. Every time people were changed, the outer god would launch fierce attacks, trying to seize formation nodes. Moreover, in the beginning, the outer god would give the lightning purple striped tiger clan some sweet victories, letting them think they still had hope. Until 1,000 years ago, it completely erased this false hope. This time Lin Moya had come in, and the formation had some changes again. The outer god sensed this change and thought people had been changed again, so it launched another fierce attack. Although the attack was very fierce, it was in vain. This time no one had been changed, just one person added. Lin Moya sat on his formation node, watching the battle in the distance. A trace of the Fate Dao flew over, landing on one of the outer gods. These outer gods were evolved from formation nodes, but they seemed to exist in reality. At least when Lin Moya saw them, his soul would generate disgust. This was the warning given by the Dao. Completing the Dao lock on the enemy, a Fate Sword appeared in Lin Moya's hand. The Fate Sword slashed out silently, disappearing from Lin Moya's hand. In the next instant, the Fate Sword appeared in front of that outer god, stabbing directly into it. The whole process was faster than lightning. The outer god couldn't react at all. The Fate Sword pierced its body. The outer god that had been fighting with the lightning tiger suddenly let out a sharp roar. Its aura dropped a bit, but not by much. Like it, the auras of other outer gods also dropped slightly, but not by much. To be precise, the drop was less than 3 thousandths. But Lin Moya's eyes lit up, it's effective. Then he stabbed 2 more times. After 3 stabs, the aura of the outer god army dropped a tiny bit more. It seems there's some connection between them. Their fates are linked as one whole. Since you're one whole, that makes things easier. As Lin Moya thought this, a pitch-black sword appeared in his palm. Chapter 3037. Chapter 3037, 3037. Chapter 3037, you've killed outer gods? The Fate Poison Sword flashed by, landing on one of the outer god avatars. Lin Moya sensed that this outer god's fate was immediately infected by the poison. Then the Fate Poison quickly spread to every avatar along the connections between them. The Fate Poison Sword, using the principle of extremes reversing, gathered fate to form Fate Poison. Concentrating Fate Poison into a sword continuously weakened the enemy's fate. This sword was terribly difficult to neutralize for opponents of the same realm. But for outer gods, the effect was mediocre. Because outer gods were too strong, at least at the Great Dao realm in terms of realm, far surpassing Lin Moya. So the effect of the Fate Poison Sword wasn't very good, not as good as a normal Fate Sword. But now, these outer gods could be seen as individual avatars. These outer god avatars evolved from formation nodes were connected to each other in a strange way. They still looked like one whole, but Lin Moya could feel that they were actually scattered. If damage could be caused to one of them, this damage would be evenly transmitted to all outer god avatars. Actually, each outer god's own defense wasn't very strong. It was just that all damage was borne by the whole, so they appeared stronger. His undead army also had a similar ability, so he knew very well how to deal with this kind of connection. If the outer god's fate was a tightly integrated whole, then the impact of his fate poison wouldn't be very great. In Lin Moya's view, if the outer god's fate was considered 10,000 points, then his fate sword would at most cause 10 points of damage. But when the outer god evolved into 100 avatars, its fate value was still 10,000. But it was evenly distributed among these 100 avatars. And these 100 avatars each had 100 points of fate value. The damage caused by fate poison to each avatar was still 10 points. Even if weakened somewhat, discounted to 7 or 8 points, then the result would be completely different. Adding up 100 avatars, the damage could reach a considerable degree. Moreover, this was poison, which would continue to cause damage. Of course, as the fate weakened, the effect of the poison would gradually weaken. After using the Fate Poison Sword, the aura of the outer gods began to weaken at a visible speed. Roar! An angry roar sounded in Lin Moya's ear, and at the same time he felt as if he had been locked onto by an evil and powerful force. Lin Moya knew that his actions couldn't escape the others' notice. He had been targeted by that outer god. Being targeted was good. It would be best if it came looking for him, saving him the trouble of finding it. Along with the roar, the outer god avatars suddenly sounded the retreat and quickly withdrew. As the tigers formed by the lightning purple striped tiger clan were about to give chase, Lin Moya suddenly shouted, "Don't chase." His voice passed through the formation, reaching everyone's ears. However, Lin Moya's words obviously had no effect. No one listened to him. Lin Moya knew this was normal. He wasn't really calling out to those people, but telling the clan elders. Then the great elder spoke decisively, "Come back." The Great Elder's words were orders. The lightning purple-striped Tiger Clan members immediately retreated. Both sides entered a stalemate again, seemingly minding their own business. Lin Moya's consciousness moved, leaving the formation and returning to reality. He found that the 8 clan elders were all looking at him with strange gazes. The Great Elder asked, "Fellow Deist Lin, how did you do that?" He knew it was Lin Moya's doing, but didn't know how Lin Moya did it. He couldn't understand. People who don't cultivate illusory DAOs find it hard to understand the wonders of illusory DAOs. Lin Moya said, "These outer gods are actually just avatars evolved by that fellow using the formation. They are connected in a special way, bearing all damage together, so each avatar's defense is very strong. When you face one avatar, it's like facing the entire outer god, so in one-on-one combat, you can hardly win. However, although they are one whole, they have spread out. Most importantly, their fate has spread out. So, I weakened their fate. Once fate is weakened, their combat power will greatly decrease." The clan elders kept staring at Lin Moyo, their gazes filled with nothing but shock. The Great Elder murmured, "Fellow Deist Lin, you understand the fate Dao?" Lin Moya nodded, "Ah." At this point, Lei Tian suddenly interjected, "But fellow Deist Lin, didn't you comprehend the power Dao?" Lin Moya casually replied, "There's no rule saying you can only comprehend one Dao, right?" Lei Tian's expression froze. Indeed, there was no such rule that each person could only comprehend one Dao, but the vast majority of cultivators only comprehend one Dao. Even those who can comprehend multiple DAOs ultimately choose one to focus on. For each additional DAO cultivated, the effort and time required increase several times over. So he never thought that Lin Moyo could comprehend multiple DAOs. Moreover, Lin Moyo had comprehended the illusory type power DAO. He wouldn't think in this direction at all. In fact, Lin Moyo once again broke his understanding. Lin Moyo had actually comprehended a second DAO, and it was also an illusory type DAO, the Fate DAO. The Fate DAO is called the illusory type DAO closest to cultivators. All cultivators know of the existence of Fate, but find it difficult to touch. Also because it truly exists everywhere, it's said to be the easiest DAO to comprehend, but the reality is not so. Historically, those who could comprehend the Fate DAO were very few. Not just Lei Tian, but all the clan elders looked at Lin Moyo as if looking at a monster. The Great Elder, besides being shocked, immediately showed excitement in his eyes. Does this mean fellow Deist Lin already has a way to deal with it? Lin Moya shook his head. It's not that simple. This outer god is different from the ones I've encountered before. Killing it probably won't be so easy. It should be harder to kill than the previous ones. Boom. Everyone was as if struck by divine thunder, all numbly frozen in place. Even with the composure of a clan leader like Lei Tian, he became extremely unsettled at this moment. His voice trembled slightly. Fellow Deist Lin, you said you've killed outer gods. Lin Moya nodded very casually, killed a few. Actually, they're not that hard to kill. It's mainly because my realm is too low, so there's some trouble. But as long as you seize the opportunity, they can still be killed. Lei Tian kept murmuring, there's actually someone who can kill outer gods. Didn't the Beast Emperor say that below the Great Dao realm, no one could kill outer gods, at most only divine pets? Lin Moya chuckled, nothing is absolute. Below the Great Dao, there's always a glimmer of hope in everything. It's just a matter of whether you can grasp it. I think clan leader Lei Tian surely understands this principle. Lei Tian nodded woodenly. He naturally understood this principle, but how difficult was this glimmer of hope? It was truly as hard as ascending to heaven. Lin Moya smiled, if we can kill this fellow, the clan elders, including many of your clan members, can all receive Dao rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, the clan elders immediately became excited, their eyes showing obvious changes. Chapter 3038. Chapter 3038, 3038. Chapter 3038, fellow Deist Lin, feel free to speak, we'll listen. Dao rewards, wasn't that why they risked suppressing the outer god in the first place, for Dao rewards? Among the 8 clan elders, the Great Elder was a 9th level Dao venerable powerhouse, and the remaining 7 were 8th level Dao venerable powerhouses. For the Great Elder, Dao rewards were his only possibility of entering the Great Dao realm, and the remaining 7 clan elders also wanted to use Dao rewards to enter the 9th level of Dao venerable. When Lin Moya mentioned Dao rewards, their hearts, dormant for many years, suddenly came alive. But Lin Moya's next words shattered their hopes. Lin Moya said, if the Great Elder wants to use Dao rewards to enter the Great Dao realm, that's impossible. However, the 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and 4th Elder might be able to enter the 9th level of Dao venerable through Dao rewards. As for the remaining clan elders, their realms could improve somewhat, but entering the 9th level of Dao venerable would still be difficult. Lin Moyo had received Dao rewards several times and was too familiar with them. When he spoke, he had strong confidence. He dared say that in the current origin continent, no one's understanding of Dao rewards could surpass his own. The clan elders' beautiful dreams were shattered by Lin Moyo, and the excitement in their eyes extinguished accordingly. The Great Elder's composure was still decent. After his dream was shattered, he quickly calmed down. Fellow Deist Lin is so familiar with Dao rewards. Could you explain in detail? Lin Moya said, actually, Dao rewards aren't that mysterious. You can make various wishes, and as long as they're not too outrageous, the Dao can help realize them. For example, Great Elder, if you want to enter the Great Dao realm through Dao rewards, it's not impossible. For instance, if you kill an outer god alone, that might be enough. When killing an outer god, the more people involved, the more the Dao rewards will be dispersed. That's basically the situation. The Great Elder laughed bitterly. Killing an outer god alone is no different from a fool's dream. Lin Moyo also knew it was impossible. Forget killing an outer god, even killing a divine pet was impossible. He continued, the DAO will distribute rewards based on the number of contributors. The DAO is supremely fair, so this reward distribution is absolutely equitable. The more effort put in, naturally the greater the reward. The Great Elder nodded, the DAO is naturally fair. But alas, it seems my hope of entering the Great DAO realm is futile. Lin Moya shook his head, it's not that bad. Actually, Great Elder, it's still possible for you to enter the Great DAO realm. The Great Elder's previously dim eyes lit up again with lightning, please explain in detail. He directly used respectful language. Lin Moya's status in his heart had completely changed. Lin Moya said, the third ancestor of the Lufen Trading Company has a method to advance to the Great DAO realm. However, the third ancestor is a businessman. You need to prepare a sufficient price to purchase the advancement method from him. The Great Elder naturally knew of the third ancestor. The third ancestor's status was equivalent to the Beast Emperor's. He muttered, I hadn't heard before that the third ancestor possessed a method to advance to the Great DAO realm. Lin Moya smiled, it's newly acquired. If you want it, you can go find him after we deal with the outer god. The Great Elder knew his path forward wasn't cut off and immediately became motivated. His aura changed, no longer gloomy and depressed. The Great Elder said, then I'll trouble fellow Deus Lin to help us kill this outer god. Whatever you need, just say it. Our clan will do our utmost to satisfy. Lin Moya said, the information I currently have isn't enough. I don't know enough about this outer god. If possible, I want to observe a few more times, and need to lure out its main body. Without the main body appearing, it's very troublesome. Weakening its fate can only injure it, not kill it. The Great Elder showed a hint of difficulty. To be honest with fellow Deist Lin, we've never actually seen its main body. Perhaps only the previous clan leader saw it, but unfortunately the previous clan leader. Lin Moya knew the previous clan leader had fused himself into the Purple Tiger Pagoda to battle the outer god. Not seeing him in the formation just now, he was most likely dead. In Lin Moya's view, although filled with guilt, this was the most unwise approach. It also reflected from the side that beasts were indeed impulsive. Even at higher realms, this instinct still existed. Even if they could usually restrain it with reason, as soon as something happened, the impulsive instinct would be exposed. Lin Moya thought for a moment, it's alright, I'll find a way to force out its main body. The Great Elder responded, good, fellow Deist Lin, just say the word. We'll cooperate fully. Lin Moya said, first, I need command of the formation. Everyone must listen to my commands, with absolute obedience. The Great Elder agreed without thinking, from now on, we all obey fellow Deist Lin's orders. As he spoke, he had already transmitted the order through the formation. Lin Moya said, good. As long as everyone can fully listen to my commands, it'll be manageable. The Great Elder said, whoever dares not listen will be killed directly. Lin Moya smiled slightly, then let's enter the formation again and start reclaiming lost territory. Consciousness entering the formation again, Lin Moya used the formation's power to evolve an avatar. This time entering, he felt the difference. Previously, he was just a node in the formation, an insignificant part of the formation. But now, he felt he had become the core of the formation. The formation's power converged with him at the center. He had absolute control over the formation. Every node in the formation was under his control. Whether issuing orders, strengthening or weakening certain nodes, it was all at his will. The Great Elder hadn't lied to him. At this moment, he had completely handed over command to Lin Moya. If anyone disobeyed, Lin Moya would know immediately and respond. Transform. Lin Moya shouted inwardly, his consciousness rising and sweeping through the entire formation. Tiger roars and thunder resounded throughout the formation simultaneously. All formation nodes lit up at once, evolving into fierce tigers. Lin Moya's will moved again, his fate rapidly ascending. This time, Lin Moya raised his own fate. Because he was now the formation's controller, as his fate rose, the fate of others in the formation rose accordingly. At once, the tiger roars became even more intense. The formation nodes controlled by the lightning purple striped tiger clan emitted dense purple light. The formation nodes occupied by the outer god emitted silver light. The entire formation formed a three-dimensional image in Lin Moya's mind. Lin Moya immediately found the first node he wanted to reclaim. Formation nodes under my control total 2,681. This formation has 4,000 nodes in total. The other 1,319 are controlled by the outer god. Since that's the case, let's reclaim all the formation nodes first. I don't believe you won't show yourself. Lin Moya's heart moved, and over 2,000 fierce tigers charged towards his designated target. In an instant, the formation rumbled and shook. The outer god quickly sensed the lightning purple striped tiger clan's action. Silver light flashed, and countless outer god avatars appeared, launching attacks at the tiger group. The fate poison on the outer god avatars had been cleared. After a brief rest, they had recovered to their peak. Lin Moya's hand once again gathered a fate poison sword. Chapter 3039. Chapter 3039, 3039. Chapter 3039, never fought so satisfyingly before. The fate poison sword flashed once and had already pierced into one of the outer god avatars. Which one didn't matter. Because of the connection, as long as one was poisoned, the rest would be poisoned. With fate damaged and combat power dropping, facing the impact of over 2,000 lightning tigers, defending the formation nodes would be extremely difficult. Lin Moya's fate poison sword acted as a vanguard. Before the two sides even made contact, the outer god had already suffered losses. Angry roars resounded in his ears. The outer god was extremely furious, warning the outsider Lin Moya with murderous roars. Lin Moya ignored it, leading the lightning charge. He was like a marshal, controlling the great army. In this aspect, Lin Moyo had absolute experience. He could freely command billions of undead troops, let alone a mere 2,000 lightning tigers. It was child's play. Lin Moya's will moved, and the tiger army that was about to contact the outer god suddenly split into 8 routes. 8 clan elders, each leading 250 lightning tigers, quickly spread out, starting to flank from the sides. The vanguard quickly slowed down, while the flanking teams rapidly accelerated. Lin Moyo commanded them with his will. The 8 teams constantly adjusted their speed to arrive simultaneously. The strongest great elder led his team at the very front. After briefly slowing down, they suddenly received Lin Moya's order to dramatically accelerate. He was like an arrow, piercing into the outer god's army, quickly tearing apart the outer god's forces. Then, the tiger armies charging in from the other 7 directions, led by the clan elders, tore the outer god's army to pieces. This fighting style, compared to both sides just clashing head-on, was more artistic and more aggressive. The outer god never thought that the old opponent's tiger army could change formations like this. Not only had it not thought of this, even these clan elders hadn't thought of it. They only knew how to win by force, not knowing that battles could be fought like this, with various tactics. Lin Moyo had only casually commanded, yet it greatly increased the tiger army's combat power. Combined with weakening the outer god with fate poison, the enemy weakened as strong. As soon as they made contact, he knew he had won. From the start, the battle situation showed an overwhelming trend. The outer gods retreated step by step. The outer god couldn't be killed, but that didn't mean these avatars couldn't be killed. The avatars were just evolved from formation nodes, possessing some characteristics of the outer god, but not many. Under the reckless attacks of the lightning tigers, they quickly lost ground. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before the outcome was decided. The formation nodes were quickly lost. Lin Moyo heard another angry roar, filled with unwillingness, like a loser's impotent howl. Along with the roar, all the outer god avatars disappeared simultaneously. In this battle, the lightning purple-striped tiger clan had won. The formation nodes quickly changed from silver to purple, returning to their original owners. Lightning tigers raised their heads and roared, letting out excited calls. Lin Moyo heard the clan elders' cheers in his ears. Satisfying, so satisfying. Never fought so satisfyingly before. Didn't think we could fight like this. Fellow deist Lin, no, Mr. Lin is too amazing. I've truly broadened my horizons. Indeed, we could even sense this outer god's anger just now. It was already exasperated. Before, even when the Beast Emperor took action, there was no way. But as soon as Mr. Lin acted, he had the outer god under control. Lin Moya's status rose again in these clan elders' mouths. From fellow deist Lin he transformed into Mr. Lin. The title Mr. wasn't used casually. It was a true term of respect. Lin Moya said, "It's still too early to celebrate. This outer god is very clever. The real hard battle is yet to come. Let's continue. While we have this momentum, don't give it time to think." Lin Moya continued to issue commands with his will. The entire army surged towards the next formation node. In others' eyes, this army of over 2,000 Dao Venerables was incredibly large, but in Lin Moya's view, it was really too small. Commanding such a small number of troops wasn't very interesting. The Tiger army launched an attack on the new node before the outer god was ready. This battle situation wasn't much different from before, also taking only a few minutes to resolve the fight. Then it was on to the next formation node. Lin Moya's command became more and more relaxed, and the conquest speed became faster and faster. In just half a day, 100 nodes had been reclaimed. Previously, trying to reclaim one node took great effort and wasn't guaranteed to succeed. Now, reclaiming 100 nodes in just half a day, the clan elders all knew this was Lin Moya's achievement. If it wasn't for Lin Moya's command, if it wasn't for Lin Moya weakening the outer god avatars, it definitely wouldn't have been this easy. They were very happy, but Lin Moya slightly furrowed his brow. The outer god should have thought of a way to counter the fate poison. I can feel that in the last few battles, it was already holding back, probably preparing something. What method could it be? Lin Moya knew this outer god was very clever. With formation nodes being lost one after another, it definitely wouldn't just watch. It would surely think of a way. Lin Moya's thoughts raced. He could basically be certain that the outer god would definitely start with his fate poison. As long as it could solve his fate poison, then the power of the outer god avatars could greatly increase, allowing them to directly confront the lightning purple striped tiger clan's tiger army. Let's see what method you can come up with. Lin Moya decided to deal with things as they came. His will moved, once again commanding the tiger army to launch an attack on the next formation node. The remaining 1,000+ silver formation nodes shook incessantly, evolving into over 1,000 outer god avatars to meet the attack again. Lin Moya followed the same method, still condensing a fate poison sword, randomly choosing an outer god avatar to stab. Just as the fate poison sword stabbed in, before the fate poison could take effect, that avatar suddenly collapsed. Its connections with the other avatars were also severed. The fate poison couldn't take effect. As this avatar collapsed, another avatar evolved from a formation node, joining the battle. The number of outer god avatars didn't decrease, remaining unchanged. Lin Moya's gaze moved slightly, roughly understanding the outer god's idea. By collapsing the avatar, it cut off the connection between the attacked one and other avatars, while also cutting off the fate poison. Since that's the case, let's see how you break this. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. The fate poison sword condensed again, but this time, it wasn't one, but over 100. However, each one was very small, only 1/10 the size of before. Lin Moya used 10 times the fate power to condense over 100 fate poison swords. Each one's power was less than before, but they made up for it in numbers. In the next instant, over 100 fate poison swords appeared in front of over 100 avatars. Chapter 3040. Chapter 3040, 3040. Chapter 3040, fellow deist Lin, be careful. The outer god had thought of actively collapsing avatars to cut off connections. Lin Moya directly increased the number of fate poison swords, from 1 to 100. Although the effect was somewhat weakened, it was still usable. From an avatar collapsing to re-evolving and joining the battlefield, it all took time. Originally, the outer god only had about 1,200 avatars. Losing 100 was like a 10% discount. A 10% discount in combat power was no small loss. Moreover, Lin Moyo had other methods. 100 fate poison swords appeared simultaneously, stabbing into 100 avatars. The fate poison swords were like teleportation. By the time they appeared, they had already stabbed in, impossible to dodge. 100 avatars collapsed simultaneously. The connections were severed, and the fate poison wasn't transmitted to other avatars. The outer god was still using its method, actively collapsing avatars to prevent the spread of fate poison. Just as the avatars collapsed, the tiger army arrived. This time, without using any fancy tactics, over 2,000 tiger troops, carrying boundless lightning, directly charged in. At this time, the outer god's avatars numbered only about 1,100. The moment they made contact, the tiger army, carrying the momentum of 100 victories, charged straight through, scattering the outer god's avatar army. At this time, 100 avatars were re-evolving in the formation nodes. Evolving 100 avatars also took 1 or 2 seconds, and rushing over took another 1 or 2 seconds. These few seconds were enough to decide the balance of the war. At the same time, another 100 small fate poison swords formed in Lin Moya's hand, stabbing out quickly. Bang bang bang. Another 100 avatars collapsed on the spot. The outer god's numbers decreased by another 100. At this time, Lin Moya issued the order, kill with all your might. The tiger army roared crazily, exerting their strongest power, quickly killing these outer gods. In almost an instant, over 100 outer gods were surrounded and killed. The tiger army had gone berserk, displaying power far stronger than usual. Under the influence of Lin Moya's fate, the tiger army's fate was stronger than usual, and the power they exerted was also stronger than usual. With this change, the outer god was still no match for the tiger army. Lin Moya heard the outer god's exasperated roar again. He had heard this sound many times. No matter how much you shout, it's useless. You're bound to lose. Lin Moya's will turned into thunderous sound, spreading throughout the entire formation. In this great battle, the outer god lost again. The formation nodes were lost once more. Lin Moyo, carrying an invincible momentum, commanded the tiger army to continue attacking. The rhythm of battle became faster and faster. In less than half a day, another 100 formation nodes were reclaimed. For thousands of years, the Dao venerables of the lightning purple-striped tiger clan had never been as spirited as now. They saw hope for victory. In the northern continent's beast territory, north of the Wind Snow Mountain Range, on the grasslands, the Beast Emperor's palace stood tall and majestic. In the Beast Emperor's palace, many beast members favored by the Beast Emperor were working hard at cultivation. In the palace where the Beast Emperor resided, misty chi enveloped the entire palace. From the outside, one couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Red fierce fire and blue cold ice, two completely different powers collided in the mist, accompanied by the Beast Emperor's low roars. The Beast Emperor was using the Icefire Dao Stone to refine his soul. Since coming to the origin continent, the Beast Emperor hadn't cultivated. Now, obtaining the Icefire Dao Stone, he could finally cultivate. After Lin Moya left, the Beast Emperor eagerly began cultivating. Suddenly, he made a light sound of surprise. The Beast Emperor stopped cultivating, his sharp gaze suddenly looking into the distance. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Fellow Deist Lin has entered the Purple Tiger Pagoda." Could fellow Deist Lin be going to deal with that outer god in the Purple Tiger Pagoda? That fellow isn't easy to deal with, and it's dangerous. It seems I should warn fellow Deist Lin. The second layer of space in the Purple Tiger Pagoda was personally arranged by the Beast Emperor. Without the lightning purple striped tigers knowing, the Beast Emperor had left a trigger. He could sense the situation in that layer of space, actually to monitor changes in the Purple Tiger Pagoda. In case the outer god occupied the Purple Tiger Pagoda, he could know immediately and respond. The Beast Emperor didn't care much about the life or death of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Even if a royal clan was wiped out, it wouldn't have much impact. What he really wanted to kill was that outer god, to obtain Dao rewards. However, the Beast Emperor wasn't confident. Even if he shattered the Purple Tiger Pagoda, he wasn't sure if he could kill that outer god. This gave the Beast Emperor a headache. If it couldn't be killed, the northern continent would suffer a catastrophe. Many beast races would hardly escape unscathed. It was precisely because he wasn't confident that the Beast Emperor hadn't forcibly shattered the Purple Tiger Pagoda back then. Otherwise, with his status and strength, if he really wanted to shatter the Purple Tiger Pagoda, the lightning purple striped tiger clan actually couldn't stop him. Now Lin Moyo had entered the Purple Tiger Pagoda, clearly going to deal with that outer god. The Beast Emperor didn't know what methods Lin Moyo had, but he knew that the outer god in the Icefire secret realm had been killed by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo must have methods to kill outer gods, but he was still somewhat conflicted. If that outer god was killed by Lin Moyo, he wouldn't be able to obtain Dao rewards. Now there were two choices before him. One was to stop Lin Moyo, thus keeping the outer god for himself. But he wasn't confident in killing this outer god. If things went wrong, the consequences would be more than he could bear. The second choice was to watch coldly from the sidelines, giving up this opportunity. This way, although he wouldn't gain any benefits, he also wouldn't suffer any losses. The Beast Emperor wasn't an indecisive person. He quickly made a choice in his conflict. Lin Moya once again commanded the lightning purple striped tiger clan, taking another 100 formation nodes. In just less than 2 days, the formation nodes controlled by the Outer God had decreased by 300, about to drop below 1,000. At present, the Outer God seemed to have no power of resistance. The formation nodes it controlled were becoming fewer and fewer, and its combat power was becoming weaker and weaker. However, Lin Moya didn't relax his vigilance. He knew things definitely weren't this simple. He led the Tiger Army to attack the next node again. At the same time, Lin Moya threw 100 Fate Poison Swords at the 1,000 Outer God avatars. This method had been proven effective in previous attempts, almost unbeatable. Suddenly, Lin Moya realized something was wrong. 100 Fate Poison Swords fell on these Outer God avatars, and the avatars shattered. It looked like self-collapse, but there was a tiny difference from self-collapse. They were being killed by the Fate Poison Swords. Fate Poison Swords didn't have the ability to kill avatars, only to weaken the opponent's fate, thus reducing their combat power. Then, the two sides collided. The Tiger Army, as usual, charged in unstoppably. The 1,000 Outer God avatars couldn't stop them at all, shattering and dying in battle one after another. Lin Moya watched this scene, feeling increasingly that something wasn't right. Suddenly, Lin Moya looked at one of the formation nodes on his side, murmuring to himself, "Is it a trap?" At the same time, the Beast Emperor's voice sounded in Lin Moya's ear, "Fellow Deist Lin, be careful." Chapter 3041. Chapter 3041, 3041. Chapter 3041, this Lin Moya was too clever. The Beast Emperor's sudden warning didn't surprise Lin Moya at all. He casually replied, "Senior Beast Emperor, have you had enough of watching the show?" Hearing Lin Moya's words, the Beast Emperor was obviously stunned. "You knew I was here?" Lin Moya chuckled. What affairs in the northern continent can escape Senior Beast Emperor's notice? This moderate flattery immediately shifted the Beast Emperor's attention, making him feel quite pleased. Since entering the second layer of space, Lin Moya had sensed the Beast Emperor's aura. Although the Beast Emperor's aura was faint, it was constantly present. Normally, after thousands of years, the Beast Emperor's aura should have dissipated long ago. The fact that a trace of the Beast Emperor's aura still remained could only mean that the Beast Emperor had left a backup plan. Moreover, this backup plan hadn't been discovered by the lightning purple striped tiger clan. If not for his extremely keen spiritual perception, Lin Moya might not have discovered it either. Why leave a special backup plan? Lin Moya had already figured it out at the time. The Beast Emperor also coveted this Outer God, but wasn't confident. The Beast Emperor, who left a backup plan, could surely sense what was happening here. He definitely knew about Lin Moya's arrival and Lin Moya's confrontation with the Outer God. Lin Moya could even analyze the Beast Emperor's probable thoughts and his dilemma. How could the Beast Emperor know that Lin Moya had already guessed 8 or 9/10 of his thoughts? He continued to speak, "That fellow might come to launch a sneak attack." Lin Moya said, "No matter, it's just a feint attack. I've already guessed it." The Outer God wasn't stupid, but compared to Lin Moya, it was clearly still far behind. The Outer God used its ability to create many weak avatars, seemingly guarding the formation nodes, but its real intention was to sneak attack Lin Moya. The Outer God naturally understood that Lin Moya was the key to leading this war. As long as it could kill Lin Moya, it could still ultimately win this war. According to Lin Moya's guess, the Outer God should have a way to bypass the formation's obstacles and come to sneak attack him. But this method wasn't easy to accomplish, otherwise it would have used it earlier. Now seeing that it couldn't win by fighting, it had no choice but to use this method. The Beast Emperor surely knew the Outer God had this ability, which was why he spoke up to warn. Lin Moya felt an aura condensing beside him. It was the Beast Emperor's aura. The Beast Emperor had entered the formation and, using the formation's power, condensed into form. What the Beast Emperor condensed into was a lightning tiger, looking no different from the other lightning tigers. This way, even the clan elders of the lightning purple striped tiger clan didn't know the Beast Emperor had arrived. Lin Moya said, "Senior Beast Emperor, have you come to protect me?" The Beast Emperor said, "I've dealt with that fellow before, even fought with it. It's very tricky. It has the ability to briefly travel between formations to sneak attack you." The Beast Emperor looked around vigilantly, as if ready to act at any moment. Actually, Lin Moya's thoughts were different from the Beast Emperor's. Lin Moya was hoping for the other to attack, so it could expose its main body and be killed in one strike. But now having the Beast Emperor protect him wasn't bad either. At least it could save him some effort. Moreover, Lin Moya knew that part of the reason the Beast Emperor was doing this was for Dao rewards. In the process of dealing with the Outer God, the more effort put in, the more rewards naturally received. Since the Beast Emperor wasn't stopping him, he might as well help, so he could also get a share. Lin Moya saw through this but didn't say it, "Then I'll trouble the Beast Emperor." The Beast Emperor chuckled, "No problem. Get ready, that fellow might come out at any time." Lin Moya said, "With the Beast Emperor here, my safety naturally isn't an issue." Far away in the formation, the battle situation was already very clear. This time, the avatars evolved by the Outer God were too weak in combat power. They couldn't stop the Tiger Army at all and were quickly defeated. Meanwhile, Lin Moya sensed a faint aura bypassing the formation, approaching his side in a stealthy manner. This aura ignored the layers of obstacles in the formation, rapidly approaching him. Lin Moya knew the Outer God had come. Lin Moya said to himself inwardly, "Let's see what your main body looks like." On the surface, Lin Moya seemed unaware, still commanding the battle for formation nodes in the distance. He felt the outer god getting closer and closer to him, now within reach. Suddenly, the space behind him underwent a slight distortion. A powerful force, turning into an arrow, shot towards him. The tiger transformed from the Beast Emperor let out an angry roar, its tiger paw striking out like lightning, colliding head-on with it. Boom! The tiger transformed from the Beast Emperor was blasted away, its body mostly shattered. In this first collision, the Beast Emperor was thoroughly defeated. However, the Beast Emperor still helped Lin Moya block one strike. That arrow returned without success. Lin Moya knew the Beast Emperor was billions of miles away, so the power he could exert was extremely limited. When the outer god launched its attack just now, Lin Moya saw a transparent figure through the slightly distorted space. This figure was similar to ordinary outer gods, also with a pair of wings, but it had no physical body, like an illusory body formed of light and shadow. So that's what this fellow looks like. Indeed somewhat special. Quite cautious, but it will die sooner or later. The previous process was too fast. Lin Moya only had time for a quick glance and couldn't complete the Dao lock. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. Now that it had appeared, it wasn't far from death. The Beast Emperor flew back with his shattered body, rapidly recovering in the process. The Beast Emperor said with some anger, "I didn't expect its power to be stronger than before." Lin Moya smiled, "It should be because you're too far away, Senior Beast Emperor, unable to use your full power." His tone was relaxed, still not forgetting to flatter the Beast Emperor a bit, giving him a way out. The Beast Emperor was still quite pleased, feeling that this Lin Moya was really sensible. The anger that had just arisen dissipated in an instant. It's fine. Even if I'm temporarily not its match, blocking it temporarily isn't a problem. It can't use this ability continuously. At most it can launch a few attacks before retreating. Lin Moya said, "Then I'll trouble Senior Beast Emperor." His will moved, continuing to issue orders to the Tiger Army. By now, the Tiger Army had finished the battle, successfully occupying the node. Lin Moya's new orders arrived, continuing to launch an attack on the next node. Lin Moya thought to himself, "Let's see how much strength you have left." The outer god had to attack him while also controlling the formation, unable to manage both ends. Watching the nodes being lost one by one, yet unable to kill him, the outer god would surely become anxious and angry. Once angry and losing rationality, it would be 100% certain to lose. Earlier when nodes were lost, the outer god's roars of anger had already shown its exasperation. Now unable to kill him, it might become desperate. Even with the Beast Emperor's protection, Lin Moya remained vigilant, ready to act personally at any time. The space distorted again, and another attack burst out from the space, bombarding Lin Moya. This strike was stronger than the previous one. The Beast Emperor acted simultaneously, blocking the attack for Lin Moya. At the same time, an invisible force of the Fate Dao flew out from Lin Moya's body, quickly falling on the outer god along the attack, completing the Dao lock. Simultaneously, a Fate Sword gathered power and slashed towards the outer god. Chapter 3042. Chapter 3042, 3042. Chapter 3042, The Soul Body Outer God. Once the Dao lock was completed, unless the opponent had the ability to break the Dao lock, there was no way to escape Lin Moya's attack. The ability of Dao locking required enlightenment. Those with good enlightenment could master it before reaching the Dao Venerable Realm. Those with poor enlightenment would need to reach the Great Dao Realm to master it. As for breaking the Dao lock, many Great Dao Realm powerhouses couldn't do it. The few outer gods Lin Moya had encountered before also couldn't do it. Boom! The Beast Emperor was blasted away again, this time even more miserably. The tiger he had transformed into almost collapsed on the spot. However, he still managed to block this strike, living up to his word to protect Lin Moya. As the Beast Emperor was blasted away, Lin Moya heard a scream. The Fate Sword had slashed the outer god, cutting away part of its fate. Previously, the Fate Sword had only slashed avatars. Slashing the main body directly had a completely different effect. Lin Moya could feel that this time, the outer god's fate loss was not small. Although fate could be recovered, Lin Moya wouldn't give it the chance. "Now that I've caught you, don't think of escaping." One Fate Sword after another appeared in his hand, continuously slashing out. With the Dao lock, the outer god had nowhere to hide. What outer gods hated most was illusory power. Although the Fate Sword couldn't kill it, it could continuously weaken it, making it extremely uncomfortable. Exasperated screams resounded throughout the entire formation, attracting the attention of many lightning purple striped Tiger Clan members. Lin Moya's will moved, his voice like thunder, "Don't be distracted, follow orders." The lightning purple striped Tiger Clan members shuddered, immediately continuing to follow Lin Moya's orders, attacking the formation nodes. The outer god was continuously attacked, making it more difficult to multitask. The avatars evolved from formation nodes became even weaker. The Tiger Army held an absolute advantage, advancing unstoppably, continuously reclaiming formation nodes. The Beast Emperor flew back again, his shattered body rapidly recovering. He could feel Lin Moya continuously condensing illusory type power to attack the outer god. As for what specific type of illusory power it was, he couldn't understand. But he could understand how Lin Moya was attacking the outer god. The Beast Emperor sighed, "I didn't expect fellow deist Lin to know Dao locking." Lin Moya's hands didn't stop, while he replied, "Lucky, I accidentally comprehended it." The Beast Emperor shook his big tiger head, "This isn't just about luck." Lin Moya smiled, "It's just a matter of sooner or later. Everyone will comprehend it when they reach the Great Dao Realm." The Beast Emperor said, "Still, sooner is better." Lin Moya chatted with the Beast Emperor, but his hands never stopped. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 Fate Swords had been condensed. 10 Fate Swords, this method of injuring the enemy by 1,000 while harming oneself by 200, Lin Moya did without hesitation. He relied on possessing the Fate Dao, not fearing Fate consumption. If the consumption was small, it could be recovered in an instant. If the consumption was large, it wouldn't take too long to recover to peak. Under this continuous consumption, the Outer God finally couldn't withstand it. The spatial distortion shattered. The Outer God finally emerged from the shattered space, finally willing to come out. This cautious Outer God finally came out with its main body this time. Be careful. The Beast Emperor roared, again blocking in front of Lin Moyo. The Outer God let out a scream and attacked violently, striking out, landing on the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor was blasted away for the third time. This time, except for the tiger head, his entire body was completely shattered. The Beast Emperor, billions of miles away, was no match for the Outer God when crossing such an ultra-long distance space. The small Outer God, carrying killing intent, charged towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo wasn't panicked at all. His mouth slightly opened, casually uttering one word, explode. His fate soared to the sky, rising to the extreme. The Outer God's body violently exploded. Fate explosion technique. Lin Moya detonated the Outer God's fate, causing damage with fate. Compared to the Fate Sword, the power of the Fate explosion technique was much stronger. With just one strike, it severely injured the Outer God. The Outer God was blasted away in the explosion, then screamed as it tore through space and fled without a trace. Lin Moya looked in the direction the Outer God fled, not giving chase, but pondering some issues. He had many guesses about the Outer God before. Until he truly saw its main body up close, Lin Moya finally understood why it was so cautious. It had no physical body. Its illusory main body, woven of light and shadow, was actually a soul body. Lin Moyo had seen Outer God souls before and wouldn't mistake it. But it was different from ordinary souls. It was special, able to survive on just a soul without needing a physical body. But without a physical body, it was very weak. Great Dao realm beings like the Beast Emperor had enough power to kill it. Even several 9th level Dao venerable powerhouses working together might be able to kill it. It was precisely this special form of existence that gave it many strange abilities. Its power needed to borrow external objects to truly manifest. Otherwise, it could only display its might in the soul world. So, it was so eager to occupy the Purple Tiger Pagoda. Only by borrowing the Purple Tiger Pagoda could it exert powerful combat strength. Lin Moyo even imagined that just the Purple Tiger Pagoda might not be enough. After occupying the Purple Tiger Pagoda, it might find ways to occupy the Purple Pattern Origin. If it really succeeded, even the Beast Emperor might not be its match then. Then the Origin continent would truly fall into disaster. No race would have much chance of survival. Outer gods were the mortal enemies of all living beings in the Origin continent. Between them, it was only a matter of life and death, regardless of right or wrong. But now, Lin Moya knew that fellow had no chance. One Fate explosion technique had blasted it into serious injury, fleeing in panic. The Beast Emperor flew over with his tiger head. This time the damage was heavier, and it would take some time for his body to recover. At this moment, although the Beast Emperor only had a head, he still couldn't hide his surprise. Fellow deist Lin, how did you do that? Lin Moya said, it's a technique from the Fate Dao. Actually, it's nothing special. It can only severely injure him, not kill him. With the Outer God's recovery ability, it won't take long to fully recover. Now that he's fled, he's returned to his own territory. Next, he should become desperate. The Beast Emperor frowned. Even if desperate, what can he do? Lin Moya said, I guess he will detonate part of the formation nodes he controls. This way, even if he can't occupy the Purple Tiger Pagoda, he can greatly damage its power. Great damage to the Purple Tiger Pagoda's power would be an unimaginable disaster for the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan. Their fate would be greatly damaged, even affecting their foundation. The Beast Emperor nodded as he listened. Although he didn't understand the Fate Dao, with his realm, he had an extremely deep understanding of fate. What Lin Moya said wasn't alarmist talk. It was all very likely to happen. Lin Moya continued, this is just one possibility. I guess he might use the Purple Tiger Pagoda as a springboard to enter the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan's ancestral grounds. The Beast Emperor was suddenly alarmed. Fellow deist Lin means his target is the Purple Pattern Origin. Lin Moya said, this is just a guess. Normally, he couldn't enter the ancestral grounds, but the Purple Tiger Pagoda has some connection with the ancestral grounds. He might have the ability to enter the ancestral grounds through this connection. But I think it won't be that easy. Certain conditions must be met, such as Chapter 3043, Chapter 3043, 3043, Chapter 3043, don't worry, he can't detonate it. The Beast Emperor asked, for example. Lin Moya said, the ancestral grounds of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan can't be opened casually. It's not the ancestral grounds opening day now. To enter, certain conditions must be met. For example, activating the power of the Purple Tiger Pagoda, letting it connect to the power of the Purple Pattern Origin. Then he could follow the channel to enter the ancestral grounds. The Beast Emperor exclaimed, if that's really the case, it would be troublesome. Once he enters the ancestral grounds and we can't get in, what do we do? Who would have thought that the mighty Beast Emperor, a great Dao realm figure, would have such an anxious moment? Lin Moya still calmly said, this is just my guess. He may not be able to enter the ancestral grounds. If he could, with so many ancestral grounds openings, he would have gone long ago. I think there must be some other reasons he doesn't enter the ancestral grounds. For example, the Purple Pattern Origin might not be easily eroded, difficult to occupy. He probably wants to occupy the purple tiger pagoda first, using it to obtain the purple pattern origin. But now we've cut off his first step, so we can only become desperate and try to find a way to the ancestral grounds. The Beast Emperor said, although it's just a guess, it's possible. As long as there's this possibility, we can't be careless. Lin Moya said, Senior Beast Emperor is right. As long as there's this possibility, we can't be careless. Why don't you move your true body, Senior Beast Emperor, to come guard Purple Tiger City? I'll find a way to stop him from entering the ancestral grounds. If successful, he'll surely flee. Then Senior Beast Emperor can strike and kill him. How about that? Hearing this method, the Beast Emperor's eyes immediately lit up. If he delivered the final blow, he would surely get a big share of the Dao rewards. He agreed without hesitation. Good, I'm coming right away. Fellow Daoist Lin, try to stall him. I'll be there in 30 minutes at most. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Good, I'll stall him. The Beast Emperor's aura dissipated. Lin Moya knew the Beast Emperor had set out. Once he suggested this method, the Beast Emperor definitely wouldn't refuse. Think about it, who could refuse Dao rewards? What Lin Moya said wasn't false, because he was truly worried. He was indeed afraid the outer god would become desperate. If it was in the Purple Tiger Pagoda, he still had ways to deal with it. If it escaped, with the lightning purple striped tiger clan's combat power, it would be very difficult to stop it. If it escaped, that would be a huge hidden danger. Having the Beast Emperor come over was to ensure success. Moreover, there was another possibility Lin Moya didn't mention. This outer god composed entirely of a soul body surely possessed the ability to possess bodies. It might even be able to enter his soul world and attempt possession. Lin Moya knew he was the best candidate for possession. His strength was low enough, his potential great enough, far surpassing those lightning purple striped tiger fellows. Most importantly, he was human. Apart from wings, his form was somewhat similar to outer gods, fitting their aesthetics. Don't underestimate this point. When making choices, every tiny factor influences the final decision. Through the Dao lock, Lin Moya sensed that the outer god had fled back to its occupied formation area. The injuries it had just received were rapidly recovering. With the outer god's recovery speed, it would recover in 10 minutes at most. Then it might become desperate. While the Beast Emperor would take 30 minutes to arrive, Lin Moya's will moved, and an order was transmitted: withdraw troops immediately. Everyone was stunned upon receiving the order, but the previous habit had been formed. Although puzzled, everyone immediately stopped and quickly retreated. Then another order was issued: everyone, show exhausted expressions. This order was even more confusing. These tigers were killing excitedly, how could they be exhausted? They could fight for another 3 days and nights. But Lin Moya's orders had to be followed. Many people showed exhausted expressions, then retreated with the main force. At this time, the outer god only occupied 900 formation nodes. The lightning purple striped tiger clan's formation nodes exceeded 3,000. The Great Elder flew to Lin Moya's side. Mr. Lin, why suddenly retreat? Lin Moya said, to prevent him from becoming desperate. The Great Elder was slightly stunned, not quite understanding. Lin Moya didn't explain further, just do as I say. It's just letting you rest for a moment. The Great Elder had no objections, showing a hint of respect. We'll follow Mr. Lin's instructions. He knew clearly that being able to fight to this extent was all thanks to Lin Moya. Otherwise, with their abilities, they couldn't have dealt with the outer god. Now whatever Lin Moya said, they could only obey. Lin Moya's sudden troop withdrawal puzzled the outer god. Until it saw many people showing exhausted expressions, it suddenly seemed to understand. Looking at Lin Moya far in the rear of the formation, it found Lin Moya's face pale, as if he could hardly continue. Only then did it realize that although Lin Moya had injured it earlier, he had also paid a considerable price. Come to think of it, Lin Moya was only at second level Dao Venerable. Being able to injure it was already a miracle. How could he not pay a price? If it went to sneak attack him again, it might succeed. As long as Lin Moya died, the Purple Tiger Pagoda would belong to it again. With this thought, the outer god suddenly calmed down, no longer thinking about desperate measures. Lin Moya's delaying tactic was completely effective. Through the changes in the outer god's aura, Lin Moya sensed some of its thoughts. 30 minutes. The final battle would be in 30 minutes. Lin Moya's gaze swept across the entire formation, studying this formation. The formation inside the Purple Tiger Pagoda was very high level, at least 9th grade. Overall, it was a kind of instrument formation. Each formation I used the pagoda itself as a base, a special formation based on a magical treasure. Lin Moya continuously studied this formation as time rapidly passed. 25 minutes later, Lin Moya received a message from the Beast Emperor. I have arrived at Purple Tiger City. Lin Moya nodded, his will moving to issue orders again. Rest over. All troops attack, target formation nodes in order, full force, don't stop fighting. As soon as the order was given, tiger roars shook the heavens. All the tigers surged forward like a tide again. The outer god immediately sensed this and evolved avatars. Over 900 avatars facing an army of over 3,000 tigers. Without Lin Moya, they might have been able to fight. But with Lin Moya directing behind the scenes, there was no chance. 100 fate poison swords flashed by. The outer god still chose to actively collapse its avatars, further widening the power gap. In the blink of an eye, another node was about to fall. At this moment, where was there any trace of exhaustion in the tiger army? Where was there any trace of exhaustion on Lin Moya's face? The outer god knew it had been tricked. It howled incessantly, roaring repeatedly. The remaining formation nodes began to glow. The formation began to destabilize, shaking violently. the entire Purple Tiger Pagoda was rumbling. The Purple Tiger Pagoda's rumbling affected Purple Tiger City. The origin spirit vein under the city erupted with endless origin power, enveloping the Purple Tiger Pagoda. The Great Elder's anxious voice rang out, "It's going to detonate the formation." Lin Moya sneered, "Don't worry, it can't detonate it anymore." Chapter 3044. Chapter 3044, 3044. Chapter 3044, the one he hated most was naturally Lin Moyo. Symbols flew out one by one, fusing into the formation. The violently shaking formation suddenly quieted down. Lin Moya used symbols to stabilize the formation inside the Purple Tiger Pagoda. These symbols were distributed throughout the formation, even flying into areas controlled by the Outer God. After fusing into the formation, the symbols disappeared, impossible to remove. The Outer God was stunned. The clan elders were also stunned. Then the clan elders excitedly exclaimed, "Strange." After pausing for a few seconds, the great battle erupted again. The only function of Lin Moya's symbols was to stabilize the formation. They couldn't enhance the formation's power or help the lightning purple striped tiger clan reclaim formation nodes. They only made the entire formation very stable. With the symbols, unless the Outer God could control the entire formation and become its true master, it couldn't detonate the formation. As more and more symbols appeared, the formation became increasingly stable. The Outer God couldn't even detonate a single node. By preventing the Outer God from detonating the formation, Lin Moya also meant it couldn't use this to activate the purple pattern origin's power, let alone enter the ancestral grounds. The formation nodes were being rapidly reclaimed. As it controlled fewer and fewer nodes, the Outer God's resistance would quickly decrease, and the reclaiming speed would only get faster. Previously, reclaiming one formation node took several minutes. Now 1 minute was enough. Everything Lin Moya did completely prevented the possibility of the Outer God becoming desperate. Now the Outer God only had two paths, possession or escape. If it possessed someone from the lightning purple striped tiger clan, even possessing the Great Elder, it would struggle to exert full power and couldn't escape the Beast Emperor's pursuit. If it fled alone, it would still face the Beast Emperor's pursuit, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyo had considered this early on. He also thought that if the Beast Emperor couldn't kill it, he would have to use his last 9th level Dao Venerable Corpse, ending this battle with Corpse Explosion. Trading a 9th level Dao Venerable Corpse for an incomplete Dao reward didn't seem very worthwhile to Lin Moyo. There was another possibility coming to possess him, but now he was in the formation. To possess him, it would have to cross the formation's barriers, which was very difficult. What will you choose? Lin Moya's eyes held mockery as he looked at the area occupied by the Outer God. Formation nodes were being reclaimed one by one. The silver area belonging to the Outer God was shrinking. Now unless it personally entered the battle, it couldn't stop the offensive. But even if it did, although the Great Elder's combat power wasn't as strong, he could still resist for a while. There wasn't just one clan elder. 8 clan elders working together, borrowing the formation's power, could fully contend with the Outer God's main body. In the Purple Tiger Pagoda, what both sides were competing in was more about control over the formation rather than main body strength. The speed of reclaiming formation nodes was getting faster and faster. 800, 600, 400. Watching the formation nodes decrease, the Tiger Army seemed to have taken stimulants, roaring as they reclaimed territory that originally belonged to them. When only 200 formation nodes remained, the area occupied by the Outer God was just a small piece, less than 1/20th of the entire formation. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, about time, it should make a move. Suddenly, the last 200 formation nodes simultaneously dimmed. The Daolok sensed that the Outer God had left the Purple Tiger Pagoda. It ultimately chose to flee with its main body, not attempting possession. As an Outer God, a mighty great Dao realm powerhouse, it looked down on the physical bodies of the clan elders. Lin Moya simultaneously sent a message to the Beast Emperor, "It's come out." The Beast Emperor said, "Don't worry, it won't escape." Lin Moya's will moved, saying to the Great Elder, "The Outer God has left. The Beast Emperor is fighting it outside. I hand this back to you all. I'll leave first." After saying this, Lin Moya returned control of the formation to the Great Elder and left the formation. His consciousness returned, and Lin Moya immediately said to Lei Tian, "Let's go out." Lei Tian waved his hand, opening a passage to the outside world, while saying, "I just felt the Outer God seemed to come out of the Purple Tiger Pagoda." Lin Moya said, "Yes, it left the Purple Tiger Pagoda." Lei Tian was first delighted then alarmed, "Where did it go?" Lin Moya said, "It should still be above Purple Tiger City. The Beast Emperor has arrived and should be able to stop it. Let's go over too, see if we can help somehow. Don't let it escape." Lei Tian realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting out. Lin Moya spread his wings of time curse. The wings of time disturbed time, allowing Lin Moya to barely keep up with Lei Tian. Lei Tian burst out of the Purple Tiger Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Only then did he notice he seemed to have forgotten about Lin Moyo. Looking back, he saw Lin Moyo had also rushed out with him, and couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Moya's speed. A second level Dao Venerable actually being able to keep up with him in speed, no one would believe it if told. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this issue. Powerful energy fluctuations came from high in the sky. Lin Moya said softly, "The battlefield is above. Let's go." They were now 12,000 meters in the sky, but the real battlefield was still above. The two rushed upwards again. When they reached 20,000 meters high, they finally saw the battlefield. High in the sky, mist shrouded everything, fierce winds howling. No matter how fierce the wind, it couldn't disperse the thin mist. The mist enveloped a large area. The Beast Emperor was in the mist, wrapped in dense fog like wearing armor made of mist, attacking furiously. The outer god revealed its main body, not large in size, its body transparent like a soul. It was already completely suppressed by the Beast Emperor, with no power to resist. The difference in their strength was not small. Although this outer god was also at the Great Dao realm, without external objects to rely on, its combat power was only equivalent to a 9th level Dao Venerable. This special type of outer god's strength lay in its special abilities, not its inherent combat power. Fighting like this, it was only a matter of time before the Beast Emperor won. This outer god was bound to die. Seeing this, Lin Moyo and Lei Tian didn't rush into the mist to interfere with the Beast Emperor. The two stood on either side of the mist to prevent the outer god from escaping. Lin Moyo already had the Dao Immortality pill in hand. Compared to using Corpse Explosion, he preferred to use the Dao Immortality pill. Rarity increases value, and he only had one 9th level Dao Venerable corpse left. Although he hadn't entered the mist, it didn't mean Lin Moyo had no way to help the Beast Emperor. The simplest method was the Fate Dao. The Fate Dao True Body appeared, condensing a Fate Sword. With the Fate Dao True Body empowering it, the condensed Fate Sword was stronger than in the formation. The Fate Sword stabbed into the outer god's body, 3 strikes in succession. The outer god's aura immediately weakened considerably. Its fate was cut, affecting its combat power. Seeing this, the Beast Emperor exerted even stronger power, roaring repeatedly. Streaks of golden light descended from the sky, bombarding the outer god like meteors. The outer god was beaten with no power to fight back. It turned its head, looking at Lin Moyo. Its eyes were full of killing intent. The one it hated most at this moment was naturally Lin Moyo. If not for Lin Moyo, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly, the outer god fell silent, changing from roaring to quiet. Its form became illusory and transparent. Space distorted, and it instantly disappeared from the mist. Chapter 3045. Chapter 3045, 3045. Chapter 3045, Everything is the best arrangement. The mist enveloping heaven and earth suddenly became dense. The originally thin mist now turned into solid high walls, turning heaven and earth into a prison. The mist in front of Lin Moyo violently bulged, as if something was trying to burst out. Space continuously distorted and deformed. The outer god used a secret technique, twisting space with its own power, erupting with shocking force. Powerful energy transmitted through the mist, affecting the space outside. Space folded onto itself, forming a long narrow crack. The outer god was trying to escape through this crack, and the direction it chose was right where Lin Moyo was. Unfortunately, the Beast Emperor reacted too quickly. Its breakout attempt didn't seem to succeed. The Beast Emperor snorted coldly, "Don't think of escaping." He instantly struck, giving the outer god no chance to flee. 10,000 streaks of golden light bombarded the outer god. Lin Moyo felt a sense of unease in his heart. The wings of time vibrated, quickly retreating. The golden light struck down. The space that had been forcibly folded, hit by the Beast Emperor's attack, violently exploded. The outer god plunged headfirst into the shattered space, disappearing without a trace. The shattered space connected the inside and outside of the mist, breaking through the heaven and earth prison set up by the Beast Emperor. Lin Moyo inwardly thought this was bad. He knew the outer god had the ability to travel through space. In the Purple Tiger Pagoda, the outer god had displayed this ability. Relying on the Dao Lock on the outer god, Lin Moyo sensed its location. He stopped retreating. Now that the outer god had broken through the Beast Emperor's blockade, he had to act to stop it. The Space Dao True Body evolved, Space Dao surrounding his body, immediately affecting the surrounding space. Using space to counter space was the best method. Lin Moyo used his Space Dao to affect the outer god's space traversing ability. But Lin Moyo's realm was too low, far inferior to the outer god's. The effect was minimal. The wings of time curse violently vibrated, the power of the time Dao pouring out, mixing with the Space Dao to form spacetime power. The wings of curse simultaneously spread curses, affecting the outer god's judgment of space, time, space, and curses' three-pronged approach, causing the outer god to fall into a state of spacetime confusion. Although this state couldn't last, as long as it could hold for a while, it would be enough for the Beast Emperor to come and re-establish the heaven and earth prison. The outer god's ability, once used, required a long interval before it could be used again. This time was enough for the Beast Emperor to kill it. Lin Moyo did his utmost to prevent the outer god from escaping, buying time for the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor had rushed over by now, the mist dispersing again. In the next instant, the outer god suddenly emerged from the shattered space, letting out a shrill scream. The scream, like huge waves turning into a terrifying soul shock, swept out in all directions. Lin Moyo's soul buzzed, instantly falling into a dazed state. Not just Lin Moyo, but even the Beast Emperor and Lei Tian were the same, instantly losing the ability to react. The soul shock launched by the outer god was an indiscriminate attack method. Regardless of the target's soul strength, realm level, or whether they had treasures, all would be affected. However, the instant daze could only last for an instant, maybe not even 1/100th of a second. But for a powerhouse at the outer god's level, 1/100th of a second was enough to do many things. Just as Lin Moyo came to his senses, he saw a shadowy figure flash before his eyes. It's going to possess. As soon as the thought arose, the outer god's shadowy figure turned into a stream of light, plunging into his body. Lin Moyo's body stiffened, his consciousness automatically entering his soul world. His soul body slowly opened its eyes, looking towards a corner of the soul world. In that corner, a disgusting aura was gathering, instantly condensing into the outer god. The outer god entered Lin Moyo's soul world, staring at Lin Moyo's soul body. In its eyes, besides killing intent, there was also intense hatred. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, Lin Moyo could feel that the outer god hated him to the core. Lin Moyo's soul was not afraid at all. In his own territory, even if you were a divine dragon, you'd turn into an earthworm. Killing it here didn't require corpse explosion. Even the Dao immortality pill could be saved. This was also the best outcome Lin Moyo had envisioned. The lion's share of the Dao rewards would belong to him, while also not making the Beast Emperor feel he was deliberately snatching food. Lin Moyo indeed had some deliberate intention. He actually hoped from the bottom of his heart that things would turn out this way. The human race and outer gods had somewhat similar forms. With the wings of time curse spread, the similarity further increased. So he guessed that if the outer god wanted to possess someone, the best choice would naturally be himself. However, he wouldn't actively lure the outer god. That would be like snatching Dao rewards from the Beast Emperor's hands, surely making the Beast Emperor unhappy. The current situation was naturally the best case. He could obtain the majority of the Dao rewards without offending the Beast Emperor. After all, it was the Beast Emperor who failed to contain the outer god. The outer god actively came to possess him. The Beast Emperor naturally would have nothing to say. His heart moved, and the purple thunder cloud instantly flew under his feet. Purple lightning spread, enveloping his entire body. Holding the Calamity Scepter, wearing lightning armor, Lin Moyo had armed his soul body to the teeth. The outer god stared at Lin Moyo, killing intent boiling. What it wanted to do most now was kill this hateful human soul before it, making his soul scatter, turning him into a thoroughly dead person, then possessing him. Its method of possession was different from others. It only needed to fuse with everything except living beings. Normal possession was possessing living beings, but it wasn't. It wanted to truly kill Lin Moyo, making his soul scatter, changing from a living being to a dead object. Then it would occupy the corpse, controlling the body. Although this method was different from ordinary possession, the final effect was almost the same. As long as it had a host, it could exert more abilities. Even if Lin Moyo's realm was low, it could still allow it to escape. Most importantly, it could kill Lin Moyo. It already hated Lin Moyo to death. If not for Lin Moyo, it could have occupied the Purple Tiger Pagoda, and then used the Purple Tiger Pagoda to occupy the Purple Pattern Origin. At that time, no one on the Origin continent could restrain it. It was Lin Moyo who ruined its plan, forcing it into a desperate situation. Now even if it couldn't escape, it had to kill Lin Moyo as revenge. No one knew the outer god's thoughts, but Lin Moyo could guess some of it. Silver light flickered on the outer god's body, turning into armor enveloping its entire body. At the same time, a gleaming silver long sword appeared in the outer god's hand, looking incredibly sharp. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned, not expecting the outer god to have this trick. But this wasn't important. Whether it had a sword in armor or not didn't make much difference. Lin Moyo chuckled lightly. Several fate swords appeared in response, slashing at the outer god along the Dao lock. The outer god's aura plummeted. It roared angrily, charging at Lin Moyo. The silver longsword in its hand erupted with silver light. In Lin Moyo's soul world, a huge sharp sword suddenly appeared, as if about to cleave the entire soul world. Thunder roared. The purple pattern thunder cloud shot out boundless divine thunder, falling on the silver sharp sword. Chapter 3046. Chapter 3046, 3046. Chapter 3046, My Territory, My Rules. Divine thunder roared, colliding with the silver treasure sword, erupting in dazzling light. Most of the soul world was illuminated by silver and purple light. Powerful energy surged within the soul world. If Lin Moyo's soul hadn't reached the 5th level of Dao Venerable, affected by divine thunder and undergone qualitative changes, greatly increasing the strength of his soul world, this collision alone would have been enough to tear his soul world apart. But now, many cracks still appeared in the soul world. Brilliant light illuminated the soul world, even spilling out from the cracks torn in the soul, lighting up the void outside the soul world considerably. Lin Moyo, like a thunder general, stepped on the thunder cloud, charging into the lightning. The outer god had also reached Lin Moyo by now, the two truly engaging in combat. A great Dao realm outer god versus a second-level Dao venerable Lin Moyo. The two were not opponents of the same level at all. This was Lin Moyo's world. His power was greatly amplified here, while the outer god's power was affected. With this change, the gap in their strength narrowed considerably. Even so, the outer god was still far superior to Lin Moyo. The huge gap between them couldn't be overcome even on Lin Moyo's home turf. Lin Moyo's aura suddenly rose sharply, instantly breaking through realm restrictions. Origin technique, power gathering. Lin Moyo used an origin technique in his soul world. Several technique stars of the undead army glowed brightly. An incredibly powerful energy was quickly controlled by Lin Moyo. 3rd level Dao Venerable, 4th level, 5th level. Lin Moyo advanced unstoppably, directly rising to the peak of 6th level Dao Venerable. His soul was already at the 5th level of Dao Venerable. With his physical body unchanged, his soul breaking through to the peak of 6th level Dao Venerable was no problem at all. The next second, the bottleneck of 6th level Dao Venerable was also crossed. Lin Moyo officially stepped into 7th level Dao Venerable. It was purely on the soul level entering 7th level Dao Venerable. His physical body remained unchanged. Moreover, it was purely on the power level entering 7th level Dao Venerable. His speed also increased accordingly, but his comprehension of the Dao remained unchanged. For a soul body, the power gathering technique only raised 2 realm levels, which it could fully withstand. The gap between the two further narrowed. At this moment, they finally clashed. The outer god swung its treasure sword, slashing down like lightning. Silver light danced, slashing cracks throughout the soul world. Lin Moyo also raised the Calamity Scepter, neither dodging nor evading, meeting the outer god's sword head-on. No matter how sharp the Outer God's sword was, even if it was a great Dao realm treasure, Lin Moya wasn't afraid. He had confidence in his Calamity Scepter. Since he started cultivating, he had never seen anything more solid than the Calamity Scepter. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Outer God's silver sword shattered. Lin Moya felt as if his Calamity Scepter had smashed into a block of tofu. With almost no resistance, it shattered the Outer God's silver sword to pieces. The Outer God clearly hadn't expected its sword to be so fragile. Lin Moya smashed the sword and continued swinging towards the Outer God. At the same time, the wings of curse spread behind his soul body, waves of curses washing over. Curse speed, curse power, curse reaction, curse everything. Lin Moya instantly maximized the power of curses. Whether they worked or not, he cursed first and foremost. Under various curses, red curse light continuously appeared on the Outer God's body. Although not strong, it really took effect. Affected by the curses, the Outer God was momentarily confused. Lin Moya's Calamity Scepter struck it at this moment. At the instant of impact, the Outer God finally had a bit of reaction, dodging slightly. The silver armor shattered like tofu under the Calamity Scepter, having no effect at all. As the silver armor shattered, Lin Moya saw disbelief in the Outer God's eyes. Presumably, this silver armor should have been an extremely powerful treasure, but against the Calamity Scepter, it was nothing. The Calamity Scepter shattered the silver armor, then struck the Outer God's body. The Outer God's body was no different from tofu, just like the silver armor. A shrill scream rang out. Half of the Outer God's body shattered on the spot. With just one hit, it was already severely injured, its aura plummeting. The soul gem on the Calamity Scepter glowed faintly. As it shattered the Outer God, the soul gem instantly absorbed a large amount of soul power. The Outer God was originally a soul body, a very appetizing food for the soul gem. The Outer God retreated quickly in fear. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the Space Dao and Time Dao simultaneously appeared, fusing into space-time power. In the soul world, Lin Moya could exert the power of the Space Dao and Time Dao to the extreme. Even if the Outer God's realm was high enough, it would still be affected. For a moment, the Outer God fell into a state of space-time confusion. Lin Moya appeared before the Outer God again as if teleporting, swinging the Calamity Scepter once more. Here, Lin Moya was the master. He could do as he pleased. The Calamity Scepter struck the Outer God's body for the second time. Like before, it only reacted at the last moment, dodging in panic. The Calamity Scepter brushed past the Outer God's remnant body. The soul gem flashed again, absorbing more soul power from the Outer God. The Outer God's aura plummeted, its power greatly diminished. Lin Moya's heart moved. The soul gem is not only the ultimate defense treasure for souls, but also the nemesis of this kind of soul being. He discovered another function of the soul gem: it could restrain soul-based lifeforms. Of course, these soul-based lifeforms had to be strong enough. The soul gem wouldn't bother with ones that were too weak. Lin Moya, with cruelty, used the Space Dao to continuously teleport, beginning to frantically hunt down the Outer God. The Outer God momentarily became a fleeing dog, rapidly escaping through the soul world. But no matter how fast it fled, it would still be struck sometimes. In no time, it was hit 2 more times. Its body completely shattered, leaving only a big head. But even like this, the Outer God still didn't die. Its power had just decreased by more than half, unable to maintain even the heavenly Dao realm. The Outer God's aura had dropped to the 9th level of Dao Venerable. In the soul world, the Outer God's big head flew around chaotically, extremely panicked. Now just one light tap from the Calamity Scepter would completely annihilate it. The Outer God's big head suddenly erupted with silver light, followed by an extremely shrill scream. Lin Moya's soul instantly fell into a dazed state. Like before, against this kind of scream, any defense was useless. Fortunately, the dazed state only lasted for an instant. With the soul gem and purple thunder cloud, the Outer God couldn't do anything to Lin Moya in that instant. However, this instant gave the Outer God a chance to catch its breath. Silver light shone brilliantly. The Outer God's body recovered at an astonishing speed, instantly restoring 7 or 8 tenths. This was also one of its abilities. However, rapidly recovering its body clearly consumed much of its power. Its aura dropped again. The space around it quickly began to distort. By the time Lin Moya came to his senses, the Outer God had already torn through space and disappeared. Chapter 3047. Chapter 3047, 3047. Chapter 3047. Lie down for this emperor. The Outer God escaped again. Escaping from the soul world, there were only 2 possible directions. One was to return the way it came, but after returning, it would face the Beast Emperor. Severely injured, its chances of survival were low. The second was to escape into the soul void. Lin Moya didn't know what was in the soul void. As far as he knew, the soul void was very dangerous. Where will you escape to? Lin Moya kept locking onto the Outer God through the Dao lock. The next second, he knew the Outer God's true destination. The Outer God chose to return the way it came. It would rather face the Beast Emperor than enter the soul void. Lin Moya immediately had a thought: the dangers of the soul void were beyond imagination. His consciousness returned, and Lin Moya also returned to the real world. The Beast Emperor's laughter sounded in his ears. Let's see where you escaped to this time. The first time the Outer God escaped, it ran into Lin Moya's soul world, wanting to kill Lin Moya and possess him. At that time, the Beast Emperor had no way to intervene, unless he also entered Lin Moya's soul world. But he wasn't a soul body. Wanting to enter Lin Moya's soul world wasn't impossible. If he forced his way in, that would be equivalent to declaring war on Lin Moya. The Beast Emperor didn't want to be enemies with Lin Moya at the moment, so he could only wait. He knew Lin Moya was special and wasn't afraid of the Outer God, So he waited patiently, and re-established the mist, forming a new heaven and earth prison. He thought that even if Lin Moya wasn't afraid of the outer god, he probably couldn't kill it. After all, it was a great Dao realm being. No matter how weak its combat power, it wasn't below 9th level Dao venerable. No matter how strong Lin Moya was, he was still only 2nd level Dao venerable. Sure enough, he waited and the outer god escaped again. The escaped outer god's aura was much weaker than before. It wasn't a match for the Beast Emperor before, and now even less so. In an instant, it was firmly suppressed, about to be killed at any moment. After Lin Moya's consciousness returned, he didn't act again. Since the Beast Emperor had already taken action, he wouldn't interfere. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor might think Lin Moya was trying to snatch the Dao rewards. However, Lin Moya remained on guard. He guessed the outer god still had tricks up its sleeve. Sure enough, under the Beast Emperor's suppression, the outer god suddenly exploded, as if self-detonating. Vast energy swept through heaven and earth. The heaven and earth prison set up by the Beast Emperor was forcibly blasted open. Even the Beast Emperor was forced back by this sudden self-detonation. In the explosion, a faint, almost imperceptible aura flew out of the gap with extreme stealth. Lin Moya's brow twitched. The Dao lock was actually severed at this moment. But with his extremely keen spiritual perception, he still sensed this aura. This aura had completely virtualized. To sense it required keen spiritual perception and mastery of an illusory type Dao. Like the Beast Emperor, whose spiritual perception was equally keen, he didn't sense it. After the explosion, the Beast Emperor frowned, not very certain, is it dead? In the self-detonation, even the Dao's sense of disgust disappeared. The Beast Emperor found it hard to judge. Lin Moya shook his head, not dead. Follow me. Vibrating the wings of time, Lin Moya quickly flew in the direction the outer god had escaped. Although the Beast Emperor had no sense of it, he chose to believe Lin Moya, closely following behind him. The wings of time vibrated faster and faster, allowing Lin Moya to continuously accelerate. Time began to become disordered. Lin Moya's time was fast, while the outside world's time was normal. This created an effect similar to teleportation. The Beast Emperor followed behind, his tone surprised. I didn't expect fellow deist Lin to understand the time Dao. Lin Moya smiled, I've only scratched the surface. It's good for traveling quickly. The Beast Emperor said, fellow deist Lin is being modest. Even the surface of the time Dao isn't something one can understand just by wanting to. When fellow deist Lin reaches 9th level Dao venerable, I'm afraid no one will be able to match this speed. Even I might not be able to keep up. Lin Moya smiled, 9th level Dao venerable is still far off. The Beast Emperor said, you'll get there sooner or later. With fellow deist Lin's talent, it's just a matter of time. Lin Moya said, thank you for your kind words, Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor said, for fellow deist Lin, 9th level Dao venerable is nothing. The Great Dao realm is also no problem. And I believe fellow deist Lin can go very far in the Great Dao realm. Even becoming a Dao Lord isn't impossible. A Dao Lord of illusory type Daos, just thinking about it makes me envious. The Beast Emperor spoke very sincerely and seriously. He was truly envious. Lin Moya said, Beast Emperor, you're praising me to death. I haven't even dared to think about the Great Dao realm. How could I dare think about becoming a Dao Lord? The Beast Emperor laughed heartily. Sometimes, it's okay to think about it. Behind them, Lei Tian followed, not daring to speak. He hadn't expected Lin Moya and the Beast Emperor to be so familiar. Previously, he had carried Lin Moya on his back to meet the Beast Emperor. At that time, he thought it was a great honor for Lin Moya to be summoned by the Beast Emperor. Now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. The Beast Emperor and Lin Moya were treating each other as equals. Lei Tian felt he should adjust his attitude towards Lin Moya again, be more respectful. After all, this was someone who could be on equal footing with the Beast Emperor. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. They were now in an ancient dense forest. Lin Moya searched with his gaze, then pointed at a mountain below. It entered this mountain. This mountain seems a bit strange. It's hiding inside the mountain. The Beast Emperor waved his hand, no matter. I'll get it out. A beam of golden light shot down in response, striking the mountain. The mountain instantly collapsed and shattered. Wherever the golden light passed, everything turned to dust. Lin Moya didn't know what Dao the Beast Emperor cultivated. The Beast Emperor's attacks manifested as beams of golden light. The golden light was heavy, sharp, powerful, having everything. Although the form was monotonous, it was very practical, a case of mastering one's skill to perfection. This ancient mountain that had existed for who knows how many years collapsed. The ancient forests and old grass on the mountain were also completely pulverized in the golden light. Some creatures that couldn't escape in time also died in the golden light. The Beast Emperor wasn't a kind person. He wouldn't care about these details. Suddenly, a light like gold jumped out from inside the mountain. The Beast Emperor sneered, no wonder it hid here. So there's a 10,000-year-old ink stone inside this mountain. Ink stone was a common material for forging. It wasn't rare in itself. If it was old enough and large enough, its value would become very high. Ink stone over 10,000 years old was already Dao Venerable level material. If it was even older, a 100,000-year-old ink stone could reach 6th level Dao Venerable quality or even higher. This ink stone was at least 50,000 years old, and so huge. Its level was certainly above 5th level Dao Venerable, very valuable. This was why the outer god chose it as a host. Unfortunately, it was still found by Lin Moyo. Under the golden light, the ink stone quickly shattered. Suddenly, the mountain-sized ink stone began to move. The Beast Emperor snorted coldly, lie down for this emperor. The golden light suddenly grew larger and stronger, brilliant golden light filling 10,000 miles of heaven and earth. Chapter 3048. Chapter 3048, 3048. Chapter 3048, only heard of, never experienced. The inkstone that had just shown some movement crashed down again with a boom. The Beast Emperor's power was too strong. He could suppress the Outer God before, let alone now. In Lin Moya's perception, the Outer God's current realm was only around 7th level Dao Venerable. Moreover, it had no physical body. Even Lei Tian had the ability to kill it now. But Lin Moya was very curious about what form the Outer God existed in now. It had no physical body, and what exploded earlier was its soul. If even its soul had self-detonated, what had escaped? As far as Lin Moya knew, beyond the soul, only the true spirit remained. The true spirit was the foundation of all living beings in the origin continent, the true core. But what he sensed earlier didn't seem to be the true spirit. Lin Moya wasn't ashamed to ask, Senior Beast Emperor, what exactly was it that escaped? The Beast Emperor said, it was the God Spirit. Lin Moya had never heard of the God Spirit and continued, please explain in detail. The Beast Emperor patiently explained, the God Spirit is actually exactly the same as our true spirit. You also know that after cultivating to the other shore realm, the soul can survive independently from the physical body. It doesn't matter if the physical body is destroyed. With some time, it can be recovered. The higher the realm, the less important the physical body becomes. As long as the soul remains, the physical body doesn't matter. After the soul becomes stronger, cultivators can sense the true core of the soul, which is the true spirit. Once the true spirit is grasped by someone, it's more terrifying than having one's soul grasped. So every cultivator will hide their true spirit. After reaching the Great Tao realm, as long as the true spirit isn't destroyed, even if one falls, there's hope of returning to the peak. Outer gods also have true spirits. Their true spirits are called God spirits, but they're actually the same thing. The difference is that outer gods have some ability to manipulate their true spirits. Even if they fall, as long as their true spirit isn't destroyed, their chance of recovery far exceeds ours. Especially this special type of outer god, which originally has no physical body. Its soul body can be seen as its physical body, and its true spirit as its soul. It's fortunate that fellow deist Lin sensed the direction of the true spirit's escape. Otherwise, it would have been another big trouble after thousands of years. After the Beast Emperor's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood the differences. Cultivators of the origin continent can't control their true spirits as freely as their souls and physical bodies. They can only make some crude changes. After death, the true spirit will be taken away by the Tao. Where it goes, whether it will reincarnate, is unknown. However, the higher the realm, the stronger the true spirit. With the true spirit, there's a certain chance of returning to the peak. But outer gods can truly manipulate their true spirits. As long as their true spirit isn't destroyed, they have a chance to truly revive. Especially for special types of outer gods without physical bodies, their control over the true spirit can be even stronger. Lin Moya thought to himself, the physical body is solid, the soul is half virtual and half real, and the true spirit is virtual. It seems that no matter what kind of living being, they can't escape the virtual and real, yin and yang. Thinking back to the few outer gods he had killed before, their true spirits seemed to have been swallowed by the soul gem along with their souls. If the outer gods hadn't died, he wouldn't have received Tao rewards. People can make mistakes, but the Tao doesn't. However, the Tao doesn't feel disgust towards God spirits, which increases the difficulty of finding them. The Beast Emperor continued, killing the true spirit isn't actually difficult. The difficulty is in how to discover them, how to catch them. I have a feeling that fellow deist Lin will kill more outer gods in the future and receive more Tao rewards. Lin Moya smiled, that depends on luck. The Beast Emperor laughed heartily, fellow deists' luck can't be bad. That was natural. Since ancient times, those who controlled the Fate Tao have never had bad luck. People with bad luck couldn't possibly grasp the Fate Tao. Lin Moya actually understood another layer of meaning in the Beast Emperor's words. He was telling Lin Moya that he could obtain more Tao rewards in the future, but this one he had snatched. Lin Moya originally didn't intend to compete with the Beast Emperor for it. With so many people involved in this outer god, how much Tao reward could each person get? Lin Moya didn't care much for it. Under the continuous bombardment of golden light, the huge 10,000-year-old inkstone was completely ground to dust, not even leaving any debris. When the 10,000-year-old inkstone was completely crushed, Lin Moya heard a soul-wrenching scream. The outer god was finally killed, leaving nothing behind. The golden light receded. Where the high mountain once stood was now a deep pit whose bottom couldn't be seen. At the bottom of the pit, underground water was bubbling up. The Beast Emperor said, fellow deist Lin, please confirm if it's really dead. Lin Moya nodded, flew into the pit, and carefully sensed for a while. A few seconds later, he flew back, confirmed dead. Actually, there's no need for such trouble. If it's dead, Tao rewards will descend. We might make mistakes, but the Tao won't. The Beast Emperor chuckled, it's just lack of experience. Tao rewards have only been heard of, never experienced. Lin Moya smiled, now you can think about it. Senior Beast Emperor, you can ask for any reward you want. As long as it's not too excessive, the Tao rewards can fulfill it. The Beast Emperor nodded. He indeed needed to consider what reward he wanted. Too many people were sharing the Tao rewards this time. He wouldn't get too much benefit. Lin Moya had already decided to use this Tao reward to condense the last 2 Tao patterns of 2nd level Tao Venerable, entering 3rd level Tao Venerable. Although the Tao reward was small, condensing 2 Tao patterns shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, a mysterious aura descended from the 9 heavens. Lin Moya said, the Tao reward is here. The Beast Emperor and Lei Tian immediately showed excited expressions. They had never seen Dao rewards before and could experience it firsthand this time. Then, a faint light shone on Lei Tian. The descent of Dao rewards also had an order, based on the timing of contact with the outer god. Among the three, Lei Tian had the earliest contact with the outer god. Lei Tian had once intercepted the outer god in the formation with several clan elders, which counted as some contribution, so he could receive some reward. After Lei Tian, another aura descended, falling on the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor also received Dao rewards, and the Dao rewards he received were much more than Lei Tian's. The Beast Emperor had made more contributions in the process of killing the outer god, so naturally his rewards were greater. After waiting a few more seconds, another aura descended, falling on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was already prepared. The moment the Dao reward descended, he began condensing Dao patterns. Lin Moyo found that this Dao reward was indeed very small. The speed of condensing Dao patterns wasn't fast. He had severely injured the outer god and beaten it into heavy injuries, but he wasn't the one who ultimately killed the outer god. If the Dao reward was divided into 5 parts, he would get at most 1/5, while the Beast Emperor would get 2/5. The remaining 2/5 belonged to the lightning purple striped tiger clan. 1/5 of the reward couldn't do much. Just condensing Dao patterns should be enough. In Lin Moya's soul world, the 53rd Dao pattern was taking shape. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from outside the soul world. Chapter 3049. Chapter 3049, 3049. Chapter 3049, 3rd level Dao Venerable, welcome. A beast-like roar resounded throughout the soul world. Lin Moyo had heard a similar sound long ago. This sound had no rationality, only bestial instinct. Back then, it was a soul giant dragon that came from the soul void, impacting his soul world. It ended up being burned to death by his world-burning fire, turning into a soul crystal. It was precisely this soul crystal that turned the 9-colored dragon soul crystal into the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, becoming something that only existed in legends. Unexpectedly, now there was another being coming from outside the soul world. Boom! The unknown being from the soul void collided with the soul world, causing the soul world to shake incessantly. Lin Moyo wasn't panicked. While condensing Dao patterns using the Dao reward, he multitasked, observing the soul void. In the soul void, a giant beast shaped like a lizard was continuously ramming its body against his soul world, sometimes also lashing with its tail. Its realm wasn't low, at least 7th level Dao Venerable, even stronger than the soul giant dragon from before. Lin Moyo looked at this lizard, finding it stranger the more he looked. This lizard should be a spirit beast. Its soul and physical body should look the same. Whatever the soul looks like, the physical body generally looks the same. Moreover, the soul should be pure. Apart from special things like Dao patterns, there shouldn't be anything else. But on this lizard's soul, there were many characteristics of other species. For example, its tail had spikes at the tip, like a scorpion. On its abdomen, besides its original pair of claws, there was another slightly smaller pair of claws, like bird talons. On its surface grew some scales. Some scales were its own, while others weren't. Lin Moya's observation skills were as keen as his spiritual perception. Just one look told him this lizard was problematic. The soul void should have quite a few soul bodies. These soul bodies are lost in the soul void, having lost rationality, only instinct remaining. Instinct makes them kill and devour each other. As long as they devour others, they can strengthen themselves. But at the same time, characteristics of those devoured remain in their souls. This lizard must have devoured many soul bodies, which is why it became like this. Thinking of this, another question arose. Where did so many soul bodies in the soul void come from? In the origin continent, any intelligent being knows the soul void is dangerous and won't easily enter. Beings without intelligence have instincts and are even less likely to enter the soul void. Only those few beings who consider themselves powerful and are full of curiosity about the unknown would enter the soul void. But such beings are very rare. If there are many beings in the soul void, there are only 2 possibilities. 1 is accumulation over countless years. 2 is that the world corresponding to the soul void isn't just the origin continent. The world where outer gods live also has a soul void, and it's the same one. This also explains why the outer god would rather face the Beast Emperor than escape into the soul void. Because it knew the soul void was too dangerous. Those who enter have no chance of survival. But facing the Beast Emperor, there was at least a glimmer of hope, relying on the true spirit to escape. Thinking of this, Lin Moyo felt he understood everything. He also figured out the reason this lizard was attracted here. At that time, many cracks appeared in the soul world, and he had used an origin technique. The aura of the origin technique leaked out, attracting the attention of those soul bodies in the soul void. It seems that last time, when the giant dragon soul body came, it was also related to the origin aura. It seems that in the soul void, the aura of origin is like honey attracting insects. I need to be more careful when using it in the future. If it attracts a great Dao realm soul body, that would be trouble. Even the soul of a great Dao realm outer god didn't dare enter the soul void. This indicates there must be even more terrifying dangers in the soul void. If his origin technique attracted these terrifying existences, he would likely be in trouble. I wonder if the Beast Emperor knows about the soul void. I can ask him later. Lin Moyo muttered to himself. Compared to dealing with the third ancestor, dealing with the Beast Emperor was more relaxing. To get some information from the third ancestor, one had to pay a corresponding price. Because the third ancestor was a businessman, anything could be traded. But the Beast Emperor wasn't, so much valuable information could be obtained from him. After more than 10 minutes, the 53rd Dao pattern was successfully condensed. Then he began condensing the 54th Dao pattern. As long as the 54th Dao pattern was successfully condensed, Lin Moyo could become 3rd level Dao Venerable. At that time, his strength would take another big step forward. Outside the soul world, that lizard was still tirelessly ramming. Although the soul world was shaking incessantly, it could still hold up. There was no danger for now. After the Dao reward ended, he would deal with it. Lin Moyo felt the effect of the Dao reward was weakening. This Dao reward was really too small, even less than expected. Lin Moyo hurried to condense the Dao pattern. If he didn't hurry, even the 54th Dao pattern might not be condensed. After so much effort, if he still couldn't advance to 3rd level Dao Venerable, it would be quite a loss. Time passed second by second. Lin Moyo was racing against time. Unfortunately, the time Dao couldn't be used when condensing Dao patterns. Otherwise, Lin Moyo really wanted to multiply his time several times over. But the Dao didn't allow this loophole to be exploited. The 54th Dao pattern gradually took shape in his soul as the power of the Dao reward was ebbing. Finally, at the last moment before the Dao reward withdrew, the 54th Dao pattern fully formed. The Dao patterns resonated with each other. Lin Moyo felt he had reached a marvelous state. 2nd level Dao Venerable was perfected. His consciousness moved slightly, and the bottleneck between 2nd and 3rd level Dao Venerable was broken. Lin Moyo's aura soared, completing the breakthrough almost instantly. He smoothly entered 3rd level Dao Venerable, with an incredibly stable foundation, even more stable than those who advance and then seclude themselves for decades or centuries. Lin Moyo's foundation was too solid. With a 5th level Dao Venerable physical body and soul, as long as he had enough Dao patterns, he could advance directly without any obstacles. The technique stars were all glowing. As his realm increased, the power of his techniques also increased, especially summoning techniques, which improved most noticeably. The 54 Dao patterns resonated, and the power of the Dao patterns also increased somewhat. Lin Moyo took a deep breath and looked at the big lizard outside the soul world. Time to deal with you. Lin Moyo had multiple ways to deal with it. The simplest was to use the Calamity Scepter to smash it directly, but that would be a bit wasteful. A 7th level Dao Venerable Soul was a bit inferior for the Soul Gem. The arrogant Soul Gem might not want to eat it. Besides the Calamity Scepter, he could also use the World Burning Fire. The World Burning Fire wasn't powerful enough against great Dao realm beings like outer gods, but for dealing with 7th level Dao Venerable, it should be worth a try. Having made up his mind, his heart moved, and a gap immediately appeared in the soul world. The big lizard had no intelligence and directly charged in through the gap. It immediately locked onto Lin Moyo. At this moment, Lin Moyo pointed a finger and said, "Welcome." Chapter 3050. Chapter 3050, 3050. Chapter 3050, truly unprecedented. Flames filled the sky, and the big lizard was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The flames enveloped the big lizard, immediately burning it full of holes, with large amounts of soul power being refined. It rolled in the flames, screaming incessantly. Faced with the world-burning fire, the 7th level Dao Venerable big lizard had no resistance. Just like the giant dragon soul that had entered before, it had no resistance against the world-burning fire. The world-burning fire could incinerate worlds and burn space. It was an extremely special flame, especially effective against souls. The world-burning fire could refine worlds into crystals, and similarly could refine souls into crystals. Unfortunately, Lin Moya's realm was too weak, and the opponents he encountered were often too strong, so the world-burning fire didn't have much use. The strength of the world-burning fire was determined by 3 factors. First, Lin Moya's own cultivation realm. Second, his soul realm. And third, the inherent strength of the world-burning fire itself. With Lin Moya's current 3rd level Dao Venerable, plus his 5th level Dao Venerable soul, and finally adding the world-burning fire's unique effect on souls, it was enough to burn to death a 7th level Dao Venerable soul body. But the prerequisite was a pure soul body. If it was a 7th level Dao Venerable cultivator with an intact physical body, the effect of the world-burning fire would be greatly reduced. The world-burning fire's effect on physical bodies was far inferior to its effect on souls. If the soul body's realm was higher, the world-burning fire would lose its effect. Just like Great Dao Realm outer gods, no matter what type of outer god, the world-burning fire wasn't very useful. It wasn't as effective as the Calamity Scepter. But this time, this big lizard was perfect material delivered to his doorstep. The world-burning fire could completely burn and refine it. While refining it, the world-burning fire itself could become stronger, achieving multiple benefits at once. Although the soul void was dangerous, it also held opportunities. This world was like this. Danger and opportunity often coexisted. Under the burning of the world-burning fire, the big lizard's screams became weaker and weaker. Lin Moya saw its body shrinking, all impurities being burned away, leaving only the purest soul. The world-burning fire was once mistaken for the heavenly punishment fire. What exactly is the difference between these two? The heavenly punishment fire is a kind of punishment and test descended by the Tao. Everyone who wants to enter the Great Tao realm must go through this test. Thunder Brother once tried to enter the Great Tao realm by himself, but he failed under the heavenly punishment and didn't succeed. Suddenly Lin Moya realized a problem. When all the patriarchs of the holy sects didn't know how to advance to the Great Tao realm and were stuck at 9th level Tao Venerable, how did the Thunder Deist leap into the Great Tao realm? Could it be that the Thunder Deist possessed the method to advance to the Great Tao realm? But how did the Thunder Deist know the method to advance to the Great Tao? Was it obtained by chance or for other reasons? Lin Moya hadn't realized this problem back then. Now that he suddenly thought of it, doubt arose in his heart. Like the Beast Emperor, the third ancestor, as a Great Dao Realm powerhouse, naturally knew how to advance to the Great Dao Realm. Moreover, the path they walked was different from the path of origin continent cultivators. They walked the correct path of Dao patterns. The third ancestor clearly knew the advancement method but didn't publicize it, obviously constrained by something, so he couldn't speak. Otherwise, with the third ancestor's businessman personality, he would have sold this method long ago. Clearly, he couldn't sell it. It wasn't until Lin Moya obtained the advancement method from the god-slaying sect that the third ancestor brought it out to sell. Lin Moya didn't understand the reasons behind this. As he pondered, the big lizard's cries had already weakened. Later, it could no longer be called a big lizard. Its body size decreased rapidly, until finally only 1/100th of its original size remained, becoming a small lizard. The world-burning fire burned for a full 10 minutes before the lizard completely lost movement. It was refined, turning into a soul crystal. All impurities had been removed, leaving only the purest, most fundamental soul essence. Lin Moyo held the soul crystal in his hand, feeling the soul power within. He found that although the soul power was extremely pure, it still carried the lizard's own attributes. It wasn't that kind of attributeless, most primitive soul power. The soul power in the crystal was filled with a primitive, violent aura, belonging to spirit beasts. Before spirit beasts develop intelligence, their instinct is to prey and evolve. Seeing weaker beings, they would actively attack. Seeing stronger beings, they would retreat. This was the instinct of spirit beasts, until they developed intelligence and could think. Now, the world-burning fire had returned the spirit beast's soul power to its most primitive state. This kind of soul power was of no use to Lin Moyo. At this moment, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to smell food and suddenly flew out from the world tree branch. It came to Lin Moyo's side, emitting soft dragon cries, circling around Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo understood its meaning. You want it. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal nodded its head, continuing to emit soft dragon cries. Lin Moya casually tossed the soul crystal to it. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal swallowed the soul crystal in one gulp. After swallowing the soul crystal, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal happily called out twice, then flew back to the world tree, falling into a half-sleeping state. It began to digest the soul crystal. Lin Moya could feel that its aura seemed to have improved somewhat. So it's not just dragon soul crystals, it likes other soul crystals too. Lin Moya finally understood that the 10-colored dragon soul crystal's food was soul crystals, not necessarily dragon soul crystals. Looking at the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, he knew another big eater had been added to his soul world. Infinite fusion needed spiritual materials, the world tree needed remnants of origin spirit veins, the skeleton hell needed origin spirit veins, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal needed soul crystals. These 4 big eaters, to raise them well was truly difficult beyond measure. Lin Moyo could only express that he was in pain but happy. As long as he could raise them well, the returns would naturally be good. His consciousness returned again. The Dao reward had ended when he advanced to 3rd level Dao Venerable. Opening his eyes, he saw the Beast Emperor and Lei Tian. The Beast Emperor was still shrouded in mist, his true appearance unclear. However, Lin Moyo could feel that the Beast Emperor's aura seemed to have improved somewhat. Obviously, the Beast Emperor had used the Dao reward to improve himself. Lei Tian was the same. His aura also seemed to have improved a bit, but not much. In the process of killing the outer god, Lei Tian hadn't contributed much, so the reward he received was relatively small. Seeing Lin Moyo wake up, the Beast Emperor's deep, rich voice sounded, "Congratulations to fellow deist Lin on advancing to 3rd level Dao Venerable. Advancing to 3rd level Dao Venerable before 3,000 years of age is truly unprecedented and will never be seen again." Lin Moya smiled. Is it really unprecedented? The Beast Emperor was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. Fellow deist Lin really knows how to joke. On the origin continent, who could advance to Dao Venerable before 3,000 years of age? At least this emperor hasn't seen it. Lin Moya said, Senior Beast Emperor's cultivation has also strengthened. Your slight improvement is 10 or 100 times stronger than my advancement of 1 realm. This moderate flattery made the Beast Emperor feel quite comfortable. The Beast Emperor laughed. It's all thanks to fellow deist Lin. I didn't know Dao rewards could feel so good. Lin Moya looked at Lei Tian. Congratulations to clan leader Lei Tian. Your clan's calamity can be considered overcome. Chapter 3051. Chapter 3051, 3051. Chapter 3051, The Dangerous Soul Void. Lin Moyo and the Beast Emperor were flying tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, not flying very fast. A ball of mist enveloped the two, isolating them from the outside world. Lei Tian had already gone ahead. Lin Moyo had some things to say to the Beast Emperor in private. The Beast Emperor's voice was still deep and rich. Whatever fellow deist Lin has to say, feel free to speak. Lin Moya said, I wonder if Senior Beast Emperor knows about the Soul Void. Soul Void. When the Beast Emperor heard these 2 words, the mist surrounding his body showed obvious changes, which also meant that his heart was not calm at this moment. For something to make the Beast Emperor so unsettled, the Soul Void was indeed not simple. It also indicated that the Beast Emperor knew about the Soul Void. After a few seconds, the Beast Emperor's mist gradually calmed, representing that his mood had also calmed down. Only then did he speak. Why does fellow deist Lin suddenly bring up the Soul Void? Lin Moya said, earlier, the outer god entered my soul world, wanting to kill me, but failed. At that time, it had 2 choices, one was to escape out, the other was to flee to the Soul Void. It would rather choose to escape out and face your pursuit than flee to the Soul Void. Actually, Lin Moyo had already guessed the answer, but he still wanted to confirm it from the Beast Emperor's mouth. The Beast Emperor let out a sigh, that's because it knew that fleeing to the Soul Void meant certain death. Lin Moyo asked, is the Soul Void that dangerous? The Beast Emperor said very definitely, extremely dangerous. If it went there, it would have no chance of survival. Lin Moyo frowned slightly, to be honest, I've entered the Soul Void before, but I didn't fly out very far before returning. I didn't encounter any danger. At that time, my realm was very low. A senior warned me that it was easy to get lost in the Soul Void and told me not to go. Besides that, are there any other dangers? Lin Moya naturally knew the Soul Void was dangerous, and had already guessed the form of the danger, but he still pretended to know nothing, hoping to get more answers from the Beast Emperor. Now that the Beast Emperor had just received Dao rewards and improved his cultivation, he was in an excellent mood and felt somewhat grateful to Lin Moyo. Taking advantage of this opportunity was the best time to obtain information. The Beast Emperor said, if one enters the Soul Void at a low realm, the greatest danger is getting lost, unable to find the way back, and ultimately having one's intelligence extinguished in the Soul Void, becoming a soul with only instincts. But once one reaches the Great Dao realm, it's different. A Great Dao realm soul in the Soul Void is like a big light bulb in a dark world, attracting the attention of many terrifying existences. Those terrifying existences will come to chase and eat them, leaving no chance of survival. There was a hint of fear in the Beast Emperor's tone, as if he had personally witnessed it. Lin Moyo asked, are there many of these terrifying existences in the Soul Void? The Beast Emperor immediately said, I don't know. I've never been there and don't dare to go. Lin Moyo continued, even Great Dao realm doesn't dare to go. Does it require a Dao Lord to go? What kind of place is the Soul Void exactly? The Beast Emperor's mist continued to roll, revealing his complex emotions. It's not that extreme. There are indeed Great Dao realm beings who have entered the Soul Void and returned alive. As for Dao Lords, that level is too high. I have no contact with them. As for what kind of place the Soul Void is, I'm not clear either. Perhaps only Dao Lords know. During the conversation, the Beast Emperor shared all the information he knew about the Soul Void, which wasn't actually much. Most of this information, Lin Moyo had already guessed. This conversation was just to confirm it again. After a while of talking, the Beast Emperor left, leaving Lin Moyo alone. This place was not far from Purple Tiger City. Lin Moyo stood tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, already able to see the Purple Tiger Pagoda in the distance. The Purple Tiger Pagoda was surrounded by lightning, emitting a formidable pressure. Thunder would sound from time to time, with divine thunder shooting out from the Purple Tiger Pagoda, straight into the 9 heavens. Lin Moya stood in the air, pondering the Beast Emperor's words. Below Great Dao realm, once entering the Soul Void, if too far from one's physical body, one will get lost and ultimately have their intelligence erased by the Soul Void. Great Dao realm can enter the Soul Void. They don't need to worry about getting lost, nor will their intelligence be erased by the Soul Void. But Great Dao realm faces another danger. Their soul bodies will be attacked by some terrifying existences. However, many powerful Great Dao realm beings still enter the Soul Void and return safely, obviously having the ability to deal with those terrifying existences. Knowing the Soul Void is very dangerous, yet Great Dao realm powerhouses still enter the Soul Void, and in considerable numbers. Clearly, there's something they need in the Soul Void. What exactly is in the Soul Void? This question, perhaps only I can find the answer by going to the Soul Void myself. Lin Moya summarized the information about the Soul Void. The Soul Void was indeed very dangerous. Below Great Dao realm, one would get lost. Ordinary Great Dao realm beings would be attacked by terrifying existences if they went in. There were huge differences in strength within the Great Dao realm. Weaker Great Dao realm beings didn't dare enter the Soul Void, while stronger Great Dao realm beings often entered the Soul Void. There was something they needed in the Soul Void. After summarizing this information and remembering it, Lin Moya then flew towards Purple Tiger City. As soon as he approached Purple Tiger City, 10,000 beams of purple light shot out from the Purple Tiger Pagoda. The purple light carried a noble aura, sweeping through heaven and earth, interweaving into a huge sky curtain, covering the entire Purple Tiger City. In Purple Tiger City, countless members of the lightning purple striped tiger clan immediately knelt down. For them, the Purple Tiger Pagoda was a sacred object of the clan. Now that the Purple Tiger Pagoda was displaying its divinity, as members of the lightning purple striped tiger clan, they instinctively knelt. The sky curtain continued to evolve, evolving into 1,000 light bands of varying depths, extending like rainbows, turning into a purple haze road. Someone exclaimed, the 1,000 Haze Purple Road, this is our clan's most noble ceremony. Who has come that requires such a ceremony? I remember, thousands of years ago, when the Great Beast Emperor came once, the 1,000 Haze Purple Road was used then. Could it be that the Great Beast Emperor has come again? It must be. In the entire beast race, besides the Beast Emperor's personal visit, who else deserves the use of the 1,000 Haze Purple Road? Lei Tian flew out from the Purple Tiger Pagoda, followed by 8 clan elders, and behind the 8 clan elders was a large group of 7th level and above elders. Someone saw Lei Tian and the clan elders and exclaimed again, it's the clan leader and the clan elders. Behind them are all 7th level elders. The clan leader and 8 clan elders have all come out. It must be the Beast Emperor who has arrived. I never thought I'd see the Great Beast Emperor in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. More people knelt down at this point, not just the lightning purple striped tiger clan, but some members of other beast clans also knelt down at this moment. The Beast Emperor was the overlord of all beast races. How could they not kneel? Lei Tian led everyone to stand on the Thousand Haze Purple Road, looking towards Lin Moya's direction. Lei Tian's majestic voice resounded throughout Purple Tiger City. Lei Tian, along with all the clan elders, respectfully welcome Mr. Lin. Behind him, the 8 clan elders also said in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Lin." Chapter 3052. Chapter 3052, 3052. Chapter 3052, Lei Tian's lightning purple striped tiger clan treasury. The voices of Lei Tian and the clan elders resounded throughout the city. In Purple Tiger City, everyone was stunned, frozen in place. Who is Mr. Lin? Wasn't it the Beast Emperor who came? Who is this Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, from the title it sounds like he's human. Yes, only humans use the title Mr. Could it be that Mr. Lin is a human? Soon, they saw the so-called Mr. Lin. Lin Moya stepped onto the Thousand Haze Purple Road, walking along the purple road towards Lei Tian and the others. His appearance entered the sight of every beast race member in Purple Tiger City. It really is a human. What exactly is his identity? Why would the Thousand Haze Purple Road be used? A third-level Dao Venerable, yet the clan leader and elders welcome him so respectfully. What's going on? Even if the Beast Emperor came personally, it would only be like this. Why is it this way? Could it be that third-level Dao Venerable is just his disguise, and his real realm is the same as the Beast Emperor's? That's the only explanation. Otherwise, given the status and strength of the clan leader and elders, this wouldn't be possible. There were all kinds of discussions. The beasts' imaginations ran wild, with various speculations. The relationship between beasts and humans was very strange, seeming both like enemies and friends. To say they were enemies, it seemed there was no full-scale war. Moreover, there were quite a few beasts going to human territory, or humans coming to beast territory, and there was no talk of fighting and killing on sight. To say they were friends, on Panlong Island and the eastern continent, beasts and humans often fought, and this fighting had continued for many years. And some beast clans had indeed formed blood feuds with humans. The lightning purple striped tiger clan, as a royal clan, had considerable influence among the beasts. Their actions naturally caused many people to speculate. Some even conjectured whether the relationship between beasts and humans was undergoing some changes. Amidst the discussions, Lin Moya came before Lei Tian, smiling. Clan leader Lei Tian, making such a big scene, aren't you afraid some people will spread rumors? Some are already saying you plan to betray the beasts and join the humans. Lei Tian showed a hint of disdain. This clan leader never cares about the words of such trash. As he spoke, he turned his head and gave a look. Find those who are spreading nonsense and behead them. A 7th-level elder behind him immediately flew out, heading straight for Purple Tiger City. Lei Tian was polite when facing Lin Moya, but when facing others, he was a decisive clan leader who killed without hesitation, a 9th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse whose words were law. Lei Tian waved his hand. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan, I formally welcome you to enter the Purple Tiger Pagoda. A banquet has been prepared inside. Please, Mr. Lin. These words were spoken formally. The previous entry into the Purple Tiger Pagoda was only to have Lin Moya help resolve their clan's difficulties. Now it was considered a formal entry. Lin Moya chuckled. Then this Lin shall respectfully comply. He walked at the front with Lei Tian and the Great Elder, while the other 7 clan elders led the group of 7th-level elders, following behind. The 3 walked side by side, with Lin Moya in the middle, as if he were the master here. Only Lei Tian knew the reasons behind this. It wasn't just because Lin Moya had saved the entire clan, but also because the Beast Emperor treated Lin Moya as an equal. How could they dare to neglect someone who could stand on equal footing with the Beast Emperor? That's why they used the Thousand Haze Purple Road ceremony to welcome Lin Moya. Entering the Purple Tiger Pagoda for the second time, they didn't go to the 99th floor, but to the 90th floor. The 90th floor was where the lightning purple striped tigers received honored guests. The decorations here were very exquisite and luxurious, exuding a strong sense of wealth. The lightning purple striped tiger clan seemed to want to tell everyone that they were very wealthy and had plenty of money. A banquet was set up here. Only elders of 7th level Dao Venerable and above were qualified to attend. Lin Moya was the only person below 7th level Dao Venerable present. At clan leader Lei Tian's earnest invitation, Lin Moya sat to Lei Tian's left, while the Great Elder sat to Lei Tian's right. Beasts also considered the left as the place of honor, thus telling the entire clan that Lin Moya's status was higher than the Great Elder's. The key was that the Great Elder had no objections, his old face full of smiles, seeming very happy. Lei Tian raised his wine cup. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving our clan from peril. On behalf of the entire clan, I toast to Mr. Lin. Lin Moya raised his cup and clinked glasses with Lei Tian. Clan leader is too kind. This Lin was just in the right place at the right time. Lei Tian shook his big head. Some things are all about fate. Mr. Lin being able to be here at this moment is fate. Lei Tian puts his word here. In the future, whatever Mr. Lin commands, Lei Tian will do his utmost to fulfill. The Great Elder also spoke. Clan leader mustn't forget this old man. As long as Mr. Lin says the word, this old man will certainly do his utmost. The other clan elders also expressed that whatever Lin Moya needed, he should just say the word. This promise was equivalent to the entire lightning purple striped tiger clan standing behind Lin Moya. After all, Lin Moya had saved their entire clan. This debt of gratitude was too great, very difficult to repay. The clan elders took turns toasting Lin Moya, expressing their thanks. Then many 7th level elders also came to toast, making the banquet increasingly lively. Amidst the drinking, Lin Moya seemingly casually asked about Lei Hao. He also indirectly told everyone that he and Lei Hao were brothers in life and death, and it was because of Lei Hao that he came here. From the clan leader to the clan elders to the 7th level elders, everyone remembered Lei Hao's name. Lin Moya knew that as long as Lei Hao didn't mess up, his position as successor was basically secure. The banquet lasted half a day. After the banquet, Lei Tian dismissed everyone, keeping only himself and the great elder. Lei Tian said, "We don't know when we'll be able to repay Mr. Lin's kindness, but now, please go to our clan's treasury and take a look. If there's anything you like, Mr. Lin can take it with you." Lin Moya immediately politely said, "Clan leader, you're too kind. I never thought of such a thing." Lei Tian shook his head, "This isn't just my decision, but a joint decision with the clan elders. Although our clan isn't wealthy, we do have some good items. Mr. Lin, please take a look and see if there's anything you like." The great elder also said, "Mr. Lin, there's no need to be polite. Your kindness to us can't be compared to a few mere objects." Under their earnest invitation, Lin Moya went to the Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan's treasury. The Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan's treasury was also in the Purple Tiger Pagoda, from the 91st to the 95th floors. The higher the floor, the higher the level of items in the treasury. The 91st floor corresponded to treasures above Celestial Venerable but below Dao Venerable. The 92nd floor was for 1st to 3rd level Dao Venerable treasures. The 93rd floor was for 4th to 6th level Dao Venerable treasures. The 94th floor was for 7th level Dao Venerable and above treasures. As for the 95th floor, it contained some special items. Led by Lei Tian and the Great Elder, Lin Moya passed through the 91st and 92nd floors, going directly to the 93rd floor. When Lei Tian and the Great Elder jointly opened the treasury doors, a dense wave of origin power rushed out, stirring up a fierce wind. Chapter 3053. Chapter 3053, 3053. Chapter 3053, I want to take everything. The wind that blew in their faces contained various types of power. Wind, fire, water, and thunder were all present. This indicated that the treasures in the treasury were diverse, with all kinds of attributes. The Lightning Purple Striped Tiger clan had existed for countless years. Over so many years, the clan's collection must be incredibly rich. No one knew exactly how much there was. Lei Tian waved his hand, and the wind blowing out from the treasury suddenly stopped. Then Lei Tian gestured, "Mr. Lin, please." Lin Moya walked in, with Lei Tian following closely behind, introducing, "The 93rd floor treasury contains magical treasures, materials, pills, formation discs, and so on, ranging from 4th to 6th level Dao Venerable. If Mr. Lin sees anything he likes, please feel free to take it." He had a very wealthy appearance, as if he wouldn't mind even if Lin Moya took away the entire treasury. Lin Moya joked, "What if I want everything?" Lei Tian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes showed determination. "Mr. Lin's kindness can't be compared to mere objects. I'll call someone to pack everything up for Mr. Lin to take away." Seeing Lei Tian's appearance as if he was going to do it for real, Lin Moya immediately stopped him. "I was just joking. I'm not very interested in treasures, just looking around to broaden my horizons." Lei Tian smiled slightly, "Then Mr. Lin can take your time looking. If you see anything you like, just take it." The Great Elder also said from the side, "Mr. Lin really doesn't need to be polite. These are all external objects. If you really want them, taking them all away is no problem." The two were being too polite to the point of being excessive. Lin Moya naturally understood why they were like this. His so-called grace of saving the clan only accounted for half. The other half was due to the Beast Emperor. It was because of the Beast Emperor's attitude towards him that they reacted this way. Lin Moya believed that if he really wanted to pack up and take away the treasures here, they would certainly agree. But whether they were willing in their hearts was another matter. Lin Moya only looked over the 4th to 6th level Dao Venerable magical treasures and materials once, not seeing anything he needed. Although there were some good quality items among these things, they weren't of much use to him, just valuable. Even if he took them, apart from filling his warehouse, he could only sell them to exchange for origin crystals. Either way, they weren't necessities. After looking around, Lin Moya said to Lei Tian, "Your clan's collection is truly rich." Lei Tian heard the meaning in Lin Moya's words, "If there's nothing here that Mr. Lin likes, why don't we go up one floor to take a look?" Lin Moya smiled, "Alright, let's broaden our horizons." The three came to the 94th floor, where 7th level Dao Venerable and above treasures were placed. Before opening the treasury doors, Lei Tian said to Lin Moya, "Mr. Lin, please step back a bit. Some things here are dangerous. 7th level Dao Venerable treasures, especially magical treasures, might have developed spirituality. Magical treasures with spirituality were no ordinary treasures. If not careful, they could really be dangerous." Lin Moya obediently stepped back a few steps. The Great Elder inconspicuously stood in front of Lin Moya, clearly intending to protect him. Lei Tian opened the treasury doors. As soon as a crack appeared, a piercing cold light shot out from behind the door. Lei Tian shouted angrily, throwing out a punch that sent out a bolt of lightning, shattering the cold light. Then several more cold lights shot out from behind the door. Lei Tian shattered them one after another. A few that slipped through were intercepted by the Great Elder. Lei Tian pushed hard, fully opening the treasury doors. Suddenly, purple light flared brilliantly, thunder rumbling. Above the treasury doors, endless purple lightning fell, forming a lightning curtain. Behind the lightning, 5 sharp swords spun in the air, continuously blasting out sword chi. The lightning curtain couldn't block all the sword chi. Some leaked through. Lei Tian snorted coldly, charging into the treasury, directly swinging his fists to force back all 5 swords. The 5 swords were clearly unwilling to submit, constantly resisting, fighting with Lei Tian. Unfortunately, Lei Tian's strength was too great. The 5 swords were clearly no match and were quickly suppressed. Lin Moya found it interesting. What's the origin of these 5 swords? The 5 swords clearly had spirituality, and one could see at a glance that they were a set. The Great Elder said, they're called the 5 Elements swords. They were brought back from a secret treasury by one of our clan leaders 30,000 years ago. The 5 Elements swords are actually one sword, but it likes to split into 5 normally. There's also a set of 5 Elements sword formation that goes with it. Its power is decent. If used by a 7th level Dao Venerable, it can barely approach 8th level Dao Venerable power. If Mr. Lin is interested, you can take the 5 Elements swords away. Lin Moya shook his head. I just find them interesting. As for taking them away, we'll see. Lin Moya didn't usually use swords and wasn't very interested in the 5 Elements swords. A few seconds later, after being beaten, the 5 sharp swords seemed to have become obedient. They merged into one, changing from 5 to 1, becoming a single sword held in Lei Tian's hand. At this time, the Great Elder said, let's go in. Lin Moya nodded, passing through the lightning curtain and entering the treasury. Clan leader Lei Tian, holding the 5 Elements sword, said to Lin Moya, Mr. Lin, please look around. If you see anything you like, just take it. There aren't many items here, but their level is decent. 7th level Dao Venerable and above treasures, whether magical treasures or materials, were all rare items. Naturally, there wouldn't be many. Some small clans might not even be able to produce one. For a royal clan like the lightning purple striped tigers to form a treasury like this was already remarkable. The Great Elder was quite familiar with the treasures here and would introduce them to Lin Moya. Whether magical treasures or materials, most here were 7th level Dao Venerable. There were only a few 8th level items, and as for 9th level, there were none. Lin Moya picked up a piece of material, looked at it for a few moments, then casually put it down, showing no attachment. Lei Tian and the Great Elder saw this and realized that Lin Moya's standards were incredibly high. Ordinary things simply didn't catch his eye. Lin Moya looked at the items one by one, quickly going through most of them without finding anything that interested him. Suddenly, he saw a pearl. This pearl had Buddhist markings on it. It was a Buddhist treasure. However, its luster had faded, its spirituality lost, and there were cracks on it. Clearly, this Buddhist pearl had been destroyed. Although destroyed, the material used to refine it was still 8th level Dao Venerable, so it was still kept here. Lin Moya picked up the Buddhist pearl. How did a Buddhist item end up here? The Great Elder explained, I remember 23,000 years ago, an 8-wheel ancient Buddha from the Buddhist race had a conflict with 10 of our clan's powerhouses. A great battle broke out, and in the end, that 8-wheel great Buddha was badly defeated. This Buddhist pearl was left behind. Although the pearl is destroyed, it's a memento of victory, so it was kept here. Lei Tian interjected, if I remember correctly, that 8-wheel ancient Buddha was called Suanchi ancient Buddha. He seemed to want to convert one of our direct line disciples. That direct line disciple's ancestor was that clan elder. Lin Moya held the Buddhist pearl. Buddhist items are worth studying. Lei Tian understood immediately and said, Mr. Lin, please take it. Suddenly, the 5 Elements sword in his hand unexpectedly shot out a sword chi, blasting towards Lin Moya. Chapter 3054. Chapter 3054, 3054. Chapter 3054, something more dangerous than outer gods. The 5 Elements sword suddenly acted up, catching Lei Tian and the Great Elder completely off guard. By the time they reacted, the sword chi attack had already reached Lin Moya. Oh no! Be careful! The two only had time to cry out before the sword chi engulfed Lin Moya. Without evolving into a sword formation and without a master, relying solely on its own spirituality, the 5 Elements sword's attack power was infinitely close to 7th level Dao Venerable. Infinitely close to 7th level Dao Venerable was much stronger than Lin Moya's 3rd level Dao Venerable. Being hit head-on without any preparation, in Lei Tian and the Great Elder's eyes, Lin Moya was surely dead. The two were gnashing their teeth, thinking of many things in that instant. They wondered if Lin Moya really died, would the people behind him come after them? They wondered if the Beast Emperor would spare them, given how well he got along with Lin Moya earlier. If Lin Moya died here, their lightning purple striped tiger clan might truly face extinction. At this moment, Lei Tian had the thought of destroying the 5 Elements sword. Suddenly, Lin Moya's voice sounded from within the sword chi, this sword has quite a temper. The two immediately showed expressions of joy and surprise. Lin Moya was actually unharmed. As the sword chi dispersed, Lin Moya simultaneously evolved his power Dao True Body and Immortal Dao True Body. The power of death weakened the sword chi, while the power Dao governed all his body's power, raising his defense to the extreme. But even so, it was still impossible to block all the attacks. The excess was shared by the undead army. Seeing Lin Moya unharmed within the sword chi, Lei Tian and the Great Elder were visibly delighted. Mr. Lin, you're all right. That's wonderful. Mr. Lin is truly extraordinary. This old man admires you. While rejoicing, the two didn't forget to flatter him a bit. Lin Moya chuckled, this sword has quite a temper. It wouldn't be satisfied without striking at me. Since that's the case, why don't you give me the 5 Elements sword as well? Lei Tian had almost destroyed the 5 Elements sword on the spot. He now viewed it as a dangerous thing, a hot potato. With Lin Moya saying this, he immediately agreed, no problem. Mr. Lin, please take it. Lin Moya smiled, then please help me seal the 5 Elements sword. It'll save me the trouble. Lin Moya was only at 3rd level Dao Venerable now, far from being able to use the 5 Elements sword. After getting it, he would definitely have to seal it first and use it in the future. It was indeed difficult for a 3rd level Dao Venerable to seal the 5 Elements sword. Lei Tian fully understood Lin Moya's words and immediately said, no problem. Layers of lightning rose from his palm, flowing over the five elements sword. The sword immediately fell silent. Before unsealing it, the five elements sword was just a relatively sharp treasure sword with no other functions. After completing the seal, Lei Tian handed the sword to Lin Moyo, also telling him how to unseal it. Lin Moyo took the five elements sword. Then I won't be polite. Lei Tian quickly waved his hands. You're too kind. If you like anything, just take it. Lin Moyo put away the five elements sword in Buddhist pearl. There's nothing else on this floor. If clan leader Lei Tian and great elder don't mind, I'd like to go up and take a look. Lei Tian readily said, Mr. Lin, please go ahead. The 95th floor was also the last floor of the treasury. This floor contains some rather special items. Many things here were unrecognizable but seemed extraordinary. Most were above Dao Venerable level, but it couldn't be guaranteed for all. In short, whether useful or not, anything unrecognizable but seemingly high grade was thrown in here. Over time, it formed a special treasury. Arriving at the treasury entrance, Lei Tian opened the door generously this time, clearly without any danger. As the door opened, a strange aura surged out from behind it. Lin Moya's spiritual perception suddenly sent a warning, and his eyelids began to twitch violently. Retreat! Lin Moya shouted lowly, quickly retreating. Lei Tian and the great elder reacted quickly, also swiftly retreating upon hearing Lin Moya's shout. Lin Moya retreated a long way, following the path they came, only stopping when he reached the 94th floor. Clan leader Lei Tian and the great elder, not understanding the situation, also followed Lin Moya back to the 94th floor. The great elder asked, Mr. Lin, what happened just now? Lin Moyo had his eyes closed in thought at this time and didn't immediately answer. Just now, his spiritual perception had sent a danger warning, so he retreated immediately without knowing the reason. As long as his spiritual perception sensed danger, there was no need to ask why. Retreat first. After retreating to the 94th floor, the warning in his spiritual perception disappeared. Only then did Lin Moyo begin to ponder what had just happened. The details of everything that had occurred flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lit up. At the moment the door opened, an extremely complex aura had surged out. This aura was formed by various treasures and materials intertwined together, and among them was a strand of aura that was extremely dangerous. His spiritual perception had sounded the alarm because of this, and Lin Moyo now knew what this strand of aura was. It was useful to him, very useful. Truly, what you seek often comes when you least expect it. Lin Moyo was secretly delighted, while outwardly asking, Clan leader, great elder, you usually don't come here, right? Lei Tian shook his head, basically never. The great elder said, it's been a very long time since we came. Counting the time, it's been about 10,000 years. This treasury hasn't been opened for about 10,000 years. For nearly 10,000 years, the main force of the entire lightning purple striped tiger clan had been tied up with the outer god. Many things had been put on hold. This treasury also hadn't been opened for nearly 10,000 years. Lei Tian asked, has Mr. Lin discovered something? Lin Moya said, there's something inside that's very dangerous for you. I can't say what it is. If you want to know, you can ask the Beast Emperor, but I think he won't tell you either. But I can tell you that this thing has already entered a state of revival. Once it truly revives, forget about your clan being finished, the entire eastern continent, even the origin continent, will face big trouble. Lin Moya's words gave the two a chilling feeling. The great elder said with shock, are you saying this thing is more terrifying than outer gods? Lin Moya nodded, in some ways, yes. Once this thing fully revives, no one will be able to control it. Even if the Beast Emperor takes action, it will be the same. At least the Beast Emperor could deal with outer gods, but this thing Lin Moya spoke of, even the Beast Emperor couldn't do anything about it. This was truly terrifying. The great elder and Lei Tian looked at each other in dismay. They never imagined their clan had such a terrifying thing. They didn't doubt Lin Moya's words at all. If Lin Moya wanted anything, he could just ask directly, and they would agree. There was no need to make up any stories to deceive them. Lin Moya said, fortunately, it hasn't fully revived yet. Before it revives, I still have a way to deal with it. These words made the two sigh in relief. The great elder murmured, as long as it can be dealt with, that's good. At this moment, a small flame suddenly fell from the 95th floor space into the 94th floor space. Lei Tian's face suddenly changed, and he instinctively threw out a punch. Chapter 3055. Chapter 3055, 3055. Chapter 3055, please save our clan once more, Mr. Lin. Lei Tian, being at 9th level Dao Venerable, reacted extremely quickly, much faster than Lin Moyo. Moreover, as a beast, he had strong battle instincts. The flame coming from the 95th floor made him sense something was wrong, so Lei Tian instinctively took action. Lin Moya's face suddenly changed, and he retreated again. As he retreated, the great elder also followed suit. By the time Lei Tian realized something was wrong, it was too late to withdraw his hand. Lightning shot from his fist, colliding with the flame. Boom! The flame suddenly expanded, instantly changing from a small flame to a sea of fire, engulfing a large area. The lightning Lei Tian had unleashed was swallowed by the sea of fire without causing even a ripple. Seeing this, Lei Tian frantically retreated, but he was still a step too late. He too was swallowed by the sea of fire. He tried to escape the sea of fire, but within it was a powerful force firmly gripping him, not letting him escape. The sea of fire rapidly eroded his body. Even with his 9th level Dao Venerable power, he couldn't resist. There was a terrifying power in the sea of fire. This power was very peculiar, not particularly strong, just extremely strange and unique. Lei Tian's lightning power was rapidly devoured and dissolved. Lei Tian frantically fought back, but the lightning he unleashed had no effect in the sea of fire. For a moment, Lei Tian was in a desperate situation. In no time, the sea of fire would devour him. At this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbing Lei Tian's shoulder and pulling him out of the sea of fire. Lin Moyo had acted, pulling Lei Tian back. When he left the sea of fire, Lei Tian didn't have a single piece of intact flesh left. His entire body had been burned charred. His originally noble purple fur was now completely gone, leaving him bald all over, as miserable as could be. But now Lei Tian couldn't care about that. Being able to keep his life was already fortunate. He gratefully thanked Lin Moyo. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving me." The great elder's face was solemn. "Is this the danger Mr. Lin spoke of?" Lin Moyo nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, the 95th floor is now a sea of fire. You two should notify the clan members above the 95th floor to quickly leave the Purple Tiger Pagoda. This fire isn't just burning downwards." The great elder suddenly realized Lin Moyo was right. The fire wasn't just burning down, but also upwards. Even Lei Tian was in such a miserable state. Those clan members with lower realms, wouldn't they be in mortal danger if burned? The great elder immediately tried to notify others through the Purple Tiger Pagoda's formation, but when he activated the formation, he suddenly found that it had been cut off. The formation had been severed by the flames, which scared the great elder into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was still calm enough to immediately rush out of the Purple Tiger Pagoda, entering the 96th floor from the outside to notify other clan members. Lei Tian was now also frightened. Having escaped death, he understood the terror of the Sea of Fire most deeply. Just as Lin Moyo had said, this thing was more terrifying than outer gods. Suddenly, Lin Moyo laughed out loud. Lei Tian asked curiously, "Mr. Lin, what makes you laugh?" Lin Moyo said, "I was thinking, if that outer god had occupied the Purple Tiger Pagoda, and then this thing revived, that outer god would probably be burned to death directly. Don't you find that funny?" Lei Tian thought about it, and it was indeed the case, but was this really so funny? Now the Purple Tiger Pagoda had been burned. If this continued, the entire tower would become a tower of flames. His mouth twitched twice. "Mr. Lin, I really can't laugh. If Mr. Lin has a way, please take action and save our clan once more." Lei Tian was after all a beast, straightforward and not one to flatter. Lin Moyo looked at his miserable appearance and smiled. "Don't worry, even if you didn't ask, I would still take action." As he spoke, Lin Moyo walked towards the Sea of Fire. Around Lin Moyo, space distorted, and flames also rose up, turning Lin Moyo into a man of fire. Cloaked in flames, Lin Moyo stepped into the Sea of Fire, walking on fire. Seeing Lin Moyo move through the Sea of Fire unharmed, even looking somewhat at ease, Lei Tian realized that Lin Moyo's abilities far exceeded his imagination. The Sea of Fire surrounding Lin Moyo came from the Skeleton Hell. Lin Moyo used the Skeleton Hell to envelop himself, blocking the flames in the Sea of Fire. The flames in the Sea of Fire shared the same origin as the magma flames of the Skeleton Hell, their nature completely identical. So the magma flames of the Skeleton Hell could block the Sea of Fire. The thing Lin Moyo had mentioned was a fragment of hell. He hadn't expected that in the lightning purple striped tiger clan's treasury, a fragment of hell was hidden. Moreover, this hell fragment had only truly revived after so many years. Once the hell fragment revived, it was a catastrophe for any living being. Only he had a way to resolve it. Relying on the Skeleton Hell, Lin Moyo blocked the flames from the hell fragment and walked up to the 95th floor. On the 94th floor, Lei Tian could only wait anxiously. He couldn't go to the 95th floor and couldn't see Lin Moyo's situation. The great elder quickly returned. "Everyone has been evacuated. Did Mr. Lin go up?" Lei Tian nodded. "He went up." Mr. Lin seemed to ignore the Sea of Fire. The great elder said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin's extraordinariness is beyond our imagination. In the future, we must never offend Mr. Lin." Lei Tian said, "Yes, not only must we not offend him, but we must also get along well with Mr. Lin." The great elder said, "That Lei Hao, let's make him the next clan leader. No need for further competition." Lei Tian didn't object. Using this connection with Lin Moyo, having Lei Hao as clan leader would only benefit the lightning purple striped tiger clan, with no downsides. Lin Moyo returned to the 95th floor. The 95th floor had become a world of flames. The treasury doors, all kinds of treasures, had all disappeared. The hell fragment possessed the power of hell and could devour everything. Lin Moyo heard piercing screams in his ears. Numerous hell fiends appeared in the Sea of Fire. These hell fiends were extremely high level, all reaching 6th level Dao Venerable. They were a full 3 levels higher than his own hell fiends, their combat power not on the same level at all. However, their numbers were too few, less than 100. Compared to his own, they were not on the same level in this aspect either. 100 hell fiends simultaneously ran through the Sea of Fire, pouncing towards Lin Moyo. "Looks like they've devoured quite a few good things." Lin Moyo chuckled lightly. With a thought, the skeleton hell enveloping him suddenly expanded. Countless hell fiends rushed out from within, immediately clashing violently with the others. Screams and roars were incessant. Although Lin Moyo's hell fiends were inferior in realm, they had the advantage of numbers, able to overwhelm with quantity. Even if they were eaten one by one, it would take a long time. Hell fiends didn't have any special attack techniques and couldn't cause large-scale damage, so numbers were particularly important. Lin Moyo had ways to deal with a mere 100 hell fiends. Using his own hell fiends as cannon fodder, Lin Moyo took the opportunity to pass through the Sea of Fire, heading towards its center. Soon, he saw a fist-sized hell fragment glowing brightly in the center of the Sea of Fire. Chapter 3056, 2056. Chapter 3056, 2056. Chapter 3056 Fusion, Skeleton Hell grows stronger again. The hell fragment flickered with a black-gray light, continuously emitting a black-gray aura. This aura evolved into a hell world, with endless flames bursting out from the hell world, turning into a sea of fire. The hell fragment possessed most of hell's abilities. It would burn and devour everything it encountered, turning it into its own power. As it devoured more treasures, materials, and living beings, the hell it evolved would become stronger, and even itself could be restored. If one day it could devour the entire origin continent, perhaps hell could be restored. Even as a fragment, it was enough to exhaust top-tier star lords and burn to death 9th-level Dao venerable powerhouses like Lei Tian. If it recovered a bit more, even if the Beast Emperor took action, he wouldn't be able to stop it. It was precisely because of this that when Lin Moyo had asked the third ancestor about the whereabouts of hell fragments, the third ancestor's reaction was so strong. Lin Moyo, relying on the skeleton hell, successfully approached the hell fragment. The hell fragment had no consciousness, only instinct. When Lin Moyo approached it, its instinct seemed to sense danger coming. It frantically spewed black-gray aura, making the sea of fire even more intense. But none of this could stop Lin Moyo. With the skeleton hell protecting him, Lin Moyo completely ignored the flames. Having fused with a hell fragment before, the hell fragment now posed no threat to Lin Moyo. With a thought, the range of the skeleton hell expanded rapidly, directly enveloping the hell fragment. The skeleton hell and the fire sea world overlapped, as if fusing together. The gates of hell suddenly appeared, the complex patterns on the gates glowing brightly. A huge suction force rose from the gates of hell, enveloping the hell fragment. The hell fragment resisted the suction of the gates of hell, as if unwilling to be sucked away. The Stygian black pool spun rapidly, and the 10,000-meter black dragon flew out from the pool, biting the hell fragment in one gulp. Then it violently shook its head, throwing the hell fragment towards the gates of hell. A vortex appeared in the gates of hell, sucking in the hell fragment. In an instant, the gates of hell erupted with brilliant light. More patterns appeared on the gates, surging out like ocean waves. The vortex reversed, and countless black-gray aura rushed out from the vortex, fusing into the skeleton hell and Stygian black pool. The Stygian black dragon let out a series of dragon cries, each more intense than the last. Lin Moyo could feel that the Stygian black dragon was extremely excited at this moment. The skeleton hell rumbled incessantly, and the hell fiends roared loudly in unison, their voices deafening. As the master of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyo could feel that the skeleton hell was absorbing and fusing with that hell fragment. Although the hell fragment resisted somewhat, its resistance was ineffective. The power contained in this hell fragment was becoming nourishment for the skeleton hell. Though it was just a small piece, its effect was better than origin spirit veins. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that the skeleton hell was rapidly growing stronger. The realm of the hell fiends quickly broke through collectively, reaching 4th level Dao Venerable. After breaking through, they continued to soar, rapidly approaching 5th level Dao Venerable. After infinitely approaching 5th level Dao Venerable, the speed of improvement finally slowed down, ultimately failing to break through to 5th level Dao Venerable. The hell fiends were at the limit of 4th level Dao Venerable, just one step away from 5th level. Lin Moyo estimated that with 2 million hell fiends at the limit of 4th level Dao Venerable, it was enough to trap any 10 powerhouses below 7th level Dao Venerable. If the numbers could increase a bit more, adding in the Stygian black dragon, he wouldn't fear even facing 7th level Dao Venerable. Thinking of the hell fiends evolved by the hell fragment earlier, although they had 7th level Dao Venerable combat power, their numbers were too few, only 100. Quantity and quality seemed hard to achieve simultaneously. In comparison, Lin Moyo prioritized quantity, using numbers to make up for quality. Of course, the quality couldn't be too poor either. I wonder if the numbers will increase. Just as this thought arose, the hell fiends suddenly began to split. The hell fiends divided one into two, instantly doubling in number, from 2 million to 4 million. The range of the skeleton hell was also rapidly expanding, from the previous 4,000 li to 8,000 li. The Stygian black dragon opened its mouth, letting out a series of dragon cries. Its body was growing larger, though its length remained unchanged at 10,000 meters. It still hadn't completely left the Stygian black pool, only 10,000 meters of it was outside the pool. But it had become more robust, its power greatly increased compared to before. According to Lin Moyo's feeling, the Stygian black dragon's power had reached 6th level Dao Venerable, 2 levels higher than the hell fiends. With it present, the power of the skeleton hell increased accordingly. Even if he couldn't trap a 7th level Dao Venerable to death, Lin Moyo had confidence in facing one head-on. A 3rd level Dao Venerable facing a 7th level Dao Venerable head-on was an unimaginable miracle. One hell fragment had greatly increased his combat power. This further strengthened Lin Moyo's determination to seek out hell fragments. He must go to the Netherworld clan in the western continent. After devouring the hell fragment, the gates of hell became more complete. The profound patterns on the gates had appeared to about a quarter. If this continued, the gates of hell would eventually be fully restored. At that time, the skeleton hell might become a new hell, returning to the world. As he withdrew the skeleton hell, the flames instantly disappeared. The treasury on the 95th floor had been completely burned, leaving nothing behind. Not just the treasury, but even the space on this floor and part of the formations in the Purple Tiger Pagoda had been burned by the flames. The Purple Tiger Pagoda was also damaged as a result, but fortunately, it had the ability to self-repair. As long as the damage wasn't too severe, it could recover on its own. Lin Moyo understood that the true foundation of the Purple Tiger Pagoda was actually the purple pattern origin. As long as the purple pattern origin wasn't damaged, the Purple Tiger Pagoda could possibly recover. Lei Tian and the Great Elder rushed up. Seeing Lin Moyo unharmed, the two couldn't help but sigh in relief. Lin Moya said, "It's resolved, but the treasury has been burned away." Lei Tian waved his hand, "Gone is gone, these are small matters. As long as Mr. Lin is safe and sound, nothing else matters." Lin Moya chuckled, "Fortunately, there are other spaces in the Purple Tiger Pagoda. If not for these layers of space blocking it, I'm afraid the whole tower would have been burned down." Lei Tian and the Great Elder deeply agreed with this. If not for the layers of space in the Purple Tiger Pagoda, the flames of the Hell Fragment would have long since devoured the entire Purple Tiger Pagoda, and wouldn't have given Lin Moya time to act. Lin Moya clapped his hands, "All right, the Purple Tiger Pagoda is safe now. There shouldn't be any more issues. I can retire successfully." Lei Tian hurriedly tried to keep him. "Won't Mr. Lin stay for a few more days?" Lin Moya shook his head, "I have other matters. Actually, I was just passing through Purple Tiger City, coming to see Lei Hao along the way. Now I've already delayed for quite a few days and should set off again. Regarding the previous matters, you don't need to keep them too much in mind. I've also received compensation. Moreover, with Lei Hao here, I'll naturally help when I can." Lin Moya mentioned Lei Hao twice in these two sentences, further strengthening Lei Tian and the Great Elder's determination to establish Lei Hao as the next clan leader. Chapter 3057. Chapter 3057, 3057. Chapter 3057, No strength? Then shut up and stop talking nonsense. Lin Moya didn't go see Lei Hao again. After leaving the Purple Tiger Pagoda, he directly left Purple Tiger City. This was his way. Since he had acknowledged Lei Hao as a friend, he would naturally do what needed to be done. But between friends, there was no need to explain in detail what had been done. Lei Hao would naturally know in the future. Lin Moya flew 1,000 miles before slowly landing. This was a wilderness with an ancient forest containing some spirit beasts. The spirit beasts weren't strong. The strongest one was only at celestial venerable level. Lin Moya's aura trembled slightly, and the spirit beasts in the ancient forest immediately tucked their heads in. Instinct told them that they couldn't provoke this person. Buddhist chants sounded, and Lin Moya summoned the Buddhist Lich. 5 wheels of light surrounded its body. As a 5-wheel ancient Buddha, the Buddhist Lich sat in mid-air, with a solemn Buddhist appearance, radiating Buddhist light. Lin Moya took out the Buddhist beads obtained from the treasury and handed them to the Buddhist Lich. "Absorb this and see if you can advance to 7-wheel ancient Buddha." If the Buddhist Lich could advance to 7-wheel ancient Buddha, he would truly have the strength to fight head-on with 7th-level Dao venerable powerhouses. Combined with the skeleton hell, there was a high possibility of forcefully killing a 7th-level Dao venerable. The Buddhist Lich chanted Buddhist scriptures and began absorbing the Buddhist beads. Although the Buddhist beads were damaged, they were still made from 8th-level Dao venerable materials. It would take some time to absorb them. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry. He communicated with the skeleton hell and began receiving information. After completely absorbing and fusing with the hell fragment, the skeleton hell discovered some images within the hell fragment. These images were records from the hell fragment's countless years. Earlier, because they were still in the Purple Tiger Pagoda, Lin Moya hadn't received this information. Image after image entered his mind, linking together, allowing Lin Moya to understand the whole course of events. Countless years ago, when hell collapsed, this hell fragment fell onto the origin continent. It lost all its power, becoming like an ordinary stone, sleeping for countless years. But because it once belonged to hell, its essence wasn't destroyed. 10,000 years ago, it was picked up by a member of the lightning purple striped tiger clan and brought back. Because they couldn't tell what it was, but it was sufficiently solid, it was eventually placed in the treasury on the 95th floor. In the treasury, there were countless materials and treasures of unknown origin, also containing considerable power. So, it began to revive. Its power was extremely weak at first. It first devoured the nearest material. Just devouring this material took over 1,000 years. Afterwards, it began devouring materials one by one, slowly recovering. But the recovery speed was still very, very slow. During this time, if someone had opened the treasury, they would have discovered the anomaly. Unfortunately, for 10,000 years, most of the lightning purple striped tiger clan's power was used to deal with the outer god. The Purple Tiger Pagoda was almost in an abandoned state, and no one ever opened the treasury on the 95th floor again. So, it devoured bit by bit, accumulating power little by little. When it had almost finished devouring all the miscellaneous things in the 95th floor treasury, it finally revived. The power belonging to hell erupted, re-evolving into a sea of fire. This process also took a lot of time. Just as its evolution was nearing completion, Lei Tian opened the door of the 95th floor treasury, equivalent to opening a Pandora's box. It instinctively sensed even more powerful forces, so flames filled the sky, wanting to plunder and devour. Hell's power was too high level. Even though it was just a fragment, it wasn't something a 9th level Dao venerable like Lei Tian could resist. At that time, if the Beast Emperor had been present, he could have suppressed it. But if it had devoured the entire Purple Tiger City, even if the Beast Emperor came, it wouldn't have mattered. For the entire origin continent, this would have been a great disaster. Fortunately, he was present. What was a disaster for others was an opportunity for him. The skeleton hell successfully devoured it, advancing to a higher level. Lin Moya understood the whole course of events. Of all the images, what Lin Moya focused on most was the very first image. That image was the first of all the Hell Fragments records. When Hell had just collapsed, in the remaining image, Lin Moya saw an incredibly huge figure. This figure was clearly not human, but it was too blurry to make out what it was. It was this figure that shattered Hell. Hell was actually shattered by some being. How strong must this being be? To think such a terrifying existence exists in the world. Lin Moya felt shocked, never imagining that hell had collapsed because of this. The incredibly powerful hell was shattered into pieces by an even more powerful being. The vast majority of hell turned to dust, with only a few fragments preserved, flying in all directions. Besides being shocked, Lin Moya also felt it seemed somewhat normal. Even something as strong as the Calamity Scepter had its 5 gems scattered across the land. Hell being shattered seemed somewhat acceptable. I wonder, between that fellow who shattered hell, that stinky old man, and that elder who controlled the primal water, who was stronger? Lin Moya pondered. The strongest beings he had seen were undoubtedly the green-robed elder and the elder who gave him primal water. With his current knowledge, he couldn't determine which of the two was stronger. Now he had to add the being that shattered hell. Who knew which of them was stronger? Thinking of this, Lin Moya suddenly said, "No, we need to add one more, that stinky old man's Dao partner. Among these 4, I wonder who is a bit stronger." As his thoughts raced, the Buddhist chants in his ears suddenly intensified. The Buddhist Lich had absorbed a large amount of power from the Buddhist beads and began to advance. The 6th wheel of light was born smoothly. The Buddhist Lich's gaze became solemn as it successfully became a 6-wheel ancient Buddha, growing even more powerful. At this time, the Buddhist beads had shrunk by nearly half, and the Buddhist Lich continued absorbing. Suddenly, the Buddhist beads erupted with Buddhist light, and a voice sounded from within, "How dare you destroy this Buddha's treasure?" Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that a trace of the 8-wheel ancient Buddha's Buddhist thought still remained in the beads. Lin Moya's will moved, issuing a command to the Buddhist Lich, while a drop of primal water flew out, landing on the Buddhist Lich. Then belief power burned fiercely, empowering the Buddhist Lich. The Buddhist Lich's aura rose sharply, and the Fate Tao appeared simultaneously. Along the trace of divine thought in the Buddhist beads, the Buddhist Lich found its trail in the Fate Tao, then threw out a punch. Lin Moya vaguely heard a huge sound, and the Fate Tao stirred up waves. The Buddhist beads shook violently. That trace of the 8-wheel ancient Buddha's Buddhist thought shook intensely, its voice coming out intermittently. "How dare you? Stop immediately." Lin Moya said in a low voice. "Continue, beat him up." The Buddhist Lich's fists didn't stop, landing 2 more punches on the Fate Tao. Huge waves surged in the Fate Tao. Accompanied by an angry roar, after 2 punches, the beads finally calmed down. The trace of 8-wheel ancient Buddha's Buddhist thought left in the Buddhist beads was completely shattered. Lin Moya said disdainfully, "You've been defeated, your treasure destroyed, yet you're still being arrogant here. No strength? Then shut up and stop talking useless nonsense." Chapter 3058. Chapter 3058, 3058. Chapter 3058. Every action has its cause and effect. Western continent, Buddhist territory. Among the myriad Buddhist nations, the central area was called the Buddhist realm. Within the Buddhist realm were countless Buddhist nations, each representing an ancient Buddha. Under the ancient Buddhas were many celestial Buddhas. Ancient Buddhas generally didn't manifest often. Usually, it was the celestial Buddhas who appeared. Celestial Buddhas were equivalent to human celestial venerables. In the Buddhist nations, their status was already quite high. On this day, a huge Buddhist nation suddenly shook violently. Low roars sounded from within, and the aura spread throughout the entire nation. In an instant, all followers in the Buddhist nation knelt on the ground, chanting scriptures, as if praying for something. "Destroying this Buddha's treasure, this Buddha will surely kill you. Issue the decree, from now on, upon seeing the lightning purple striped tiger clan, subdue the demons." The Buddhist nation shook, and countless people received the decree. With the decree issued, it meant that all Buddhist disciples in this nation would fight the lightning purple striped tiger clan to the death. Soon, this news would spread to the beast race and reach the ears of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. Even if no one spread it, the Lufen trading company controlled by the third ancestor would find ways to sell the information. Information was valuable, especially news about both sides of an impending war was even more valuable. The Lufen Trading Company didn't just sell goods, selling information was also one of their sources of income. The Buddhist Lich extinguished the Buddhist thought remaining in the beads with 3 punches, consuming the beads completely, leaving nothing behind. The Buddhist Lich's aura also rose to the peak of 6-wheel ancient Buddha, just 1 step away from 7-wheel ancient Buddha. This result, although not the best expectation, was acceptable. After all, there was a huge gap between 6 wheels and 7 wheels, not easy to cross. No matter how special the Buddhist cultivation methods were, on the origin continent, their essence was no different from human cultivation methods. It was the same for human Tao venerables. Crossing from 6th level to 7th level was equally difficult. That's why those above 7th level could be called 7th level elders. It was a term of respect, and those who could attain it were extremely rare. Like the lightning purple striped tiger clan, which had inherited for countless years and was a royal clan with millions of members, they had no more than 30 elders above 7th level. Now that the Buddhist Lich had reached the peak of 6-wheel ancient Buddha, if it disregarded the cost and sacrificed followers in its Buddhist nation, combined with primal water and empowered by belief power, it might be able to burst out with 7-wheel ancient Buddha combat power. Combined with the skeleton hell, it would have the strength to fight head-on with 7th level Tao venerables. Lin Moyo estimated his strength, showing a satisfied expression, and muttered to himself, "Need to find a chance to fill up the Buddhist Lich's Buddhist nation." The Buddhist Lich's eternal Buddhist nation could accommodate 50 million followers. But now, there were less than 3 million followers, not even a tenth of the total capacity, and there had never been a chance to replenish it. The eternal Buddhist nation's requirements for followers were simple. It didn't need very powerful beings, just any living beings would do. The souls of living beings after death could become followers. But so many living beings couldn't come from nowhere. It depended on luck, whether a suitable opportunity could be found. Putting away the Buddhist lich, Lin Moya took out the Five Elements sword. The Five Elements sword was now sealed, its spirituality in a dormant state. This sword could split into five, possessing the power of the five elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When formed into a sword formation, its power could rival 8th level Dao Venerable. However, the problem was that to fully control it required at least 7th level Dao Venerable cultivation, which Lin Moya was far from. Moreover, it wasn't to say that a 7th level Dao Venerable wielding it could challenge an 8th level Dao Venerable. That would be seeking death. You have a treasure, but don't 8th level Dao Venerables have their own? At most, it could be said that when facing an 8th level Dao Venerable, one would have some ability to preserve one's life. But these abilities were of no use to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo hugged the Five Elements sword. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. If you hadn't insisted on striking me with a sword, you wouldn't have ended up in my hands. It can only be said that this was your fate. A treasure with spirituality, who knows what kind of lich it will become. As Lin Moya said, at first he hadn't thought about taking the Five Elements sword, but it insisted on striking him with a sword before being satisfied. Since that was the case, he would oblige. A flame arose from his palm, enveloping the Five Elements sword. Origin technique, summon elemental lich. The Five Elements sword began to vibrate with a hum. Its spirituality instinctively began to resist. It resisted very violently. After all, it was a 7th level Dao Venerable treasure with spirituality. It wasn't easy to evolve into an elemental lich. Sword chi penetrated from the sword, emitting a powerful aura. Lin Moyo could feel its anger and unwillingness. This trace of spirituality was very strong. Although it hadn't truly evolved into intelligence, for a treasure, having spirituality or not made a huge difference. A Origin Thunder cloud appeared under Lin Moya's feet. A trace of Origin Divine Thunder was drawn out, falling into the Five Elements sword. The Five Elements sword immediately trembled. Its small spirituality was paralyzed by the Divine Thunder, temporarily losing the ability to resist. The Five Elements sword gradually deformed in the flames, losing its sword shape, its sword chi dissipating. 10 minutes later, the Five Elements sword had returned to its origin, becoming a liquid. The liquid contained all 5 elements. This liquid should be an extremely excellent material for forging. There were too many types of materials in the world. Lin Moyo couldn't name them all. The 5 elements liquid continued to change shape in the flames, gradually forming the shape of an elemental lich. 20 minutes later, a brand new elemental lich fully formed, flying out from the flames. It looked only fist-sized, very small and cute, but it emitted a sharp aura, its entire being like a sharp sword. The newborn lich respectfully knelt suspended before Lin Moyo, showing submission. 5 elements sword lich. Realm, 6th level Dao Venerable. Grade, perfect. Growth limit, none. Techniques, 5 elements sword chi, sword Dao. 5 elements sword chi can slash out 5 different types of sword chi to deal with different enemies. Sword Dao, connect with the Dao power to raise one's realm. Can also borrow Dao power to slash out 5 elements sword rain, once per hour. The 5 elements sword lich inherited the characteristics of the 5 elements sword, but didn't inherit the 5 elements sword formation. Instead, it gained the sword Dao. This was also one of the abilities of liches after the celestial venerable realm connecting with the Dao. Lin Moya looked at the information, murmuring, the sword Dao can raise its own realm. Originally the 5 elements sword lich was at 6th level Dao Venerable. After raising its realm, will it be peak 6th level or 7th level Elder? The sword Dao seems to be divided into 2 parts. The ability to raise realms seems to have no limit, but the 5 elements sword rain can only be used once per hour. Let's try it. We'll know after trying. With a thought, the 5 elements sword lich bowed to Lin Moyo before quickly flying into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, like teleportation, instantly covering 100 miles. It used its technique, and a brilliant Dao appeared around it. Within the Dao, myriad swords floated, large and small, strong and weak, countless sharp swords dancing within the Dao. The sword Dao enveloped its body. The 5 elements sword lich's aura suddenly surged, breaking through the bottleneck, stepping from 6th level Dao Venerable into 7th level Dao Venerable. Chapter 3059. Chapter 3059, 3059. Chapter 3059. You're full of rebellious bones, who knows when you might rebel. Empowered by the sword Dao, the 5 elements sword lich stepped into 7th level Dao Venerable in one go. Lin Moya's face showed delight. Although the Buddhist lich couldn't reach 7-wheel ancient Buddha, this 5 elements sword lich gave him a big surprise. A 7th level Dao Venerable 5 elements sword lich, though perhaps lacking in combat power compared to a true 7th level Dao Venerable, was still 7th level Dao Venerable and could certainly hold its own in a fight. Combined with other methods, Lin Moya was 80% confident he could kill some 7th level elders. Let's try the 5 elements sword C. The fist-sized 5 elements sword lich spread its small hand, and the sword Dao around it immediately boiled. 5 swords of different attributes and colors gold, wood, water, fire, and earth flew out from the sword Dao, coming behind the 5 elements sword lich. The 5 elemental swords were much larger than the 5 elements sword lich, forming a strong contrast. At this moment, the 5 elements sword lich pointed forward, and the 5 elemental swords immediately slashed out. In an instant, the sword Dao was activated. Countless sharp swords flew out from the Dao like mountains and seas, covering the sky and earth, enveloping an area of 100 miles ahead. Millions of swords turned into huge waves, pouring out. Wherever they passed, the ground was as if plowed. For hundreds of miles, not a blade of grass grew. The ground sank several meters, forming a basin. Not bad power. Lin Moya was very satisfied. He put away the 5 elements sword lich and quickly left. He knew that with such a big disturbance, someone would come soon. It was best for him to leave first. Less than a minute after he left, people had already arrived. Not just one person, but dozens. They were all attracted by the powerful aura, thinking some treasure had appeared. Upon arriving, they all showed surprised expressions. An area of hundreds of miles had sunk several meters, plowed into a plain. The ground of the origin continent could be shattered or cracked, but to directly sink several meters and become a basin was not something an ordinary person could do. This must be some 7th-level elder testing their technique. This is so close to Purple Tiger City. Aren't they afraid of the lightning purple striped tiger clan's elders taking action? It might well be an elder of the lightning purple striped tiger clan. At this moment, a purple lightning bolt shot from afar, and Lei Tian stepped out from the purple light. A powerhouse above 7th-level testing techniques outside Purple Tiger City was a provocation to the lightning purple striped tiger clan. As the clan leader, he personally came to see. Someone recognized Lei Tian and couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, it's clan leader Lei Tian." To think it alarmed clan leader Lei Tian. After all, it's outside Purple Tiger City. Of course it needs attention. I wonder who was so reckless. They're probably in trouble now. Lei Tian looked at the plowed ground, feeling the remaining aura, his expression gradually becoming complex. It's the aura of the 5 Elements sword. Mr. Lin actually mastered the 5 Elements sword. Lin Moyu, with his 3rd-level Dao Venerable ability, had mastered the 5 Elements sword and could exert its power to such an extent. Lei Tian realized his understanding of Lin Moyu was far too shallow. Lin Moyu was like a big mystery. Just when you thought you knew something, you'd discover Lin Moyu had even more secrets. You were still so ignorant. When Lei Tian came, he was indeed angry. After all, this was so close to Purple Tiger City. But after knowing it was Lin Moya's doing, his anger instantly disappeared. Lei Tian left without a word, as if this incident had never happened. The onlookers saw Lei Tian leave and all felt strange. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why Lei Tian didn't say a word. Was this matter just going to be left like this? Given the lightning purple striped tiger clan's temperament, this shouldn't be the case. This incident was destined to become an unsolved mystery. No one would explain it. After Lin Moya left, he flew 1,000 miles before landing again. This time he let out Little 5 and the others. Little Mist, Little Moon, and Little 5 sat on Little Ox's back. Everyone had gained quite a bit from this ancestral grounds trip. Little 11 successfully advanced to Dao Venerable, Little 5 advanced to 2nd-level Dao Venerable, and Little Ox reached peak Celestial Venerable. Although Little Moon didn't enter the ancestral grounds, with Lin Moya's help, she also received aid from Divine Thunder, successfully reaching the peak of Other Shore Realm, just half a step away from Supreme. If Lin Moya hadn't felt that cultivating too fast wasn't good and let Little Moon further solidify her foundation, she could have already become Supreme. But even without becoming Supreme, Little Moon was now the youngest peak Other Shore Realm cultivator on the origin continent. If she became Supreme, she would be the youngest Supreme Realm. Following the cultivation plan Lin Moyo had set, Little Moon might become the youngest Celestial Venerable and Dao Venerable on the origin continent. Little 5 continued to point the way, guiding Little Ox's direction. Lin Moya said, "Now all 4 of you have thunder poison in your bodies. If you want to continue cultivating with Divine Thunder, you need to remove the thunder poison." Little Ox's eyes lit up, and he was the first to speak. "Master, Little Ox wants to continue cultivating with Divine Thunder. Divine Thunder can stimulate Little Ox's bloodline. I feel that if I keep using Divine Thunder to cultivate, Little Ox's bloodline can truly awaken." After enjoying the benefits of Divine Thunder, one becomes addicted. Even without any bloodline awakening, cultivating with Divine Thunder is far superior to bitter cultivation on one's own. Lin Moya chuckled. "Removing thunder poison is very painful. It's a pain that comes from the soul. Can you bear it?" Hearing it was pain from the soul, Little Ox showed a hint of hesitation. But after hesitating, his eyes became determined again. "For the sake of my bloodline, Little Ox isn't afraid of pain. Little Ox has a feeling that my bloodline is very strong and very ancient. If it can fully awaken, it will definitely be very powerful." At this time, Little Mist patted Little Ox's head. "After becoming very powerful, are you going to rebel against Master and become the boss yourself?" Lin Moyo also followed Little Mist's words. "Indeed, I forgot to consider this point. Maybe we should forget about it." Little Ox cried out, "Grandaunt Little Mist, you can't slander Little Ox like this. Little Ox's loyalty to Master can be witnessed by heaven and earth, verified by the Tao." Little Mist snorted lightly. "Who knows? I see you're full of rebellious bones. Who knows when you might rebel? Even if you don't rebel, those calves of yours might rebel someday." Little Ox's face fell. "Grandaunt, please don't say anymore. Little Ox will never betray Master. If those calves dare to have any disloyal thoughts, Little Ox will be the first to clean house, without Master having to act." Little Ox's mournful appearance made everyone laugh. Little Moon smiled brightly. "Little Miss is just teasing you, Little Ox. Don't be afraid." Little Mist snorted. "Can't even take a joke. No fun." Lin Moyo looked at Little Ox. He naturally knew that Little Ox was well aware Little Mist was joking with him. This fellow was very clever, just playing along with Little Mist. It was hard to say who was fooling whom. Lin Moya said, "No rush. Now is not the time to clear the thunder poison. I'll use the purple pattern origin to alleviate the thunder poison for you first. It will be easier when it's time to remove it completely." Lin Moya drew a trace of purple pattern origin from the origin thunder cloud, turning it into mist enveloping the 4. Under the nourishment of the purple pattern origin, the thunder poison would gradually fade, and then it would be time to completely remove the thunder poison. The group traveled over mountains and ridges for many days, covering an uncountable distance. As they got closer to Little Five's home, suddenly a sharp cry came from afar. Little Five's face immediately changed. Chapter 3060. Chapter 3060, 3060. Chapter 3060, I'd like to see how you plan to kill us. The change in Little Five's expression immediately caught Little Mist and Little Moon's attention. Little Moon asked with concern, Sister Little Five, what happened? Little Five's face turned slightly pale. I heard the cry for help from my clan members. Only Little Five, as a sole progenitor beast, could hear the cry for help from her clan members. Little Moon and Little Mist couldn't hear it. Soul progenitor beasts were adept at using souls, so their cries for help were also transmitted through the soul. Moreover, this kind of cry for help was very special. Even Soul Dao cultivators like Xiao Ho Yuan couldn't hear it. Although Lin Moya's spiritual perception was extremely keen, he also couldn't hear it, but he sensed an unusual soul fluctuation. Lin Moya asked, how far are we from your clan's territory? Little Five said, it's not far now, but the cry for help said the clan members have fled elsewhere. I don't know if they managed to escape. Lin Moyo asked, is there any other information? Little Five shook her head, no more. This kind of sound is both a cry for help and a warning, telling other clan members that there's danger here, don't come close. But if we don't get close, I won't know where the clan members have fled to. Lin Moya continued to ask, what are the cultivation realms of your clan members? Little Five's clan was very small, with only 5 people. Little Five ranked 5th, the weakest one. Little Five said, the clan leader is 6th level Dao Venerable, then second sister is 4th level Dao Venerable, third brother and fourth brother are both 3rd level Dao Venerable. It was evident that Little Five was very worried at this moment. Lin Moya thought for a moment, plant a fruit first. This fruit can definitely find them. Little Five's eyes lit up, right, I'll plant a fruit first. Because of her anxiety, Little Five had forgotten she could plant fruits. As long as she could successfully plant a fruit, it meant her clan members were still alive. If her clan members had already died, then planting the fruit would surely fail. No matter how strong the cause and effect Dao was, it couldn't reverse life and death. A flame appeared in Little Five's hand, with something like a seed inside. This was the fruit of the cause and effect Dao. Around Little Five, the cause and effect Dao flickered, not very real. Soul progenitor beasts had the ability to plant fruits to seek causes, but couldn't truly control the cause and effect Dao. When Little Five was planting the fruit, the illusory shadow of the cause and effect Dao appeared, indicating her bloodline was already very strong. Little Five sent her will into the fruit. After carrying Little Five's will, the fruit quickly grew, and then a green sprout shot out from the fruit. The fruit sprouting meant the planting was successful. Little Five's face immediately showed joy, it succeeded. The clan leader and others are still alive. Lin Moyo patted Little Five's head, now there's no need to worry. Let's go find Little Five's clan members. Little Five nodded vigorously. With the fruit planting successful, Little Five's mood had improved a lot. Moreover, she believed that with Lin Moyo around, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. To find her clan members, the best way was to go home first. There was the aura of clan members having lived there. The aura of soul progenitor beasts was very special, only detectable by fellow soul progenitor beasts. Once they got home, Little Five would be able to determine where her clan members had gone. To speed things up, Lin Moyo had Little Ox, Little Mist, and Little Moon return, while he took Little Five forward. Lin Moyo held Little Five, vibrated his wings of time, and shot forward like a streak of light. In an instant, they covered thousands of miles, flying tens of thousands of miles in no time. Little Five pointed to a mountain valley ahead, it's there. Lin Moyo flew towards the valley. He had already sensed the aura of soul progenitor beasts. Although the aura was very faint, it couldn't escape him. The two rushed into the valley. The valley was very quiet, showing no signs of abnormality. Lin Moya suddenly frowned and threw a punch forward. Blood Chi rumbled, his fist force turning into a Blood Chi divine dragon, roaring forward. A large net appeared in the void. The Blood Chi divine dragon crashed into the net, causing it to bulge. The net was very sturdy. It wasn't shattered by the Blood Chi divine dragon, but instead wrapped around it. No matter how the Blood Chi divine dragon struggled in the net, it couldn't break free. Moreover, there was a strange power in the net, continuously absorbing the Blood Chi divine dragon's power, making it weaker and weaker. Little Five covered her mouth. This is a soul-catching net, specifically used to hunt us. Lin Moya nodded. The soul-catching net was special. It could suppress souls and absorb power, very practical for dealing with soul progenitor beasts. But it also depended on the realm. This soul-catching net could only deal with soul progenitor beasts below 5th level Dao Venerable. It probably wasn't strong enough to deal with Little Five's clan leader. Originally, the soul-catching net was hidden in the void, but it couldn't escape Lin Moya's notice and was forced out by one punch. Then Lin Moya threw several more punches, turning into Blood Chi divine dragons, roaring in all directions. Space shattered like glass, and the true situation in the valley was instantly revealed. In what should have been a beautiful valley, only ruins remained now. This place had clearly experienced a great battle. Most of the valley had been destroyed. Who are you? An angry shout rang out. Lin Moya looked up and saw the newcomers, 2 beast race Dao Venerables. Both were 4th level Dao Venerable beasts, wearing red clothes, in human form. They looked no different from humans, but their limbs had long red fur, still showing obvious beast characteristics. The two's gazes were extremely sharp, scanning over Lin Moyo and Little Five. Speak, you two, why have you come here? They couldn't see Little Five's true form clearly and thought they were two humans. However, they could see Lin Moyo in Little Five's realms, one third-level Dao Venerable and one second-level Dao Venerable, both weaker than them, so their words carried some arrogance. Lin Moyo looked at the two, finding in his memory which clan they belonged to. "You're from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan." The two snorted arrogantly. "That's right. We asked you a question. What are you doing here?" Lin Moyo said, "This isn't the territory of your Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Is it any of your business why we're here?" One of them sneered repeatedly. "This is the northern continent, our beast race's territory. You humans coming here should obediently listen." At this time, Little Five said in Lin Moya's ear, "Father, I found them." Lin Moya nodded and said to the two, "I'll give you 3 seconds to leave immediately, or I'll kill you." 3. Needless to say, these two being here and operating the soul-catching net meant they were here to hunt soul progenitor beasts. Lin Moya didn't want to waste time with them and gave them 3 seconds. He said he'd give 3 seconds, but Lin Moya was already prepared to act, because he knew very clearly that the two definitely wouldn't leave. The two Dao Venerables from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan laughed simultaneously, their eyes full of disdain. "It turns out to be a madman." Lin Moya's voice continued, "2. The Blazing Divine Eagles laughed wildly. "Do you think this is the southern continent? A mere third-level Dao Venerable dares to speak to us like this. I'd like to see how you plan to kill us." 1. Lin Moya's countdown ended. He lightly pointed at the two. Space distorted, and the skeleton hell descended. Countless hell fiends flew out, pouncing towards the two. The two's faces changed drastically. They instinctively wanted to flee, when suddenly the hell's eye opened, and an extremely powerful soul impact descended. The two screamed miserably, falling into the magma, quickly surrounded and devoured by hell fiends. Then the skeleton hell instantly expanded, not sparing even the soul-catching net, devouring it as well. Lin Moya said to Little Five, "Let's go find them." Chapter 3061. Chapter 3061, 3061. Chapter 3061, "With me here, they'll be fine." The Blazing Divine Eagle clan was not a royal clan among the beast races. However, their clan strength was not weak, claiming to be one of the races closest to becoming a royal clan. Their clan leader was also an 8th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse. Once their clan leader could advance to 9th-level Dao Venerable, the Blazing Divine Eagles could elevate their entire clan to become a royal clan. But Lin Moya didn't take them seriously. Even if they were a royal clan, so what? Lin Moya had trump cards. If provoked, he would kill even a 9th-level Dao Venerable without hesitation. Moreover, he had the Beast Emperor's flower in hand. Who in the entire beast race would dare to move against him? That would be a great disrespect to the Beast Emperor and would lead to clan extermination. Lin Moya forcefully killed 2 4th-level Dao Venerables from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, then immediately had Little Five search for her clan members' whereabouts. He realized something was amiss. Those hunting the soul progenitor beasts definitely weren't just these two. With just 2 4th-level Dao Venerables, forget hunting, they were more likely to get themselves killed. Now Little Five's clan members had already fled, yet they were still here, indicating that another group had already given chase. Little Five's clan members could be caught up to at any moment. It was far from safe yet. Little Five guided Lin Moyo in the direction her clan members had fled, while Lin Moyo also found it strange that he couldn't sense the aura left by the soul progenitor beasts. How were the pursuers able to track them? Unless they were in hot pursuit, searching with their eyes. Even if they left marks, soul progenitor beasts were adept at manipulating souls. As long as the marks were discovered, they could easily be erased. Unless there was a 7th-level elder among those taking action. A 7th-level elder's marks wouldn't be easily erased. Or, in the worst-case scenario, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's leader had taken action. If that were true, without using his trump cards and the Beast Emperor's flower, Lin Moya wouldn't be a match for him. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario, but Lin Moya didn't think it likely. If a true 8th-level Dao Venerable had taken action, the soul progenitor beasts shouldn't have had a chance to escape. Even if a 7th-level Dao Venerable had taken action, they might not have had a chance to escape. Even if they could escape, 9 times out of 10 only Little Five's clan leader would have had a chance. The others wouldn't have much chance. Little Five, besides your clan members themselves, are there any treasures that can track your aura? Lin Moyo pondered while asking the question. Little Five thought for a moment. I seem to have heard of such treasures, but I'm not very clear about them. But the clan leader said that our clan's fate is pitiful. No matter where we go, people will always covet us. Lin Moya said, then why were you so bold to come find me? Little Five said, but I really missed father, and I also planted a fruit, so I wasn't afraid. Lin Moya could only sigh lightly at Little Five's innocence. From what he knew, soul progenitor beasts all seemed quite innocent. This was an extremely simple race, living in harmony with the world. It was because they carried the bloodline of the cause and effect Dao that they were coveted by others. They just wanted to live peacefully, but often didn't meet good ends. The two followed the aura, constantly changing directions. Little Five's clan members had fled very far, but still couldn't escape the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's pursuit. Lin Moya couldn't sense the soul progenitor beast's aura, but he could sense the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's aura. The aura left by the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was almost identical to the direction the soul progenitor beasts had fled. At the same time, Lin Moyo also sensed a peculiar aura, which should have come from some treasure. He guessed that it was this treasure that allowed the Blazing Divine Eagle clan to track the soul progenitor beasts all the way. Little Five murmured, "Father, I feel uneasy inside." Lin Moya said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." The two continued pursuing for about half an hour, twisting and turning, covering who knows how much distance. Sometimes they would go in circles, sometimes backtrack. Clearly, the soul progenitor beasts had put a lot of thought into evading pursuit. Unfortunately, they still couldn't escape the blazing divine eagle's tracking. The aura ahead grew stronger and stronger. Lin Moya knew they were getting close. Soon, a terrible battle aftershock came. 7th level Dao Venerable. From the aftershock, Lin Moya judged this was the power of a 7th level Dao Venerable. The blazing divine eagle clan indeed had a 7th level Dao Venerable powerhouse taking action. But strangely, there was also a 7th level Dao Venerable on the soul progenitor beast side. Struck by the 7th level Dao Venerable's aftershock, Little Five's small face instantly turned pale, clearly not feeling well. However, Little Five had already sensed her clan members. All 4 clan members were still alive. Father, they're all still alive. Hurry and save them. Lin Moya said, don't worry, they'll be fine. Little Five, go back first. After speaking, he sent Little Five back to the rule world. With a 7th level Dao Venerable present, Lin Moya couldn't guarantee Little Five's safety. To be safe, it was better to send her back to the rule world first. Little Five was very obedient. Knowing she would only be a burden, she went back obediently. She believed in Lin Moya. Whatever Lin Moya promised, he would definitely accomplish. The wings of time vibrated, distorting time. Lin Moya's speed suddenly increased as he charged towards the battlefield. He crossed thousands of miles, appearing on the battlefield as if teleporting. The blazing divine eagle clan was confronting several soul progenitor beasts. Lin Moya's sudden appearance startled both sides. Lin Moya's gaze swept over, seeing 4 soul progenitor beasts. The leader among them had indeed reached the Dao Venerable realm. However, he had clearly just advanced to 7th level Dao Venerable, his foundation not yet stable. In this situation, he should have secluded himself for several decades to stabilize his foundation. Only then could he exert the full power of a 7th level Dao Venerable. But obviously, the blazing divine eagles wouldn't give him the chance to seclude himself. On the blazing divine eagle clan's side, the leader was also a 7th level Dao Venerable. Behind him were 5 Dao Venerables, all at 6th level. 1 7th level Dao Venerable plus 5 6th level Dao Venerables had the soul progenitor beasts completely suppressed. If not for the fact that soul progenitor beasts were top tier in combat power at the same level, they wouldn't have been able to escape to here at all. Lin Moya saw that one of the 6th level Dao Venerable blazing divine eagles was holding a treasure similar to a bagua compass. From this treasure, a faint aura extended out like extremely fine ropes, simultaneously entangling the several soul progenitor beasts. Lin Moya saw at a glance that this aura involved the fate Dao. So even if the soul progenitor beasts discovered this aura, they couldn't sever it. From the moment the treasure locked onto them, they were destined to have nowhere to escape. Who are you? Why have you come here? Human, this is not a place for your human race to come. Several blazing divine eagle Dao Venerables shouted simultaneously, their eyes full of vigilance as they looked at Lin Moya. The 7th level elder leading the blazing divine eagles said, today's matter cannot be leaked out. Yan Fei, go kill him. Understood. A 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouse named Yan Fei from the blazing divine eagle clan responded and flew out, attacking Lin Moya. Their pursuit of the soul progenitor beasts couldn't be known by outsiders. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Especially those royal clans, who might come asking for the soul progenitor beasts. Would they dare not give them up then? So, since Lin Moya had come here, he had to die here. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, his finger pointing gently. Space distorted, and the skeleton hell descended. Chapter 3062. Chapter 3062, 3062. Chapter 3062, I didn't plan to let you go. Lin Moya wore a cold smile, with a hint of disdain, also indicating his current good mood. Little Five's clan members were all safe and sound, and he was happy for Little Five. At the same time, facing the blazing divine eagle clan, he didn't need to find a reason to take action. After all, the blazing divine eagle clan had made the first move. Since that was the case, he would just kill them directly. As for the 2 he killed earlier, that was another matter. Space distorted. The blazing divine eagle clan's Dao Venerable named Yan Fei, who was charging over, seemed to sink into a quagmire, struggling to move forward. Endless magma surged from all directions. Within the magma, countless hell fiends flew out. What is this? Yan Fei shouted angrily, his whole body erupting with scarlet flames. The blazing divine eagle clan's bloodline talent was the Fire Dao. At this moment, with his bloodline activated, the Fire Dao appeared, erupting with shocking flames. Though both were flames, their flames were fundamentally different from the Hellfire. Hellfire didn't come from the Fire Dao. Magma and flames were just their form of existence. Their true essence was a special power from Hell. It could be said that Hell was its own system. Though it looked like fire, it actually had nothing to do with the Fire Dao. Lin Moya knew this, but others didn't. As flames and magma collided, causing huge waves to surge, Yan Fei sneered, playing with fire before me? You're far from enough. Before his words fell, the magma had already broken through the flames, crashing down like a tidal wave. Yan Fei's expression suddenly changed. Without time to finish speaking, he quickly retreated. At this moment, the Hells Eye gazed at him, an invisible soul impact descending. Yan Fei's soul felt intense pain. He let out a muffled groan, momentarily losing control of his body. The magma seized the opportunity, engulfing him into the magma river. Hell fiends also pounced on him, biting immediately. Although the Hell fiends were only at 4th level Dao Venerable, their bites were extremely fierce. They ate everything. Even though Yan Fei was at 6th level Dao Venerable, they bit without hesitation. They just bit slower and with more difficulty, but it wasn't that they couldn't bite through. Given enough time, they could eat Yan Fei until not even bone fragments remained. Yanfei struggled frantically in the magma river, but there was a suction force in the magma river, making it difficult for him to break free for a while. His fire Dao was rapidly absorbed in the magma river, its effect greatly reduced. This was how the skeleton hell worked, devouring everything. There was nothing it couldn't eat. Especially after fusing with the second hell fragment, this characteristic became even more apparent. Seeing this scene, the 7th level elder leading the Blazing Divine Eagle clan slightly furrowed his brow. He couldn't have imagined that a human who was clearly only a 3rd level Dao Venerable could subdue Yanfei with a wave of his hand. The gap between Dao Venerables was not small. Let alone a difference of 3 levels, even a difference of 1 level was an almost insurmountable gulf. Possessing such an extraordinary combat power, able to fight across 3 levels, this human before him made him feel wary. The 7th level elder's narrow eyes slightly narrowed, sweeping a glance at the soul progenitor beasts, then looking at Lin Moyo. He seemed to be considering whether to let Lin Moyo go. It appeared Lin Moyo wasn't easy to deal with. However, he was more worried that the matter here would leak out. If other clans found out, his clan would be in big trouble. He looked at Lin Moyo, human friend, I am Yanfin, an elder of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Today's matter is not related to you. If you can swear a Dao oath, this old man can let you leave. His tone was quite forceful. Though it seemed like a compromise, it was more of a threat. Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, no need. I didn't plan to leave, and I also didn't plan to let you go. He spoke casually, but everyone heard the killing intent in his words. A 3rd level Dao Venerable threatening to kill a 7th level elder sounded laughable, but Yanfin couldn't laugh. What he heard in Lin Moya's words wasn't a threat, but a natural statement, as if he and his companions were already dead men in the other's eyes. At this moment, Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and space began to distort on a large scale. Not good. Yanfin's heart sank, but it was too late. When Lin Moya made a move, he wouldn't give the enemy a chance. The skeleton hell instantly expanded, covering a 1,000-mile radius, enveloping everyone present, including the soul progenitor beasts. Heaven and earth changed. Everyone was placed in hell, surrounded by terrifying magma. Endless hell fiends rushed out from the magma. Yanfin shouted angrily, break it. With a 7th level elder's ability, he could indeed break the skeleton hell, but it would take some effort. After fusing with the second hell fragment, the skeleton hell's toughness had greatly increased, which was why Lin Moya dared to do this. At this time, Buddhist chants sounded, and the Buddhist lich appeared in the skeleton hell. 6 wheels of light simultaneously radiated brilliance. The Buddhist lich's solemn Buddhist appearance and compassionate face formed a stark contrast with the terrifying ferocity of hell. Technique, convert. Buddhist sounds boomed. An invisible force fell on several Blazing Divine Eagle clan members, instantly causing them to fall into a dazed state. Even a 7th level elder like Yanfin couldn't avoid being somewhat affected. As for the others, they were affected even more. The 4 soul progenitor beasts were also trapped in hell. At first, they instinctively wanted to take action, but when they saw countless streams of magma flying past them, and hell fiends treating them as if they didn't exist, they were stunned for a moment. At this time, they heard Lin Moya's voice, you needn't panic. Little Five sent me to save you. Hearing Little Five's name, the 4 soul progenitor beasts suddenly calmed down. Their clan leader seemed to guess Lin Moya's identity. Are you Little Five's father? Lin Moya's voice sounded, yes, I'll let Little Five explain the details to you after I deal with them. Boom. Magma flew. Yanfei, who was first trapped by the skeleton hell, suddenly transformed into his true form, becoming a 100-meter divine eagle. He spread his wings and flew high, bursting out of the magma river. Hell fiends were hanging all over him. The hell fiends didn't care what he turned into, they just kept biting. Flames soared to the sky. Enormous power shook off the hell fiends. But before he could break out of the skeleton hell, a dragon's roar sounded. The sky above suddenly turned pitch black. The Stygian black dragon suddenly rushed out, reaching above him at an astonishing speed, biting him in one gulp. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yanfei let out a miserable scream. The Stygian black dragon was much stronger than the hell fiends. With one bite, Yanfei's physical body was mostly shattered. He was directly injured, falling from the sky. At this moment, the skeleton hell violently shook. Yanfin, the 7th level elder, wielding a battle blade, broke out from the magma. A 7th level elder was indeed powerful. The Buddhist lich's convert could only affect him for an instant, not even half a second. He evolved his Dao True body, transforming into a 1,000-meter eagle, his claws gripping the battle blade. The battle blade was also over 1,000 meters long, slashing down as if cleaving heaven and earth. Enormous power poured down. The fire Dao brought down endless fire rain, as if wanting to smash the skeleton hell to pieces. The space beside Lin Moya slightly distorted. The 5 elements sword lich appeared with the sword Dao. Empowered by the sword Dao, 5 sharp swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared behind the 5 elements sword lich. 5 swords struck out simultaneously. 5 elements sword C. Chapter 3063. Chapter 3063, 3063. Chapter 3063, you want to escape? That's wishful thinking. Empowered by the sword Dao, the 5 elements sword lich instantly rose to 7th level Dao Venerable, not at all inferior to Yanfin. The 5 elements sword C erupted, countless sharp swords pouring down, covering a vast area of space. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeleton hell instantly vanished, as if it had never appeared. He withdrew the skeleton hell, otherwise it would surely have been shattered by the 5 elements sword C. The sudden disappearance of the skeleton hell didn't allow the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's Dao Venerables to breathe a sigh of relief. Millions of sharp swords, carrying different 5 elements attributes, were already densely falling. Where the 5 elements sword sea covered, space was sealed, giving no chance to dodge. The 5 elements generated and restrained each other. Within the sword sea, 5 attributes erupted wildly, colliding with each other, bursting into huge waves that shredded the entire space into pieces. Be careful! Yenfen roared, raising his battle blade to meet the 5 elements sword sea. The battle blade grew larger and larger, evolving into a shield, protecting his fellow clan Dao venerables under the blade. Only Yanfei, that unfortunate one, was exposed in the sword sea. Screams rang out. Yanfei, already severely injured, was directly shredded to pieces by the sword sea. Seeing his clansmen die, Yanfen roared repeatedly, "Damn human, this old man will surely kill you." Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, "Worry about staying alive yourself first." The Fate Dao true body appeared. Lin Moyo condensed a Fate sword, instantly stabbing it into Yanfen's body. Yanfen suddenly felt like he was missing something. Then he found that his power no longer flowed as smoothly as before. An old wound from who knows when seemed to show signs of flaring up again. For a moment, his power greatly weakened. Under the continuous bombardment of the battle blade and sword sea, it kept collapsing. How can this be? My wound had clearly healed. Yanfen couldn't remember how long ago he had been injured. It had clearly healed long ago. Why were there signs of it flaring up again now? He didn't think of Lin Moyo at all. He didn't know his fate had been weakened, that he had started to have bad luck. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded from behind. Warm fresh blood splashed from behind, followed by a strong smell of blood. Looking back, one of his clansmen behind had been blasted to pieces, his Dao destroyed. What's going on? Yanfen was greatly shocked. He had no idea how his clansman had died. A mighty 6th level Dao venerable powerhouse, dead just like that? All the attacks had clearly been blocked by him. At this moment, he saw Lin Moyo raising his finger, pointing towards his back. Boom! Ah! An explosion mixed with screams. Another clansman's aura disappeared. Yanfen was terrified. He finally knew how his clansmen had died. They were killed by Lin Moyo. But he still didn't know how Lin Moyo had killed them. At this time, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he spat blood. The old wound flared up. The wound that should have long healed suddenly flared up again at this moment. The power of the battle blade weakened again, almost unable to block the sword sea. How can I be so unlucky? Yanfen was crying bitterly in his heart. He had no idea that Lin Moyo had slashed him with 2 more fate swords. His fate had plummeted to rock bottom, and all sorts of misfortunes would happen. Boom! A third explosion, mixed with screams. Another 6th level Dao venerable clansman died. For the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, cultivating a 6th level Dao venerable powerhouse was not easy. The resources and time invested were unimaginable. Difficult to cultivate, yet so easy to die. Counting Yanfei, 4 had died in the blink of an eye. Yanfen's eyes were about to pop out, his gaze towards Lin Moyo filled with killing intent and boundless fury. Lin Moyo chuckled, "No need to look at me like that. I told you to take care of yourself first." As he spoke, Lin Moyo raised his hand again, pointing lightly. Boom! Explosion and screams sounded together. All 5 6th level Dao venerable clansmen he had brought were dead, none left. Lin Moyo said softly, "Next, it's your turn." At this moment, Yanfen suddenly thought of a legend. The legend said that those who went to trouble soul progenitor beasts often didn't meet good ends. Before dying, soul progenitor beasts would lay down a curse, cursing all who tried to harm them. This curse came from the cause and effect Dao and was terrifying. He had scoffed at it before, but now, he suddenly started to believe. Lin Moyo used Yanfen's body, blasting one by one, killing all 5 6th level Dao venerables. It could be said they died from killing each other. Now only Yanfen was left. The 5 elements sword sea was nearing its end. Lin Moyo's will moved, and the 5 elements sword lich's power erupted, endless sword chi surging from its body. The 5 elements sword sea underwent a qualitative change. Most of its power concentrated, pouring towards Yanfen. Yanfen hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it, hoping to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, he used all his strength, not retreating but counterattacking, swinging his battle blade to resist the 5 elements sword sea. At this time, another fate sword fell on him. His fate, already at rock bottom, fell again. Without fate, misfortunes came one after another. Yanfen suddenly found that the pill he had taken had no effect. He was stunned for a moment. Why did the pill have no effect? This was impossible. But there was no time for him to think. At this moment, his body suddenly exploded. Lin Moyo had used the fate explosion technique, detonating Yanfen's fate. Yanfen spat blood. Injury was added to injury. The battle blade he had just raised was suppressed again. A drop of primal water appeared on Lin Moyo's fingertip. The primal water dispersed, falling on the corpse explosion Dao pattern in his soul. At the same time, belief power burned fiercely, also empowering the Dao pattern. The Dao pattern glowed brightly. The next corpse explosion would have greatly increased power. Using a 6th level Dao venerable corpse, plus primal water and belief power, the power of corpse explosion, even if not reaching 7th level Dao venerable, would surely be very close. Lin Moyo still felt it wasn't enough and gave an order to the Buddhist Lich. In the Buddhist Lich's eternal Buddhist nation, 1,000,000 followers simultaneously completed a sacrifice. The Fate Dao activated. The Buddhist Lich found Yanfen in the Fate Dao and threw out a punch. Yanfen let out a muffled groan. He was shocked to find that he had been attacked again, and he had no idea where the attack came from. At this moment, his gaze towards Lin Moyo was full of fear. Lin Moyo's methods were too shocking, and each method was impossible to guard against. At this time, he saw Lin Moyo raising his hand, pointing towards him. Not good. Yanfen sensed danger. His whole body's power erupted, the fire Dao enveloping his entire body for defense. But the power of corpse explosion was hard to defend against. Boom! Yanfen let out a miserable scream. His body was mostly destroyed in the explosion. Half of his body was gone, but the most troublesome part wasn't his physical body, but his soul. The power of corpse explosion directly blasted into his soul. His soul was also severely injured. The 5 elements sword sea finally ended. Space was no longer sealed. Yanfen screamed as he fled outwards. Originally behind him was a 10,000-meter ancient mountain. Now this mountain had been destroyed, becoming a flat path. Lin Moya said softly, as expected of a 7th-level elder, truly hard to kill. But you want to escape? That's wishful thinking. The wings of time curse spread, violently vibrating. Time was stirred up. Lin Moya simultaneously spread his space Dao true body. Time and space completed fusion. He rushed out as if teleporting, instantly surpassing Yanfen. Space distorted. The skeleton hell descended again. The 5 elements sword lich, also cloaked in the sword Dao, pursued from behind. Chapter 3064. Chapter 3064, 3064. Chapter 3064, watching his risks, observe with caution. Yanfen was already severely injured, with less than 1/10 of his combat power remaining. Trapped in the skeleton hell and facing the 5 elements sword lich, all his resistance was futile. Moreover, outside there was still a Lin Moyo eyeing him covetously. Yanfen had no hope of survival. After holding on for just a moment, Yanfen was killed. Most of his corpse became nourishment for the skeleton hell. Only a piece of flesh fell into Lin Moya's hands, becoming a weapon for corpse explosion. A 7th-level Dao Venerable corpse was an excellent weapon. The entire battle ended in just a few minutes. The ground had been completely plowed flat. Several large mountains were shattered. One mountain was completely leveled. Who knows how many weak creatures died in the aftermath of this great battle. Lin Moyo picked up the compass-like treasure. He had deliberately left this behind. Otherwise, it too would have become food for the hellfiends. This treasure seemed somewhat special. Lin Moyo examined the treasure, murmuring to himself. The treasure was made of a special silver jade, very exquisite and sturdy. It should be a Dao Venerable level treasure, but Lin Moya couldn't tell exactly which level of Dao Venerable. He also didn't know the treasure's name. This treasure didn't need to be refined. It could be used just by injecting soul power. Lin Moyo held the treasure and came before the 4 soul progenitor beasts. He said to their clan leader, "You must be clan leader Honey." Clan leader Honey nodded. "You must be the father Little 5 spoke of." Lin Moya smiled. "We've already confirmed that. Why don't we go somewhere else? People will probably come here soon." Clan leader Honey immediately nodded. "Please follow me." Saying this, he led the way, moving quickly forward. He was very familiar with this area. He led Lin Moya through the dense forest, turning left and right, quickly disappearing into the ancient forest. Clan leader Honey was very careful, erasing their traces as they went, ensuring no one could track them. Lin Moyo held the compass treasure in his hand. He discovered that the compass treasure was constantly locked onto the 4 of them. It was this treasure that prevented them from escaping. At the same time, Lin Moya sensed the power of the fate Dao from the treasure. What a marvelous thing. Clan leader Honey, do you know what this is? Unable to figure it out himself, he might as well ask. Clan leader Honey said, "I don't know either, but I know this thing is very powerful. It can track us. Originally, we 4 should have fled separately, but with this treasure, fleeing separately was useless." This was indeed the case. Lin Moya said, "Fortunately, you didn't flee separately. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." Clan leader Honey nodded. "Yes, we had already despaired. We didn't expect Sir to arrive at the end. Our lives weren't meant to end." Lin Moya said, "I should have come earlier, but I was delayed in Purple Tiger City for a while. Fortunately, I still made it in time. Nothing serious happened." At this moment, clan leader Honey showed some worry. "Sir, you killed the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's elder Yanfen. There might be trouble in the future." Lin Moya was unconcerned. "It doesn't matter. They can't do anything to me." Just 10 minutes after they left, people arrived at the place where Lin Moyo had killed. The commotion of a battle between 7th-level Dao Venerables was too great. No one dared approach during the fight. Only after it ended did they cautiously come over. Quite a few people came. Flames filled the sky. A huge divine eagle came treading on fire. Yan Bei, 8th-level Dao Venerable, clan leader of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Yan Bei transformed into human form in the air, his whole body surrounded by flames, standing imposingly in mid-air, his aura unmatched. In this land, he, Yan Bei, was the local tyrant. No one dared to oppose him. The surrounding small clans were even more dependent on the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Yan Bei said, "Who can tell this clan leader what happened here?" His voice was deep, carrying heavy authority, as if this sentence was an order. Someone immediately responded, in reply to clan leader Yan Bei, 7th-level Dao Venerables fought here earlier. We only watched from afar, not daring to approach. We're not very clear about what exactly happened. Yan Bei said in a low voice, "What did you see?" Another person said, "I saw fire, and many swords." 5 elements sword chi and sword Dao aura still lingered here. Yan Bei questioned several people but didn't get any useful answers. Then his gaze slightly focused. In a patch of scorched earth, he saw a feather, a bright red feather. "It's someone from our clan." He reached behind his back, gritted his teeth, and plucked out a feather. The root of the feather was still dripping fresh blood. He had forcibly plucked it out. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan's feathers were all bright red or dark red, but the feather in Yan Bei's hand was silver. The silver feather emitted a peculiar aura. Yan Bei placed the feather on his brow. Soul power injected into it, and the feather immediately radiated silver light, covering a large area. A series of projections appeared in everyone's vision. The projections showed the situation of the recent battle. There was no sound, only images. The projections were very clear, vividly showing the process of Lin Moya killing Yanfen and the other 5. At the same time, in the corner of the projection, there were 4 soul progenitor beasts. When Yan Bei saw Lin Moya killing people, his pupils suddenly contracted, his eagle eyes becoming narrow, his body full of killing intent. When he saw the soul progenitor beasts, he already knew why. Someone watching the projection whispered, "Someone actually killed Elder Yanfen. That human doesn't want to live. He's really bold. I wonder what realm that human is at, and why he killed people." They say clan leader Yan Bei, besides having the Fire Dao bloodline, also had a fortuitous encounter and comprehended the Time Dao. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. The Time Dao, this must be time reversal from the Time Dao. It looks really useful. Amidst the discussions, the projection disappeared. Clan leader Yan Bei now knew why Elder Yanfen had died and deeply memorized Lin Moya's appearance. The next second, terrifying flames enveloped heaven and earth. The terrifying aura of an 8th level Dao Venerable was released without reservation. 100 miles around turned into a sea of fire. Those onlookers who had come couldn't escape. They were all devoured by the flames. Those onlookers never imagined that coming to watch would cost them their lives. Yan Bei said in a low voice, "Information about the soul progenitor beasts cannot leak out. I didn't expect Elder Yanfen to really find soul progenitor beasts. Who exactly is that human? To be able to kill Elder Yanfen, he must have some abilities. In such a short time, they shouldn't have gone far. This is our clan's territory. You won't escape." He transformed into a stream of fire, shooting towards the distance. Clan leader Honey led Lin Moya over 1,000 miles, diving into a valley before stopping. There was a formation arranged in the valley. Only after clan leader Honey activated the formation did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. On the way here, clan leader Honey had already told Lin Moya the whole course of events. He also didn't know how Yanfen had found him. Fortunately, he had just broken through to 7th level Dao Venerable at the time, so he was able to escape. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yanfen long ago. However, it was also because Yanfen wanted to capture them alive that he had a chance. Unexpectedly, Yanfen ultimately died at Lin Moya's hands. It could only be said that this was his destined calamity. Although soul progenitor beasts were good, not everyone could bear the consequences. Chapter 3065. Chapter 3065, 3065. Chapter 3065, I won't pave too much of the road for them. Little Five was overjoyed to see her clan members again. Lin Moya also let out Little Mist, Little Moon, and Little Ox, letting them accompany Little Five and get acquainted with the soul progenitor beasts. Lin Moya had an idea in mind to bring all these soul progenitor beasts back with him. Of course, he wouldn't do like others, dissecting soul progenitor beasts or researching their bloodlines. He wanted to bring the soul progenitor beasts back to his Yudao city, making them members of Yudao city. As for the cause and effect Dao, Lin Moya also had his own thoughts. It would be good to have it, but it didn't matter if not. If he got it, he'd be lucky. If not, it was fate. He wouldn't force it. He already viewed Little Five as family, so those soul progenitor beasts were also his people. Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance, sensing a terrifying aura of an 8th level Dao Venerable far away. Clan leader Honey also sensed it and said softly, "This is the aura of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's clan leader Yan Bei." Lin Moya nodded, 8th level Dao Venerable, indeed quite strong. But it's strange, why is there a Time Dao aura mixed in? Clan leader Honey said, "It said that besides having the Fire Dao bloodline, clan leader Yan Bei had a fortuitous encounter when young and comprehended the Time Dao." Lin Moya suddenly understood, looking at it this way, he must already know I killed Yanfen and the others. Possessing the Time Dao, he could use time reversal. It was normal for him to know Lin Moya had killed them, but knowing was just knowing. Lin Moya didn't care. Mere 8th level Dao Venerable. As long as he used his trump cards, killing him would be a matter of minutes. Rather than worrying about Yan Bei, it was better to worry about when Elder Kuron would come to cause trouble. Lin Moya said, "Clan leader Honey, I see you've all been injured. Why don't I treat your injuries?" Clan leader Honey sighed, "Our soul progenitor beast injuries are not easy to treat. They involve the soul." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "When Little Five came to find me back then, she was also injured. Isn't she fine now? Don't worry. I may not have other abilities, but in terms of treating injuries, I have some skills. Small injuries could be treated with the power of life. For major injuries, spirit flowers could be used. As long as there was still breath, there was no need to worry." All 4 soul progenitor beasts were injured. Except for clan leader Honey, their injuries weren't severe and could be healed with the power of life. Only clan leader Honey, though he didn't show it, was actually the most severely injured. His soul had been severely damaged. His realm could drop at any time, and it would be difficult to advance again in the future. However, clan leader Honey was very generous. As long as his clan members were safe, he didn't care much about cultivation. It was precisely this mindset that allowed him to advance to 7th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya took out a spirit flower to treat clan leader Honey's soul. While treating the injury, the brocade lich silently flew out, ignoring the formation and flying towards the distance. Since clan leader Yan Bei already knew he had killed people, he would surely take action next. It was necessary to send the brocade lich to investigate. The brocade lich was only a low-level celestial venerable. It couldn't be relied on for combat anymore, but it was still useful for reconnaissance. The spirit flower enveloped clan leader Honey, and his aura gradually stabilized. Little Five and her clan members came before Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled, "How is it? Are you at ease now?" Little Five's face was like a blooming flower. "Thank you, father." Lin Moyo patted her head. "We're family. No need for thanks." Little Five said, "We should thank you." They said father was also in danger earlier. The opponent was a 7th level elder. Lin Moyo smiled, "Mere 7th level Dao Venerable, it's nothing. Didn't I kill him smoothly?" He had killed quite a few great Dao realm beings. 7th level Dao Venerable really wasn't much. Little Five didn't need to thank him, but her clan members still insisted on thanking Lin Moyo. They thanked Lin Moyo using Soul Progenitor Beast etiquette, which Lin Moyo accepted calmly. Half an hour later, the spirit flower disappeared. Clan leader Honey had fully recovered, his aura reaching its peak. Clan leader Honey exclaimed in amazement, "Sir truly has great skills. Not only are my injuries healed, but even my foundation has been stabilized." Lin Moyo smiled, "Clan leader Honey, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Clan leader Honey said, "Please speak, sir. What can this old man do?" Lin Moyo said, "Yin Bei has the time Dao. I believe he not only knows I killed people, but also knows of your existence, so he will surely take action later. I'm not afraid. Leaving here is no problem for me, but it will be very troublesome for you. This is their territory. It will be difficult for you to hide." Lin Moyo's words made sense. Clan leader Honey knew this was indeed the case, but he didn't know how to deal with it. Lin Moyo continued, "I have an idea. I'd like to invite Clan leader Honey to come live in my domain." Clan leader Honey was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Moyo. "Sir has his own domain? Is it in the southern continent?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "No, it's in the eastern continent. The southern continent is no longer suitable for new forces, so I established a force in the eastern continent. The force has only been established for a few hundred years. Its scale isn't large, and its power isn't strong, but it's stable. In the eastern continent, I have good relationships with several top figures. No one will come to cause me trouble. If the clan leader goes there, I guarantee your clan can live peacefully. No one will come to hunt you down again." Clan leader Han Yi's gaze showed contemplation. Lin Moyo's words were very tempting to him. Soul progenitor beasts were targets of pursuit no matter where they went. Whether human, beast, or other races, even some intelligent spirit beasts, all would hunt them. The reason was that the cause and effect Dao was too attractive. So for countless years, soul progenitor beasts had lived unstable lives. If there could be a stable place for them to live peacefully, that would naturally be the best. But he also knew that everything has two sides. It's impossible to only gain without paying a price. Clan leader Honey asked, "Then what do we need to give in return?" Lin Moyo said, "When you have time, teach those little ones about the Dao. No need to be deliberate. There are no hard requirements. How much those little ones can comprehend depends entirely on themselves." Clan leader Honey could hardly believe it. Was Lin Moyo's requirements so simple? He asked doubtfully, "Just that simple?" Lin Moyo smiled, "Just that simple. I believe in relying on oneself rather than others. Those little ones in the city mainly rely on their own cultivation. I won't pave too much of the road for them. I believe in the saying, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. You can think it over. Every word I've said is true. I absolutely won't deceive you all." Clan leader Honey understood clearly that with Lin Moyo's strength, if he really wanted to obtain them, he would have various methods. Killing them, capturing them alive, controlling them, none of these would be difficult for Lin Moyo. The fact that he was talking to them nicely like this was already the best treatment. Probably part of it was also because of Little Five. He could see that Lin Moyo doted on Little Five very much. Although Honey was the clan leader, he didn't make decisions alone. He still discussed with his clan members before finally agreeing. Little Five was the happiest to know they were willing to go to Yudao City. Little Mist and Little Moon were also very happy. In just this short half-day, they had already become familiar with the soul progenitor beasts, like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Soul progenitor beasts were actually very simple-minded, the same type of people as them. The Brocade Lich passed through the formation and returned, also bringing back information from the outside world. Chapter 3066. Chapter 3066, 3066. Chapter 3066, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. Only Lin Moyo could receive the information brought back by the Brocade Lich. After learning about the situation outside, Lin Moyo's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming more serious than before. Lin Moyo came to Han Yi's side. "Clan leader Han Yi, do you know about the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation?" Han Yi said, "I know. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation is the Blazing Divine Eagle Clan's guardian formation." Lin Moyo said, "Please explain in detail." Han Yi's gaze showed contemplation as he searched his memories for past information. "I've lived in this area for many years, but I've only seen the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation once. At that time, there were two clans in this land. One was the Blazing Divine Eagle Clan, the other was the Ice Demon Lizard Clan. These two races, one of fire and one of ice, were incompatible like water and fire. They were hostile to each other and fought for many years. Later, they simultaneously discovered a seventh great origin spirit vein. Whoever could occupy this origin spirit vein would have a great chance of becoming a royal clan. So, for this origin spirit vein, they fought even more fiercely. However, the two clans' strengths were similar, and neither could overcome the other. Until the previous generation's Blazing Divine Eagle clan leader emerged. His bloodline was very powerful, and he cultivated to 8th level Dao Venerable in an extremely short time, becoming the clan leader. At that time, he had a fortuitous encounter and awakened a formation from his bloodline, which was the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. He used that formation to surround the Ice Demon Lizard clan. After that battle, the Ice Demon Lizard clan suffered heavy losses. Less than 1 in 10 of their powerhouses survived. They could only flee in defeat. That 7th Great Origin Spirit Vein was finally occupied by the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Listening to Han Yi's historical account, Lin Moya gained some understanding of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. This formation was extremely powerful, and its coverage area was also vast. The Ice Demon Lizard clan was a huge clan system close to becoming a royal clan. They had at least 1 million members and occupied a vast area. As a result of being surrounded by the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation, in the end, barely any of the entire clan survived. The Ice Demon Lizard clan had many powerhouses. Their strongest, their clan leader, was at 8th level Dao Venerable, and even he died in the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. However, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's leader at that time was also severely injured by the formation's backlash. Not many years after that battle, he also died. Afterwards, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation was never used again. From that time on, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation became the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's guardian formation. It wouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Lin Moya guessed that since the price of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation was so high, if they dared to use it, they must have made some modifications to the formation. Moreover, over so many years, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan surely wouldn't have kept such a good formation unused. Perhaps they had already secretly arranged this formation in their territory. Now that they were going to use this formation, they must have full confidence. At least the current clan leader wouldn't do something foolish that would cost his life. Han Yi asked, why did Mr. Lin suddenly bring up the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation? Lin Moya said, according to the information I received, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan might use the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation to deal with us. Han Yi's face suddenly changed, surely not? To go to such lengths for us? And the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation has such a severe backlash. Does Yan Bei not care about his life? Lin Moya said, it's very possible they already have a way to deal with the formation's backlash. Han Yi immediately said, then let's leave quickly, before the formation is activated. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get out. Lin Moya suddenly looked into the distance. Through the broken mountain, he saw that the far-off place had already turned bright red. Immediately after, a powerful aura came rushing from afar. Countless fire lines appeared in the sky. A great Dao wrapped in fierce flames covered the sky. Han Yi's face became extremely ugly. He exclaimed in shock, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. They really used this formation. At this moment, Lin Moya didn't look anxious at all. Although Han Yi described the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation as terrifying, no matter how strong the formation was, it was still just a formation. As long as it was a formation, he believed he could find flaws in it. Moreover, now that the formation had been activated, there was no use in being anxious. Lin Moya looked at the ashen-faced Han Yi. I'm quite curious, how did you know about those things back then? And so clearly too. Han Yi said, we soul progenitor beasts, when advancing to 4th level Dao Venerable, our bloodline has a leap. Some abilities are born from the bloodline. This old man's ability is to roam heaven and earth with divine thought, understanding cause and effect, knowing right from wrong. Han Yi explained his ability without concealment. It was actually using the cause and effect Dao to know the causes and effects of things within a certain range around him. This was how he knew the root cause of the conflict between the Blazing Divine Eagle clan and the Ice Demon Lizard clan back then. He had seen the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation from afar back then. The power of the formation was still fresh in his memory. Even after so many years, it was hard to forget. The power of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation had left an indelible mark in his heart at that time. Now, seeing the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation again, that fear in his heart erupted uncontrollably. Han Yi murmured, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation has been activated. Everything within the formation will be destroyed. We're finished. At this moment, Han Yi's eyes were like dead ashes, as if death was already certain. For someone who had lived countless years and reached 7th level Dao Venerable to become like this, one can see how terrifying the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation was. Lin Moya said, don't worry. A mere formation isn't enough to trap me to death. Lin Moya's words made Han Yi's eyes flash with light, as if reigniting hope. But it was only for an instant. Han Yi murmured, it's not that I don't believe Mr. Lin, it's just that this 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. Lin Moya smiled, why don't you and Little Five and the others return to my rule world to rest for a moment? How about coming out after I've left the formation? Han Yi thought for a moment. Anyway, if they stayed here, it would be certain death. Now their only hope was Lin Moya. Only if Lin Moya broke out of the formation could they live. Otherwise, it didn't matter where they died. At least dying in Lin Moya's rule world wouldn't benefit the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Among those present, only Han Yi knew the terror of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation, but he didn't say. He pretended to be nonchalant and agreed with his clan members to enter Lin Moya's rule world together. In the broken valley, only Lin Moya was left. Lin Moya watched the flames rising from afar. The brilliant fire Dao covered the sky, which had already been dyed red. In the distance, within the flames, volcanoes appeared one after another. The volcanoes erupted with endless magma, connecting heaven and earth, turning a large area of the world into a lava world. Then, the fire Dao poured down endless flames, crashing towards the ground like meteors. The entire earth rumbled. Lin Moya could feel that many living beings were being burned to death, including wild beasts, spirit beasts, and beast race cultivators. The area covered by this formation was too vast, covering at least 10 million kilometers. All living beings within a 100,000 kilometer range would be killed by the formation. As more and more living beings died, Lin Moya sensed a wave of resentment. This formation is somewhat shallow. Chapter 3067. Chapter 3067, 3067. Chapter 3067, Followers delivered to the door. There are many types of formations, endless in number. Moreover, formations form their own Tao, which is the formation Tao. Some terrifying formations have extremely powerful effects in vast coverage areas, even able to envelop an entire world. However, such formations are also very difficult to set up, with many restrictions and often requiring a huge price to pay. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation is such a formation. Its power is strong enough to trap and kill 8th level Tao Venerables, but it's equally difficult to set up. Moreover, in the process of controlling the formation, the one who set it up will suffer backlash from the formation. The previous generation clan leader of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, who obtained the inheritance of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation, suffered backlash from the formation. After annihilating his enemies, he was ultimately severely injured due to the backlash and died not many years later. When listening to Han Yi's account, Lin Moya thought it was because the formation was too powerful, exceeding his ability range. Now it seems that wasn't the case. The formation was indeed powerful, but an 8th level Tao Venerable should have been able to withstand the backlash. What truly injured him, besides the formation, was the resentment of living beings and the backlash of the Fire Tao. The formation's backlash, the resentment of living beings, and the Fire Tao's backlash each accounted for 1/3, combining to form damage that even an 8th level Tao Venerable could hardly bear. Lin Moya was proficient in formations and also had some understanding of the formation Tao. Using the formation to activate the power of the Fire Tao, while killing enemies, also killed too many innocent living beings. These living beings, both strong and weak, had their resentment concentrated together, affecting the formation and also affecting the Fire Tao. In the end, it caused the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, who cultivated the Fire Tao, to be abandoned by the Destruction Tao. This was the fundamental reason he suffered backlash and ultimately died. Thinking deeper, it was because that fellow only knew how to set up formations but didn't understand the formation Tao at all. It was like a child wielding a powerful weapon to kill, but accidentally being killed by their own weapon. The more powerful the formation, the more it requires a powerful formation master to set it up, to repair many flaws in the formation, ultimately forming a more powerful formation. In that kind of large-scale killing formation, there must be a component for dissolving resentment. Lin Moya slowly flew up, observing the formation from afar, murmuring to himself, if resentment isn't removed, it will affect the formation. The more people killed, the greater the influence. Eventually the resentment gathers in the formation, affecting the destruction Tao through the formation Tao. Resentment can be dissolved or dispersed, but it shouldn't gather here, accumulating into a sea. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the vast formation. Everywhere was a sea of fire, with countless volcanoes erupting. The formation covered an area of over 10 million square kilometers. Within this range, all living beings would die. Those who set up the formation seemed to have made some improvements. There was a component in the formation for dissolving resentment. However, the component for dissolving resentment was clearly not enough. A large amount of resentment was still gathering. These resentful energies were constantly affecting the formation, making the formation unstable. If this continued, the formation would eventually collapse on its own. Of course, that would take a very long time. Before the formation collapsed, everything within the formation's range would be destroyed. Lin Moya observed for a while, then his gaze focused on a certain place. There, a large number of living beings were gathered, desperately fleeing. These living beings included humans, beasts, and spirit beasts. There were even some Tao Venerable powerhouses among them. Interesting. It seems the Blazing Divine Eagle clan didn't inform their allies when activating the formation. Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand, and space distorted. The Buddhist Lich appeared, its 6 wheels of light shining brightly. Lin Moya pointed to those fleeing living beings, go save them. The Buddhist Lich nodded, spreading its 6 wheels of light. Buddhist light shone, covering a vast area. Amidst the sea of fire, a Buddhist nation suddenly appeared. The fleeing living beings were instantly enveloped by the Buddhist nation. Lin Moya observed for a while. Seeing that the Buddhist Lich could handle it, he turned his attention elsewhere. He wanted to see how the current Blazing Divine Eagle clan leader was controlling this formation. The previous generation clan leader suffered such severe backlash. This generation's clan leader dared to use it, so he must have found a way to deal with the backlash. Moreover, Lin Moya also wanted to see if the current clan leader truly understood the formation Tao. If he didn't understand and was just recklessly using it, Lin Moya believed this formation would eventually backfire on the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. At that time, he might not even need to do anything. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan would destroy themselves. Of course, that would take too long. Lin Moya didn't have that much time to wait. He needed to find a way to break out of the formation quickly. Although he wasn't worried about his own safety, he was concerned about Little Five and the others in his rule world. If he stayed in the formation for too long, they might start to worry. Moreover, staying in the formation for too long wasn't good. Who knew what other means the Blazing Divine Eagle clan might have? It was better to break out of the formation quickly, then counterattack. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the vast formation again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Found it. In a certain direction, Lin Moya sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of that compass-like treasure. That treasure could lock onto soul progenitor beasts. Now it seemed to be one of the formation's cores. Interesting. Using that treasure as the formation's core, no wonder they dared to activate this formation. Lin Moyu understood. With that treasure as the core, it could indeed reduce a lot of backlash. However, using an external object as the formation's core also had its drawbacks. If the core was destroyed, the entire formation would collapse. Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile again. It seems breaking this formation won't be difficult. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 5 elements sword lich appeared. The sword Dao manifested, and 5 elemental swords appeared behind the 5 elements sword lich. Go destroy that treasure. The 5 elements sword lich nodded, its body turning into a stream of light, shooting towards where the treasure was located. Lin Moya didn't follow. Instead, he turned his attention to the Buddhist lich. The Buddhist lich had already saved many living beings. These living beings, upon entering the Buddhist nation, immediately became followers. Lin Moya nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. These are all followers delivered to our door. Chapter 3068. Chapter 3068, 3068. Chapter 3068, don't get involved with unlucky people. Lin Moya's method of setting up formations became more and more skilled, and his speed became faster and faster. In just 5 minutes, the formation was set up. Lin Moya lightly stomped his foot. Formation, activate. A formation suddenly operated, covering a 1,000-meter radius, with Lin Moya at its center. The formation was exquisite and powerful. Although the aura it emitted couldn't compare to the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, it contained a more profound realm. The formation Lin Moya set up was nearly perfect, unlike the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, which was strong but flawed. As the formation operated, it generated a suction force, directly pulling down a wisp of flame from the fiery meteors in the sky. The flame entered the formation, instantly turning into a 100-meter sea of fire. At the same time, Lin Moya's blood chi roared as he stepped into the sea of fire. Although only a trace of firepower was attracted, it belonged to the Fire Dao, pure and powerful. Moreover, the Fire Dao activated by the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation was of an extremely high level, enough to trap and kill 7th-level Dao venerable powerhouses. With Lin Moya's current realm, even touching a trace could potentially kill him. Lin Moya used the Power Dao to stimulate his blood chi, while feeling the damage the fire caused him. The damage was temporarily shared by the undead, so Lin Moya himself didn't suffer any harm. This damage was not only shared but also greatly weakened by the immunity technique. After feeling it for a while in the sea of fire, Lin Moya felt he should be able to withstand it. Gritting his teeth, he stopped the immunity technique. At the same time, the power of life spread throughout his body, while the power of death was placed outside. The power of death weakened the power of the Fire Dao, while the power of life cooperated with the Power Dao. While stimulating blood chi to heal itself, the power of life could also accelerate physical recovery. Lin Moya stood at the edge of the sea of fire, gradually adapting to the Dao power in the sea of fire. After a series of attempts, the light in his eyes grew brighter, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His physical body began to improve again. Although the improvement speed wasn't fast, any improvement was good. The Dao power in the Sea of Fire was very pure as the flames in the Icefire secret realm. Lin Moya felt that while his physical body was improving, it was also adapting to the Sea of Fire at an astonishing speed. The speed of adaptation was faster than the speed of physical improvement. Looking at the current situation, he would fully adapt to the Sea of Fire before his physical body could improve to 6th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya thought for a moment and knew why. The stronger the physical body, the higher the requirements. The speed of immunity to various attribute powers would become faster and faster. Moreover, I've already been baptized by the Fire Dao in the Icefire secret realm. Although the attributes are slightly different, the essence hasn't changed. So my physical body already has some adaptability to the Fire Dao. Using the Fire Dao to cultivate again would have much less effect. It seems that in the future, I need to find other attribute powers to cultivate my physical body. Physical cultivation is indeed difficult, getting harder and harder as it progresses. Lin Moya already knew what he should do. He needed change, needed new powers to temper his physical body. The formation operated, attracting more fire power. Lin Moya's physical body was still improving at a stable speed, but the adaptation speed of his physical body was getting faster and faster, far exceeding the improvement speed. The formation attracted more and more fire, until later the entire formation had turned into a sea of fire. Lin Moya stood in the sea of fire, no longer using the immortal Dao and not even fully stimulating the Power Dao. His body had basically adapted. Even without using the Power Dao, the Sea of Fire couldn't harm him much. Lin Moya secretly laughed at himself for being too cautious. Actually, if he had faced the Fire Dao directly from the beginning, there wouldn't have been any danger. Then he thought this idea was wrong. On the path of cultivation, being a bit more careful was never a big mistake. Removing the formation, Lin Moya walked on fire, truly facing the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation. Half of the 100,000 li of land had already been burned by the formation. Countless living beings had died in it. There were still some survivors, constantly retreating, moving away from the flames. Screams constantly resounded through heaven and earth, reaching the eardrums. Many living beings touched by the flames died miserably in the fire, burned to ashes. The remaining survivors all had ashen faces, their eyes full of fear. They knew they were doomed, with no way to escape. Blazing Divine Eagle Clan, if I don't die today, I'll never rest until you're dead. Yanbei, you bastard, killing so many beast race kindred, the Beast Emperor will surely punish you. I curse you, curse all of the Blazing Divine Eagle Clan to die horribly and your clan to be exterminated. The beast race survivors expressed their final anger with curses. The formation's flames continued to expand, volcanoes continued to erupt, and the destruction Tao in the sky also poured down endless meteors of destruction. The space for survival was getting smaller and smaller. Soon it would completely devour the 100,000 Li area. Lin Moya knew that actually, the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation had the ability to completely engulf the 100,000 Li of heaven and earth in an instant. But obviously, Yin Bei didn't want to do this. He wanted to force the soul progenitor beasts out. He wanted to capture the soul progenitor beasts alive. That's why the formation's spread was so slow. Lin Moya easily saw through this simple idea. He walked slowly on the magma. What a pity. The soul progenitor beasts are not something you can obtain. While everyone else was moving away from the magma sea of fire, Lin Moya was walking casually in the magma, as if strolling in his own garden. Some survivors were stunned. They called out to Lin Moya simultaneously. Human friend, please take us out. As long as you take us out, we'll surely reward you heavily. Human friend, I'm a direct descendant of the Celestial Ox clan. As long as you can save me, I'll definitely reward you generously. Human friend, as long as you can save me, I can promise you anything. One cultivator after another shouted loudly, offering better and better conditions, just begging Lin Moya to save them. In the face of life and death, treasures, dignity, nothing mattered anymore. Lin Moya chuckled lightly, not responding, but walking into the depths of the magma and disappearing. He didn't want any promises. Compared to promises, it was more practical to let them become followers of the Buddhist lich. Humans and beasts walked different paths. Beasts like Lei Hao were actually not common. Moreover, he didn't want to get too involved with these unlucky fellows. It would affect his own fate. Facing a life and death crisis here meant these fellows' luck was very bad. It was better for him to stay far away. The Buddhist lich had already collected over 30 million followers and was still collecting. In the eternal Buddhist nation, countless followers chanted Buddhist scriptures, extremely devout. In life, they might have been cultivators, or they might have been insignificant small beasts. But now, they had all become followers, ready to be sacrificed for the Buddhist lich at any time. Under the Buddhist light, the resentment in the formation had almost disappeared, and the backlash power was greatly weakened. These were no longer important to Lin Moyo. He let the Buddhist lich act freely as he walked step by step towards the outside of the formation. Walking on fire, his blood chi no longer roared. Lin Moyo had completely adapted to the sea of fire. Lin Moyo had walked tens of thousands of li in the magma when he suddenly looked up. On the great Tao in the sky, a powerful being cloaked in flames was staring intently at him. Yen Bei. Lin Moya softly uttered his name. Seeing Lin Moyo unharmed in the sea of fire, Yen Bei was surprised, but a murderous intent arose. Chapter 3069. Chapter 3069, 3069. Chapter 3069, I'll just ask one thing, do you still want to kill me? Yen Bei looked at Lin Moya with killing intent and surprise. You're actually only at 3rd level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya smiled slightly. What? Find it surprising. Yen Bei sneered, indeed. A mere 3rd level Dao Venerable body, yet able to kill Elder Yinfen. It truly surprises this clan leader. You must have a great secret. Tell this clan leader your secret, and I can give you a quick death. Lin Moya laughed. Is something wrong with your brain? You should say, if I can tell you the secret, you'll let me go. Otherwise, I'll die either way. Why should I tell you my secret? Yen Bei was stunned for a moment, as if Lin Moya's words made more sense, but he wouldn't admit it. Letting you die quickly is already this clan leader's greatest mercy to you. Otherwise, this clan leader would put your soul on fire to roast for 10,000 years, letting you suffer endless pain. Lin Moya looked at him as if looking at an idiot. Roast the soul for 10,000 years? With what fire? This kind of fire. As he spoke, Lin Moya reached out and scooped up a ball of fierce flames from the magma. The fierce flames burned in his hand, containing the fire Dao, but unable to harm Lin Moya at all. Lin Moya was using actions to slap his face, as if saying, you're really an idiot, I'm not afraid of fire at all, and you talk about roasting for 10,000 years. Yen Bei realized he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He also found that in terms of verbal sparring, he was far behind humans. He shouted angrily, will you speak or not? Lin Moya said, besides my secret, do you also want me to tell you the whereabouts of the soul progenitor beasts? Yen Bei said, naturally, but even if you don't say, this clan leader knows. The soul progenitor beasts are in your rule world. When the time comes, this clan leader will personally go to catch them. Lin Moya could hear that Yen Bei had a treasure that could temporarily stabilize rule worlds. Such treasures weren't rare. They were very useful for killing and arson. After killing someone, use the treasure to stabilize the rule world, preventing it from collapsing immediately, then take out the things inside the rule world. Their conversation didn't seem to intend to conceal anything. In Yen Bei's view, those in the formation were already dead people. It didn't matter if they knew about the soul progenitor beasts. Dead people could keep secrets. But in Lin Moya's eyes, it was exactly the opposite. Dead people were the easiest to leak secrets. With just one technique, dead people would tell everything. It was precisely because of their conversation that those who had survived finally knew why the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had activated the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation. It was to kill this human in front of them, and the soul progenitor beasts. They were just unlucky bystanders who got involved. They didn't beg Yen Bei for mercy. When they learned of the existence of the soul progenitor beasts, they already knew they couldn't escape. They would surely die today. Neither Yen Bei nor the strange human would spare them. The only difference was dying sooner or later. Yen Bei shouted angrily, this clan leader will count to 3. If you still don't speak, then there's no need to speak anymore. Lin Moya smiled. 3, I've counted for you. You want to kill me, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Yan Bei was angered by Lin Moya's insolence. Lin Moya didn't take him seriously at all. As an 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, after becoming a clan leader, who wouldn't look at him differently? Even the clan leaders and elders of royal clans would be polite to him, unlike Lin Moya, whose manner completely disregarded him. In midair, Yan Bei transformed into a 1,000-meter divine eagle, diving towards Lin Moya. He no longer wanted Lin Moya's secret. The divine eagle spread its wings, cloaked in flames, its aura breathtaking. Each of its feathers was much larger than Lin Moya. Each feather flashed with a cold light, extremely sharp, like treasure swords. The blazing divine eagle clan, besides excelling in the fire Dao, also used their feathers as weapons to kill enemies. As the strongest in the blazing divine eagle clan, with 8th level Dao Venerable cultivation, Yan Bei's combat power was terrifyingly powerful. He was much stronger than Yanfen, who had been killed by Lin Moya. Comparing 8th level and 7th level Dao Venerable, although only one level apart, the combat power was at least several times higher. 10 7th level Dao Venerables couldn't defeat one 8th level Dao Venerable. When Yan Bei saw Lin Moya ignoring the magma and walking on fire, he already knew Lin Moya wasn't afraid of flames. So he didn't use the fire Dao to attack at all, but directly took action himself to kill Lin Moya. Facing the rapidly approaching Yan Bei, Lin Moya neither fled nor resisted. Die! Yan Bei's face showed a cruel smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Moya being killed by him. But suddenly, his expression changed drastically. His rapid dive turned into a sudden stop. He showed an expression of disbelief. How do you have this thing? Lin Moya held a small beast emperor flower in his hand. This beast emperor flower wasn't fresh, but a refined one, more like a specimen. The beast emperor flower was only fist-sized, but this small flower emitted an overwhelming aura. This aura was extremely noble, already beyond the realm of Dao Venerable, reaching another level. When facing this aura, Yan Bei had an impulse to bow and submit. In his memory, he thought of many years ago when he had once seen that being. At that time, the beast emperor sat high on the throne, summoning the leaders of various clans. He was fortunate to be among them. Royal clans were in front. As an existence just below royal clans, his position was also quite forward. So he remembered the beast emperor's aura clearly. That nobility, that magnificence, that power, was unforgettable. From that moment on, the beast emperor had become his goal to pursue. He wanted to become the leader of a royal clan, become a 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, then cross the threshold of Dao Venerable to become a supreme being like the beast emperor. Various scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. He shouted angrily again, "Why do you have the beast emperor flower?" Lin Moya smiled. The beast emperor flower was naturally given to me by the beast emperor. Could I have stolen it? Yan Bei's eyes kept moving. Why would the beast emperor give you the beast emperor flower? Lin Moya laughed heartily. That's none of your business. If you want to know why, you can go ask the beast emperor. As for whether he'll tell you or slap you to death, that's unknown. Now I just want to ask you one thing. Do you still want to kill me? Yan Bei's eyes showed hesitation. He looked at Lin Moya, then at the beast emperor flower. With the beast emperor flower present, although the beast emperor wasn't personally here, it had a completely different meaning. If he took action now, it would be disrespectful to the beast emperor. Even if he killed Lin Moya, the beast emperor might come to kill him. Yan Bei didn't doubt the beast emperor's abilities, but letting Lin Moya go now, and letting Lin Moya take the sole progenitor beasts away, was very unwilling. Not just the sole progenitor beasts, but also Yanfen. This 7th level Dao Venerable elder, along with 5 6th level Dao Venerable powerhouses, had all been killed by Lin Moya. For the blazing divine eagle clan, this loss was already a severe blow. But the beast emperor flower, Yan Bei truly didn't dare to take action. Seeing him not speaking, Lin Moya chuckled lightly. Since you don't dare to take action, I'll be leaving then. Lin Moya held the beast emperor flower, walking out of the 10,000 volcanoes great formation step by step. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave at Yan Bei. Each wave was like a slap, firmly landing on Yan Bei's face. Chapter 3070. Chapter 3070, 3070. Chapter 3070, let me pick a good burial site for you. The 10,000 volcanoes great formation was a pure killing formation without any trapping effect. As long as one could walk to the edge, they could leave. Watching Lin Moya walk out of the formation, Yan Bei's eyes were almost spitting fire. Especially when Lin Moya waved goodbye as he left, Yan Bei felt like his face had been slapped dozens of times. That pain and humiliation bubbled up from the depths of his soul. He suddenly let out a roar of rage. The 10,000 volcanoes great formation violently erupted, instantly engulfing the remaining area. Everyone inside was burned to ashes on the spot, truly scattered to the winds, not even a hair left. The Buddhist lich appeared beside Lin Moya, accompanied by waves of Buddhist chants. Illuminated by Buddhist light, in the eternal Buddhist nation, over 30 million followers chanted sutras simultaneously. In these followers' eyes, the Buddhist lich was the only true Buddha. When all these followers were sacrificed, Lin Moya didn't know what kind of power the Buddhist lich could unleash. Combined with primal water and belief power, it should be able to reach 7th level Dao Venerable. Although the followers aren't complete, we've collected 6 or 7 tenths. Not bad, not bad. We'll find another opportunity next time. Lin Moya put away the Buddhist lich and turned to look at the 10,000 volcanoes great formation in the distance. He seemed to feel Yan Bei's anger inside the formation. Lin Moyo had a feeling that this matter wasn't over yet. The wings of time spread, and Lin Moyo flew towards the distance, quickly moving away from the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. Lin Moyo flew without stopping. The wings of time constantly vibrated, distorting time. Lin Moyo's speed reached the extreme, even surpassing the Origin shuttle. Lin Moyo flew 1,000,000 miles, continuing until he left the blazing Divine Eagle clan's territory before stopping. He chose a mountain valley. As he slightly released his aura, the beasts in the valley immediately fled without a trace, as if encountering the most terrifying enemy. Over 100 runes flew out, enveloping the valley, forming a simple formation that isolated the valley from the outside world. He released Han Yi from the rule world. Han Yi's gaze swept over the valley, showing disbelief. We really escaped. Lin Moyo smiled. We can't say we escaped. To be precise, Yan Bei didn't dare kill me, and the 10,000 volcanoes great formation couldn't kill me either. Han Yi didn't quite understand the first half of the sentence. He didn't know why Yan Bei didn't dare kill Lin Moyo, but he understood the second half. Lin Moyo wasn't afraid of the 10,000 volcanoes great formation, so Lin Moyo was very calm at that time, not panicked at all. He, a 7th level Dao Venerable, was actually less composed than Lin Moyo, this 3rd level Dao Venerable youngster. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat ashamed. Lin Moyo said, now we've left the blazing Divine Eagle clan's territory, but I feel Yan Bei won't let us go easily. He might come after us. Han Yi asked curiously, didn't you say Yan Bei doesn't dare kill you, sir? Lin Moyo shook his head slightly. That was then, this is now. At that time, it was sudden and he wasn't prepared. When he's prepared, he might dare to kill me. This time, the blazing Divine Eagle clan can be said to have lost both troops and generals, suffering heavy losses, even to the point of being crippled. He definitely won't give up easily. The commotion of the 10,000 volcanoes great formation was too big. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be kept secret. Others might not know about the existence of soul progenitor beasts, but many beast races would know that some of their people died at the hands of the blazing Divine Eagle clan. Within the beast race, there were too many clans. Among those killed by the 10,000 volcanoes great formation, some people's status wasn't very low. Those clans would definitely come to the blazing Divine Eagle clan for an explanation, and might even become hostile. So the blazing Divine Eagle clan's troubles were just beginning now, and the losses might continue to expand. Having expended so much effort and suffered such great losses, yet gaining nothing, how could someone like Yan Bei be content? Han Yi asked, then what do you plan to do, sir? Lin Moyo said, now there are 2 paths. One is for me to leave the northern continent. As long as I move fast enough, even if Yan Bei wants to kill me, he can't do anything. He can't possibly come to the eastern continent to kill me. The second is to find a way to kill him instead, then wipe out the entire blazing Divine Eagle clan. This way, we can thoroughly eliminate future troubles. As he spoke, killing intent surged from Lin Moyo's body. Han Yi was startled. He never imagined Lin Moyo would be so bold as to think of killing Yan Bei instead. He said softly, Mr. Lin, Yan Bei's strength is not comparable to Yanfan's. As the clan leader, the treasures and resources he possesses far exceed Yanfan's. Lin Moyo understood Han Yi's meaning. I understand what you mean. Killing Yan Bei indeed won't be easy, but as long as I'm fully prepared, it's not impossible. I have at least a 70% chance of killing him. A 70% chance was already quite high, but there was still a 30% chance of failure. Han Yi could hear that Lin Moyo had already made up his mind. From the moment Lin Moyo took action to kill, it was clear that Lin Moyo was definitely not the type to back down. The aura emanating from his whole body was like an arrow that only moves forward, never looking back. Lin Moyo said, I want to settle you and your clan members here. In case I'm killed by Yan Bei, you won't be implicated. Han Yi immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Mr. Lin, you're underestimating this old man too much. Although my strength is ordinary, I've never been a beast afraid of death. You saved our clan first, and got into trouble because of it. How could we possibly leave you? If Yan Bei comes, this old man will face him with you, doing what little I can. Han Yi spoke firmly, his eyes full of determination. Lin Moyo smiled, your sentiment is enough, but you should still stay in my rule world. If needed, I can call you out at any time. Han Yi nodded, alright, whenever you need this old man, Mr. Lin, just call. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. He was very clever. Lin Moyo had just said that if he wanted to kill Yan Bei, he would certainly need to make many preparations. If he stayed here, he would only get in the way. It was better to wait in the rule world. At the same time, he had already made his stance clear, deciding to stand with Lin Moyo through thick and thin, also telling Lin Moyo that he was reliable. Han Yi returned to the rule world. Lin Moyo's gaze flickered, looking towards the direction of the blazing Divine Eagle clan. Although the distance was extremely far, he could roughly sense Yan Bei's location. Earlier when confronting Yan Bei, he had silently completed the Dao Lock. Yan Bei had no sense of this at all. Lin Moyo could sense that Yan Bei was moving quickly, with no intention of stopping. At the same time, from the brief exchange with Yan Bei, Lin Moyo also judged that Yan Bei wasn't one to accept losses. From this, Lin Moyo deduced that Yan Bei was very likely to come after him again. Perhaps Yan Bei had a way to deceive the Beast Emperor. As long as there was no evidence, the Beast Emperor wouldn't come to question him. There were countless secret techniques and treasures in the world. The Beast Emperor wasn't omnipotent, especially when it was just a Beast Emperor flower. Since that's the case, let's see who dies. Lin Moyo's eyes carried traces of killing intent, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The Fate Dao appeared. Lin Moyo's gaze penetrated the valley, using the Fate Dao to look into the distance. Let me pick a good burial site for you. Chapter 3071. Chapter 3071, 3071. Chapter 3071, 9 out of 10 calamities are hard to overcome. On the Fate Dao, an eyeless eye slowly opened. The eye of the Fate Dao. Lin Moyo was using this ability for the first time. When comprehending the Fate Dao, Lin Moyo had already mastered this ability, but had never used it before. Little Mist had used it before. When Little Mist was in the western continent, she saw where there was a blessed land in the eastern continent. A blessed land is a place where fate is at its peak. Such places are very likely to have origin spirit veins. Later facts proved that there was indeed an origin spirit vein. Using the Fate Dao to search for origin spirit veins may not be accurate, but it can at least increase the probability. Compared to heaven-devouring rats like Little 3, each has its advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moyo was now using this ability, searching for a blessed land through the Fate Dao. Under the eye of the Fate Dao, the fate of various regions appeared before Lin Moyo's eyes. Lin Moyo first looked at the fate of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. If the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate was very strong, it would mean that killing Yin Bei would be very difficult. Conversely, if their fate was weak, killing Yin Bei would be much easier. In the eye of fate, he saw a surge of fate rising to the sky, covering a large area of heaven and earth. As an existence just below royal clans, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate was indeed not weak. Strong fate meant that the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had produced many powerhouses in recent years and developed smoothly. However, when Lin Moyo looked carefully, he found a trace of black within the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate. Calamity has come. The black light in the Fate Dao was called calamitous fate. It was also a kind of fate, but it represented another extreme of fate. The stronger the fate, the luckier one is, and the smoother things go. But once calamity appears, it means fate begins to turn to another extreme. Not decline, but directly turning to another extreme. Calamity often means danger, a matter of life and death. But calamity isn't entirely bad. If one can overcome it and eliminate the calamity, it can greatly increase one's fate. Great danger approaches, with unpredictable consequences. Fail to overcome it and die, overcome it and a new world opens up. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan had always hoped to become a royal clan. To become a royal clan, Yin Bei must reach 9th level Dao Venerable. Now that calamity had appeared in the clan's fate, if they could overcome it, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan would be very likely to soar and become a royal clan. But calamity isn't so easy to overcome. 9 out of 10 calamities are hard to overcome, with an 80 to 90% chance of failure. Lin Moyo showed a slight smile, seeing the calamity. I can rest assured. He knew where the calamity came from. It began to appear after Yin Bei decided to kill him. If Yin Bei succeeded and successfully deceived the Beast Emperor, the calamity would turn into great fortune, helping the Blazing Divine Eagle clan become a royal clan. If he failed, not only would Yin Bei die, but the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan might be exterminated. Lin Moyo was now 99% certain that Yin Bei would definitely come to kill him. His gaze slowly moved away, looking at other places. He didn't look far, not exceeding 1,000,000 miles. After a search, he finally found a suitable location. In the eye of the Fate Dao, in a place 100,000 miles from his current location, there was an area where fate was like mist. Although not very strong, it was the strongest among the surrounding areas. At this time, Lin Moyo suddenly sensed that Yin Bei had left the Blazing Divine Eagle clan and was flying towards the distance. The direction was exactly opposite to his own. He was moving very fast, quickly widening the distance. As the distance grew, the sense of the Dao lock became weaker. Lin Moyo frowned. Could it be that I judged wrongly? Then Lin Moyo immediately shook his head. If my previous guess was wrong, the calamitous fate wouldn't be wrong. If Yin Bei wasn't coming to kill me, calamity wouldn't appear in their fate. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan was the hegemon of the nearby area. No other clan could threaten them. Only he was the sole variable. Lin Moyo firmly believed his guess wouldn't be wrong. The wings of time vibrated as he flew towards the blessed land he had chosen. Along the way, he didn't conceal his aura, flying openly, leaving his traces in heaven and earth. He knew that as long as Yin Bei was determined, he would surely find him. So he didn't need to deliberately do anything, neither hiding nor intentionally leaving information. Everything would naturally be fine. Flying over the land, Lin Moyo arrived at the fengshui treasure land he had chosen for Yin Bei. His keen spiritual perception told him that there was indeed an origin spirit vein here. But this origin spirit vein was too weak, only second grade. A second grade origin spirit vein wasn't very valuable, but it was still an origin spirit vein, containing powerful energy. If it could be activated all at once, it would be quite terrifying. After arriving here, Lin Moyo immediately took out origin crystals and began to set up a formation. Using the origin spirit vein as the formation, I would further enhance the formation's power. The power of a second-grade origin spirit vein had an upper limit. If activated gradually, it wouldn't be of much use. Lin Moyo naturally understood this. He wanted to detonate all the power of the second-grade origin spirit vein at once, then use the formation to amplify it. Only this way could it threaten Yin Bei. Yin Bei was an 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. Ordinary formations couldn't deal with him. Some improvements had to be made. The best way, naturally, was to set up an 8th grade formation. An 8th grade formation could fully deal with 8th level Dao Venerables. Especially the top 8th grade formations could even kill 9th level Dao Venerables. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation was an 8th grade formation, and not even a very perfect one. It had once trapped and killed the 8th level Dao Venerable clan leader of the Ice Demon Lizard clan. But Lin Moyo's current cultivation realm was still somewhat strained to set up an 8th grade formation. Most importantly, he didn't have enough materials on hand. The materials he was using now to set up the formation were all premium grade 7th grade origin crystals, very suitable for setting up 7th grade formations, but somewhat lacking for 8th grade formations. So Lin Moya could only find another way, using other methods to enhance the formation's power. Premium grade 7th grade origin crystals flew out one by one, falling into designated positions. The formation gradually took shape. At the same time, Lin Moya's right hand continuously drew runes, combining instrument and rune formations to further enhance the formation's power. The formation he was setting up this time was the same as the one he set up in the Icefire Secret Realm, a space-rending killing formation. However, with Lin Moya's deeper understanding of the formation Dao, this formation was more powerful. Using the space-rending killing formation to kill the insect mother back then was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This time, he was using the space-rending killing formation to kill the 8th level Dao Venerable Yin Bei. As for whether it would succeed, Lin Moya wasn't completely certain. As he said, he had a 70% chance. Previously, setting up the space-rending killing formation took a full day. This time, it was completed in just over half a day. The moment the formation took shape, space violently distorted. Fierce winds howled, and many cracks appeared in space. A moment later, everything returned to calm. The cracks disappeared, and the space-rending killing formation completely vanished. This was one of the advantages of space-type formations. They could be hidden in space. When the formation wasn't activated, it wasn't easily discovered. After setting up the space-rending killing formation, Lin Moya began to set up another formation, the Calamity Formation. Chapter 3072. Chapter 3072, 3072. Chapter 3072, the first 8th level Lich. Lin Moya first encountered the Calamity Formation when he was at the Dao Inquiry Sect. At that time, the Dao Inquiry Sect set up the Calamity Formation to weaken his fate. However, no one in the Dao Inquiry Sect had mastered the Fate Dao. They only used some special methods to set up the formation. Now that Lin Moya had comprehended the Fate Dao, setting up the Calamity Formation would have a completely different effect. Lin Moya wasn't simply trying to weaken Yin Bei's fate by setting up the Calamity Formation. If he only wanted to weaken fate, it wouldn't be so troublesome. A few slashes with the Fate Sword would be enough to weaken his fate. Or using the Toxic Fate Sword could also achieve this. The purpose of the Calamity Formation was to use him as a catalyst to trigger the Calamitous Fate within the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Using Calamitous Fate as the foundation, it would backlash against Yin Bei's fate while also affecting the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate. It could be said that Lin Moya's move was more vicious than the Dao Inquiry Sect's. If he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. Lin Moya didn't intend to spare Yin Bei, and he didn't intend to spare the Blazing Divine Eagle clan either. It had been a long time since he had exterminated a sect or clan. This time he planned to return to his old ways. When he saw the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate earlier, Lin Moya had already noticed that this clan was heavy with killing. Their fate showed a bloody color. From their fate, one could tell that the members of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan were almost all bloodthirsty killers. This bloodthirst had seeped into their bloodline, deep into their souls, present from birth. It was precisely because of this that they could activate the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation with a clear conscience. The first time they wiped out the entire Ice Demon Lizard clan, killing countless. The second time they exterminated all living beings within a 100,000 li radius, again killing countless, including many beast race members. Otherwise, as fellow beast race members, although of different clans, they weren't enemies. How could they do such a thing? From this, one can see how vicious the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was. For such a race, Lin Moya could kill them with a clear conscience as well. The Calamity Formation wasn't a very powerful formation. In terms of grade, it was only 5th grade. Its effect wasn't to kill enemies, but to weaken fate. The Calamity Formation belonged to the illusory type of formations. Compared to the space-rending killing formation, it was more secretive and wouldn't be discovered at all. Its existence and its effect were the same, untraceable. With the two formations set up, Lin Moya was ready. But at this time, Yin Bei was still far away and hadn't arrived. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry and quietly waited on the spot. He took out the 8 trigrams compass. This spoil of war obtained from Yanfen was a very peculiar treasure. Lin Moya tried to imprint his soul on it but found it had no effect. This treasure couldn't recognize a master and didn't need to. Anyone could use it. The method of using it was also simple. Activate it with one's soul power, then lock onto the target. The locking method was very special. It wasn't aura locking or soul locking, but locking through the Fate Dao. Everyone has a position in the Fate Dao. The Fate Dao contains the future, transcending time, so this kind of locking couldn't be severed, unless one could comprehend the Fate Dao and erase oneself from it. Deducing from this, the grade of this 8 trigrams compass-shaped treasure should not be low. I wonder if it can be summoned into an elemental lich. Although the 8 trigrams compass was powerful, its effect was singular. For Lin Moya, it wasn't very useful. The greatest use of the 8 trigrams compass was to track enemies, and he didn't need this ability. He had the Dao Lock. With the Dao Lock, it was enough. Like now, although he was very far from Yin Bei, almost unable to sense him. But if he wanted to launch an attack, Corpse Explosion could still attack Yin Bei ignoring spatial distance, even achieving a kill. It's just that he didn't want to use that 9th level Dao Venerable Corpse. After consideration, he decided to try summoning an elemental lich with the 8 trigrams compass. If successful, that would be best. If it failed, it didn't matter. He could sell the 8 trigrams compass to the 3rd ancestor and should be able to exchange it for some good things. Thinking of it, he did it. Flames rose from Lin Moya's palm. Origin level technique, summon elemental lich. Hazy, enchanting flames enveloped the 8 trigrams compass, burning fiercely. At first, the 8 trigrams compass showed no reaction in the flames, but Lin Moya wasn't anxious. After being burned for over 10 seconds, the 8 trigrams compass began to change. It began to melt, turning into liquid, as if returning to its original form. Lin Moya sensed the aura of the Fate Dao, exactly the same as when the Buddhist Lich used the Fate Dao. Then a tiny light appeared from the melted treasure. Lin Moya saw a very small crystal. This crystal was only as big as a fingernail, covered in cracks, looking like it might shatter at any moment. The aura of the Fate Dao came from this broken crystal. The crystal emitted an enchanting light. It was hard to tell what color this light was, but it felt incredibly beautiful. This is something from the Fate Dao. Lin Moya squinted, admiring this small, broken yet incredibly beautiful thing. He knew this was the core of the entire treasure. It should have been very powerful originally, like the Icefire Dao stone, coming from the Dao. In fact, it came from the illusory Fate Dao. Its essence was even superior to the Icefire Dao stone. Unfortunately, it had shattered, its grade lowered, its power greatly weakened. In the end, it was obtained by someone and refined into the 8 trigrams compass. The crystal gradually deformed in the flames, finally melting completely like the 8 trigrams compass. The entire 8 trigrams compass turned into a liquid ball only as big as a baby's fist. All impurities were removed, leaving only the essence. The liquid kept changing in the flames, finally gradually turning into a small elemental lich. Among all of Lin Moya's elemental liches, this newly joined little one was the smallest. It was only as big as a baby's fist, several times smaller than the Buddhist lich. It could even sit on the Buddhist lich's shoulder, looking like an exquisite little doll. The moment Lin Moya saw it, he felt that Little Mist and the others would definitely love it very much. The little doll lowered its small head, respectfully hovering before Lin Moya. The aura it emitted was illusory and hazy. Even Lin Moya, its master, found it difficult to judge its true realm for a moment. Fate Lich. Realm, 8th level Dao Venerable. Grade, perfect. Growth limit, none. Techniques, Fate Guidance, Fate Deprivation. Fate Guidance, lock onto enemies, find their weaknesses in the Fate Dao, provide guidance for other liches to attack targeting weaknesses. Fate Deprivation, using the power of the Fate Dao, temporarily deprive enemies of their traces of existence. Enemies deprived of fate will be rejected by the Dao. Works well on enemies of lower realm than oneself, average effect on same realm, no effect on higher realm enemies. Can be used 3 times daily. Looking at the Fate Lich's attributes, Lin Moya was utterly shocked for a moment. Although the Fate Lich had no attack ability, its abilities were more terrifying and more useful than attack power. Chapter 3073. Chapter 3073, 3073. Chapter 3073, aren't you afraid the Beast Emperor will slaughter your entire clan? This was Lin Moya's first 8th level lich, and an absolutely powerful one. It had no attack power itself, but its existence would double the combat power of other liches. Its purpose was to cooperate with other liches. For example, the Buddhist lich's strongest ability was to find the enemy's weakest point in the Fate Dao, launch an attack in the Fate Dao, severely injure the enemy in the Fate Dao, and all damage would be transferred back to reality. This was just the Buddhist lich's own ability, and it could only be used 3 times a day. Sometimes facing powerful enemies, 3 attacks weren't enough. But now with the Fate Lich, its Fate Guidance had no such limitation. Through its guidance, every attack from other liches would target the weakest point in the Fate Dao. This greatly increased attack power and also meant the enemy couldn't dodge. Fate Guidance also had an ability similar to the Dao Lock. Unfortunately, only liches could cooperate with it. The undead army couldn't enjoy this benefit. The second ability, Fate Deprivation. It temporarily deprived the enemy's existence from the Fate Dao. The Fate Dao was one of the fundamental Daos. In the origin continent, everyone existed within the Fate Dao. There were only 2 possibilities for not existing in the Fate Dao. One was dead people. There were no dead people among the living beings in the Fate Dao. The second was outer gods. Outer gods didn't exist in the Fate Dao of the origin continent. Once separated from the Fate Dao, one would be rejected. During that time, all techniques related to the Dao couldn't be used. One could only rely on their own power. Once a Dao Venerable lost the power of the Dao, their strength would be reduced by at least tens or hundreds of times. In this situation, defense would be greatly reduced, and correspondingly, Lin Moya's side's damage would greatly increase. So this technique was meant to cooperate with the undead army. These 2 auxiliary techniques directly enhanced Lin Moya's combat power. Although he hadn't tried yet, Lin Moya knew the effect would be incredibly shocking. With the Fate Lich, my chances in the battle against Yan Bei have increased by another 10%. Now I have an 80% chance of killing him. An 80% chance wasn't small, but Lin Moya still felt it wasn't quite enough. Besides formations and the Fate Lich, Lin Moya had many other methods. Primal Water, Belief Power, the Icefire Dao Stone. If all else failed, he still had a 9th level Dao Venerable Corpse. That was Lin Moya's biggest trump card. Once used, Yan Bei would surely die. But Lin Moya didn't really want to use it. Yan Bei wasn't worthy of this trump card. Just as Lin Moya was thinking, the sense of the Dao Lock suddenly became clear. Yan Bei had returned. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. He's very fast. Lin Moya could sense that Yan Bei's movement speed was very fast. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan was originally fast enough, and with his 8th level Dao Venerable cultivation, he was even faster than beast race members of the same level. After flying for a distance, Yan Bei stopped briefly, then continued forward. Each stop was to sense Lin Moya's direction. Lin Moya hadn't concealed his aura along the way. Anyone who was determined could find him. Just like how Guhanya could find him back then, there were always ways. Moreover, Yanbei had the ability of time reversal, making it effortless to find people. Lin Moya slowly stood up and transmitted to Honey in the rule world, "Clan leader Honey, Yanbei is about to arrive. I'll call you if needed." Honey had long been prepared in the rule world. This old man is waiting for Sir's summons at any time. Lin Moya thought to himself, under normal circumstances, I won't call you. 8th level Dao Venerable, let me see what tricks you have. Facing an 8th level Dao Venerable for the first time, Lin Moya also felt a surge of excitement. Yanbei flew with stops and starts, adjusting direction repeatedly, getting closer and closer to Lin Moya. Just half a day later, the distance between them was less than 10,000 miles. Here, Yanbei could clearly sense Lin Moya's location. From afar, Lin Moya saw a ball of fierce flames shooting across the sky like a meteor. Within the flames was a 1,000-meter eagle. Yanbei had transformed into his true form, his aura overwhelming. Lin Moya felt something was strange. Coming so ostentatiously, was he afraid others wouldn't see? If someone came, if he took out the Beast Emperor flower in front of everyone, how could Yanbei take action? But immediately after, Lin Moya knew he had thought too much. Since Yanbei dared to do this, he naturally had his ways of dealing with it. When they were still 1,000 miles apart, Yanbei's figure suddenly disappeared from the sky. Disappeared. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Yanbei's disappearance was unexpected. Not only could he not be seen, but even his aura had completely vanished. Moreover, even the Dao Lock lost its sense of Yanbei. The Dao wouldn't be wrong. The Dao Lock still existed, but lost its sense, indicating Yanbei had instantly gone to a very distant place. With Lin Moya's current sensing ability, Yanbei must be at least 1,000,000 miles away to be like this. The next second, Lin Moya realized something was wrong. What was wrong wasn't himself or anything else, but the surrounding space. The space he was in, thousands of miles around, was moving rapidly. Lin Moya, comprehending the space Dao, immediately sensed the changes in space. He instantly knew what method Yanbei would use to deceive the Beast Emperor. So he's using this method. It's quite an idea, and it will indeed be effective. Lin Moya knew that the space he was in had been cut out by some powerful force and placed into an independent space similar to a secret realm. Moreover, this independent space similar to a secret realm had a very complex structure, with layers upon layers of space. The layered spaces made the distance between them extremely far, which was why the Dao Lock lost its sense. Similarly, in such layered spaces, it would be very difficult for the Beast Emperor to sense what was happening here. Even if Lin Moya used the Beast Emperor flower, he couldn't contact the Beast Emperor. It had to be said that Yanbei had indeed thought of a very good method. As expected, how could someone who cultivated to 8th level Dao Venerable be a fool? Lin Moya muttered to himself as 10 small jade tablets appeared in his hand. He activated the jade tablets and carried them with him. The space they were in was moving at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya saw spatial turbulence 1,000 miles away. The spatial turbulence was very violent, filled with powerful destructive force. As he had thought, the area he was in had been completely cut out, becoming a piece of space fragment. Fortunately, the formations he had set up weren't affected. Soon, he saw Yanbei. Yanbei was still cloaked in flames, but had retracted his true form. Now in human form, he held a huge battle blade in his hand. The battle blade looked incredibly sharp, emitting a terrifying aura. This battle blade was at least a 7th level Dao Venerable treasure, no weaker than the 5 elements sword. As a clan leader, it was normal to have a powerful treasure. And Lin Moya felt he probably had more than one treasure. Lin Moya took out the Beast Emperor flower and calmly said, "Clan leader Yanbei, I have the Beast Emperor flower in hand. You really want to kill me? Aren't you afraid the Beast Emperor will slaughter your entire clan?" Chapter 3074. Chapter 3074, 3074. Chapter 3074, There are rebels in any era. A cold smile appeared on Yanbei's feathered face, his eyes full of mockery. His voice was slightly shrill. "I am afraid, how could I not be? I had thought, if you left, this clan leader would have endured it. You're human, I couldn't possibly go to the western continent to kill you. Plus you have the Beast Emperor flower. Some things should be endured when necessary. But I didn't expect you wouldn't leave. Slapping this clan leader's face once wasn't enough, you want to do it again. Then this clan leader will oblige you." His shrill voice carried anger. Only now did Lin Moya understand Yanbei's thought process. Although the result was the same as he had guessed, the process was somewhat different. The human heart is hard to fathom. Even Lin Moya couldn't completely guess others' thoughts. Yanbei's expression was somewhat complex, with hatred, killing intent, and also a hint of hesitation. He hated Lin Moya, not only for killing his clansman but also for slapping his face. He wanted to kill Lin Moya, but was also somewhat afraid because of the Beast Emperor flower, afraid the Beast Emperor would come after him. After all, being able to obtain the Beast Emperor flower meant one was favored by the Beast Emperor. Killing him was equivalent to slapping the Beast Emperor's face. He had originally intended to swallow this anger, but Lin Moya hadn't left, which was like slapping his face once again. This made him resolve to kill Lin Moya and get his hands on the soul progenitor beasts. Lin Moya showed no sign of panic. "I'm very curious, how did you come up with this method? Are you sure doing this can deceive the Beast Emperor?" Yanbei was also decisive. "Whether it can or not, we'll know after I kill you. If the Beast Emperor discovers it, this clan leader will die to atone for the crime." Lin Moya shook his head with a smile. "You don't know the Beast Emperor's temper. Just your death certainly won't be enough. Most likely, your entire clan will have to die with you. In the future history of the beast race, your name will surely be infamous." What kind of name? Naturally not a good reputation. If Lin Moya's words came true, Yin Bei would be the one who led the blazing Divine Eagle clan to extinction. Hearing Lin Moya speak like this, the fear in Yin Bei's eyes grew stronger, but his killing intent also increased. Lin Moya's words didn't make him give up the idea of killing. Instead, they made his resolve firmer. Yin Bei murmured softly, "They were right. If the Beast Emperor finds out, my death alone is far from enough. However, there are endless spaces here. As long as this clan leader does it cleanly enough, the Beast Emperor won't know. Even he needs evidence." Lin Moya's eyes moved slightly. The information he wanted had finally revealed a bit. Why did he say so much nonsense here with Yin Bei? It was to get some extra information from Yin Bei's mouth. Earlier when Yin Bei left, it wasn't known where he went. After returning, he came directly to find Lin Moyo. At this time, Yin Bei had acquired means to deceive the Beast Emperor. Yin Bei didn't have means to deceive the Beast Emperor before, but after going out once, he did. This indicated that besides Yin Bei, there was someone hiding in the shadows. And that existence hiding in the shadows was opposed to the Beast Emperor. Within the Beast race, the Beast Emperor had overwhelming power. No one dared to resist him. He was truly a tyrant. But there would always be some rebels. In any era, in any race, this situation was very normal. That existence hiding in the shadows might be one person, or it might be a group of people. It was precisely because Lin Moyo had guessed this point that he deliberately said so much nonsense to Yin Bei, trying to get some information from his mouth. Now Yin Bei's inadvertent words had already proved that his guess wasn't wrong. Lin Moyo said, "What a pity. You really don't know how terrifying the Beast Emperor is. You don't know how vast the abilities of that realm are." Yin Bei shook his head. The Beast Emperor is indeed powerful, but he's not omniscient. This clan leader's resolve to kill you is set. You don't need to keep using the Beast Emperor to threaten me. Considering you're a human genius, this clan leader will still give you two choices. One is to hand over the soul progenitor beasts, and this clan leader will give you a quick death. Two is that this clan leader will imprison and suppress your soul for 10,000 years, torturing you for 10,000 years. Lin Moya smiled. We've already discussed this topic before. Clan leader Yin Bei still hasn't grown a brain. Seeing he couldn't get any more information, Lin Moya stopped talking and directly provoked Yin Bei with his words. The phrase "hasn't grown a brain" made Yin Bei's anger surge. He swung his battle blade towards Lin Moyo. Fierce firelight seemed to tear apart heaven and earth, covering the sky as it bombarded Lin Moyo. Lin Moya spread his wings of time. The wings vibrated violently, carrying him back thousands of meters as if teleporting. Yin Bei's blade missed. His face showed no surprise. "You can't escape." A flame mark suddenly appeared on Lin Moya's body. Yin Bei had used Soul Lock on Lin Moyo. Under the lock, his attacks would be hard to dodge. At this time, Yin Bei swung his second blade, more fierce than the first. He still hadn't used the Fire Dao. He knew very well that his Fire Dao wouldn't be effective against Lin Moyo. This third-level Dao Venerable Lin Moya seemed weak, but was very strange. Soul Lock. Lin Moya showed disdain, calmly vibrating his wings of time slightly. The Soul Lock was instantly severed. Then Lin Moya advanced instead of retreating, again avoiding the second blade. The power of the second blade exploded behind Lin Moyo. The entire space distorted, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Soul Lock being severed completely exceeded Yin Bei's imagination. How could you possibly sever this clan leader's Soul Lock? He was 8th level Dao Venerable, while Lin Moyo was only 3rd level Dao Venerable. They were 5 levels apart. How could he possibly sever the Soul Lock? Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't tell him that he was just this unreasonable. The ability to sever soul locks had been inherited when the former undead wings evolved into the Wings of Time curse. This ability ignored realm differences. As long as it was a soul lock, it could be severed. Even the Beast Emperor's soul lock could be severed, let alone Yin Bei's. Yin Bei didn't believe his soul lock would fail. He locked onto Lin Moyo again, swinging his battle blade, slashing out blade after blade. The Wings of Time vibrated. Lin Moyo repeatedly severed the soul locks, avoiding countless blade edges. Time became extremely fast for Lin Moyo, giving him enough reaction time. Lin Moyo freely moved through the attacks, without any pressure. Countless attacks all missed, striking outside the space, creating numerous spatial turbulences. Under Yin Bei's disbelieving gaze, Lin Moyo smiled and said, "Clan leader Yin Bei, do you have any other tricks?" His tone was extremely mocking, full of disdain, as if saying, "Your Fire Dao is useless, your ranged attacks are equally useless, you're simply trash, an 8th level Dao Venerable trash at that." Yin Bei's heart was stung. He felt his face had been slapped again. He shouted angrily, "Die." The battle blade in his hand flew out in response, becoming incredibly huge, then suddenly exploding. One blade instantly became millions of blades. The blades rained down towards Lin Moyo. At the same time, Yin Bei transformed into his true form, activating his Dao True Body. His true form was a 1,000-meter Divine Eagle. After using his Dao True Body, his form became even larger, exceeding 3,000 meters. The enormous Divine Eagle followed the blade rain in attack. Lin Moyo retreated rapidly, not at all flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, finally coming over. Chapter 3075. Chapter 3075, 3075. Chapter 3075, what exactly did you do? The battle blades poured down like a fierce storm. Since he couldn't lock on, Yin Bei directly unleashed an area attack. The battle blades were 7th level Dao Venerable treasures, extremely powerful. If Lin Moyo was hit, he would surely die. In Yin Bei's eyes, Lin Moyo was strange, able to ignore his Fire Dao, but he was still only 3rd level Dao Venerable. No matter how strange, he couldn't withstand his attacks. Yin Bei also followed closely. Even if the blade rain couldn't kill Lin Moyu, it could at least severely injure him. He would personally deliver the final blow. But when he looked through the gaps in the blade rain and saw Lin Moya's eyes, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Lin Moya's gaze was too calm, not just calm, but also mocking. Not good, it's a trap. He realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Space suddenly began to distort. The entire space became viscous and heavy. He felt like he had entered an extremely thick swamp, his speed dropping sharply. Not just him, but the speed of the battle blades also dropped sharply. An enormous net appeared in heaven and earth, enveloping him and the blade rain within it. A formation. Yanbei recognized it as a formation at a glance. He often dealt with the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation. Although he wasn't proficient in formations himself, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. He never imagined Lin Moyo had set up a formation here in advance, just waiting for him to enter. Yanbei thought to himself, he's actually a formation master. Lin Moyo wasn't just a formation master, but a very high-level one. To be able to affect him with a formation, this formation's level must be high. He felt uneasy. He waved his hand to recall the battle blades, flames burning fiercely on his body, turning into flame armor. At the same time, he continued charging towards Lin Moyo. Although his speed had decreased greatly, with his strength, it would only take a few seconds to break out of the formation. Bang! The space in front of him suddenly exploded. Dozens of spatial blades swept over. The spatial blades came too suddenly. Yanbei had no time to react. The battle blade enlarged, turning into a shield in front of him. The spatial blade struck the battle blade. The enormous power shook Yanbei, forcing him to retreat continuously. He was still in his Dao True body form, his body huge. The battle blade couldn't completely cover him. Several spatial blades passed over the battle blade, slashing his body. The flame armor on his body was cut open. The spatial blades left bloody lines. Yanbei let out a muffled groan, quickly retreating with some bewilderment. Bang bang bang. As he retreated, space kept exploding. Thousands upon thousands of spatial blades flew out, bombarding him from all directions, giving Yanbei no chance to dodge. Yanbei withdrew his Dao True body, his size rapidly shrinking. The battle blade split into 8, surrounding Yanbei. The spatial blades rained down on the battle blades like a storm, producing intense booming sounds. The battle blades shook violently. If they weren't 7th level Dao venerable treasures, they would have been shattered by the spatial blades long ago. Such a powerful formation. Yanbei realized he had underestimated Lin Moyu, who could actually set up such a powerful formation. Lin Moya stood outside the formation, smiling. Welcome to my formation. Yanbei saw Lin Moya's hateful smile. Wait till this old man gets out. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Lin Moya smiled. We'll talk about that when you get out. But I must say, this is really a good place. If the space here wasn't deep enough, my formation's power might not be this great. The space-rending killing formation was constantly absorbing power from space, forming spatial blades. In this space similar to a secret realm, the space was less stable than the origin continent, and the spatial depth was sufficient. This further enhanced the power of the space-rending killing formation. The original space-rending killing formation, combining instrument and formation, already had power approaching 8th grade formations. Now, it was even closer to 8th grade formations, able to rival some 8th grade formations. Yanbei seemed to realize this point too. His expression became extremely ugly. By coincidence, he had actually helped Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo knew clearly that this was partly due to the Fate Dao. His fate was strong enough, far superior to Yanbei's, so many things would turn out favorable for him. The influence of the Fate Dao often occurred silently, sometimes with immediate effect, sometimes exploding at certain time points. Lin Moyo flicked out a rune with his finger. It flew into the void and disappeared. The Calamity Formation suddenly activated. The Fate Dao faintly appeared. At this time, Yanbei was constantly enduring the bombardment of the space-rending killing formation and didn't notice the Calamity Formation with its weak aura. However, he suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. Powerhouses like him were very sensitive to danger. He knew something must have happened, and 9 times out of 10 it was Lin Moya's doing, but he couldn't find the source of the danger. The Calamity Formation used the power of the Fate Dao to fall on Yanbei. Then through Yanbei's fate, it connected with the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan's fate, enhancing the calamitous fate within the clan's fate. The calamitous fate expanded rapidly, quickly affecting the entire race's fate, and then through the race's fate, affecting Yanbei's fate. The whole process sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple and quick. For the entire race, the race's fate is composed of many aspects: origin spirit veins, the leader, and countless clan members. Many things can affect a race's fate, among which the leader's fate is crucial. Conversely, the race's fate also affects every clan member's fate, and the leader is also a clan member. So, Yanbei's fate was also affected, rapidly declining. Although the effect wasn't as immediate as the Fate Sword, it was more lasting. As long as the Calamity Formation was still operating and Yanbei was still in it, his fate would be hard to reverse. Moreover, the entire race's fate would be greatly weakened, and the whole race would become unlucky. Yanbei's sense of unease grew stronger and stronger. He shouted angrily, "What exactly did you do?" Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Guess." As he spoke, Lin Moya's body became illusory and hazy. His Fate Dao True body appeared, simultaneously condensing Fate Swords. The Fate Dao True body enhanced both the Fate Swords and the Calamity Formation. Fate Sword, Toxic Fate Sword, 2 swords condensed and struck out simultaneously. Yanbei's fate was strong, with the entire race behind him, so Lin Moya decided to use 3 methods at once to thoroughly weaken his fate to the limit. Struck by the Fate Sword, Yanbei felt as if he had lost something, but couldn't say what he had lost. Suddenly, Yanbei felt his power seemed to have weakened a bit. The battle blade treasure in his hand seemed to have a barrier with him, no longer operating as smoothly. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw fine cracks appearing on the battle blade. How can this be? Suddenly he thought of something. This battle blade was passed down by the previous clan leader. Back when they were exterminating the Ice Demon Lizard clan, this battle blade had performed great feats, but it was also severely damaged at that time. Afterwards, the previous clan leader died from severe injuries, and this battle blade fell into his hands. When the battle blade came to him, it had already recovered. He thought at the time that the previous clan leader had repaired it, but now thinking about it, it didn't seem that simple. This battle blade hadn't fully recovered. Chapter 3076. Chapter 3076, 3076. Chapter 3076, a plot from a fellow clansman. Yanbei realized that the battle blade might not have been fully repaired. Perhaps it only appeared recovered on the surface, but was still damaged internally. But thinking again, it didn't seem quite right. He had clearly refined the battle blade. If there was damage, he should have discovered it. Moreover, over so many years, this battle blade had accompanied him through dozens of large and small battles, and nothing like this had ever happened. He couldn't figure it out, so naturally he targeted Lin Moyo, shouting angrily, "What exactly did you do?" Lin Moyo also found it strange at this point. He saw the cracks on the battle blade, but what did that have to do with him? "It's your own trashy treasure, what does it have to do with me?" Though he said this, he also felt strange in his heart. He knew very well the power of the space-rending killing formation. Now the formation's power wasn't fully unleashed yet, it shouldn't be able to shatter a 7th level Dao Venerable treasure. Moreover, the process of the battle blade shattering didn't look like it was broken by the formation, but started cracking from the inside. Lin Moyo became vigilant, instinctively feeling something was amiss. He naturally retreated some distance. When facing unknown situations, Lin Moyo's first reaction was to ensure his own safety. The space-rending killing formation didn't change, continuously bombarding Yanbei without stopping. The sound of impacts like hammering iron was incessant. All attacks fell on the battle blade, which had to endure thousands of attacks every second. The cracks on the battle blade grew more and more numerous, looking like it would completely shatter at any moment. Yanbei finally realized something was wrong. Although the space-rending killing formation's power was strong, it shouldn't be enough to shatter his treasure. This battle blade wasn't being shattered by the space-rending killing formation, but for some other reason. Although the battle blade couldn't be considered a clan heirloom, it was still a rare treasure, obtained by the previous clan leader from some secret realm at the risk of his life. It wasn't worth letting it shatter like this. He gritted his teeth and brought out a round shield. This round shield was covered in spikes. Although it looked like a shield, it was more like a weapon. The round shield suddenly enlarged, taking the place of the battle blade to block the spatial blades. As the round shield activated, the spikes on it also suddenly grew larger. Huge spikes densely covered the shield's surface. Large numbers of spatial blades struck the spikes, quickly flattening them. But the next instant, the spikes regrew, returning to their original state. With the spikes blocking the first wave, the round shield itself had to bear much less of the attack. With this round shield blocking, Yanbei immediately tried to recall the battle blade, but he suddenly found he couldn't recall the battle blade. At this moment, his connection with the battle blade was completely severed. It seemed not severed, yet the battle blade completely ignored his commands. Almost instinctively, Yanbei tried to cut off his connection with the battle blade, letting it become an ownerless object again. Then his face changed drastically. He actually couldn't cut off his connection with the battle blade. Moreover, without the spatial blade's attacks, the battle blade was still rapidly shattering, looking like it would completely collapse at any moment. At this point, Yanbei fully realized something was wrong and immediately tried to throw the battle blade away. But the battle blade seemed stuck to his hand. He couldn't even throw it away. Outside the formation, Lin Moyo witnessed all this with his own eyes. His heart moved, and he opened his undead eye. Two brilliant souls appeared in his vision. Lin Moyo was suddenly shocked. There's a soul in the battle blade, and it's a 9th level Dao Venerable one. No matter how strong his deductive abilities, he could never have imagined that a 9th level Dao Venerable soul was hidden in the battle blade. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyo almost took out some melon seeds. He felt there was a good show coming up. Because this soul in the battle blade shared the same origin as Yanbei, also coming from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan had never produced a 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. The one closest to 9th level Dao Venerable was the previous clan leader, Yandao. After annihilating the Ice Demon Lizard clan, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was at its most likely moment to become a new royal clan. Unfortunately, Yandao later died from the formation's backlash, which abruptly halted their march towards becoming a royal clan. Luckily by then, Yanbei had grown up. However, at the same 8th level Dao Venerable realm, Yanbei's strength was inferior to Yandao's. And this battle blade was a treasure left behind by Yandao. So without saying, the soul hiding in the battle blade must be the previous clan leader, Yandao's soul. Yandao hadn't died. He had faked his death, fooling everyone. His soul had actually hidden in the battle blade, and he had hidden very cleverly. Even Yanbei, who had refined the battle blade, hadn't discovered him. Now, as the battle blade shattered, Yandao's soul had also advanced to 9th level Dao Venerable. What would happen next would indeed be a good show. Lin Moyo had almost guessed the entire process. He knew Yandao hiding inside must have had some plan. Now Yanbei was the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's leader. One mountain cannot contain two tigers. After Yandao came out, would he not take Yanbei's life? Or would Yan Bei give up the clan leader position and obey Yan Dao's orders? A 9th level soul of the former clan leader versus the 8th level cultivation of the current clan leader. If they really fought, the victor would be hard to predict. As an outsider, Lin Moya naturally watched the show, a big show. Boom! The battle blade completely shattered. Large numbers of fragments hurled outwards like a storm. Yan Bei was blasted away, but even so, he still gripped half a broken blade in his hand, unable to throw it away. A flame-cloaked soul slowly walked out from the battle blade fragments. The soul emitted a powerful aura. The soul pressure of a Dao venerable realm swept through the entire space. Seeing the soul, Yan Bei let out a scream. You didn't die. Yan Dao's soul revealed a cold smile. I didn't die. Are you very disappointed? Yan Bei said, not disappointed, just very surprised. You actually hid in the battle blade and deceived me. Yan Dao shook his head. Not just that. I've also advanced to 9th level Dao venerable. Yan Bei had already seen this. His expression wasn't good, but his mouth remained hard. You've only advanced your soul to Dao venerable realm. You don't even have a physical body now. How can you fight me? What difference does this 9th level Dao venerable make with or without it? Yan Dao's laughter grew louder and more sinister. You don't understand. You really don't understand the gap of 9th level Dao venerable. Even without a physical body, killing you is not difficult for a 9th level Dao venerable. Moreover, your physical body is quite good. A ball of flame flew out from Yan Dao's soul. Yan Bei's face changed. He wanted to retreat but found he couldn't move back. The half-broken blade in his hand suddenly transmitted a powerful force. Yan Bei was struck as if by lightning, momentarily losing the ability to move. He watched helplessly as this ball of flame flew into his body, entering his soul. In an instant, screams resounded throughout this space. Crack! Crack! On the side, Lin Moyo held melon seeds, slowly eating them, fully transformed into a spectator. He didn't expect he would see such a good show. The former clan leader was actually going to kill the current clan leader and possess his body, taking his place. Most crucially, the current clan leader had clearly fallen for a scheme and had no resistance. Under Yan Dao's calculations, the possession would most likely succeed. Lin Moyo had already seen that Yan Dao, this former clan leader, hadn't plotted against Yan Bei, the current clan leader, overnight. He had been planning for many years. Barring accidents, Yan Bei was definitely doomed. Chapter 3077. Chapter 3077, 3077. Chapter 3077, it's getting more and more lively. Lin Moyo thought Yan Bei was doomed, of course assuming he didn't interfere. He naturally wouldn't interfere. This was an internal clan struggle. What right did he, an outsider, have to interfere? Even if he wanted to interfere, it wouldn't be now. He could make his move after they finished fighting. Yan Bei screamed incessantly, but he didn't give up resisting. He felt he could still save himself and struggled frantically. Bang! Blood sprayed as Yan Bei severed one of his own arms, finally throwing away the half-broken blade. At the same time, Yan Bei let out a miserable cry. It wasn't just his arm that was severed, but also part of his soul. Only by sacrificing this part of his soul could he truly throw away the broken blade. This blade had been refined by him. To forcibly abandon it now, he had to pay a price. It must be said, Yan Bei was very decisive. After severing his arm, Yan Bei's aura plummeted sharply. The severe injury to his soul almost caused his realm to drop out of 8th level Dao Venerable. Facing Yan Dao's 9th level Dao Venerable soul, Yan Bei was already at a complete disadvantage. Yan Bei quickly took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. His aura rapidly recovered, his soul healed quickly, and his severed arm also regenerated simultaneously. Great Dao Longevity Pill. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. Yan Bei actually had this kind of pill. This pill was extremely precious even in the third ancestor's eyes. How could Yan Bei have it? Yan Dao chuckled. Not bad, you even have a great Dao Longevity Pill. It seems you've had quite a few fortuitous encounters. But all your fortuitous encounters will ultimately become this clan leader's. You can die in peace. This clan leader will lead the Blazing Divine Eagle clan to become a royal clan, fulfilling your wish for you. As he spoke, he spat out endless flames. A brilliant fire Dao enveloped him. Yan Bei quickly retreated, at the same time calling back the round spike shield to block the spatial blades in front of him. This exposed Yan Dao to the spatial blades. The brilliant fire Dao enveloping Yan Dao blocked the spatial blades for him. His comprehension of the fire Dao far surpassed Yan Bei's. Yan Bei needed to rely on treasures to resist the spatial blades, while Yan Dao could block them with just the fire Dao. The combat power of a 9th level Dao Venerable was indeed terrifying. This also showed that in terms of the fire Dao, the two were not comparable at all. If Yan Bei were to use the fire Dao to fight Yan Dao, he would have no chance of winning. Seeing this scene, Yan Bei's face also showed a bitter expression. Flames rushed over, crashing into the spike shield. The spike shield that could block spatial blades was quickly ignited, slowly melting in the flames. Yan Bei's expression became extremely ugly. He never imagined the gap between himself and Yan Dao would be so large. It's worth noting that Yan Dao only had a soul. Yan Dao laughed softly. No need to waste energy resisting. You'll never know how terrifying 9th level Dao Venerable is. There's a fundamental difference between us. Just like this Dao, in front of me, you can't even use your Dao. Moreover, do you think after all my years of planning, you could escape just by injuring your soul? Yan Dao raised his hand, a ball of flame burning brightly in his palm. This ball of flame transformed into a fire rune and flew into the fire Dao. Boom! The fire Dao also appeared around Yan Bei. This was Yan Bei's fire Dao, obtained through his hard cultivation. But now, this Dao appeared automatically, out of his control. Then raging flames automatically rose from the Tao, enveloping Yin Bei. It wasn't Yin Bei using any technique. None of this was under his control. Yin Bei screamed in the flames, his physical body and soul simultaneously being roasted. Even though he cultivated the fire Tao, he still couldn't withstand these flames. Yin Dao laughed softly. How is it? Being roasted by your own Tao, how does it feel? For so many years, when you were cultivating, I would always release a trace of consciousness, fusing into your Tao. Although it looks like it's still your Tao, in fact it no longer belongs to you. The funny thing is, in all these years, you never discovered it. If you had discovered it a few thousand years earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. With your abilities, what qualifications do you have to lead our clan to become a royal clan? Yin Bei gritted his teeth, enduring the flames roasting. Such a good scheme. Why did you fake your death back then? Wasn't your own physical body good? Why did you parasitize in a treasure? Yin Dao smiled. Since you asked, this clan leader will mercifully tell you, let you die with understanding. After all, we are clansmen. This clan leader did indeed die back then, but only the physical body died. Lin Moyo had finished his melon seeds. He hugged half a large watermelon, eating slowly while pricking up his ears to listen to Yin Dao recount the root of the whole matter. He was thoroughly enjoying this big show. Back then, Yin Dao had indeed suffered backlash from the formation. Both his soul and physical body were severely injured. However, he had obtained a secret technique that could transfer all the soul's injuries to the physical body. The price was that his physical body could no longer be used. But to save his life, he used this secret technique to survive in soul form. But he knew that if he simply existed in soul form, he would certainly be coveted. An 8th level Tao Venerable Soul, this was a top-grade pill refining material. Even if outsiders didn't covet it, what about his own clansmen? Yin Dao had to guard against not only outsiders but also his own clansmen. So he faked his death, his soul hiding in the battle blade. He didn't tell anyone that he had obtained a secret technique for cultivating the soul. But this technique had many conditions, the first of which was to abandon the physical body. Now it was perfect. He could use this technique to cultivate. Later, when Yin Bei succeeded as clan leader and refined the battle blade, Yin Dao made his move during the refinement. Yin Dao probed into Yin Bei's soul, plotting against Yin Bei. Every time Yin Bei cultivated, he would tamper with Yin Bei's fire Dao, and part of Yin Bei's cultivation gains would belong to him. He was already very close to 9th level Dao Venerable. Finally, 1,000 years ago, he cultivated his soul to 9th level Dao Venerable. Next, as long as he could obtain a suitable physical body, he could revive. The path to 9th level Dao Venerable was already opened. A new physical body could quickly be cultivated up. Everything was within his plan. Until this time, he finally made his move. And the real reason for his move was none other than the soul progenitor beasts. He not only wanted to possess Yin Bei but also kill Lin Moyu and obtain the soul progenitor beasts. Yin Dao sneered, do you understand now? You can die in peace. Don't think about self-destructing. Your physical body will belong to me from now on. Your soul, your Dao, have long been under my control. You have no chance at all. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded. Lin Moyo applauded from the side. What a good scheme, clan leader Yin Dao. For a beast race member, your wisdom can rank in the top 10. Yin Dao chuckled, since you know how to speak so well, I'll let you die quickly later. Lin Moyo ate his watermelon, no rush for my matter. Deal with your clan affairs first. I feel clan leader Yin Bei might still have a chance. Yin Dao said disdainfully, he's definitely dead. There's no coming back. At this moment, Yin Bei's voice sounded, I don't think so. If you don't come out, I'm really going to die. As the words fell, a fierce wind howled out from Yin Bei's body, extinguishing the flames on him. Light flickered within the fierce wind. Beside Yin Bei, a black-robed figure appeared. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, it's getting more and more lively. Chapter 3078. Chapter 3078, 3078. Chapter 3078, each more treacherous than the last. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared beside Yin Bei. The black robe worn by the figure was an extremely high-grade treasure, emitting a dense black light that obscured their true appearance, even making it impossible to determine their gender. Standing in the red flames, the black light drove away the fire. Yin Dao's fire Dao couldn't harm them. This one is very strong. This was Lin Moya's first reaction. The treasure robe on the black-robed figure isolated their aura, making it impossible to accurately judge their realm. But just seeing that they could ignore Yin Dao's flame showed their strength couldn't be weak. Moreover, it could be deduced that their strength must be greater than Yin Bei's, otherwise Yin Bei wouldn't have called on them to save his life. The treasure robe isolated the aura, but it wasn't very effective against Lin Moyo. Under the undead eye, the black-robed figure's soul level was clear at a glance. Their soul was stronger than Yin Bei's, but weaker than Yin Dao's. Based on Lin Moya's experience, they should be at the peak of 8th level Dao Venerable, just a bit short of 9th level. Although just a bit short, there was an extremely large gap in strength. As Yin Dao said, the strength of 9th level Dao Venerable is unimaginable to 8th level Dao Venerables. Because from 9th level Dao Venerable onwards, they begin to merge with the Dao. 9th level Dao Venerable is the last stop before the Great Dao Realm. At this level, the Dao begins to merge with oneself. 8th level Dao Venerable is still borrowing the power of the Dao. The self and the Dao are actually separate existences. Only upon entering 9th level Dao Venerable does the Dao slowly begin to merge with oneself, preparing for the higher Great Dao Realm. After the Dao power merges with oneself, strength increases greatly, incomparable to merely borrowing Dao power. This is why 9th level Dao Venerable is far stronger than 8th level. This is a fundamental difference. Even though Yan Dao now only had a soul, he was still 9th level Dao Venerable, originally superior to Yan Bei. Moreover, for so many years, he had been plotting against Yan Bei, making many modifications to Yan Bei. As a result, Yan Bei had no resistance when facing Yan Dao. The suddenly appearing black-robed figure was just a bit short of 9th level Dao Venerable. In terms of strength, they were still inferior to Yan Dao. But Yan Dao hadn't been able to tamper with them, and Yan Dao only had a soul, while the other had a powerful treasure on their body. This seemed to level the playing field quite a bit, making the outcome hard to predict. Lin Moya was thoroughly enjoying watching from the side. He loved to watch the excitement grow. The treasure robe on the black-robed figure flashed brightly. The black light became even stronger, completely dispersing Yan Dao's flames. The black light enveloped Yan Bei. The flames on Yan Bei's body also extinguished. Yan Bei, who had been suffering from the flames roasting, finally caught his breath. Yan Bei looked at Yan Dao with cold eyes. "Do you have confidence?" A hoarse voice came from the black-robed figure, "Rest assured." Although only 2 words, they conveyed firm confidence, as if they had Yan Dao in the bag. Yan Dao was also surprised by the black-robed figure's appearance. "I didn't expect you to have a backup plan too. When did you discover?" For Yan Bei to prepare a backup, he must have discovered Yan Dao. But Yan Dao was puzzled about when he had discovered it. Although he wasn't monitoring Yan Bei constantly, he knew most of what happened. Yan Bei laughed softly. "Of course you wouldn't know." "Shut up." The black-robed figure suddenly interrupted Yan Bei's words. "No need to explain to him." Yan Bei obediently closed his mouth immediately. Lin Moya noticed that when Yan Bei looked at the black-robed figure, there was a hint of respect in his eyes, and fear within the respect. Both were 8th level Dao Venerable, but clearly, there was a gap in their status, identity, and strength. The black-robed figure looked at Yan Dao. "A 9th level Dao Venerable soul should be very delicious. After this lord enjoys your soul, I can step into 9th level Dao Venerable." The flames on Yan Dao's body flickered violently. "You want to devour this clan leader's soul?" The black-robed figure said, "Yes, your soul will become this lord's stepping stone to advancement. You should feel honored to become this lord's food." The black-robed figure's tone was calm, as if stating a fact, but it gave Yan Dao a chilling feeling. Lin Moyu, as a third party hearing these words, felt that this black-robed figure seemed to have eaten Yan Dao before. Yan Dao said coldly, "Then this clan leader will see what tricks you have." The fire Dao erupted violently, flames covering the sky and earth as they fell. When he was dealing with Yan Bei earlier, he had only used a small part of his power, because Yan Bei had fallen for his scheme and wasn't worth using full power against. Now, he finally got serious. The fire Dao appeared, encircling his soul. One could see that part of the fire Dao had already merged with his soul. The black-robed figure shook their head slightly. "Useless." The treasure robe on their body radiated intense black light, blocking the sea of flames. At the same time, the black-robed figure raised a hand, pointing at Yan Dao's soul, and gently clenched. With a huge boom, the entire secret realm space shook. "Ah!" Yan Dao let out a miserable scream. The space he was in suddenly exploded. When the space exploded, it released shocking power, injuring Yan Dao's soul. Yan Dao retreated sharply, finally showing a trace of fear on his face. His previous confidence had vanished without a trace. Lin Moya watched and murmured to himself, detonating independent spaces, using the power of spatial explosions to attack the soul. It seems he should be the master of this secret realm. There are many independent spaces in the secret realm, all his weapons. Looks like I need to be a bit careful too. Though he said this, Lin Moya wasn't very worried. He comprehended the space Dao. Spatial explosions didn't harm him much. Lin Moyo had figured it out. The black-robed figure should be the master of this secret realm. The many independent spaces in the secret realm were their weapons. Using the enormous power generated in the instant of an independent space's explosion to attack Yan Dao, this kind of attack was impossible to dodge. So, Yan Dao would have a hard time here. However, independent spaces varied in strength. To deal with a 9th level Dao venerable powerhouse like Yan Dao, they must detonate the strongest independent spaces. And the number of those independent spaces wasn't many, less than 10. As long as Yan Dao could endure 10 attacks, things would get much better for him. Moreover, Lin Moyo believed Yan Dao wouldn't be without a backup plan. When he plotted against Yan Bei back then, he must have considered what to do if he failed. With Yan Dao's cautious personality, he couldn't have not considered the possibility of failure. Sure enough, just as Lin Moyo was thinking this, the flames on Yan Dao's body erupted again, even more intensely than before. In the raging flames, Yan Dao's soul put on a suit of armor. The armor was exquisite, completely enveloping Yan Dao. Lin Moyo watched the show, talking to himself, a soul treasure, and an extremely high-grade one at that. It said that Yan Dao's favorite thing to do back then was exploring. At least half of his cultivation time was spent exploring outside the clan. Every time he returned severely injured. Looks like he really did find some good things. These old fellows, each more treacherous than the last. This soul armor wasn't just exquisite and powerful, it also exuded an ancient aura, clearly having a long history. The next moment, the soul armor radiated brilliant light. Flames surged, and a fire giant walked out from the flames. Yan Dao said coldly, "If you want to kill this clan leader, you're far from enough." Chapter 3079. Chapter 3079, 3079. Chapter 3079, the show gets more and more exciting. The fire giant was 100 meters tall, with raging flames all over its body, all Dao fire. It wasn't an ordinary giant, but came from the fire Dao, also called a Dao battle spirit. Dao battle spirits are formed from the essence of Dao power and possess shocking combat power. This is also representative of a few top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. Only a very small number of 9th level Dao Venerables who have truly reached the peak can summon Dao battle spirits. Yan Dao clearly wasn't qualified, but relying on this fire armor, he forcibly summoned a Dao battle spirit. As the Dao battle spirit appeared, Yan Dao's cold voice sounded, "You're still far from enough." At this time, Yan Bei's face became extremely ugly. He naturally knew about Dao battle spirits and what they meant, but he never imagined Yan Dao could summon a Dao battle spirit. "What do we do?" There was a hint of panic in Yan Bei's voice. The black-robed figure enveloped in black light said softly, "No need to panic. He only summoned the Dao battle spirit with the help of a treasure. It can't be maintained for long. Moreover, don't you have the time Dao? Use your time Dao to interfere with him." Yan Bei's face became even uglier. "My time Dao might not have enough power." The black-robed figure said, "Whether it's enough or not, you have to try. If it doesn't work, don't I still have me?" At this point, there seemed to be no other choice. The Dao battle spirit was already roaring as it charged over. At its speed, it would arrive in an instant. Yan Bei reached out and suddenly plucked a feather from his back. The moment the feather was plucked, Yan Bei's expression was extremely pained, even somewhat ferocious. Normally, physical pain wouldn't be this severe. For an 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouse like Yan Bei to be in such pain meant this pain came from the soul. These feathers were special, different from the feathers on other parts of Yan Bei's body. Lin Moya sensed the power of the time Dao from the feathers. He suddenly had some guesses. Yan Bei hasn't mastered the time Dao, but due to some special reasons, he has the ability to borrow part of the time Dao's power. This ability is in his feathers. Without these feathers, he has no time Dao. In Lin Moya's guess, these special feathers were like a time Dao treasure. Yan Bei must rely on them to borrow the power of the time Dao. The feather in Yan Bei's hand was activated, then turned to ash. The time Dao appeared in the ashes, though somewhat weak. Time power spread out, falling on the Dao battle spirit. Time slow. The time of the Dao battle spirit suddenly slowed, and its speed dropped sharply. The Dao battle spirit began a slow motion performance, its speed at least dozens of times slower than before. What could be done in 0.1 seconds before now took several seconds. Although the Dao battle spirit's speed slowed, its demand for power didn't weaken because of this. Yan Dao continued to supply enormous power to maintain the Dao battle spirit's existence. He wasn't a top 9th level Dao Venerable, and only had a soul, making it difficult to provide power for a long time. At this time, the black-robed figure raised their hand again, pointing at Yan Dao. Boom boom boom. Several independent spaces exploded simultaneously. The huge power generated in the instant of spatial explosion all fell on Yan Dao. Yan Dao let out a muffled groan, shaken by the blast, but the fire armor on his body was extremely powerful, forcibly blocking the attack. It seemed the black-robed figure's attack had no effect. Lin Moya saw through the undead eye that the black-robed figure's attack did have some effect, consuming a lot of Yan Dao's soul power. This fire armor was an extremely powerful soul treasure, but driving it required enormous power. If Yan Dao had a physical body, with cultivation realm as support, he could use it for a long time, but now, he only had a soul. Relying on soul power to drive it, while also maintaining the Dao battle spirit, his soul power was rapidly depleting. He indeed couldn't last too long. Yan Dao shouted angrily, his soul power erupting frantically. The Dao battle spirit, affected by the time Dao, began to accelerate again. Yan Bei said anxiously, "Quickly think of a way, I can't hold on for too long." He used the time Dao to affect the Dao battle spirit, which also consumed a lot of power. He couldn't maintain it for too long either. The Dao battle spirit was accelerating. The effect of the time Dao was weakening. In a short while, the Dao battle spirit would break free. The black-robed figure said nothing, clenching their fist towards Yan Dao again. Several more independent spaces exploded, powerful force bombarding Yan Dao. Yan Dao fully activated the armor on his body, resisting the attack. Lin Moya could feel Yan Dao's soul power rapidly declining, but with his power, he could still hold on for a while. The Dao battle spirit finally broke through the time Dao's restriction. Yan Bei spat blood, his face ashen. In just those few seconds, he had exhausted his soul power. Not only exhausted it, but also suffered some backlash, taking some damage. The Dao battle spirit's power was strong. For him to affect it for several seconds with just 8th level Dao Venerable strength was already remarkable. He hadn't truly mastered the time Dao, only having the ability to use part of it due to some special reasons. Trying to trap the Dao battle spirit with this was impossible. Yan Bei's voice became hoarse, "I've reached my limit." As he spoke, the Dao battle spirit arrived before them, throwing a punch down. Facing a Dao battle spirit, dodging was useless. Dao battle spirits come with their own Dao lock. Once locked on, unless one can sever the Dao, it's impossible to avoid. The black-robed figure and Yan Bei clearly couldn't. Facing the Dao battle spirit, the black-robed figure also threw a punch. In an instant, black light soared to the sky, and the entire secret realm space rumbled. The black-robed figure mobilized the power of the entire secret realm space. In an instant, over 10 spaces large and small exploded, all the power concentrated in this one punch. On the Dao battle spirit's fist, a black hole suddenly appeared. Terrifying power surged out from the black hole, colliding head-on with the Dao battle spirit's fist. A simple collision, a pure contest of power. Boom! The black-robed figure and Yan Bei were both blasted away, the Dao battle spirit's power completely victorious. However, the black-robed figure also used this to wear away part of the Dao battle spirit's power, only being blasted away without injury. The battle's aftermath spread outward. The secret realm space distorted, the entire space rippling like waves on the sea. Seeing this, Lin Moyu, who was watching the show, also began to distort, becoming half virtual and half real. He used his space Dao true body, moving like a fish with the waves of spatial distortion. The spatial changes had no effect on him. Even the space-rending killing formation was unaffected. It was originally a space-type formation and wouldn't be affected. The calamity formation was an illusory formation. Although it was somewhat affected, it wasn't to the point of shattering. It could be said that this collision had no effect on Lin Moya's side. The Dao battle spirit opened its mouth and roared, a ball of fierce flame suddenly spewing towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure raised their hand, first clenching towards Yan Dao, then taking out another treasure with the other hand and throwing it out. The treasure was shaped like a snowflake. After being thrown, the snowflake rapidly enlarged. The air suddenly became extremely cold. Then a pale blue giant lizard flew out from the snowflake, charging towards the Dao battle spirit. Where the lizard passed, space froze. The space-rending killing formation stopped operating. Even the Dao fire was frozen. Chapter 3080. Chapter 3080, 3080. Chapter 3080. Watching the show also has a price. Terrifying cold spread through the space. This ice lizard was incredibly frightening. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the ice demon lizard clan that had been wiped out by the blazing divine eagle clan. The ice lizard before him was so similar to the ice demon lizard clan. But thinking again, it wasn't right. If the ice demon lizard clan had such a treasure back then, how could they have been wiped out? With it, they could have completely shattered the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. Yan Dao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit. How is this thing in your hands? Are you from the ice demon lizard clan? The black-robed figure remained silent, giving Yan Dao no answer. The ice demon lizard progenitor spirit charged towards the Dao battle spirit. The flames spewed by the Dao battle spirit were frozen instantly upon contact with the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit. Balls of frozen flames appeared in the air, creating a spectacular scene. The ice demon lizard progenitor spirit broke through the flames, arriving before the Dao battle spirit, and rammed into it. Boom! The powers of fire and ice collided, sending out terrifying shockwaves. This time, even Lin Moyu, the spectator, was affected, blasted away by the shockwave. Ice and fire fiercely clashed, almost destroying the entire secret realm space. Lin Moyu could see that both Yan Dao and the black-robed figure were very tense at this moment. The ice demon lizard progenitor spirit was strong, but whether it could defeat the Dao battle spirit was hard to say. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to ask Honey in the rule world, clan leader Honey, do you know about the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit? Honey said, I know. Legend has it that the ancestor of the ice demon lizard clan died for some reason, leaving behind an ice demon lizard progenitor spirit after death. It said this progenitor spirit was incredibly powerful, invincible among 9th level Dao realm. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this progenitor spirit disappeared later. No one knew where it went. If this progenitor spirit had still been around, the ice demon lizard clan probably wouldn't have been exterminated by the blazing divine eagle clan. It should have been the blazing divine eagle clan that died. An elder at home is like a treasure. Honey, who had lived for countless years, was very clear about many things. Now, the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit was battling the Dao battle spirit, and from the looks of it, they seemed evenly matched. The Dao battle spirit summoned by Yan Dao needed Yan Dao's soul power to maintain it, so it couldn't last too long. And the power of the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit also seemed to have limits. With both sides at a stalemate, the most likely outcome was mutual destruction. Yan Dao continuously mobilized his soul power to provide power for the Dao battle spirit. The Dao battle spirit's flames continued to erupt, battling against the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit. Terrifying ice and fire impacts swept out in all directions. Lin Moyu watched from afar, feeling it wasn't very interesting. Compared to the clash in the Icefire secret realm, the Dao battle spirit and ice demon lizard progenitor spirit before him fell quite short. The Icefire Dao stone was a true great Dao realm treasure. The power it produced was far beyond what the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit and Dao battle spirit could compare to. Having seen stronger, watching them now didn't feel very interesting. Boom! In a spectacular explosion, the battle between the Dao battle spirit and ice demon lizard progenitor spirit finally reached a conclusion. As Lin Moyu had thought, both sides were mutually destroyed. The Dao battle spirit dissipated with reluctance, while the ice demon lizard progenitor spirit also exhausted its power, turning back into a snowflake and falling into the black-robed figure's hand. The dissipation of the Dao battle spirit meant Yan Dao's soul power was almost exhausted. At this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly moved, clenching their fist towards Yan Dao again. Less than half of the spaces in the secret realm remained, most of them weak independent spaces, with only a few still relatively strong. This time, the black-robed figure detonated almost all the spaces, launching the strongest attack against Yan Dao. The remaining dozens of independent spaces exploded simultaneously. All the power converged together, then exploded on Yan Dao. Yan Dao fully activated his armor, but this time, he couldn't completely block it. After emitting a final brilliant light, the armor instantly shattered. Yan Dao's soul power was almost exhausted in this great battle, unable to maintain the armor anymore. Without soul power, even though Yan Dao was still 9th level Dao venerable, he was no longer formidable. The black-robed figure said softly, "Your power is exhausted. Now prepare to die." Although Yan Dao's power was exhausted and his aura weak, his spirit wasn't diminished at all. The spaces here are also used up. You're only 8th level Dao venerable. To kill this clan leader, you're still far from enough. The black-robed figure snorted lightly. Indeed, with my own strength, killing you would be a bit troublesome, but... As they spoke, a flame appeared in the black-robed figure's hand. The flame was strange, without temperature, gray in color. Yandao was slightly stunned, then laughed loudly. This clan leader cultivated through fire. You actually want to use fire to kill this clan leader? Are you crazy? The black-robed figure sneered. You'll know when you try it. The flame suddenly disappeared from their hand, appearing on Yandao's body the next instant. They were the master of this secret realm and could control the space within, striking wherever they pointed. Yandao, who was initially unconcerned, suddenly let out miserable screams the moment he touched the flame. The flame burned his soul, bringing endless pain. Yandao screamed, "What kind of fire is this? Why can it burn this clan leader?" The black-robed figure didn't answer. They wouldn't tell Yandao the answer. But Lin Moya said the answer in his heart, world-burning fire. No, it should be called heaven's punishment fire. But this flame is somewhat weak, not as pure as my world-burning fire, full of impurities. Even if it's heaven's punishment fire, it shouldn't be this impure. It should be some powerful being who refined heaven's punishment fire, containing only part of its characteristics. Although it only had part of heaven's punishment fire's characteristics, it was still the best method to attack souls. Yandao screamed incessantly under the burning of heaven's punishment fire, his remaining little soul power also being refined by the fire. Seeing Yandao had no power to resist, the black-robed figure seemed to relax a bit. The happiest was Yanbei. Only if Yandao died could he live. Just as the black-robed figure slightly relaxed, Yandao disappeared. When he reappeared the next instant, he was in front of the black-robed figure. At this time, Yandao used his Dao True body, turning into a 100-meter eagle. He had no physical body, evolving his Dao True body with his soul, only reaching 100 meters in size. Otherwise, with his realm, his Dao True body should have been several thousand meters, or even 10,000 meters. Before the black-robed figure could react, Yandao's Dao True body suddenly exploded. He self-destructed his Dao True body. The power of a 9th-level Dao Venerable's Dao True body self-destructing was terrifyingly powerful. The powerful force completely tore apart this secret realm. When the explosion ended, Lin Moyo had already returned to the origin continent. The original valley had been torn to pieces. This time, both the space-rending killing formation and the calamity formation couldn't escape. The secret realm was torn apart, space collapsed, and the two formations he had set up were destroyed along with it. Sigh, watching the show also has a price. Fortunately, this price I can afford. Just two formations, Lin Moya didn't feel any pain at all. He flew into the air, looking towards the distance. The black-robed figure and Yanbei fell to the ground. Yanbei was already unconscious, not dead, but barely alive. The black-robed figure was slightly better, but also severely injured. The black light could only envelop themselves, unable to protect Yanbei. Without the black light's protection, they probably wouldn't be much better off than Yanbei. Did Yandao really self-destruct like this? Lin Moya didn't think it was possible. He opened his undead eye, looking into the distance, and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Chapter 3081. Chapter 3081, 3081. Chapter 3081, let's use these first, we'll see if it's enough. How could a mighty 9th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse be willing to die so easily? Having plotted for many years, he was naturally even more reluctant to die. The self-destruction was an escape, truly fleeing for his life. Seeming to self-destruct was actually to tear apart the secret realm space. If he couldn't tear apart the secret realm, he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, he had to prevent the black-robed figure and Yanbei from pursuing, while also deceiving them into thinking he had died. This way, Yandao would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Until the very last moment, Yandao's thoughts remained very clear. He succeeded, not only blasting and injuring the black-robed figure and Yanbei, but also deceiving them. Otherwise, the black-robed figure would certainly have given chase. Now the black-robed figure probably believed Yandao was dead. Unfortunately, Yandao couldn't deceive Lin Moyo. Under the undead eye, a soul flame was burning not far away underground. The soul flame was very weak, its power exhausted, almost without any aura. Moreover, Yandao had used some special methods to conceal his aura and hide himself 100 meters deep underground. If not for the undead eye, Lin Moyo wouldn't have been able to sense him. This way, the black-robed figure and Yanbei would surely think Yandao had perished. Even if they had doubts, unable to find him, they could only think this way. In the undead eye, Yandao's soul was severely injured, but his injuries were slowly recovering. Clearly, as long as he could escape this calamity, it wouldn't take more than 1,000 years for Yandao to fully recover. By then, he could go trouble Yanbei again. Yanbei would have an 80 to 90% chance of not surviving. However, Lin Moyo wouldn't give Yandao the chance. Lin Moyo flew towards the black-robed figure and Yanbei. He wanted to kill Yanbei. At this moment, Yanbei had fallen unconscious. It was the best time for him to strike. Lin Moyo wasn't a pedantic person. He wouldn't hesitate to kick someone when they're down or take advantage of their illness to kill them. Just as he approached, the black light on the black-robed figure suddenly surged up. A low voice sounded, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moyo smiled, "You're asking the obvious. Naturally, I'm going to kill him." The black-robed figure said, "You can't kill him." Lin Moyo smiled, "Are you trying to stop me?" The black-robed figure didn't say much. The black light on their body surged as they slowly stood up, blocking between Lin Moyo and Yanbei, which was an answer in itself. Lin Moyo said, "We have no grudges. Even though you lent treasures to Yanbei, I never thought of being your enemy. But if you want to stop me, I can only deal with you together. I'll give you 3 seconds to think clearly whether you want to be my enemy." The black light surged violently, as if expressing the black-robed figure's current emotions. Their heart was extremely unsettled, as if truly considering Lin Moya's words. Lin Moya, who was only at 3rd level Dao Venerable, shouldn't have his words taken seriously by the black-robed figure. But now, the black-robed figure was seriously considering Lin Moya's words. This scene was very strange. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The black-robed figure still didn't move aside. I also have no intention of being your enemy, but I can't let you kill him. Lin Moya sighed, since that's the case, I can only kill you along with him. As the words fell, Buddhist sounds arose. The Buddhist lich appeared behind Lin Moya, 6 wheels of light flickering behind him. 6-wheel ancient Buddha, you're from the Buddhist race. The black-robed figure finally showed surprise. Lin Moya revealing Buddhist secret techniques was completely unexpected. Lin Moya smiled, there are countless secret techniques in the world. No one stipulated that only Buddhist race members can use Buddhist secret techniques. As he spoke, the 5 elements sword lich also appeared beside him. Sword chi instantly soared to the sky. The sword Dao encircled him. The 5 elements sword lich's aura reached 7th level Dao Venerable. The Fate Lich was the last to appear. The tiny Fate Lich sat on Lin Moya's shoulder, extremely cute. With the appearance of 3 liches, the black-robed figure was visibly moved. Lin Moya's methods were completely different from those cultivators they had seen before. However, Lin Moya was only at 3rd level Dao Venerable. Even if these summoned beings were 6th to 7th level Dao Venerable, it wasn't enough to make them afraid. They said coldly, with just these few, you want to kill me? Lin Moya chuckled, let's use these first. If it's not enough, we'll see. Having decided to take action, Lin Moya wouldn't be polite. The Fate Lich acted first, instantly activating Fate Guidance. Fate Guidance silently fell on the black-robed figure and Yin Bei. Then the Fate Dao appeared. The Fate Lich quickly locked onto the black-robed figure and Yin Bei's weakest moments in the future within the Fate Dao. The future is changeable. As long as Yin Bei wasn't dead now, even if he was about to die the next second, as long as he hadn't died yet, Yin Bei's future could be found in the Fate Dao. The future Yin Bei was very weak, perhaps his injuries wouldn't heal for a while. The black-robed figure was the same, very weak for a period of time in the future, recovering from injuries. If they were killed by Lin Moya today, they would completely disappear from the Fate Dao. Fate Guidance was completed almost instantly. The Fate Lich shared its locked targets with the Buddhist Lich and 5 elements Sword Lich. In the Buddhist Lich's eternal Buddhist nation, 1 million followers sacrificed themselves simultaneously. The Buddhist Lich's aura surged as it threw out a punch. The 5 elements Sword Lich also slashed out a sword at the same time. The 2 Liches punch and sword struck towards the void simultaneously. The black-robed figure seemed somewhat puzzled about what Lin Moya's liches were attacking, but the next second, they let out a muffled groan as 10 blooms of blood exploded from their chest. The black-robed figure was shocked. They had actually been attacked. Most crucially, they had no idea how they had been attacked, let alone where the attack came from. Not just them, but the unconscious Yin Bei was also attacked the same way, his body exploding with blood. The black-robed figure's face changed, a hint of fear arising in their heart. The unknown is the greatest source of fear. They shouted angrily, launching an attack towards Lin Moya. The aura of an 8th level Dao Venerable fully erupted. They wanted to instantly kill Lin Moya. As long as Lin Moya was killed, everything would be over. The Buddhist Lich chanted a Buddhist phrase, again sacrificing 1 million followers. Following the Fate Guidance, the Buddhist Lich threw out another punch. Although the power wasn't strong, attacks guided by fate were unstoppable. Even the black-robed figure's black light was useless. The black-robed figure was forcibly knocked back. If they were at their peak, perhaps the Buddhist Lich couldn't have knocked them back. But now, it was completely different. Lin Moya shook his head lightly. 10 drops of primal water flickered on his fingertips, falling onto the 5 elements Sword Lich. Nourished by the primal water, the 5 elements Sword Lich's aura surged crazily again. Primal water. The black-robed figure exclaimed in surprise. Their composure seemed to vanish completely in the face of primal water. Lin Moya smiled, good eye. Not just primal water, but over 10 million portions of belief power also began to burn fiercely, further enhancing the 5 elements Sword Lich's power. The black-robed figure realized that the 5 elements Sword Lich's next sword strike would be incredibly terrifying. Their whole body's black light surged, temporarily suppressing their injuries as they attacked Lin Moya again. At this moment, they still hadn't given up on Yin Bei. Lin Moya condensed a fate sword in his hand, slashing 3 times in succession, silently cutting away part of the black-robed figure's fate. The Buddhist Lich threw another punch. The black-robed figure shouted angrily, forcibly enduring the attack from the Fate Dao, charging to Lin Moya's front. Lin Moya spread his wings of time, simultaneously operating the Space Dao. His entire person disappeared as if teleporting. At this time, 5 swords of different attributes flew out from the Sword Dao. The 5 elements Sword Lich pointed at the black-robed figure, sword light filling the air. Technique, 5 elements Sword C. Chapter 3082. Chapter 3082, 3082. Chapter 3082. Now, it's your turn. 10 drops of primal water, 10 million portions of belief power, and the Sword Dao elevated the 5 elements Sword Lich, which was originally only at 6th level Dao Venerable, to a whole new level of combat power. The power of the 5 elements Sword C had reached the peak of 7th level Dao Venerable, infinitely close to 8th level Dao Venerable. From the Sword Dao, countless sharp swords flew out covering the sky, enveloping the black-robed figure and Yin Bei within. This sword strike was aimed not just at the black-robed figure, but also at Yin Bei. The black-robed figure realized what Lin Moya was trying to do and immediately retreated to Yin Bei's side to protect him. As the sword sea arrived, endless sharp swords crashed down like a tsunami, striking the black light. The black light instantly became distorted, its power rapidly declining. If the black-robed figure had been at peak condition, they could have easily blocked this sword strike. But now, it was hard to say. Lin Moya appeared 10,000 meters away, quickly condensing fate swords and slashing them towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's fate was continuously weakened. As their fate declined, their power also weakened, and they became increasingly unlucky as calamity descended. The injuries they had just forcibly suppressed suddenly erupted. The black-robed figure violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Just this one time, they were already more severely injured than before, with their soul damaged. If it had been any heavier, it would have damaged their foundation. At that point, forget about advancing to 9th level Dao Venerable, they would have to thank heaven and earth if they could maintain 8th level Dao Venerable. The black-robed figure's black light grew smaller and smaller, becoming difficult to maintain. The black-robed figure knew that if they persisted, not only would Yin Bei die, but they would also perish here. They looked at Yin Bei, then glared fiercely at Lin Moya. A pair of angry blood-red eyes appeared within the black light. Lin Moya ignored this, paying no attention to them. The black-robed figure grabbed Yin Bei and was about to flee. Even at the end, they still hadn't given up on Yin Bei. Perhaps Yin Bei was useful to them, or perhaps Yin Bei was on their side. Lin Moya shook his head. You can't save him. The fate explosion technique suddenly activated. The black-robed figure screamed miserably as their body exploded, bursting with a large amount of blood. The hand grabbing Yin Bei was blasted off on the spot, and Yin Bei fell back to the ground. The black-robed figure's injuries were now even more severe than before. The black light could barely envelop them, completely unable to care for Yin Bei. The unconscious Yin Bei was instantly engulfed by the sword sea, his body turning to mush on the spot, dead beyond dead. Seeing Yin Bei's death, the black-robed figure shouted angrily, "You deserve to die." As the words fell, they violently spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The black light surged again, soaring into the sky at lightning speed, instantly disappearing on the horizon. Lin Moya didn't pursue. Although the black-robed figure was now severely injured, killing them would still not be easy. Just now, he wanted to use Yin Bei's corpse to strike a killing blow, but his spiritual sense sent a warning. He realized that the black-robed figure probably still had some desperate measures. Since that was the case, he let it go. Someone else would naturally have to worry about this matter. The 5 elements sword sea receded. Lin Moya waved his hand, collecting the few remaining pieces of Yin Bei's flesh. The flesh of an 8th level Dao Venerable. This was good stuff. Unfortunately, Yin Bei didn't have any treasures on him. The things he had in his rule world had already been destroyed along with him, gone who knows where. His gaze turned to a spot not far away. Now, it's your turn. The direction he was looking at was where Yin Dao was hiding. Lin Moya walked a few steps, coming to Yin Dao's location. Yin Dao's soul was hidden 100 meters underground. Under the undead eye, no matter how well Yin Dao hid, it was useless. Yin Dao had suppressed all his aura, putting himself in a semi-sleeping state, shutting off all perception of the outside world. Only this way could he hide from others. So he also didn't know that Lin Moya had already come to his location. In the undead eye, Yin Dao's soul was slowly recovering, at an extremely slow pace. It would take at least 1,000 years to fully heal. The previous self-destruction had injured him too severely. If it were an ordinary Dao Venerable, they would have perished long ago. Yin Dao's life-preserving methods were indeed extraordinary. A gray flame appeared on Lin Moya's fingertip. The gray flame was extremely pure, without any impurities, possessing a strange beauty. Lin Moya possessed 2 types of flames. One was the undying flame, which was his innate flame, the foundation of the undead army and many techniques. The other was the world-burning fire he obtained later. The world-burning fire appeared to have no temperature, yet could refine an entire world, and was especially the nemesis of souls. Not long ago, in the soul world, Lin Moya had used the world-burning fire to refine a giant beast from the soul void. That beast was 7th level Dao Venerable. And now, Yin Dao was 9th level Dao Venerable, a full 2 levels higher. However, Lin Moya believed his world-burning fire could certainly refine him. The world-burning fire flew out from his palm, silently falling to the ground, then merging into the earth, heading towards Yin Dao's location. The solid ground of the origin continent couldn't stop the world-burning fire. In less than half a minute, the world-burning fire had already reached Yin Dao's soul. Yin Dao's soul was still sleeping, not sensing any danger. The world-burning fire suddenly expanded, instantly surrounding and engulfing Yin Dao's soul. The sleeping soul of Yin Dao suddenly awoke. Screams transmitted from underground. Yin Dao's soul struggled frantically, trying to escape. The world-burning fire formed a fireball encasing Yin Dao's soul. Under his constant impacts, it violently deformed, seeming like it might shatter at any moment. After all, it was a 9th level Dao Venerable soul. Even with only a last breath left, its power wouldn't be too weak. No need to struggle. You can't escape. Lin Moya's heart moved. The fate, time, and space Daos appeared simultaneously, his body becoming hazy. This time, he used 3 Dao true bodies at once. Using 3 Dao true bodies simultaneously put great pressure on Lin Moya. It couldn't be sustained for long, only for a short while. Multitasking, Lin Moya condensed a fate sword in his left hand while pointing with his right hand. The time Dao and space Dao mixed and fused together, forming time-space power, falling on Yin Dao's soul. Yin Dao's soul instantly fell into a state of time-space chaos. If it had been normal times, at his peak, Lin Moya's time-space power couldn't have affected him at all. But now, his soul was severely injured, his power greatly reduced, unable to resist Lin Moya's time-space power. As the time-space power descended, the Fate Sword followed closely. Having Fate Cut didn't cause any pain, but it made Yen Dao's power rapidly decline, and calamity descended. Yen Dao screamed incessantly, one after another. No matter how he tried to break through, it was ultimately futile. After the screams continued for several minutes, they finally became weak. Lin Moya witnessed the entire process with his undead eye, watching as Yen Dao's soul flame rapidly shrank, extinguished, until it finally disappeared. Yen Dao's soul was refined by the world-burning fire, turning into a pure and flawless soul crystal. A 9th level Dao Venerable Soul Crystal contained the purest soul power. Yen Dao's soul power carried fire attributes, with traces of the Fire Dao. This soul crystal, for Fire Dao cultivators, was simply a supreme treasure. If sold, it could be exchanged for many things. Lin Moya never thought of selling it. Undying flames rose from his hand. He attempted to use Revive the Dead to resurrect Yen Dao. If successful, a 9th level Dao Venerable Existence would become his most powerful enforcer. Chapter 3083. Chapter 3083, 3083. Chapter 3083, Please enlighten me, sir. The soul crystal remained motionless in the undying flame, showing no reaction. After this continued for half a minute, Lin Moya put away the undying flame. It seems I thought too well of it. Once it becomes a soul crystal, it can no longer become a revived being. There really aren't such good things in the world. There's always a trade-off, you can't have everything. Lin Moya self-mockingly revealed a slight smile. The failure of Revive the Dead didn't disappoint Lin Moya at all. He stored the soul crystal in his soul world, then said to the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, "Do you want this thing?" The 10-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to smell an exquisite delicacy. It had been pretending to sleep, but now zipped over, circling around Lin Moya's soul. It looked like a puppy begging its master for food. Lin Moya knew it indeed liked soul crystals. He didn't tease it and directly threw the soul crystal to it. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal swallowed the soul crystal in one gulp, then contentedly returned to the world tree to digest it. A 9th level Dao Venerable Soul Crystal contained powerful energy. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal emitted enchanting colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, and gray. Each color was incredibly bright, as if it had put on 10 different colored halos. Compared to before, the colors were much more vivid, which also meant the 10-colored dragon soul crystal's power had greatly increased. Watching this scene, Lin Moya murmured, "Will there be an 11th color, or even a 12th? For the dragon race, a 9-colored dragon soul crystal was the limit, and 10 colors were legendary. But since there could be 10 colors, perhaps there could be an 11th or 12th. Returning to reality, Lin Moya looked towards the blazing Divine Eagle clan's direction and said softly, "Time to root them out." At this moment, his killing intent surged. The blazing Divine Eagle clan was very bloodthirsty, an extremely warlike race, and their methods were also quite cruel. Besides this, they were also extremely vengeful, retaliating for even the smallest things. Over the years, they had wiped out several small clans, and countless living beings had died at their hands. For such a race, Lin Moya didn't plan to let them live. Keeping them alive would be a disaster sooner or later. It was better to kill them all, truly cutting the grass and digging up the roots. Exterminating sects and clans was something Lin Moya was very familiar with. He took out a piece of Yin Bei's flesh, and the undying flame rose again. Technique: Revive the Dead. This time, Revive the Dead didn't fail. Yen Bei was quickly reborn in the undying flame, his soul reconstructed, his physical body rapidly regenerating. In just a few minutes, Yen Bei had become a revived being, kneeling respectfully before Lin Moyo. After becoming a revived being, Yen Bei was stronger than when he was alive, ranking among the top of 8th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya threw him a blank jade tablet and said softly, "Record the method for setting up the 10,000 volcanoes great formation in this." The revived Yen Bei was very obedient, immediately recording all the detailed information about the formation in the jade tablet. After looking it over, Lin Moya knew the 10,000 volcanoes great formation was indeed incomplete, and he finally knew its true origin. It was said outside that the 10,000 volcanoes great formation came from Yen Dao's bloodline awakening, but in fact, it wasn't so. Yen Dao had obtained the 10,000 volcanoes great formation during an exploration. The formation method was fused into Yen Dao's bloodline at that time. This situation was called bloodline fusion by the beast race and wasn't uncommon. The reason for doing this was because Yen Dao wasn't proficient in formations, so this was the only way he could fuse with the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. Yen Dao then passed the 10,000 volcanoes great formation into the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's bloodline through bloodline tracing. From then on, members of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, as long as they reached 8th level Dao Venerable, would naturally obtain the method to set up the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. This was how Yen Bei obtained the formation method, but Yen Bei was very clever. He knew the formation had flaws and didn't want to repeat Yen Dao's mistakes, so he spent a large sum to invite a formation master to make some modifications to the formation. He invited a 6th grade formation grandmaster from the human race. That 6th grade formation grandmaster's ability was limited and couldn't completely fix the flaws of the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. However, he found another way, using an origin spirit vein as the formation eye, thus avoiding the formation's backlash. Later, Yen Bei killed that 6th grade formation grandmaster, not letting him return alive. The formation grandmaster wanted to earn Yen Bei's money, while Yen Bei wanted his life. The 10,000 volcanoes great formation was a top-tier 8th grade great formation. After fusing with the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's bloodline, it needed to be set up and driven using the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's bloodline. But this problem didn't stump Lin Moyo. Setting up an 8th grade formation was indeed troublesome for Lin Moyo, but it wasn't impossible. As long as there was enough time and materials, Lin Moya could set up an 8th grade formation. Now he only needed to modify the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation, turning it into a formation suitable for him to set up, then make further modifications to recreate the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. Moreover, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation modified by him would only be stronger. But this matter wasn't urgent. It could be done slowly. What he needed to do now was to cut the grass and dig up the roots. Lin Moya looked at Yen Bei kneeling on the ground. "I have a task for you." A few seconds later, Yen Bei accepted the order and left. Lin Moya summoned Han Yi from the rule world. Han Yi thought he was being called out to fight and looked alert. But there was nothing around, it was empty. The air was still filled with the aura of a great battle. Clearly a battle had just taken place here. The distant valley had been completely shattered, and a large area of land had obviously sunk. An area of several hundred li looked like it had been plowed, without a blade of grass. Han Yi said, "Mr. Lin, has Yen Bei left?" Lin Moya smiled, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later." As he spoke, Lin Moya flew towards the direction of the blazing Divine Eagle clan. Han Yi looked puzzled but didn't ask further, just following Lin Moya. Han Yi was very familiar with this land. He realized the direction they were heading was exactly where the blazing Divine Eagle clan was located. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" Lin Moya nodded, "To watch a good show. Let me keep you in suspense for now." Han Yi chose to trust Lin Moya, "Then let's see what good show there is." The two didn't fly very fast. After flying for most of the day, they were several 100,000 li from the blazing Divine Eagle clan. Suddenly, the distant sky was dyed red. Firelight soared to the sky, a brilliant Tao appeared in the air, dropping countless flames. Lin Moya's heart moved. The Buddhist Lich appeared in response, carrying dazzling Buddhist light, rushing forward at top speed. The six-wheeled ancient Buddhist Lich was very fast, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. The red color in the distant sky grew more and more intense, then volcanoes began to appear, starting to erupt. A large amount of magma connected with the falling flames from the sky, as if it were the end of the world. Han Yi's face showed shock, clearly startled. He said uncertainly, "Is this the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation?" Lin Moya said, "That's right, the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. I suppose you haven't seriously seen this formation before. This time you can have a good look." Han Yi asked with confusion, "What exactly is going on? Please enlighten me, sir." Chapter 3084. Chapter 3084, 3084. Chapter 3084, Clan Leader. "Why are you exterminating our entire clan?" Lin Moya smiled, "There's an old saying among us humans, karmic retribution may be slow, but it never fails to arrive. Now the time has come, and the retribution for the blazing Divine Eagle clan has arrived." Han Yi understood somewhat. "You mean this 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation is to deal with the blazing Divine Eagle clan?" Lin Moya said, "That's right. Wouldn't you say this is a good show?" Han Yi was speechless. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could never have imagined it would be like this. He had no idea how Lin Moya had accomplished this. To him, it was simply a miracle. Although the blazing Divine Eagle clan comprehended and cultivated the Fire Tao, there were still differences in strength within the Fire Tao. The Fire Tao of the strong could still kill the weak. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation set up by Yen Bei personally contained power that ordinary blazing Divine Eagle clan members simply couldn't resist. As the clan leader, Yen Bei controlled the blazing Divine Eagle clan's origin spirit vein. He could teleport at will within the range of the origin spirit vein, so he could set up the formation very quickly. Following Lin Moya's orders, the revived Yen Bei had maximized the power of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation this time, covering an area of over 300,000 kilometers. Except for some clan members who were away, all of the blazing Divine Eagle clan's bases, including several cities, were enveloped by the formation. When the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation began to activate, Lin Moya had already heard screams, followed by dense resentment rising. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation had significant flaws. One major flaw was that the formation would cause the resentment of beings who died within it to have nowhere to go. Eventually, this resentment would gather and cause backlash to the formation setter. But from another perspective, resentment that couldn't dissipate could also be utilized. The Buddhist Lich had gone over when the formation activated. It would collect the resentment and turn it into followers for the eternal Buddhist nation. This time, 50 million followers would surely be fully gathered. The two approached and saw charred corpses burned to ash everywhere, and countless houses already burned down. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation was gradually shrinking. A encirclement with a diameter of 300,000 li had formed. The blazing Divine Eagle clan members within the formation had no chance of survival. Han Yi murmured softly, "When the blazing Divine Eagle clan used this formation to destroy the Ice Demon Lizard clan back then, they surely never imagined that their entire clan would eventually die under this formation." Lin Moya said, "This world is very magical. Many karmic relationships are predetermined. You should know this." Han Yi shook his head slightly. "The cause and effect Tao is too mysterious. Although our bloodline contains a trace of the cause and effect Tao, we actually don't comprehend much of it. As far as this old man knows, although karma is somewhat predetermined, all things in the future are constantly changing. Unless someone can forcibly manipulate the cause and effect Tao to plant effects and return to causes, otherwise, matters of karma are really hard to say." Lin Moya said, "Karma is both predetermined and can be changed by external forces. It's indeed a very interesting Tao." Clan leader Han Yi, your sole progenitor beasts have lived on the origin continent for countless years, passing down through countless generations. Has no clan member ever truly comprehended the cause and effect Tao? Honey shook his head. According to the memories in our bloodline, no one has ever truly comprehended it. It should be said that, except for our ancestor, no clan member since has been able to comprehend the cause and effect Tao. Lin Moya's eyes lit up slightly. He lightly said, "Oh, your clan's ancestor should have been at least a 9th level Tao venerable existence, right?" Honey laughed softly. "Sir, you mean to say Great Tao Realm, right?" "Sir, there's no need to be evasive. Information about the Great Tao Realm is in my bloodline inheritance. The ancestor indeed entered the Great Tao Realm, but unfortunately, the ancestor later disappeared. After the ancestor's disappearance, our bloodline weakened greatly. No clan member has been able to enter the Great Tao Realm since. According to the inheritance in our bloodline, if the ancestor were still here, our bloodline would grow stronger and stronger, and we wouldn't be unable to comprehend the cause and effect Tao. The sole progenitor beast ancestor who mastered the cause and effect Tao had actually disappeared. This was unexpected for Lin Moyo. He was very clear about the inheritance methods of spirit beast bloodlines. For a spirit beast species, the one with the strongest bloodline was naturally the ancestor. Below the ancestor, the bloodline would weaken generation by generation, but as long as the ancestor was still around, after cultivation and realm advancement, the bloodline could be continuously strengthened. Although they ultimately couldn't reach the ancestor's level, only infinitely approaching it, at least they wouldn't be too far off. The ancestor was like someone walking at the highest point, holding a lamp, guiding their clan members. But when the ancestor disappeared, the clan members lost direction, and the bloodline would weaken greatly as a result. Lin Moyo pondered whether the disappearance of the sole progenitor beast ancestor might be related to the great battle with the outer gods back then. The role a master of the cause and effect Tao could play on the battlefield was unimaginable. If they had fallen in that level of battle, it would be normal. Honey sighed. The ancestor should have perished. Lin Moyo said softly, "Perhaps so, but it doesn't matter. Heaven never seals off all paths. The sole progenitor beast bloodline still exists. Even without the ancestor, as long as the bloodline can be continuously strengthened, perhaps a second ancestor can be created. Spirit beast bloodlines can return to their ancestral origin. When the ancestor perished, their bloodline would disperse among all clan members' bloodlines, becoming seeds. If a clan member could advance their bloodline to the strongest state, activating the seed left in the bloodline by the ancestor, they could become the second ancestor. This has happened many times in history." Han Yi's eyes brightened slightly. "Sir, is that true?" Lin Moya nodded. "It's true. I will help you as much as possible. Little Five calls me father. I will let her go very high and far." Han Yi understood. If anyone in their clan could become the second ancestor, it would surely be Little Five. He knew very clearly that to make the bloodline return to its ancestral origin, external help was necessary. And this external help, sole progenitor beasts couldn't enjoy. Others wouldn't help them, only thinking about researching them, dissecting them. At present, it seemed only Lin Moyo was willing to help them. And the one Lin Moyo was truly willing to help with all his effort was only Little Five. The reason they could be treated so well by Lin Moyo was all because of Little Five. Honey didn't understand Lin Moya's methods, but he knew they were terrifying. Just look at what happened to the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. First, Yanfin and the others, 7th level Dao Venerables, were directly killed. Then Yan Bei, an 8th level Dao Venerable, came to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was alive and well, and then the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was exterminated. The funny thing was, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was destroyed by their own guardian formation. Clear cries rang out, followed by roars that shook the sky. "Clan leader, why are you exterminating our entire clan? Clan leader, have you gone mad? Clan leader, stop it quickly." One powerful Dao Venerable after another roared repeatedly, accompanied by the screams of countless Blazing Divine Eagle clan members. Han Yi's gaze contracted slightly. He saw Yan Bei, cloaked in flames, hovering in the sky above the fire Dao. Yan Bei said softly, "By the master's command, exterminate the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan." The flames fell faster, the formation rapidly contracting. Volcanoes continued to erupt. Wherever they passed, no life remained. Han Yi watched, heart pounding. He realized that the master Yan Bei spoke of was Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had controlled Yan Bei through some unknown method, making him activate the 10,000 volcanoes great formation to exterminate his own race. Chapter 3085. Chapter 3085, 3085. Chapter 3085, quickly notify the clan leader and great elders. At this moment, Han Yi's gaze towards Lin Moyo was full of awe. If Lin Moyo could kill Yan Bei, he would only marvel at Lin Moyo's incredible combat power, unmatched in history. But now Lin Moyo could control Yan Bei, making him exterminate his own clan. That was too terrifying. Lin Moyo noticed the change in Han Yi's gaze. "You needn't be surprised. This Lin has done plenty of sect and clan exterminations. You don't know what this Lin's life was like before. To be honest, even 1,000 Blazing Divine Eagle clans combined wouldn't equal a tenth of the bloodshed on this Lin's hands." Han Yi was startled to hear this and quickly said, "Sir, don't joke like that." Lin Moyo smiled. "This Lin isn't joking, but past events are past. No use talking about them." After saying this, Lin Moyo looked towards Yan Bei and transmitted an order, "You're too slow. Speed up." Yan Bei immediately fully activated the 10,000 volcanoes great formation. The formation's power increased again, contracting faster. For a time, the death rate of Blazing Divine Eagle clan members increased sharply. Amidst the flames were streaks of Buddhist light. Countless resentful spirits were collected, becoming followers in the Buddhist Lich's eternal Buddhist nation. Fully activating the 10,000 volcanoes great formation had a price for Yan Bei. After he joined as the Formation Eye, this flawed formation began to backlash. Even without resentful spirits involved, the powerful backlash was enough to injure Yin Bei. If it were when he was alive, Yin Bei might have feared the backlash. But now, Yin Bei didn't fear the backlash at all. A revived being doesn't even fear death, so what's a mere backlash? Everything was for executing Lin Moya's orders. Honey said, "Sir, there's one thing I don't understand." Lin Moya was polite to Honey, clan leader, "No need for formalities. Just speak your mind." Honey said, "Actually, the one who really offended you was Yin Bei." As he said this, Honey suddenly saw Lin Moya's brow furrow slightly. Honey was instinctively frightened and didn't dare continue speaking. That a mere 3rd-level Dao Venerable like Lin Moya could scare a 7th-level Dao Venerable powerhouse like Honey into silence with just a frown, no one would believe such a thing if told. Honey felt he might have said something wrong. Thinking about it, he shouldn't interfere with what Lin Moya does. After all, he had only just met Lin Moya and didn't know what kind of person he was. Lin Moya was polite to him, but he shouldn't take that politeness for granted. Honey immediately self-reflected. At this time, he heard Lin Moya say softly, "Someone's coming." As he spoke, Lin Moya looked into the distance. Honey also looked in the direction of Lin Moya's gaze but couldn't see anything. He knew Lin Moya wouldn't speak nonsense. If he said someone was coming, someone must be coming. In less than half a minute, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow rapidly enlarged in view. Under the illumination of the sun's origin, the shadow reflected dazzling golden light. Golden fur fluttered, extremely dazzling. Within the golden light appeared an enormous golden lion. In the distance behind it were 3 more golden clan members following. Honey said, "It's the Golden Lion clan." The arriving Golden Lion clan member's aura was already at 8th level Dao Venerable, and those following behind were all above 4th level Dao Venerable. The Golden Lion clan was a proper royal clan. Their combat power was extremely powerful among those of the same level. Among the beast races, there was a fundamental difference between royal clans and non-royal clans. In the vast majority of cases, the combat power of royal clan members at the same level surpassed that of non-royal clan members. Especially the direct descendants of royal clans, with powerful bloodlines, their combat power at the same level was unrivaled. This 8th level Dao Venerable from the Golden Lion clan who came, in terms of combat power alone, naturally far surpassed Yin Bei. Lin Moya said softly, "Clan leader Honey, to avoid unnecessary trouble, you'd better return to my rule world for now." Clan leader Honey knew that if his identity was exposed, it would cause big trouble. He immediately returned to Lin Moya's rule world. He believed Lin Moya could handle things here. The 8th level Dao Venerable Golden Lion rushed straight towards Yin Bei. Still 1,000 li away, his soul transmission had already arrived. "Stop!" The voice thundered, and 1,000 rays of golden light appeared in the sky for 1,000 li, even obscuring the light of the sun's origin. But Yin Bei didn't listen at all, continuing as before. Yin Bei would only listen to Lin Moya's orders. Unless Lin Moya spoke, even if the Beast Emperor came, it would be useless. Seeing Yin Bei completely unmoved, the Golden Lion roared again, "Yin Bei, I'm telling you to stop, did you hear me?" Yin Bei remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard. The closest royal clan to the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was the Golden Lion clan. According to Beast Race rules, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was under the Golden Lion clan's jurisdiction, unless one day the Blazing Divine Eagle clan could also become a royal clan, only then could they be on equal footing with the Golden Lion clan. Now that there was an incident within the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, the Golden Lion clan naturally had the obligation to come, but they never imagined it would be clan leader Yin Bei slaughtering his own clan members. The Golden Lion clan elder who came was called Jin Yuan. He had met Yin Bei several times before, and Yin Bei had always been very polite to him, but now, Yin Bei completely ignored his words. Jin Yuan, filled with anger, suddenly accelerated across 1,000 li, rushing into the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation. He was confident in his own strength and didn't take the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation seriously. Jin Yuan evolved his Dao True body, his entire body dazzling with golden light, turning into a 10,000-meter golden lion, roaring as he ran through the flames. He instantly rushed before Yin Bei, roaring, "Yin Bei, I order you to stop immediately." Yin Bei still ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. Jin Yuan was thoroughly enraged. He violently charged towards Yin Bei, roaring, "Are you deaf? I told you to stop." At this moment, Lin Moya's will moved, issuing 10 new orders. Yin Bei, who originally didn't care about Jin Yuan, suddenly looked at Jin Yuan, his gaze revealing intense killing intent. Boom! The fire Dao in the sky erupted. Streams of flaming meteors crashed down, colliding with Jin Yuan. At the same time, Yin Bei also evolved his Dao True body, turning into a several thousand-meter blazing divine eagle, charging towards Jin Yuan. The two 8th-level Dao Venerable powerhouses collided in mid-air, releasing terrifying power. Just the aftershocks killed countless blazing divine eagle clan members. Yin Bei attacked with full force, each strike was a desperate move. Without particularly flashy techniques, he wielded the fire Dao, frantically unleashing Dao power. Jin Yuan was stunned for a moment, falling at a disadvantage in a short time. He roared, "Yin Bei, have you gone mad? You dare to attack even me? Aren't you afraid of bringing extinction upon your clan?" Yin Bei remained unmoved, fighting as he should, each attack with full force, as if fighting for his life. These words falling on Lin Moya's ears made him laugh out loud. Yin Bei had activated the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, slaughtering his own clan members. He was already carrying out clan extermination. Now you're using clan extermination to warn Yin Bei? What use is that? Yin Bei fought more and more fiercely, but because of Jin Yuan's appearance, Yin Bei couldn't focus on controlling the formation. The formation's contraction speed slowed considerably. Finally, some of the Dao Venerables Jin Yuan brought caught up. Jin Yuan's voice resounded through heaven and earth, "Don't come in. Quickly notify the clan leader and great elders to come help." Chapter 3086. Chapter 3086, 3086. Chapter 3086, Yan Bei is exterminating his own race on orders. Jin Yuan held off Yan Bei, letting his clan members go for help. The clan members he brought were only 4th or 5th level Dao Venerables. Once they entered the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation, it would be suicide. Only he, with his overwhelming strength, could contend with Yan Bei inside the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation. Outside the formation, the few Golden Lion clan members had already obeyed his order to call for help. Golden light filled the sky outside the formation. They used unique treasures to shoot out tens of thousands of golden light rays back to the Golden Lion clan, much faster than returning to report themselves. In Lin Moya's eyes, this method was actually somewhat outdated. The communication formations of the human race were actually the best method. Although communication formations were simple, those ultra-long distance communication formations couldn't be set up by ordinary formation masters. Many communication formations had limited range and needed multiple relays. Many human sects had such setups, but the beast races obviously didn't. This was one of the differences between beast races and humans. Seeing his clan members call for help, Jin Yuan knew he just needed to hold on a bit longer to resolve the current problem. The life or death of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan wasn't important now. What was important was why Yan Bei had become like this. Flames rained down from the sky. Yan Bei pushed the fire Dao to its limit, working in concert with the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation to display shocking power. For a time, Jin Yuan was completely suppressed. After becoming a revived being, Yan Bei's combat power was much stronger than when he was alive. He was not far behind even when fighting against royal clan direct descendants of the same level. Jin Yuan suddenly roared angrily, taking out a golden square seal. The seal suddenly enlarged, turning into a golden mountain crashing towards Yan Bei, blasting Yan Bei away along with his flames. Suddenly, Jin Yuan saw someone still standing outside the formation. A human, a 3rd level Dao Venerable human. Why is there a human here? Did this guy happen to come here by chance? Or is there some other reason? Jin Yuan's thoughts raced as he shouted, "You lot, go ask that human why he's here." He had a feeling that everything happening before him should be related to that human. Lin Moya stood there, looking far too calm. That gaze seemed to be watching a show. The 3 Golden Lion clan Dao Venerables immediately circled around the formation, coming to the other side of the formation, quickly approaching Lin Moyo. They stopped when they were only 100 meters from Lin Moyo. This distance was far too close. Clearly, they didn't take Lin Moyo seriously. Lin Moyo only revealed 3rd level Dao Venerable strength, which indeed didn't warrant much attention from them. The 3 Golden Lion clan members were 1 5th level Dao Venerable and 2 4th level Dao Venerables. Lin Moyo paid no attention to their arrival. He continued watching the battle between Jin Yuan and Yan Bei inside the formation with great interest. A battle between 8th level Dao Venerables wasn't a common sight. One of the 3, finding themselves seemingly ignored, grew displeased. The 5th level Dao Venerable Golden Lion clan member shouted at Lin Moyo, "Human, what are you doing here?" Lin Moya slowly turned his head. "As a royal clan, don't you understand even basic courtesy?" The Golden Lion clan members were slightly stunned. Courtesy? Had they been discourteous just now? It seemed fine. Lin Moya said, "First, you should tell me your name, then ask me properly why I'm here. Change your tone too, be more polite. It won't hurt you." Hearing Lin Moya's words, they were stunned. As royal clan members of the beast races, and direct descendants of the royal clan at that, when had they ever been demanded like this? Among the 3, the leading Golden Lion shouted angrily, "Cut the crap. Answer what I ask you. Keep talking nonsense and I'll kill you." Lin Moya shook his head. The space beside him distorted slightly. Giant Sword Dao Venerable and Zhao Dongxing appeared simultaneously, their Dao Venerable auras blasting towards the 3 like a fierce wind. The 3's faces changed drastically. Struck by the 6th level Dao Venerable aura, they couldn't help stepping back. They were only 4th and 5th level Dao Venerables. Facing 6th level Dao Venerable human cultivators, they had no chance of victory. Their overbearing attitude instantly vanished. Lin Moya's action was a slap in the face to the 3. The 3 looked at each other. They could be tough when facing Lin Moyo because he was 3rd level Dao Venerable. But now with Zhao Dongxing and Giant Sword Dao Venerable, they couldn't be tough because they were 6th level Dao Venerables. At this time, Lin Moya's voice slowly sounded, "You can try to kill me if you want." The one who spoke earlier immediately said, "Human friend is joking. It was just a joke earlier, don't take it seriously." Lin Moya glanced at him, "What's your name?" The man immediately replied, "My name is Jin Huan." Now, his attitude was much better, unlike the same person as before. Lin Moya nodded slightly, "I'm Lin Moyo. What brings you here?" Jin Huan asked, "We're here on the clan elder's orders to ask what you're doing here." Lin Moya said, "Watching how the Blazing Divine Eagle clan is being exterminated." The 3's faces instantly changed. What did Lin Moya mean by this? From his words, it seemed he knew something. Jin Huan tried hard to put on a smile, "Friend Lin, do you know why the Blazing Divine Eagle clan is like this?" Lin Moya nodded slightly, "Of course I know. Yan Bei is acting on orders, exterminating the Blazing Divine Eagle clan." Jin Huan immediately asked, "Whose orders?" He didn't understand. As a clan second only to royal clans, and Yan Bei being an 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, who could order him? And to do something like exterminating his own clan, even if it were the Beast Emperor, Yan Bei might not necessarily obey such an order. Lin Moya said, "My orders, of course." Jin Huan's mouth twitched, "Friend Lin, you must be joking." Lin Moya said, this Lin never jokes. Jin Huan was completely speechless. He couldn't believe that Yin Bei would obey Lin Moya's orders to exterminate his own race. Although Lin Moya was strange and had two 6th-level Dao venerable human cultivators beside him, he seemed far from being able to command Yin Bei. Jin Huan and the other two unanimously believed Lin Moya was joking. At this time, Jin Yuan's voice sounded. What did you find out? Jin Huan could only report truthfully. He's called Lin Moya. He says he ordered clan leader Yin Bei to exterminate his own race. The next second, Jin Yuan shouted harshly, bullshit. He simply didn't believe Yin Bei would obey Lin Moya's orders. Jin Yuan was currently using all his strength to hold off Yin Bei and couldn't get away. Otherwise, he would certainly tell Lin Moya that there's a price to pay for telling tall tales. Jin Huan looked helpless. What could he do? This was the answer he got. He couldn't do anything to Lin Moya either. The man had two 6th-level Dao venerables protecting him, and they couldn't beat them in a fight. Finally, after half an hour of stalling, golden light flickered in the distance. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching from afar, arriving in the blink of an eye. Jin Huan's face broke into a smile. The Great Elder has arrived. Lin Moya had long sensed that a 9th-level Dao venerable powerhouse was coming, but judging from the aura alone, he seemed a few notches below the Golden Lion clan's leader. Even among 9th-level Dao venerables, there were big differences. The Great Elder was still thousands of li away, but a dazzling golden Dao had already arrived. A beam of golden light blasted into the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, heading straight for Yin Bei. Chapter 3087. Chapter 3087, 3087. Chapter 3087. No one can save the blazing Divine Eagle clan today. This beam of golden light came too fast. Even Lin Moya didn't have time to react, and neither did Yin Bei. The golden light slammed heavily into Yin Bei, blasting him hundreds of li away before he stopped. Yin Bei was a bloody mess, severely injured from soul to body. This attack came from a 9th-level Dao venerable, truly beyond what Yin Bei could withstand. If it were before, Yin Bei would probably need to heal immediately, or risk damaging his foundation. But now, it wasn't so troublesome. Lin Moya waved out a stream of life force, crossing space to fall on Yin Bei. Yin Bei's injuries immediately began to heal. Jin Yuan suddenly turned to look at Lin Moya, his eyes full of anger. What are you doing? Lin Moya smiled slightly, healing him, of course. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, you dare interfere in our clan's internal affairs. Lin Moya shook his head. Yin Bei is my man. He's injured, so naturally I as his master should heal him. Jin Yuan didn't believe Lin Moya's words at all and cursed, bullshit, I'll kill you. He turned to attack Lin Moya, but suddenly flames rose before him. Countless volcanoes erupted, spewing endless magma, blocking Jin Yuan's path. Golden light erupted from Jin Yuan's body, breaking through the magma, but Yin Bei appeared before him again at this moment. Jin Yuan could ignore the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, but he couldn't ignore Yin Bei. Lin Moya now turned to Jin Huan beside him and said, if I remember correctly, your clan's Great Elder is Jin Lan, right? Jin Huan nodded somewhat woodenly, yes. The three of them had been stunned by the scene just now. Lin Moya had healed Yin Bei, Jin Yuan wanted to kill Lin Moya, and Yin Bei had blocked Jin Yuan. Throughout the whole process, Lin Moya was calm and composed, not panicked or afraid at all. Moreover, he said he was Yin Bei's master, and Yin Bei didn't object at all. Jin Huan couldn't help but wonder if what Lin Moya said earlier was true. Could it be that Yin Bei really was exterminating his own race on Lin Moya's orders? No matter how he thought about it, this seemed impossible. For a moment, Jin Huan felt his brain was in chaos, unable to process it all. As he was lost in thought, Lin Moya mused to himself, in our human race, there's a flower called golden orchid, usually referring to beautiful women. It seems your great elder is a woman. Friend Jin Huan, is my guess correct? Jin Huan instinctively said, yes. Lin Moya continued, as far as I know, there are no orchids in beast territory. This means Great Elder Jin Lan must have been to human lands, or someone brought the flower here. Jin Huan instinctively shook his head again, not sure. How would he know about the Great Elder's affairs? And what was the point of what Lin Moya was saying? With his beast race mind, he couldn't understand at all. Finally, Jin Lan arrived. A woman with an extremely slender figure, wearing golden armor, appeared in the sky. Jin Lan had also taken human form, with only a few features of the Golden Lion clan remaining. Judging purely by appearance, she was indeed a beautiful woman. Her eyes carried a heroic spirit, and she exuded an aura that only comes from long holding a high position. The aura of a 9th-level Dao Venerable spread freely through heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made it hard to breathe. Stop! A crisp, feminine shout rang out. Jin Yuan was the first to stop. He had to listen to the Great Elder's words, but Yin Bei still ignored it. Whether Jin Yuan stopped or not, he continued attacking. Jin Lan wasn't his Great Elder. He didn't care what she said. Jin Yuan retreated, and Yin Bei pursued fiercely. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, damn it, you're just a madman. I told you to stop, didn't you hear? Yin Bei didn't listen at all, as if he were deaf. At this moment, a light voice transmitted into the formation, Yin Bei, stop. Hearing this, Yin Bei immediately stopped, no longer attacking. Only now did Jin Yuan finally confirm that Yin Bei really was listening to Lin Moya. He looked at Lin Moya, murderous intent surging, it really was you. Lin Moya said, I told you before. You just didn't believe it. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, you think I won't kill you? Lin Moya shook his head, you can try. At this time, Jin Lan said softly, Jin Yuan, withdraw from the formation first. Clearly Jin Lan had great authority in the clan. Upon hearing her words, Jin Yuan immediately withdrew from the formation. Jinlan stood outside the formation, looking at Lin Moyo. Human friend, you say Yan Bei is obeying your orders to exterminate his own clan. Lin Moyo admitted frankly, that's right. Jinlan's eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. Why are you doing this? Lin Moyo said, Yan Bei wanted to kill me, but I turned the tables on him. Is there a problem? Beside them, Jin Yuan's killing intent boiled. Bullshit. Before he could finish, Jinlan silenced him with a look. Although there was killing intent in Jinlan's eyes, she didn't take immediate action. She said softly, how did you control Yan Bei? Lin Moyo smiled, do you think I would tell you? The killing intent in Jinlan's eyes grew stronger. I asked the wrong question. Yan Bei wanted to kill you, but why did you make Yan Bei exterminate his clan? Yan Bei offended you, not the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Lin Moyo smiled, may I ask, what is Yan Bei's position? Jinlan said softly, the clan leader of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Lin Moyo said, since he's the clan leader, he represents the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. He wanted to kill me, so I made him exterminate the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Is there a problem? For a moment, Jinlan was at a loss for words. Indeed, Yan Bei's position was different. His actions represented not just himself, but his entire race. Jinlan said sharply, even so, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan shouldn't be exterminated entirely. Lin Moyo said, whether it should or shouldn't be, everyone has their own standards. If I think it should be done, what others say doesn't matter. We humans have a saying, repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring, but if someone offends me by an inch, I'll exterminate their entire clan. Jinlan was stunned for a moment. She had heard the first half of this saying before, but never the second half. However, she had to admit, Lin Moyo had a point. Whether something should or shouldn't be done, everyone has their own standards. It's not for others to say. This also showed that this human before her was a madman. Jinlan sighed, since you won't tell us how you control Yan Bei, and we can't watch Yan Bei exterminate his clan, in that case, we can only kill you. Lin Moyo shook his head, you can't kill me, and you can't stop me either. Today, no one can save the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Jinlan condensed heavy golden light in her palm, and a golden Dao appeared in the sky. The pressure of a 9th level Dao Venerable pressed down, covering heaven and earth. She looked at Lin Moyo, killing you won't be difficult. Lin Moyo showed no fear. He flipped his palm, and a Beast Emperor flower appeared in his hand. As the Beast Emperor flower appeared, a powerful and noble aura spread out. Even Jinlan's 9th level Dao Venerable pressure couldn't stop this aura. Lin Moyo looked at Jinlan, do you recognize this? Jinlan drew a sharp breath, biting out 3 words through clenched teeth, Beast Emperor flower. Lin Moyo smiled, not bad eyesight. Do you know what the Beast Emperor flower represents? How could Jinlan not know? Although the Beast Emperor flower didn't represent the Beast Emperor's personal presence, it did represent that Lin Moyo was someone the Beast Emperor valued. Giving out a Beast Emperor flower was telling everyone that this person couldn't be touched by anyone. Chapter 3088. Chapter 3088, 3088. Chapter 3088, Beast Emperor, this Lin has something to discuss. The golden light in Jinlan's hand gradually dissipated, and the golden Dao in the sky also disappeared. Facing Lin Moyo who held the Beast Emperor flower, she indeed couldn't and didn't dare to kill him. If she killed Lin Moyo, the Beast Emperor would surely be enraged. At best, she would die. At worst, the entire Golden Lion clan would be finished. Jinlan gritted her teeth and said softly, how did you obtain the Beast Emperor flower? Lin Moyo smiled, you seem quite intelligent, how can you ask such a question? The Beast Emperor flower was naturally given by the Beast Emperor. Could I have stolen it? Jinlan also thought to herself that she was being a bit stupid. Even if you have the Beast Emperor flower and I can't kill you, we still can't let Yan Bei destroy the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. The implication was that she still had to stop Yan Bei, and the method was simple, just kill Yan Bei. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan had already suffered heavy losses, with most of its members dead, no longer a force to be reckoned with. If Yan Bei died too, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan would fall sharply. Even after thousands of years, it would be difficult to recover. But at least the Blazing Divine Eagle clan would still exist, with a chance to recover someday. And if this matter got out, where would their beast race put their face? Jinlan's eyes shifted slightly, how about this, you kill Yan Bei, and we'll let this matter rest. As for the remaining Blazing Divine Eagle clan members, why not spare them? Lin Moyo shook his head, we humans have a saying, if you don't remove the roots when cutting grass, it will grow again in the spring wind. So when I do things, I make sure to kill everyone, leaving no one behind. Otherwise, thousands of years later, if people from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan come to cause trouble for me, I'm not afraid. But if my subordinates or descendants are harmed, that wouldn't be worth it. Jinlan understood. Lin Moyo was iron-hearted, determined to exterminate the entire clan. Jinlan thought for a moment and continued, you should know that if we intervene, we can completely save most of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan members. Lin Moyo said, you certainly can save them, but that would make you my enemy. The friends of enemies are also enemies. When this 10,000 volcanoes great formation appears in the Golden Lion clan's territory, don't regret it. Lin Moyo's words were a clear threat. He was plainly telling everyone that whoever dares to save the Blazing Divine Eagle clan would be making an enemy of him. Perhaps for saving 100 people, they would lose the lives of 10,000 of their own clan members. Whether it's worth it or not, they should consider carefully. The friends of enemies are enemies. Lin Moyo had already said this much, leaving no room for retreat. Jin Yuan's anger burst out of his nose as he shouted, kid, you're too arrogant. Lin Moyo chuckled, arrogant? I don't think so. Don't think you're so great just because you're an 8th level Dao Venerable. Yan Bei is also 8th level Dao Venerable, and look what happened to him. Want to bet I can make you slaughter your own clan members too? His casual tone made Jin Yuan's whole body go cold. Lin Moya's smile looked somewhat creepy. Although Yan Bei's strength wasn't as good as his own, he was indeed also 8th level Dao Venerable. Yet Lin Moya could control him through some strange means, making him slaughter his own clan members. Naturally, Lin Moya would have ways to control him too. If he were controlled to slaughter his own clan members, the consequences were unimaginable. Lin Moya smiled. Well, do you still want to stop me? Jin Lan looked troubled. This Lin Moya fellow was too difficult to deal with. Since they started talking, she had been at a disadvantage the whole time. If she had known this would happen, she should have killed Lin Moya right away, not letting him take out the Beast Emperor flower. But now, she really couldn't move against Lin Moya. Jin Lan took a deep breath. Friend, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? Lin Moya shook his head. No negotiation. I said, today no one can save the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, even if the Beast Emperor comes personally, it's useless. His words were getting bigger and bigger, even saying it would be useless if the Beast Emperor came personally. Just as Jin Lan was about to speak, suddenly a beam of golden light shot over from the distance. The clan leader is here. Jin Yuan said softly. Jin Lan also knew her clan leader had arrived. Her eyes shifted, perhaps there was still a turning point in this matter. The golden light shot over from afar, stopping beside Jin Lan, revealing a majestic figure entirely golden in color. The current clan leader of the Golden Lion clan, Jin Mia. Jin Mia saw Lin Moya and was slightly stunned, then put on a smile. So it's friend Lin. Lin Moya smiled. Clan leader Jin Mia, long time no see. Looks like you've been doing well. Jin Mia smiled. Just average. Friend Lin, when you went to see the Beast Emperor before, if you have nothing else to do afterwards, you can come to our clan as a guest. Let this clan leader fulfill the duties of a host. Lin Moya smiled. That's not urgent. Let's deal with the current matter first. Regarding the current matter, Jin Mia turned to Jin Lan. Great Elder, what exactly is going on? Jin Lan immediately explained the situation here to Jin Mia. Jin Mia's eyes also showed a troubled look. As a royal clan, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan could be considered their little brother. If their little brother was about to be wiped out, he as the big brother naturally couldn't ignore it. But he also couldn't ignore the Beast Emperor flower in Lin Moya's hand. He had to intervene, but he couldn't afford to offend. Jin Mia thought for a moment before speaking. Friend Lin, do you really have to wipe out the Blazing Divine Eagle clan today? Lin Moya nodded slightly. Certainly. Jin Mia said, in that case, may I ask friend Lin to wait a moment? This clan leader would like to consult the Beast Emperor. What does friend Lin think? As the leader of a royal clan, Jin Mia had the right to directly contact the Beast Emperor in some special situations. Lin Moya said, all right. Jin Mia immediately began contacting the Beast Emperor. He took out a petal, also from the Beast Emperor flower, refined by the Beast Emperor. However, Jin Mia only had one petal in his hand, while Lin Moya had an entire flower. The petal was activated, glowing brightly. Jin Mia explained the general situation here to the petal. This kind of contact was one way. Jin Mia wasn't sure when the Beast Emperor would respond. If the Beast Emperor was busy, there might be no response for days. Unfortunately, after several minutes, there was still no response from the Beast Emperor. Jin Mia didn't know what to do for a moment, his expression as complex as his current mood. Lin Moya looked at Jin Mia. Clan leader Jin Mia, let me contact him. As he spoke, he also activated the Beast Emperor flower. If a petal could contact the Beast Emperor, his complete Beast Emperor flower should be able to as well. The Beast Emperor flower radiated brilliant light, a powerful and noble aura shooting straight to the sky. Lin Moya said softly, Beast Emperor, this Lin has something to discuss. His tone startled everyone. They were all extremely respectful towards the Beast Emperor, but Lin Moya was speaking as an equal. Jin Mia said softly, friend Lin, it's better to be more respectful towards the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya shook his head. You need to, I don't. Just as he finished speaking, the Beast Emperor's voice suddenly sounded from the Beast Emperor flower. Friend Lin, what matter do you have for this emperor? Lin Moya said, it's not something that can be explained in a word or two. It's better if you come over. The Beast Emperor said, alright, this emperor's avatar will arrive immediately. Lin Moya said to Jin Mia, alright, the Beast Emperor will be here soon. I'll speak to him directly. Clan leader Jin Mia doesn't need to be troubled anymore. Jin Mia hurriedly said, that's good, that's good. Chapter 3089. Chapter 3089, 3089. Chapter 3089. Thank you, friend Lin, for acting on this emperor's behalf. Jin Mia's mood was extremely complex at this moment. He could no longer understand what kind of relationship Lin Moya had with the Beast Emperor. The lofty Beast Emperor, respected by billions of Beast race members, actually spoke to Lin Moya as an equal. He, a royal clan leader in top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse, trembled in fear when seeing the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya was only 3rd level Dao Venerable, and a human at that. What qualifications did he have? But he could only keep these words in his heart, not daring to say half a word. At this time, Jin Lan said softly, if this matter is left to the Beast Emperor to handle, that would be fine. At least we don't have to worry about it. Jin Mia nodded, I think so too. Let's leave it to the Beast Emperor to decide. Jin Lan's voice became even lower. I'm just curious how this person controlled Yan Bei. Jin Mia said, this world is vast, with countless secret techniques. Although we're almost at the peak, there are still many things we don't understand about this world. Humans have no bloodlines and are born weak. yet they can stand on equal footing with us beast races. They produce geniuses in every generation and have countless secret techniques. It's not surprising they can achieve this. Jean Nia was actually very curious too, but as the clan leader, he still had to save face and find a reason to explain it away. Jinlan said, "Clan leader, how did you come to know this friend Lin?" Jean Nia recounted what had happened in the Icefire secret realm before. Actually, he hadn't interacted much with Lin Moyo, and much of the information came from others. At that time, Lei Tian had come, bringing the Beast Emperor's order to take Lin Moyo away. He knew the Beast Emperor wanted to see Lin Moyo. The fact that the mighty Beast Emperor wanted to see a human was enough to make him pay attention. Add to that the Beast Emperor flower, and naturally he was very polite to Lin Moyo. After hearing Jean Nia's words, Jean Lan said, "Even those fellows from the 100 Herbs Alliance wanted to kill him. It seems he's really good at causing trouble." Jean Nia deeply agreed. Lin Moyo was indeed quite good at stirring up trouble. Just a moment later, ripples suddenly appeared in the distant space. Space distorted repeatedly, then a figure appeared in mid-air. Mist enveloped him, hiding his true appearance. But he emitted an extremely noble aura, seeming to have surpassed one limit and reached another level. The Great Dao Realm was an unfathomable level for Dao Venerables. In the Origin continent, even if all 9th level Dao Venerables were tied together, they would struggle to contend with a Great Dao Realm being. As the Beast Emperor arrived, Jean Nia, Jean Lan, Jean Yuan and others all knelt down, shouting in unison, "This subordinate pays respects to the Beast Emperor." The Beast Emperor was the master of the Northern Continent. All beast races in the Northern Continent were the Beast Emperor's subordinates. The Beast Emperor nodded, "Rise, no need to kneel." After speaking, his gaze fell on Lin Moyo. "Friend Lin, this emperor has arrived." Lin Moyo smiled, "Beast Emperor, you came quite fast." The Beast Emperor chuckled, "This is the Northern Continent. This emperor has avatars arranged in various places. No matter which corner friend Lin is in, this emperor can arrive in an instant." Then his gaze swept over, seeing the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation and the Blazing Divine Eagle clan with over half its members dead or injured. At this moment, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan members were gathered together, kneeling on the ground, trembling. The Beast Emperor said, "What happened?" Lin Moyo said, "It's actually a simple matter. Yan Bei wanted to kill me, but I turned the tables on him. I ordered him to exterminate the Blazing Divine Eagle clan." Even the Beast Emperor was inwardly shocked. Killing, revenge, counter-killing, these things were common in the beast races. Even clan extermination sometimes occurred. But someone doing it like Lin Moyo, even the Beast Emperor was seeing it for the first time. The Beast Emperor didn't know what methods Lin Moyo had used to control Yan Bei. He just felt Lin Moyo was becoming increasingly mysterious. Lin Moyo smiled and said, "Beast Emperor, you say, has what this Lin did gone too far?" "This." The Beast Emperor found it difficult to answer for a moment. He wanted to ask, "Isn't it too much?" But he couldn't say it. If he did, his friendship with Lin Moyo would be over. Thinking of the Icefire Dao Stone still in Lin Moyo's possession, the Beast Emperor couldn't answer. Lin Moyo beckoned, "Beast Emperor, there's something I need to tell you privately." The Beast Emperor's gaze focused slightly. He immediately descended beside Lin Moyo. "What is it?" Mist spread out, enveloping the two of them, isolating them from the outside. Lin Moyo smiled, "Your Northern Continent is not very peaceful. Some people seem to no longer want to be obedient subjects." The Beast Emperor was stunned. "Why does friend Lin say this?" Lin Moyo handed a jade tablet to the Beast Emperor. "See for yourself. I'll explain as you look." The jade tablet recorded some events that happened after Yan Bei came back, tore open space, and tried to capture Lin Moyo into a secret realm. Lin Moyo also voiced his guesses at the same time. Yan Bei used the secret realm space, attempting to deceive the Beast Emperor and kill Lin Moyo. This method, plus the black-robed figure that appeared later, already indicated the existence of a force in the Northern Continent. This force was against the Beast Emperor, hidden very deeply. The Beast Emperor hadn't discovered it in all these years. Hearing of such a force, the Beast Emperor's killing intent was already boiling. As the master of the Northern Continent, what he couldn't tolerate most was someone wanting to rebel against him, but he obviously wasn't very concerned. As long as he put some effort in, he could dig out that force and eradicate it completely. The Beast Emperor believed more in fists. As long as his fist was big enough, any force would be like clay chickens and pottery dogs. But at this time, Lin Moyo gave him another bombshell, although I'm not very certain, that black-robed figure was on the path of Dao patterns. What? The Beast Emperor's mist roiled. This news truly shocked him. The path of Dao patterns wasn't the path that current Dao venerables in the Origin continent cultivated. The reason the Beast Emperor wasn't concerned was because in the Origin continent, there were basically no Dao venerables on the path of Dao patterns. With the current cultivation methods of those Dao venerables, even if they could surpass 9th level Dao venerable, they would only be the weakest Great Dao realm beings, and unable to advance further in their lifetime. The Beast Emperor didn't take this kind of Great Dao realm seriously. But if they were on the path of Dao patterns, once they became Great Dao realm, they could very possibly threaten him. This was unacceptable to the Beast Emperor. Lin Moyo smiled, "Do you still think I went too far?" The Beast Emperor's killing intent grew stronger. Yan Bei had connections with those people, able to borrow treasures from them, intending to kill you. Then other people in the Blazing Divine Eagle clan might also have connections with those people. This clan deserves it. Thank you, friend Lin, for acting on this emperor's behalf. The Beast Emperor's answer greatly satisfied Lin Moyo. This was exactly the answer he wanted. The Beast Emperor's personality was very cautious. When he learned that Yin Bei was involved with those people, he would naturally think of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. So Lin Moya deliberately guided the Beast Emperor's thoughts using this. He himself actually didn't care about this. He only cared whether the Blazing Divine Eagle clan would cause trouble for him or his forces thousands of years later. So, cutting the grass and digging up the roots was the best method. However, the arrival of the Golden Lion clan was unexpected. But it didn't matter that they came. The overall situation wouldn't change, and he wouldn't stop. The Beast Emperor dispersed the mist. He returned to mid-air, his majestic voice resounding through heaven and earth. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan, intending to betray the beast race and betray this emperor, deserves extermination. Chapter 3090. Chapter 3090, 3090. Chapter 3090, the ancient battle secret realm will open. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan, intending to betray the beast race and betray the beast emperor, deserves extermination. The beast emperor's golden words directly condemned the Blazing Divine Eagle clan to hell. In the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation, those Blazing Divine Eagle clan members who had survived looked ashen, no longer harboring any hope. They had no chance to explain, and the beast emperor wouldn't give them a chance. This was the stark reality of the northern continent, and the cruelty of the entire origin continent. Might makes right. The beast emperor had the biggest fist here, so his words were truth. Countless beast race members would only obey, not oppose. On top of Beast Emperor Mountain in the northern continent, the Beast Emperor's statue simultaneously glowed and manifested divinity. Countless beast race members prostrate themselves on the ground, kowtowing to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor manifesting divinity happened only once in countless years. Those who could witness it were blessed with 3 lifetimes of good fortune. The Beast Emperor's statue had no facial features, like the Beast Emperor himself, always shrouded in mist. At this moment, the mist rose hazily, enveloping mountains and forests. A noble yet terrifying aura flowed freely through heaven and earth. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan, intending to betray the beast race and betray this emperor, deserves extermination. The Beast Emperor's words became the highest decree in the northern continent, rapidly spreading throughout the entire northern continent. From this moment on, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was finished. No clan would dare shelter the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Not only would they not dare shelter them, but when they saw Blazing Divine Eagle clan members, they would only ruthlessly hunt them down. Not just in the northern continent, but if beast race members in other continents saw Blazing Divine Eagle clan members, they would also directly attack and kill them. After this incident, even if the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had survivors, they would become like rats in the street, living in constant fear. Just like the sole progenitor beast clan, hiding here and there, they would be targets of pursuit wherever they went. However, they weren't completely without options. They could still go to the Buddhist race. Perhaps some ancient Buddha in the Buddhist race would take them in. But once they entered the Buddhist race, they would become slaves and puppets of the Buddhist race, with no more freedom to speak of. Lin Moyo mused to himself, this is karma, isn't it? They hunted the sole progenitor beasts, but ended up with their clan destroyed, and finally have to hide everywhere just like the sole progenitor beasts. At this moment, Lin Moya seemed to have gained a new understanding of the cause and effect Tao. Various illusory Taos both exist independently and are interconnected. Changes in the cause and effect Tao affect fate, and changes in the fate Tao affect cause and effect. For the Blazing Divine Eagle clan to kill sole progenitor beasts, they needed enough fate to bear this karmic consequence. If before, the sole progenitor beast's fate wasn't good, after developing a relationship with him, the sole progenitor beast's fate changed. To obtain the sole progenitor beasts, one needed even more fate to withstand the backlash. Otherwise, even if they obtained the sole progenitor beasts, without enough fate, they would still fail, turning fate into calamity. Calamity then affected the cause and effect Tao, which in turn affected the fate Tao. Ultimately for the Blazing Divine Eagle clan, it meant fate's destruction and the clan's annihilation. In the most common human terms, it meant the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's destiny wasn't strong enough, they weren't qualified to obtain the sole progenitor beasts. The 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation began operating again, and the Blazing Divine Eagle clan members met their final fate. This time, the 4 Golden Lion clan Tao venerables didn't intervene again. They didn't dare disobey the Beast Emperor's words, unless they didn't want their own clan to continue existing. In the northern continent, the Beast Emperor was heaven. Not just them as a royal clan, but even if all royal clans united, they wouldn't dare rebel. The Beast Emperor said to Lin Moyu, friend Lin, when you have free time, come back to the Beast Emperor Palace and stay for a few days. Lin Moya smiled, I'll definitely come when I have time. With a distortion of space, the Beast Emperor's figure dissipated. After the Beast Emperor left, clan leader Jean Nia flew to Lin Moya's front. Friend Lin, where are you planning to go next? Lin Moya smiled, I haven't decided yet. Does clan leader Jean Nia have something? Jean Nia said, if friend Lin has nothing else to do, you can come rest at our clan for a few days. It just so happens that in a few days, it will be the opening of our beast race's ancient battle secret realm. If friend Lin is interested, you can go in and take a look. Lin Moya's eyes lit up slightly, the ancient battle secret realm is opening. Jean Nia said, that's right. Lin Moya revealed a slight smile, what a coincidence, I've run into the ancient battle secret realm that opens once every 1,000 years. Seeing Lin Moya somewhat moved, Jean Nia quickly said, yes, friend Lin has encountered a secret realm that opens once every 1,000 years. This might be friend Lin's destined opportunity. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony, if that's the case, after matters here are concluded, I'll come trouble clan leader Jean Nia. Jean Nia's face was full of smiles, it's no trouble, no trouble. It's our clan's honor for friend Lin to come. The ancient battle secret realm was very famous, and Lin Moya naturally knew about it. In the information he had obtained, there was a lot about the ancient battle secret realm. The ancient battle secret realm was different from other secret realms. Other secret realms were self-contained spaces, looking small from the outside but with vast internal spaces. The ancient battle secret realm could also be a self-contained space, and its internal space could also be vast. Besides this, the ancient battle secret realm had some characteristics that other secret realms didn't possess. The ancient battle secret realm was located in a special area in the center of the northern continent. This area had a diameter of over 1,000,000 li and was once an ancient battlefield. Within the entire ancient battlefield, there were many secret realm entrances. These secret realms were the ancient battle secret realms. The ancient battle secret realm didn't refer to a single secret realm, but to the group of secret realms in the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was usually covered by a powerful and special force, and no one could enter. The Beast Emperor once said that if he wanted to force his way into the ancient battlefield, naturally there wouldn't be a problem. But the ancient battlefield would collapse because of this, and the ancient battle secret realms inside would also collapse simultaneously, and it might even affect the entire northern continent. So the Beast Emperor didn't force his way in. As for 9th level Dao Venerables, they also couldn't enter when the secret realm wasn't open. Only when the secret realm opened could cultivators enter the ancient battlefield and enter the ancient battle secret realms. It was said that there were countless ancient battle secret realms, distributed in various places. Each ancient battle secret realm was different. What one could obtain after entering the secret realm depended on each person's destiny. Some ancient battle secret realms had very small spaces, small enough to see everything at a glance. If there were treasures, they could be obtained directly. Some ancient battle secret realms had very large spaces, no different from ordinary secret realms. A lot of exploration was needed to obtain treasures. Some ancient battle secret realms were very dangerous, and those who entered would face 9 deaths in 1 life. Every time the ancient battle secret realms opened, quite a few people died inside. Most interestingly, some ancient battle secret realms weren't secret realms at all. They looked exactly like the entrances to other secret realms, but were actually teleportation formations. After entering, one would be teleported to some special places. These places were often more dangerous, and very few people could come out alive. In short, in the ancient battle secret realms, there were opportunities and dangers. Everything depended on each person's destiny. Lin Moya hadn't expected his timing to be so coincidental. Since that was the case, he naturally wanted to go take a look. Half a day later, the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation finally closed completely. The formation's power devoured everything. From now on, there would be no more Blazing Divine Eagle clan in the Origin continent. Under the Beast Emperor's orders, those Blazing Divine Eagle clan members who had survived also had nowhere to go. When Yin Bei withdrew the formation, Jean Nia said, "Friend Lin, shall we go?" Lin Moya shook his head. "There's still one thing. Wait a moment." Chapter 3091. Chapter 3091, 3091. Chapter 3091, Purple Gold City, the box in the secret space pearl. The 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation disappeared. The 300,000 li of land that originally belonged to the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had become scorched earth. The Blazing Divine Eagle clan was of the fire attribute, cultivating the fire Dao. Originally, their clan territory was a high-temperature sea of fire. But now, this land had been engulfed by an even more powerful sea of fire. Above the scorched earth were raging flames and rivers of flowing magma. Lin Moya flew down, coming to the former capital of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. Divine Eagle City had turned into ruins. Only traces of what once was could be found in the scorched earth. Lin Moya landed in the ruins, coming to a magma lake. There should have been many statues here before, made of red copper, representing the powerful clan members of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's past. But now, all the red copper had melted, turning this place into a magma lake. Lin Moya came to the magma lake and then plunged in. The magma was like clear water to him, unable to harm him at all. After more than 10 seconds, the magma lake erupted with waves of fire. Lin Moya burst out of the magma. When he came out, there was an additional pearl in his hand. This pearl was about half a fist big, neither metal nor jade, emitting a hazy color. Just the fact that it could remain unharmed in the magma was enough to prove its extraordinariness. Jean Nia finally knew what Lin Moya had gone to do. So friend Lin discovered a secret space pearl. Lin Moya smiled. Yes, such a good thing naturally shouldn't be wasted. Jean Nia said, although the secret space pearl is good, what the Blazing Divine Eagle clan put into the secret space pearl is obviously better. Friend Lin's observation is meticulous. Jean Nia admires it. Even he hadn't discovered the existence of the secret space pearl, but Lin Moya had. Clearly, Lin Moya's powers of observation had surpassed his. Lin Moya smiled, just good luck. He put away the secret space pearl. He'd look at it later, no rush. Jean Nia and the others took Lin Moya towards the Golden Lion clan. Jean Nia waved out a treasure, which transformed into a huge golden male lion. Everyone rode the Golden Lion towards Purple Gold City. The capital of the Golden Lion clan was called Purple Gold City. Because in the Golden Lion clan, there was a legend that said their ancestor wasn't entirely golden. Their ancestor had an area on its head that was purple gold in color. Later, due to bloodline degeneration, they became the Golden Lion clan. If their bloodline could return to its peak state, they should be called the Purple Gold Lion clan. So, their capital was called Purple Gold City, containing the hope of every Golden Lion clan member, the hope that their bloodline could return to its former peak, becoming a great existence like their ancestor. Purple Gold City was magnificent, with a diameter exceeding 10,000 li. 100-meter-tall lion statues could be seen everywhere in the city. The city was bustling with beasts coming and going. As a royal clan, there were many large and small clans in their jurisdiction. These small clans all depended on the Golden Lion clan. They would regularly come to Purple Gold City to conduct trade, each taking what they needed. Besides this, there were also many traveling merchant beasts and humans. After entering the city, Lin Moya saw quite a few humans, more than he had seen in Purple Tiger City. The Golden Lion clan had a better temper than the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, so more people were willing to come here to do business, making Purple Gold City much more prosperous than Purple Tiger City. Jean Nia introduced Purple Gold City to Lin Moyo, joking, "Mr. Lin, don't you find it strange that Purple Gold City and Purple Tiger City only differ by one word?" Lin Moya said, "In our human race, there are many cities with the same name. Differing by one word is very normal." Jean Nia laughed, "That's humans. Our beast race cities won't have the same names." It's said that back then, our clan's ancestor and the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's ancestor were life and death friends. Our clan's ancestor was called Purple Gold Lion, while the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's ancestor was called Purple Thunder Tiger. The two ancestors both established capitals, and later both disappeared. It's really puzzling. Lin Moya thought of that great battle. The ancestors disappearing together, most likely they had died in battle. Quite a few great Dao realm beings had died back then. Lin Moya said, "I remember, you can try to contact your ancestor through your bloodline." Jean Nia said, "We've tried long ago." There was no response. No response most likely meant they were already dead. Jean Nia arranged a not small courtyard for Lin Moya to rest in. There were many servants in the courtyard, all from various small clans. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they were all obedient and clever. If Lin Moya needed anything, he could have them take care of it. Now there were still a few days until the ancient battle secret realm opened. No need to rush. There was an artificial lake in the courtyard, full of flowers. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the courtyard, refreshing the mind. These flowers weren't ordinary flowers. They were a kind called green wind lotus. They grew in water and could emit a special fragrance. After smelling it, it could make one's thoughts clear and had some effect in speeding up cultivation. Lin Moya sat in a pavilion in the center of the lake, taking out the secret space pearl he had obtained from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. The secret space pearl was made from a special spatial material called secret space gold. Essentially, it was a storage-type treasure, because it contained an independent space. There were many spatial materials. General storage treasures would use them, but secret space gold was very rare and extremely expensive. When refining storage treasures, adding just a bit of secret space gold could greatly increase the storage space and also increase its strength. If it was made entirely of secret space gold, it could be refined into a secret space pearl. The internal space would be extremely solid. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable would find it difficult to destroy. Generally, only some royal clans would have secret space pearls, used to store some extremely valuable things. These things were often the foundations of royal clans. Jean Nia hadn't expected the Blazing Divine Eagle clan to possess a secret space pearl, because even their Golden Lion clan only had one secret space pearl. The secret space pearl had withstood the burning of the 10,000 volcanoes Great Formation without being destroyed, finally falling into Lin Moya's hands. Lin Moya had discovered this secret space pearl through his keen sensing ability and the Space Dao's perception of space. With the Blazing Divine Eagle clan exterminated, the secret space pearl had become ownerless. Lin Moya easily activated it with a movement of his soul power. The internal situation of the secret space pearl appeared before Lin Moya's eyes. There weren't many things inside, but every item was of excellent quality. Whether materials or treasures, they were at least 7th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moya saw some ice attribute treasures. Needless to say, these treasures came from the Ice Demon Lizard clan, spoils of war from the Blazing Divine Eagle clan's past. Beast race treasures were different from human race treasures. Even if he brought them back to Yudao City, they wouldn't be of much use. But after all, they were high-level treasures. Selling them to the third ancestor could fetch a good price. It counted as one of the gains. The space in the secret space pearl seems inferior to my storage space. Lin Moya felt the space inside the secret space pearl, feeling that the space inside was inferior to his own storage space. After rummaging through everything, besides things that could be sold for money, the only truly useful things were some origin crystals. Until finally, in a corner of the space, Lin Moya suddenly discovered 2 boxes. The boxes were also made of a special material, with formations inscribed on them. Formations? Interesting. Let me see what's inside. Chapter 3092. Chapter 3092, 3092. Chapter 3092, The Not Quite Dead Prehistoric Star-Lord. Actually, the most valuable thing in the entire Blazing Divine Eagle clan should be the Origin Spirit Vein underground. But an Origin Spirit Vein isn't something you can just take. At least Lin Moya currently didn't have the ability to directly take away the 7th grade Origin Spirit Vein. Even if the heaven-devouring rat Little 3 came, it would take a lot of time to refine a 7th grade Origin Spirit Vein. Moreover, this Origin Spirit Vein belonged to the northern continent. Destroying the Blazing Divine Eagle clan was one thing, but digging up someone's Origin Spirit Vein was something no one would agree to. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Moya was, he couldn't do such a thing. So at that time, after getting the secret space pearl, he left very decisively, without looking back. He took out 2 boxes from the secret space pearl. Lin Moya carefully examined them, while studying the formations on them. The material of these boxes is somewhat special, seems to be some kind of ancient jade, but different from ordinary ancient jade. They should be very old. The formations are also ancient, probably not things from the current era. After obtaining these 2 boxes, the Blazing Divine Eagle clan must have studied them, but they couldn't understand the formations on them. Afraid of damaging the items inside, they couldn't open them. What could be inside? Lin Moya judged that the boxes should be from prehistoric times, and the things inside should be very valuable. The formations on the boxes were very complex. Although not strong, if you couldn't find the right method, you couldn't open the boxes. After studying for half a day, Lin Moya finally analyzed the method to activate the formation. He drew a rune, which was very peculiar, different from other runes. The rune itself had no meaning. It was just a key to activate the formation. Lin Moya controlled the rune to approach the box. Seeming to sense the rune's approach, the formation on the box suddenly flickered with faint light. Then a projection appeared on the box. In a very inconspicuous corner of the projection, there was a gap. Lin Moya compared and inserted the rune he had drawn into this gap. The formation quickly became complete. The originally static formation suddenly began to operate. Lin Moya had seen prehistoric formations more than once. He felt that prehistoric formations always had an artistic sense. Unlike today's formations, even when he set up perfect formations, they didn't have this feeling. If forced to compare, prehistoric formations, while fulfilling their functions, were like exquisite works of art. While today's formations, although they could achieve corresponding functions, had lost that artistic sense. Lin Moya believed that not only he had this feeling, but all formation grandmasters above 7th grade would have it. Crack! After operating for a while, the formation's light faded, and the box opened in response. The tightly closed box revealed a crack, and then a strange aura transmitted from the box. Lin Moya frowned, his eye showing slight surprise, the aura of the Tao. He carefully opened the box and saw a fragment. The fragment was illusory, constantly changing between illusion and reality, appearing and disappearing. On the fragment, the aura of the Tao emanated. Lin Moya could judge at a glance that this semi-virtual, semi-real object belonged to the Great Tao realm. As for which Tao it was, what this thing actually was, Lin Moya didn't know. He tried to communicate with his soul, but found it had no effect. He reached out to take it, but before he could touch it, his fingers were repelled by an invisible force. He tried many methods, but couldn't even make contact. Lin Moya knew his realm was still too weak, not qualified to touch it. Just like the Icefire Tao Stone, if he didn't know the correct sealing method, if he didn't have a unique storage space, he similarly couldn't touch it. Things of the Great Tao realm weren't something ordinary Tao venerables could touch. Lin Moya closed this box again and put it into his storage space, then opened the second box. The formation was the same, and the method to open it was the same. As soon as the second box was opened, a powerful force emanated from it. This force also belonged to the Great Tao realm, but Lin Moya was very familiar with it. In the box lay a small flying sword only as long as a finger. The 1,000 Stars Tao naturally appeared, resonating with the flying sword in the box. This is a legacy item of some Star Lord. It's a very powerful Star Lord, more powerful than the Star Lord legacies I obtained before. In the 1,000 Stars Tao, more than 10 stars had already been lit up. These stars all represented a Star Lord legacy. Lin Moya had established an organization called the 1,000 Stars Hall in Yudao City, selecting suitable candidates to release the Star Lord legacies. Because of the existence of the 1,000 Stars Tao, all those chosen by the 1,000 Stars Hall couldn't possibly betray him. He had absolute power over these Star Lord inheritors, to do as he pleased. Now, he would have one more Star Lord legacy. Lin Moya took out this small sword and placed it into the 1,000 Stars Tao. The 1,000 Stars Tao shook continuously, the entire 1,000 Stars Tao glowing. A brand new Star Lord star quickly appeared and formed. The star illuminated half of the 1,000 Stars Tao, while emitting a powerful aura. In the 1,000 Stars Tao, Star Lord legacies were also divided into different levels, and this newly appeared Star Lord star was at the very top. No star was on par with it. It told everyone how strong it was. As the star took its place, just when Lin Moya thought everything was over, suddenly a sharp sword appeared from the star. Then, Lin Moya heard a sound similar to a heartbeat. Not a real heartbeat, but the heartbeat of a soul. The heartbeat came from the 1,000 Stars Tao, from the Star Lord star that had just taken its place. The undead eye opened, suddenly seeing that within this star, a soul flame was pulsing. Every pulse of the soul flame would transmit a sound similar to a heartbeat. This Star Lord isn't dead. His soul is recovering. Lin Moya suddenly realized that this powerful Star Lord hadn't truly perished. He had always retained a remnant soul, waiting countless years, always waiting to return to the 1,000 Stars Tao. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, showing a thoughtful expression. Now, he had the ability to help this Star Lord, but should he help? He didn't know this Star Lord's nature. If he helped him, how would he treat Lin Moya when he recovered? Now Lin Moya was in control of the 1,000 Stars Tao. Lin Moya knew that the struggle for the Tao was very cruel. If this Star Lord wanted to compete for the position of Tao Master of the 1,000 Stars Tao, what would he do to Lin Moya? Based on this reasoning, he shouldn't save him, and should even destroy the soul, then find someone new to inherit the Star Lord position. But if his guess was wrong, if the Star Lord couldn't compete for the Tao Master position, or even if he would obey Lin Moya, that would become a rare helper. To have survived from prehistoric times until now, his strength was imaginable. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moya made a decision. He decided to take a gamble, perhaps gaining a powerful helper. A stream of life force merged into the 1,000 Stars Tao, entering the star, helping his soul recover. Then, a spirit flower flew out, blooming to envelop the star. The spirit flower was consumed rapidly, much faster than usual. With the help of the spirit flower, the recovery speed of the soul in the star increased slightly. But whether life force or spirit flower, their level was a bit low, while the soul in the star was too powerful, belonging to the great Tao realm, so the healing effect was average. But Lin Moya didn't mind. If one wasn't enough, use 10. If 10 weren't enough, use 100. Now he had many spirit flowers. Although he couldn't say they were inexhaustible, he could afford to use 100 or so. Chapter 3093. Chapter 3093, 3093. Chapter 3093, Fallen Sword Star-Lord, Junk Warehouse. Spirit flowers were used one after another, and life force was also continuously supplied. However, the other party's realm was too high, so the healing effect of spirit flowers and life force was not ideal. For a normal Dao Venerable, even if their soul was about to collapse, a few spirit flowers would heal them. Even for the Thunder Dao Cultivator, who suffered damage beyond the Dao Venerable realm due to heavenly punishment, the effect of spirit flowers was significantly reduced. But it wouldn't be like now, where the effect of spirit flowers was so poor, almost non-existent. After using 10 spirit flowers, the other party's soul only recovered a tiny bit. For overall recovery, it could only be considered a drop in the bucket. Moreover, because the spirit flowers were used too many times, some resistance developed. By the 10th spirit flower, the effect was far less than the first. Using hundreds or thousands more probably wouldn't be of much use. Lin Moyo had a bit of a headache. He didn't mind using the spirit flowers, but he was troubled by his inability to heal the other party. At this time, a weak thought suddenly transmitted from the star: don't waste your effort. This Star Lord can recover slowly. Lin Moya realized that the spirit flowers he had just used weren't completely useless. The other party's consciousness and the remnant soul had actually recovered, but judging from the tone, it was still very weak. Lin Moyo asked, "Which Star Lord are you?" That weak thought transmitted again: Fallen Sword Star Lord. This time it was only 4 words, and the thought seemed even weaker than before. Fallen Sword Star Lord. Lin Moyo had never heard this name, nor had he seen it in any information, but he could be sure that this was a very powerful Star Lord, and one who had lived from prehistoric times until now. Lin Moya said, "My realm is too low, so the healing effect on you isn't good. When my realm is higher in the future, the healing effect might be better." After a few seconds, Fallen Sword Star Lord's weak thought came again: Fallen Sword appreciates the Dao Master's kindness. Fallen Sword's injury has affected the root of the soul and needs time. The Dao Master needn't worry too much. Fallen Sword is going to hibernate now, and will speak with the Dao Master when awake. After saying this, Fallen Sword Star Lord fell into hibernation again, completely silent. Lin Moyo analyzed Fallen Sword Star Lord's words. Although there were only 3 sentences in total, he could analyze quite a bit of information. In Fallen Sword Star Lord's first sentence after waking up, he hadn't yet realized that Lin Moyo had mastered the Thousand Stars Dao. Although the thought was weak, there was a hint of arrogance in the tone. This was the arrogance possessed by great Dao realm beings, which was normal. The second sentence was nothing special, just stating his identity. The most important was the third sentence. When saying the third sentence, Fallen Sword Star Lord had already understood the current situation, knowing he had returned to the Thousand Stars Dao. Fallen Sword Star Lord's tone clearly revealed some relaxation, as if knowing he had been rescued. Moreover, Fallen Sword Star Lord began to call Lin Moya Dao Master, and his tone was very natural, obviously treating Lin Moya as the Dao Master. This could also be analyzed to mean he had no intention of competing for Lin Moya's position as Dao Master. Lin Moya murmured to himself, as the only one who has comprehended the Thousand Stars Dao, being called Dao Master by a Star Lord seems quite appropriate. I wonder when Fallen Sword Star Lord will truly recover. If he can recover, that would indeed be a great help. This time, destroying the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had unexpectedly led to Fallen Sword Star Lord's return, which was indeed a nice surprise. Lin Moyo also thought of this box. Since Fallen Sword Star Lord could preserve a remnant soul, could there be other powerful Star Lords who left remnant souls? Lin Moya thought, perhaps he could go look for some. Who knows, there might be some gains. The next day, Jin Nya personally came over, saying he wanted to take Lin Moya to tour Purple Gold City. Lin Moya didn't refuse. He took out the box containing Fallen Sword Star Lord's legacy item and asked, "Clan leader, have you seen a box like this before?" Clan leader Jin Nya looked at the box and said softly, "I seem to have seen it before." "Really?" Lin Moya's eyes lit up. "Please help me think where you've seen it." "Let me think." With clan leader Jin Nya's realm, if he had seen something, he certainly wouldn't mistake it. It's just that he had lived for many years, and the information in his memory was vast like smoke and clouds. To search for it also required some effort. Jin Nya closed his eyes to search his memory. After a moment, Jin Nya opened his eyes. "I remember now. It was many years ago, when I had just reached the heavenly venerable realm. After tracing my bloodline, I was determined to be a direct descendant and was assigned an elder from the clan as a protector. The first task I received then was to find something in the clan's warehouse. At that time I didn't understand, so I went to search. It took a month before I finally found that thing." Lin Moya found it strange as he listened. What did the matter Jin Nya was talking about have to do with the question he was asking? But Lin Moya was very patient and continued listening. Clan leader Jin Nya continued, "Actually, the real core of that task was a second test of bloodline. Our bloodline testing isn't just once. That thing would resonate with the bloodline. Only those with truly powerful bloodlines could find it among the countless items in the warehouse. It was in the process of searching for it that I saw similar boxes." Lin Moyo asked, "This Lin wants this box. I wonder if it's convenient for the clan leader." Clan leader Jin Nya smiled, "What's inconvenient about it? That warehouse is actually our clan's junk warehouse. There's nothing good inside. But after so many years, whether that thing is still there or not is hard to say. The warehouse is on the other side of Purple Gold City. I'll take friend Lin there. Clan leader Jean Nye was very straightforward, saying they'd go right away. As they walked, he explained to Lin Moya what a junk warehouse was. Our clan has 2 warehouses, located in 2 corners of Purple Gold City. The 2 warehouses correspond to direct bloodline and collateral bloodline. Every clan member who cultivates to the other shore realm has a chance to enter the warehouse once and choose one thing they like. Then many clan members above Heavenly Venerable Realm, when they go out adventuring and traveling, would throw some useless things they bring back into these 2 warehouses. Over time, things in the warehouses piled up like mountains. Usually no one manages them, so later they came to be called junk warehouses. But in the junk warehouses, it's not that there are absolutely no good things. Whether you can pick something good depends on your eye. When I became a Heavenly Venerable, it was about 80,000 years ago. It's been 80,000 years, I don't know if the thing friend Lin wants is still there. Over so many years, countless people had entered the warehouses and taken things. No one could guarantee that box hadn't been taken away. Lin Moyo asked, after your clan members take things, isn't there any record? In human sects and clans' warehouses, there would be records of who took what. But obviously, this might not apply to beast races. Jean Nye laughed heartily, how could there be records? That would be too troublesome. Anyway, they're not good things. If someone takes something, they take it. Lin Moyo asked, then isn't there anyone managing it? What if someone takes several items? Jean Nye said, it's not that bad. There are still people managing it, but how conscientiously they manage is hard to say. As friend Lin says, occasionally someone taking a few extra items isn't impossible. Lin Moyo was speechless for a moment. The roughness of the beast races was really displayed to the fullest. Chapter 3094. Chapter 3094, 3094. Chapter 3094, the most satisfying flattery comes from behind. The 2 walked step by step through the vast Purple Gold City, not flying. The streets of Purple Gold City were very wide, some places exceeding 100 meters, allowing some large beast races to pass through. Not all beast races could transform into human form. Those that couldn't could only try to shrink their bodies as much as possible, otherwise it would be difficult to even enter the city. However, as long as a beast race's bloodline was strong enough, they could transform into human form. Whether one could transform into human form had also become one of the standards for measuring bloodlines in beast races. As for why they transformed into human form, it was because human form was the Tao body. Cultivating in human form would speed up cultivation. As for why human form was the Tao body, no one knew. If one wanted to know the answer to this question, perhaps they would have to ask the Tao. Witnessing the comings and goings in Purple Gold City, countless discussions could be heard. 8 out of 10 sentences were about the extermination of the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. The Beast Emperor's appearance and decree had settled the matter. Although most people didn't know what exactly the Blazing Divine Eagle clan had done, that wasn't important. What was important was what the Beast Emperor said. Almost all beast races believed in the Beast Emperor. Whatever the Beast Emperor said must be right. Listening to the discussions, Lin Moya said softly, the Beast Emperor's prestige in the northern continent is really high. Jean Nye echoed beside him, naturally. The Beast Emperor is an existence we can't reach. His words also revealed reverence for the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya smiled, the Beast Emperor is in the Great Tao Realm. Clan leader Jean Nye is actually only 1 step away from the Great Tao Realm. Jean Nye shook his head, how can that be compared? Not to mention 1 step, even half a step is the difference between heaven and earth. How difficult it is for a 9th level Tao Venerable to advance to the Great Tao Realm. To be honest with friend Lin, over the years, our clan has indeed had several ancestors who had the chance to enter the Great Tao Realm. Unfortunately, they all failed when facing the heavenly tribulation in the end, perishing body and Tao. Lin Moyo thought of the Thunder Tao Cultivator. The Thunder Tao Cultivator had also failed facing the heavenly tribulation, barely surviving with remnant soul and body. But the Thunder Tao Cultivator hadn't given up. He still had a chance. Lin Moya said, if clan leader Jean Nye has free time, you can go find the 3rd ancestor. Perhaps from the 3rd ancestor, clan leader Jean Nye can obtain methods to advance further. Jean Nye's footsteps paused, his eyes shining brightly. Is friend Lin referring to the 3rd ancestor of the Lufeng Trading Company? At this time, the 2 had stopped in the center of Purple Gold City. On the wide street, there were many passers-by. Beside them was a huge building with even more people coming and going than on the street. This building was the branch of the Lufeng Trading Company in Purple Gold City. As a royal clan, with Purple Gold City as their capital, the Golden Lion clan naturally had a Lufeng Trading Company. Similarly, Jean Nye naturally knew the true owner behind the Lufeng Trading Company. Lin Moya smiled, it's him. But clan leader Jean Nye should be mentally prepared. The 3rd ancestor is a merchant. His price won't be low. Jean Nye laughed heartily, that's natural. Thank you, friend Lin, for providing this information. Lin Moya said, clan leader Jean Nye needn't be so polite. I think it won't be long before the 3rd ancestor actively releases this information. He's a merchant after all, and a merchant's essence is to make money. Jean Nye said, it's always good to know a bit earlier. When everyone knows and goes to find the 3rd ancestor, the price might not be the same as now. Getting this information from Lin Moyo put Jean Mia in an excellent mood, and his attitude towards Lin Moyo became even more polite. At this moment, Jean Mia truly felt that Lin Moyo was a good person, worth befriending. Plus the Beast Emperor's attitude towards Lin Moyo made Jean Mia feel even more that Lin Moyo was an extremely special person who shouldn't be made an enemy of. The two continued walking, reaching the southeast corner of Purple Gold City. The two junk warehouses were located in the southeast and northeast corners respectively. The southeast corner was the junk warehouse for direct descendants, while the northeast corner was for collateral descendants. In beast races, the distinction between direct and collateral descendants was very clear. This distinction would only fade after becoming a 7th level ancestor. In the Golden Lion clan, there was once a collateral descendant who cultivated to 9th level Dao Venerable, becoming the great clan elder of that era. He advanced his bloodline to the extreme, causing the bloodline of his branch of collateral descendants to resonate and evolve. In the end, they advanced from collateral to direct descendants. In the end, whether one was a direct or collateral descendant still depended on bloodline standards. Two Golden Lion clan direct descendants guarded the warehouse door. They were both heavenly venerable realm. Although their realm was ordinary, it was enough for guarding the door. Seeing Jean Mia, both knelt on one knee, paying great respect to Jean Mia. Jean Mia came to the warehouse door and pushed with his hand. With the sound of metal friction, the warehouse door slowly opened. A chaotic aura surged out from the warehouse, extremely mixed, showing that the things inside the warehouse were equally chaotic. Not everyone had keen spiritual perception like Lin Moyo. Most people couldn't sense this complex aura, often only feeling a gust of wind blowing past, then nothing. Jean Mia pushed open the door. "Friend Lin, please enter." Lin Moyo entered with a smile, and Jean Mia followed closely behind into the warehouse. After they entered, the warehouse door slowly closed again, making a rumbling sound. At this time, the two heavenly venerable guards stood up dazedly. The two discussed in low voices, "Who is that? Why would the clan leader bring a human into the warehouse?" "Yeah, a human entering our warehouse, it's really strange. Although it's just a junk warehouse, it's still our warehouse. It's really strange, but the clan leader must have his reasons. It's not for us to manage. Don't say anything about this to others, don't talk too much." "Don't worry, I won't talk too much. Whatever the clan leader does must be right." They didn't know that their discussion had already passed through the door into Lin Moyo and Jean Mia's ears. Lin Moyo chuckled. "It seems clan leader Jean Mia has high prestige in the clan." Jean Mia smiled. "We beast races think simply, without twists and turns. We say what we think." Although they were just two little guards, this flattery made him very pleased. This kind of flattery from behind had a strange sense of satisfaction. Lin Moyo looked around the warehouse. It truly lived up to its name, piles of junk. It's not that they were junk, actually they were all decent materials and treasures. These materials and treasures were basically from the Divine Venerable, Othershore, and Supreme Venerable realms. Divine Venerable realm items were the most numerous, Othershore realm items were also plentiful, Supreme Venerable realm items were very few. As for Heavenly Venerable realm items, they weren't non-existent, just even rarer, needing to be sifted out. Among them, materials were the main items, with fewer treasures. A large number of treasure materials were mixed together, piled into several small mountains. Jean Mia said, "I haven't come in for so many years. It's even messier here than before." Lin Moyo smiled. "This shows that your clan members have had quite a lot of gains outside." Jean Mia said, "What use are gains if they're just junk? I heard that now those little Othershore realm fellows don't even bother coming here anymore. They'd rather spend money to buy a suitable treasure at the Lufeng Trading Company than come here to rummage." Lin Moyo naturally understood. After rummaging here for half a day, one could probably only get a low-value Divine Venerable realm material or treasure. It was better to just buy one. It wasn't expensive anyway, and saved effort. Suddenly, Lin Moyo saw some treasures and walked straight over. Chapter 3095. Chapter 3095, 3095. Chapter 3095. Could there have been other wars in prehistoric times? In the junk warehouse, materials and treasures were piled into several small mountains, with no distinction between them. Finding a suitable treasure from among them was extremely difficult. Lin Moyo came to the edge of a small mountain and picked up a battle blade. Judging from the aura of the battle blade, it should be an Othershore realm treasure. In the junk warehouse, Othershore realm treasures weren't actually that numerous. Jean Mia also came over. "This is an Othershore realm treasure." With his eye, he could naturally recognize the strength of treasures at a glance. He believed Lin Moyo could certainly recognize it too. Othershore realm items, let alone Dao Venerables, even Supreme Venerables wouldn't bother to look at them. But Lin Moyo was now holding the battle blade, examining it carefully. From his expression, he seemed somewhat serious. Jean Mia also became suspicious, thinking to himself, could this treasure have something special about it? After looking for a while, Lin Moyo suddenly walked a few steps to another small mountain and picked up another battle blade. Holding the two battle blades in his hands, comparing them, they were identical. Jean Mia also let out a light exclamation. How are these two treasures exactly the same? Identical treasures weren't non-existent, but they were quite rare. Normally, even the same artifact refiner would find it difficult to refine completely identical treasures. At most, they would be extremely similar in appearance, but there would always be some differences. But the two battle blades Lin Moyo was holding were truly identical. Not just in appearance and patterns, but most crucially, their auras were completely the same. Lin Moyo didn't speak. He began to refine the battle blade. Whether they were the same could only be truly known after refining. The refinement process was very smooth, almost completed instantly. Lin Moya felt it was a bit strange. With my realm, refining an other shore realm treasure isn't difficult, but it shouldn't be completed instantly. It should at least take a second or two. Moreover, this battle blade, apart from being sufficiently sharp and sturdy, only has one ability. After refining, Lin Moyo already knew all the functions of the battle blade. The battle blade only had one special ability, which was to amplify strength, increasing it by about 30%. It wasn't too much or too little, with an upper limit below the Supreme Venerable realm, having no amplification effect on Supreme Venerables. Then, Lin Moya refined the other battle blade. When Lin Moya's soul power touched the second battle blade, it suddenly hummed and repelled Lin Moya's soul power. It refused to be refined. And when it refused refinement, the battle blade that had already been refined also made a light sound, starting to vibrate. Not only that, the entire warehouse began to shake. The several small mountains of materials and treasures all began to hum. Jin Nya exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" The corners of Lin Moya's mouth raised slightly. He already roughly knew what was happening. This is treasure resonance. For identical treasures, each person can only refine one. As he spoke, Lin Moya waved his hand. The several small mountains in the junk warehouse were suddenly scattered. The materials and treasures piled in the mountains were all shaken into the air. Then space rippled, and all these materials and treasures froze in mid-air, motionless. Millions of treasure materials were suspended in mid-air. Lin Moya's gaze swept over them, and he reached out. In an instant, several treasures flew in front of Lin Moyo. Jin Nya showed a surprised expression. So many. In front of Lin Moyo, 8 battle blades were suspended, identical to the previous battle blades, all other shore realm. These 8 battle blades were all vibrating slightly, emitting a humming sound. Lin Moya smiled. Not just these. He waved his hand again, and 3 more battle blades flew over. The appearance of these 3 battle blades was 90% similar to the previous 8, but their realm was higher, reaching Supreme Venerable. Then Lin Moya waved his hand to summon another battle blade. Just looking at the appearance, this battle blade was still very similar to the previous ones, just with slightly more intricate patterns. However, the edge of this battle blade was damaged, and the treasure was in a damaged state. "Friend Lin, what's going on?" Jin Nya found it stranger the more he looked. With his mind, he couldn't figure out what was happening. The treasures weren't strong, but identical treasures were very rare. Lin Moya said, "These battle blades should have the same origin, and each person can only refine one. They can't refine a second one." Jin Nya said, "How strange." He took a battle blade and refined it directly. The refinement process was extremely smooth, completed in the blink of an eye. When he tried to refine a second one, all the battle blades of the same realm immediately began to vibrate. His soul power was repelled, refusing refinement. Jin Nya didn't try to forcibly refine it. "Why is it like this?" Lin Moya said, "As far as I know, only in armies would there be such treasures. Armies mass-produce treasures, restricting treasures of the same realm. Each person can only refine one treasure of the same type and realm. Moreover, they can't refine others' treasures, and these battle blades can't be stored inside the body. They can only be carried on the person." As he spoke, Lin Moya threw the battle blade he had refined to Jin Nya, letting him try to refine it. Jin Nya first removed the one he had already refined, then tried to refine the battle blade Lin Moya had sent over. He found it indeed didn't work. Jin Nya murmured, "According to what friend Lin says, doing this prevents stealing others' treasures." Lin Moya said, "That's right. And battle blades of different realms represent different military ranks. Other shore realms should be the battle blades of ordinary soldiers. From this, we can deduce that among the places where your clan's descendants go to train, there must be one where a large army has fought a battle. And apart from Dragoncoil Island, there have been no beast races that have assembled large armies in the northern continent. So it can be deduced that this army comes from prehistoric times, like the ancient battle secret realm. Moreover, these battle blades all exude an ancient aura. They are very old. From this Lin boldly speculates that the place where these battle blades were found, if not the ancient battle secret realm, must be another ancient battlefield." Jin Nya immediately became excited. "Friend Lin, is what you're saying true?" Lin Moya said, "It's just a guess. We'll need to verify it to know for sure. The ancient battle secret realm is currently the only known ancient battlefield in the northern continent." But the current discovery led Lin Moya to speculate that apart from the ancient battle secret realm, there was another ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefields are very valuable, especially in the eyes of top Dao venerables like Jin Nya. Each ancient battlefield has immeasurable value. Ancient battlefields are prehistoric battlefields. Perhaps in ancient battlefields, one could find some information about advancing to the Great Dao realm. This is why every time the ancient battle secret realm opens, countless top Dao venerables flock there, all to seek methods to break through the Dao venerable realm. Unfortunately, after so many years, they haven't been able to find any. Hearing of a new ancient battlefield, Jin Nya's eyes lit up with a strange light, eager to go there immediately. At this moment, Lin Moya's gaze was thoughtful. He was pondering another matter in his heart. Lin Moya wondered if the prehistoric ancient battlefield might be related to the outer gods. But the other shore realm battle blades seen now, no matter what, couldn't be linked to the outer gods. Outer gods were great Dao realm beings. Even their divine pets were 8th or 9th level Dao venerables. Other shore realm was far inferior to Dao venerable. Even millions of other shore realm beings couldn't defeat one Dao venerable. This was precisely what puzzled Lin Moyo. Unless that ancient battlefield had nothing to do with the outer gods. Apart from the outer gods, could there have been other wars in prehistoric times? Lin Moyo also became interested in the ancient battlefield, seeming to have discovered some interesting things. Chapter 3096. Chapter 3096, 3096. Chapter 3096, to know both what it is and why it is. Lin Moyu and Jin Nia had different focuses. Jin Nia wanted to find the path to the Great Dao realm through the ancient battlefield. Now, although he was instinctively excited, thinking about it again, he could actually obtain corresponding methods through the third ancestor, so the ancient battlefield didn't seem so important anymore. Moreover, the ancient battlefield only had a probability, while with the third ancestor, as long as the price was right, it was 100% certain to obtain. Comparatively, the third ancestor was a bit more reliable. Besides this, Jin Nia also had his own thoughts. The third ancestor was human. His methods might not be suitable for himself. If he could find corresponding methods in the northern continent's ancient battlefield, that would naturally be better. At least the two methods could be compared and verified against each other. As for Lin Moyu, he was more interested in tracing the prehistoric remnants in the ancient battlefield, seeking what exactly happened back then, searching for the origin of the origin continent. He believed more that to advance to become a true powerhouse and reach the highest realm, one needed to understand the origin of the origin continent. Only by understanding the origin, analyzing it clearly, truly knowing both what it is and why it is, could one step into the true highest realm. The two had different goals, but their destination was the same. Jin Nia said, "After I go out, I'll have someone investigate where these battle blades came from." Lin Moyu smiled, "The warehouse has no inventory records. How will you investigate this?" Jin Nia was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. It was only now that he realized how important inventory and outgoing records were. He rubbed his head, "Friend Lin, please help me think of a way." Lin Moyu said, "It's actually very simple. You can issue a reward. Hang these blades on the city walls, and let those who obtain them come forward themselves. Of course, you should also set a restriction. If someone talks nonsense, they'll be punished, and the punishment should be severe. If they tell the truth, there will be a big reward." Jin Nia slapped his forehead, "Good idea. Such a simple method, why didn't I think of it?" Lin Moyu smiled, "You just didn't think about it. With your wisdom, you would have thought of it quickly even if I didn't say it." Jin Nia chuckled, accepting this flattery. At this time, Lin Moyu lightly waved his hand, and a box automatically flew into his hand. This box was identical to the one obtained from the secret space pearl in the Blazing Divine Eagle clan. The only difference was that this box was dusty, and its surface had been damaged. From Lin Moyu's observation, the box seemed to have gone through a struggle. There were several marks of attack on it. However, the attacker's power wasn't strong. There were only slight traces, without real damage. This box was very sturdy. Below Dao Venerable, it was impossible to damage the box. At most, only some negligible traces could be left. Lin Moyu's soul power moved, activating the formation on the box. The formation operated, and the box radiated colorful light. After just a few seconds, the box was as good as new. Lin Moyu took out the empty box that had contained the fallen Sword Star Lord, Trouble Clan leader, to add this to the reward. If someone can provide clues about this box, or directly provide the box, I, Lin Moyu, will also have a big reward. But if someone gives false information, there will also be severe punishment. Jin Nia was very clear about Lin Moyu's methods. He immediately said, "Rest assured, leave this matter to me. Both rewards and punishments will be from us. Friend doesn't need to worry about it. If someone can produce the box, it will belong to friend Lin." Jin Nia wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He immediately took on everything, getting on good terms with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony, "Then I won't be polite." Jin Nia waved his hand, "Such a small matter, what's there to be polite about?" Lin Moyu's will moved, and all the floating materials and treasures fell down, turning back into several small mountains. Trouble Clan leader to take this Lin to look at the other junk warehouse. There might be some discoveries there too. Clan leader Jin Nia immediately said, "Good, no problem." The two immediately went to the junk warehouse owned by collateral clan members. The materials and treasures inside were clearly a level lower. Two more similar other Shore Realm battle blades were found, but no box was discovered. Half a day later, 4 battle blades suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Gold City. The 4 battle blades were positioned at the 4 corners of Purple Gold City, suspended 100 meters in the air, shining brightly. Then Jin Nia's voice resounded throughout the city, "Whoever knows where these battle blades came from, report to the clan. There will be a big reward. If false information is reported, there will be severe punishment." As for what the reward or punishment would be, Jin Nia didn't specify. But the Golden Lion clan members all knew that whether reward or punishment, it wouldn't be light. With the battle blades floating in the air, an exquisite box also appeared in the sky above the center of the city. Jin Nia's voice sounded again, "Whoever can provide clues about this box, or directly provide this box, there will be a big reward." The same words, Jin Nia said again. Following his order, the Golden Lion clan members in Purple Gold City immediately sprang into action. Many Golden Lion clan members went to look at the battle blades, then searched their memories. Some also went to look at the treasure box, constantly searching for related information in their memories. If they could find any clues, they could get a big reward. Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing? Lin Moyu returned to his courtyard and took out the newly obtained treasure box. This treasure box was identical to the one obtained before, just with slight differences in the formation on it. After studying for a moment, Lin Moyu found the method to open it. He drew a special rune, activated the formation on the box, and merged the rune into it. With a light sound, the box opened. A powerful aura flowed out from the box. An exquisite fragment lay quietly inside. Another Great Dao Realm fragment. What kind of fragment is it? About the same size as the fragment in the first box. Lin Moya could discern that it came from the Great Tao realm, but couldn't analyze what it was. After looking for a few moments, Lin Moya closed the box again and put it away. It seems that in prehistoric times, this kind of box was used to store valuable items. At least Great Tao realm items. Only Great Tao realm items can ignore the effects of time, remaining imperishable for billions of years. But even without contents, just the box itself is quite valuable. Lin Moya could sense that the material of this box contained traces of the time Tao. It could make items inside pass years like days. It was perfect for storing pills below the Great Tao realm. This way, there was no need to worry about pills losing effectiveness after too long. Lin Moya took out a set of tea utensils and leisurely brewed and drank tea. As for the matter of finding the battle blades and treasure box, Jean Mia was handling it. He didn't need to worry about it. In a few more days, the ancient battle secret realm would open. Then he could go see the northern continent's ancient battlefield. On the third day after Lin Moya arrived in Purple Gold City, the day after the reward was issued, someone came to Lin Moya's courtyard. Seeing the visitor, Lin Moya smiled. So it's Great Elder Jean Lan. What brings you here? Jean Lan revealed a brilliant smile. I smelled tea fragrance and came to beg a cup of tea. Lin Moya gestured, then please sit. Let's see how you find this Lin's tea. Chapter 3097. Chapter 3097, 3097. Chapter 3097, The Poorest 9th Level Tao Venerable, Star Lord's Return. Jean Lan tasted the tea brewed by Lin Moya. After one sip, her eyes immediately lit up. Good tea. Lin Moya's tea came from the third ancestor. It was truly top-tier good tea. Although not the absolute best, it could rank among the top few in the origin continent. Lin Moya smiled. Since you like it, Great Elder should enjoy more. Jean Lan didn't stand on ceremony. Friend Lin's tea can't be found in our beast race. Naturally, I must taste more. Although Jean Lan was female, her words and demeanor carried a heroic spirit. Her long-standing high position also gave her a noble aura. Lin Moya smiled. With Great Elder's status, if you want to drink good tea, surely you can get it. Jean Lan said, if I really wanted to drink it, I could indeed get it, but it's too troublesome. I hate trouble. Lin Moya smiled. What's troublesome about it? Just tell the Lu Foam Trading Company to deliver it, wouldn't that be fine? Jean Lan shook her head. You don't know how ridiculous the prices of those good teas are in the Lu Foam Trading Company. So it wasn't about trouble, but about price. However, for a top 9th level Tao Venerable powerhouse to be troubled by price was indeed a bit ridiculous. Jean Lan looked at Lin Moya's expression. You must be thinking, how can I, a 9th level Tao Venerable, be concerned about price? Lin Moya nodded. That's right. With your status and position, as long as you ask, or just go somewhere to get some materials, it would be enough to buy a lot of top quality tea. Jean Lan sighed. Some things are hard to explain. Anyway, I have my difficulties. Lin Moya smiled. If Great Elder doesn't mind, you can tell me about it. Jean Lan said, actually, this isn't a secret. Many people know. When I was advancing to 9th level Tao Venerable, something went wrong and I injured my foundation. Although I successfully advanced to 9th level Tao Venerable, this injury has never fully healed. I need to take medicine long-term to suppress it. Lin Moya understood. This medicine, it's not cheap, is it? Jean Lan nodded. Very expensive. Almost all my wealth is used to buy this medicine. Medicine that could suppress a 9th level Tao Venerable's injury must be at least 7th level Tao Venerable pills. Whether materials, treasures, or pills, once they reach 7th level Tao Venerable, their prices are never low. If it's 8th or 9th level Tao Venerable, the price is even more terrifying. Like the top grade pill among 9th level Tao Venerable pills, the Great Tao Longevity pill, its price is incredibly shocking. Even the third ancestor would feel the pain. There's also the Great Tao Indestructible pill. Although cheaper than the Great Tao Longevity pill, it's still frighteningly expensive. Lin Moya looked at Jean Lan. What you're taking, it's not the Great Tao Longevity pill, is it? Jean Lan's eyes suddenly shot out golden light. Friend Lin knows about the Great Tao Longevity pill. Lin Moya said, of course I know. It's a top-grade healing pill. Can't the Great Tao Longevity pill cure your injury? Jean Lan sighed. It can only suppress, not cure. I need to take one Great Tao Longevity pill every 10 years. Given the value of the Great Tao Longevity pill, taking one every 10 years was indeed a considerable expense. Even for a 9th level Tao Venerable like Jean Lan, it was a huge pressure. Jean Lan couldn't transfer this pressure to the clan. The clan could only provide partial assistance. The bulk still had to be resolved by herself. No wonder she said she was poor and couldn't afford tea. She could be called the poorest 9th level Tao Venerable. Lin Moya said, Great Elder Jean Lan, you can now state your real purpose. Jean Lan was slightly stunned. How did friend Lin know I had other business? Lin Moya chuckled. It's not hard to guess. Jean Lan flipped her palm, producing an exquisite box. Is this the box friend Lin is looking for? Lin Moya smiled. That's right. Jean Lan said, then can friend Lin guess why I didn't give the treasure box to the clan, but came directly to give it to friend Lin? Lin Moya smiled. No need to guess that. If you give the treasure box to the clan would have to give a big reward. But you've already received a lot from the clan over the years. You don't want to add more pressure to the clan, and moving money from the left hand to the right hand is meaningless. So you might as well come find me, give the box to me directly. Even if I have nothing to exchange, at least I can owe you a favor. Jean Lan smiled. Friend Lin is indeed clever. Lin Moya said, clan leader Jean Mia probably doesn't know about this. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. Jean Lan's smile grew, pushing the box in front of Lin Moya. That's right. Please help me keep this secret, friend Lin. Lin Moya reached out to take the box. Certainly. Putting away the box, Lin Moya took out a spirit flower and presented it to Jinlan. Seeing the spirit flower, Jinlan showed a strange expression. Friend Lin, this flower. She could see the spirit flower was extraordinary, but didn't know what use it had. Lin Moya said, Great Elder Jinlan will know when you use it. Jinlan took the spirit flower. Her soul power moved slightly, activating it. The spirit flower quickly grew, then bloomed. A gentle aura emanated from the flower, enveloping Jinlan. Jinlan immediately felt an indescribable comfort from her soul. At this moment, she knew the use of the spirit flower. Without any resistance, she let the spirit flower envelop her. Lin Moya drank tea while opening the newly obtained box. Having opened 3 boxes, Lin Moya was already familiar with the process. The formation in the box operated. With a light sound, the box opened. The aura of the Great Tao realm emanated. This time, the box didn't contain a fragment, but a round jade stone. The jade stone displayed myriad colors, very beautiful. As the jade stone appeared, the 1,000 Stars Tao naturally manifested again. Not just the 1,000 Stars Tao, other Taos also showed some stirring, though not as strongly as the 1,000 Stars Tao. Strange, could this also be a Star Lord legacy item? Although Lin Moya couldn't understand, he still threw the jade stone to the 1,000 Stars Tao. In an instant, the world before his eyes changed. He seemed to enter starry space. Lin Moya found himself standing on a Tao. Around him was pitch black starry space. Then, a point of light appeared in the black starry space. Then, more and more lights. Lin Moya then realized these lights were stars. In the surrounding black starry space, countless stars were hidden. Now, some stars began to revive due to some special power, and this special power came from that peculiar jade stone earlier. The light of the stars grew from weak to strong, until entire stars were lit up. Then the stars turned into meteors, flying into the 1,000 Stars Tao. Ice Star Lord returns. A realization arose from the bottom of Lin Moya's heart. This is the return of Star Lords. The Star Lords of the past not only left legacies on the origin continent, but also had many stars dormant in deep space. Without Star Lords, the 1,000 Stars Tao was incomplete, the Tao was damaged. Now with Star Lords returning, the Tao begins to truly repair. This peculiar jade stone has the effect of repairing the Tao. He watched as star after star went from dim to bright, finally returning to the 1,000 Stars Tao. Fire Star Lord, Twilight Star Lord, Earth-splitting Star Lord. Star Lord after Star Lord kept returning, the power of the 1,000 Stars Tao gradually increasing. At this moment, Lin Moya truly felt like he was becoming the Tao Master. These Star Lord legacies would all become his foundation. When he becomes the Tao Master in the future, these Star Lords will be his subordinates. Besides the undead army, he will also be able to have an army composed of Star Lords. Chapter 3098. Chapter 3098, 3098. Chapter 3098, The Dangerous Ancient Battle Secret Realm. In total, 18 stars revived, representing 18 Star Lord legacies returning to the 1,000 Stars Tao. The more Star Lord legacies returned, the more the 1,000 Stars Tao recovered. Such a small jade stone having such a miraculous effect completely exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. Previously, Lin Moya had been using soul power to revive stars, and several stars had already revived, but the process was extremely slow. Although Lin Moya's soul power was inexhaustible, constantly replenishing, he couldn't use it recklessly in large amounts. He had to maintain a certain speed. Now a small jade stone equaled 100 years of his effort. It had to be said, this was truly a good thing. When no more stars lit up, Lin Moya's consciousness returned from the 1,000 Stars Tao to reality. By now, the jade stone in his hand had turned to powder. Its power was completely exhausted, finally dissipating into the air with a gentle breeze. The exquisite box was now empty. Lin Moya increasingly wanted to find more such boxes, perhaps finding more good things. In prehistoric times, there were many good things. It was just unknown how many could be preserved until now. At this time, Jinlan was still enveloped by the spirit flower. The spirit flower was gradually dissipating, and as it dissipated, Jinlan's injuries were recovering. The spirit flower wasn't very effective for great Tao realm beings, but for Tao venerables, it was a miraculous item. Even for a 9th level Tao venerable powerhouse like Jinlan, if one spirit flower wasn't enough, another could be used. Lin Moya leisurely drank tea, patiently waiting. A moment later, the spirit flower completely disappeared from view. Jinlan slowly opened her eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting from them straight to the sky. The pavilion roof was swept by the golden light, directly turning to ash. Enormous power unconsciously surged from her body. The entire courtyard shook and rumbled. Water in the artificial lake surged to the sky. The stone bridge and corridor over the lake collapsed in the shaking. In an instant, the originally beautiful courtyard almost became ruins. The light of the sun's origin directly shone down. Lin Moya felt warmth, and also some helplessness. What a pity, just one courtyard. Fully recovered, Jinlan retracted her aura. She showed no reaction to the destruction she caused. Such things were trivial. Her gaze filled with joy. She suddenly stood up and bowed to Lin Moya. Thank you, friend Lin. Jinlan will remember this kindness. In the future, if friend Lin has any need, please don't hesitate to ask. Jinlan will not refuse. Lin Moya sat without moving, graciously accepting Jinlan's great bow. He deserved this courtesy. Great Elder Jinlan, how is your injury now? Jinlan said, it's 90% healed. In the future, I should only need to take a Great Tao longevity pill once every 100 years. She was 9th level Tao venerable. One spirit flower couldn't completely heal her injury. However, changing from taking medicine once every 10 years to once every 100 years was already a huge improvement. This way, the pressure on Jean Lan was greatly reduced. At least she no longer had to be the poorest 9th level Dao Venerable. Suddenly, she froze in place, staring blankly at Lin Moyo. Another spirit flower appeared in Lin Moyo's hand, then flew towards her. Lin Moya's voice sounded at the same time, another one, and Great Elder Jean Lan should be fully healed. Jean Lan's body trembled slightly. Her voice also trembled with excitement. Friend Lin, this flower is too precious. She knew very well that the spirit flower was much more valuable than the Great Dao Longevity Pill. Lin Moya said, indeed it's quite precious, but being able to heal Great Elder Jean Lan's injury is putting it to good use. Great Elder Jean Lan needn't stand on ceremony. Heal your injury first. I have something to trouble you with later. Jean Lan took the spirit flower, forcibly suppressing her inner excitement. Mr. Lin, whatever you need, please say it. Jean Lan wouldn't dare refuse. Her form of address for Lin Moya changed from Friend Lin to Mr. Lin. From this moment, she had completely acknowledged Lin Moyo. Most beast race people didn't have many twists and turns. From a single form of address, one could discern what position someone held in their hearts. Not everyone could be called Mr., especially not an outsider like Lin Moyo. The spirit flower grew again, enveloping Jean Lan. This time, the spirit flower's healing speed was much faster than before. The previous spirit flower had already healed the main part. Now the second spirit flower was finishing up. In just 10 minutes, the spirit flower dissipated, and Jean Lan's injuries were completely healed. Jean Lan bowed deeply to Lin Moyo again. Thank you, sir. Lin Moya smiled. Great Elder Jean Lan is too polite. Now it's my turn to trouble you. Jean Lan said, please instruct me. Lin Moya said, the first thing is, can Great Elder Jean Lan tell me where you obtained this box? Jean Lan answered without hesitation, the ancient battle secret realm. Lin Moya said, can you tell me more specifically? Jean Lan's eyes showed recollection as she recounted the situation at that time. At that time, I had just broken through to 7th level ancestor. The ancient battle secret realm happened to open, so I went in. From her description, Lin Moya learned about the whole process and gained a new understanding of the ancient battle secret realm. The ancient battle secret realm was a group of secret realms. How many secret realms there were inside was unknown. It was said that the reason for this was that too many powerful beings had died in this ancient battlefield. After many powerful beings died, their power hadn't completely dissipated. Their bodies didn't decay, and finally formed one secret realm after another. Because everyone cultivated different techniques, had different power levels, and different personalities and consciousness when alive, the secret realms formed were also completely different. The secret realm Jean Lan entered was a simple war secret realm. There were no mysteries. She defeated a 100-man army in the secret realm, and finally obtained this treasure box from the army's headquarters. The 100-man army she faced at that time was led by a 7th-level ancestor. The remaining soldiers were all 5th-level Dao Venerable powerhouses, but they still couldn't stop her. Later, Jean Lan entered the ancient battle secret realm several more times, but those times, she didn't gain much. From Jean Lan's words, Lin Moya learned that the ancient battle secret realm was also divided into levels, split into 4 areas. The entry area corresponded to below Dao Venerable. The low-level area corresponded to 1st to 3rd level Dao Venerable, the mid-level area to 4th to 6th level, and the high-level area to 7th level and above. Upon first entering the ancient battle secret realm, one would be teleported to the area corresponding to their cultivation realm based on their different cultivation levels. Entrants could move within their own area. If they wanted to go to a higher level area, they needed to find the correct path and pass some tests. The location of the ancient battle secret realm was an ancient battlefield. Besides having many secret realms, there were also many strange creatures. These creatures had a unified name, called battle beasts. Battle beasts should have originally been spirit beasts. On the ancient battlefield, influenced by the battlefield's resentment and powerful beings' energy, they evolved into battle beasts. Battle beasts were stronger than spirit beasts of the same level, and often appeared in groups, not easy to deal with. Besides this, on the outskirts of the ancient battle secret realm, one might sometimes encounter armies. The ancient battle secret realm wasn't unchanging. Sometimes secret realms would shatter, and the battle beasts and armies inside would rush out. Sometimes even when secret realms didn't shatter, the beings inside would still rush out. So the entire ancient battle secret realm was full of uncertainty. Each time it opened, at least 30 to 40% of the people who went in would die inside. The death rate wasn't low. The most disastrous time was when an army led by a 7th level Dao Venerable rushed out of a secret realm and killed their way into the mid-level area. That time, over 70% of the Dao Venerables in the mid-level area died. Chapter 3099. Chapter 3099, 3099. Chapter 3099, too many people will be surrounded. It was very dangerous, with an extremely high casualty rate, but every time the ancient battle secret realm opened, countless people still fought to get in. Even people from other races tried every means to obtain spots. The reason was that there were too many treasures in the ancient battle secret realm, always yielding surprising gains, and these gains often exceeded one's own realm. For example, in the entry area below Dao Venerable realm, a heavenly Venerable once obtained a 4th level Dao Venerable treasure, becoming rich overnight. There were also 3rd level Dao Venerables who obtained 7th level Dao Venerable materials. There were also some powerful secret technique legacies and so on. Such things happened too many times to count. After hearing Jean Lan's account, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of the ancient battle secret realm. Lin Moya said, "Thank you for telling me, Great Elder Jean Lan." Jinlan was in an excellent mood. Her old injury was healed, and she was extremely grateful to Lin Moyo. She quickly said, "Sir, you're too polite. You can just call me Jinlan. No need to be so formal." Lin Moya said, "Then now I'll trouble Elder Jin. The second thing, help me change to another courtyard. This one can't be used anymore." The entire courtyard had collapsed, almost becoming ruins. Even the pavilion they were sitting in would have collapsed long ago if Lin Moya wasn't maintaining it with his own power. Jinlan smiled embarrassedly. "I was too excited earlier and lost control for a moment. I'll change a courtyard for Sir right away. Does Sir have any other instructions? Please feel free to say." Lin Moya said, "Nothing for now. If I need anything, I'll find you again." Jinlan took out a golden token. "This is my token. Please keep it, sir. If you need anything, contact me directly through the token." The token was inscribed with formations and had communication functions, but the distance was limited. Generally, it was useless beyond 100,000 li. Beast races generally didn't rely on such tokens for communication, unlike humans. Lin Moyo put away the token. "Then thank you, friend Jinlan." Jinlan had people arrange a new courtyard, more exquisite than the previous one. Lin Moya stayed in Purple Gold City for 3 days, a rare time of rest. During these 3 days, Lin Moya didn't go anywhere. He sat in the courtyard, enjoying the scenery while leisurely drinking tea. The days looked leisurely, but Lin Moya wasn't really idle. He was studying formations. The 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation gave him an inspiration. Formations didn't necessarily have to be perfect. Sometimes they could be imperfect. Imperfect formations could sometimes accomplish some things. For example, collecting resentment. The collected resentment could be supplied to the Buddhist Lich's eternal Buddhist nation, or to the skeleton hell, or even to refine some evil treasures. This flaw of the 10,000 Volcanoes Great Formation could also be used in other formations. The formation Tao was equally vast and boundless, requiring years of comprehension to gain insights. While researching formations, Lin Moyo also didn't forget to condense Tao patterns. Condensing Tao patterns wasn't difficult for him. The process was very smooth, not even occupying much of his attention. The only trouble was time. Although the condensation process wasn't laborious, the time required still couldn't be avoided. This was the path set by the Tao for all cultivators. It was the same for everyone. The more Tao patterns, the more time needed. It was precisely this that made many genius cultivators unable to endure the increasingly long time in the end, unable to bear those clearly less talented than themselves surpassing them in realm. So this was also the Tao's test of cultivators' Tao hearts. To maintain the status of a genius, one must constantly seek opportunities and use them to compensate. Just sitting at home cultivating, it was ultimately difficult to attain the Tao. Now in Lin Moya's soul, there were 54 Tao patterns shining brightly. If placed in prehistoric times, the number of Lin Moya's Tao patterns would have already surpassed many 9th-level Tao venerable powerhouses. The astonishing number of Tao patterns also gave Lin Moya an unimaginably long time. Currently, he needed 200 years to condense one Tao pattern. To condense another 18 Tao patterns to advance to 4th-level Tao venerable would take him a full 3,600 years. For others, 3,600 years to advance one realm might not be considered slow, but for Lin Moya, it was too slow. From when he started cultivating until now, it had only been just over 3,000 years. Moreover, condensing Tao patterns would become slower and slower. Perhaps the next realm would take 5,000 years, then 10,000 years, 20,000 years. Lin Moya naturally didn't want to cultivate so slowly, so he needed to seek various opportunities to speed up his cultivation. 3 days later, Jinlan came to the courtyard again. This time when seeing Jinlan, her spirit was completely different from before. Her face was also beaming with joy. No longer troubled by injuries, no longer needing to take medicine in the future for her, this was an enormous blessing. And all this was thanks to Lin Moyo. Jinlan came before Lin Moyo. "Sir, Jinlan has come to beg for tea again." Lin Moya smiled, "Then sit down and drink." Jinlan said, "This time let me brew the tea. When I traveled in human lands years ago, I learned how to brew tea." A top 9th level Tao venerable powerhouse brewing tea for oneself. If it were someone else, they would have been overwhelmed by the favor. But Lin Moya didn't feel anything. Not to mention Jinlan, even if the Beast Emperor personally brewed tea for him, he would at most just say a few polite words. Jinlan's movements were slightly unfamiliar, after all she rarely did this. While brewing tea, Jinlan asked, "Sir, the clan leader sent a message earlier. The ancient battle's secret realm will open tomorrow." Lin Moyo made a sound of acknowledgement. "Then when do we set out?" Jinlan said, "Half a day later. No need to go too early. Going early just means waiting. There are too many people. Arriving too early will attract attention." The clan leader went over a few days ago to make some preparations. Every time the ancient battle's secret realm opened, there were 10,000 spots. The 10 royal clans took half of them. The remaining half were distributed to other clans. Some weak clans only got a few spots. Those clans were too weak, without even a single Tao venerable in the clan. They simply sold their spots directly, making some money out of thin air. And the Lufeng Trading Company would buy spots every year, offering fair prices. After obtaining the spots, the Lufeng Trading Company would resell them. The Lufeng Trading Company's business covered the entire origin continent. They sold spots to various races. So when the ancient battle's secret realm opened, people from various races would come. The beast races wouldn't interfere with this. For the beast races, the ancient battle's secret realm wasn't just a treasure hunting ground, but more of a training ground. With the beast races' survival of the fittest growth method, they didn't fear killing at all. Once entering the secret realm, one's life and death were their own responsibility. Lin Moya said, these past few days, has there been any news about the 4 battle blades? Jinlan nodded slightly, there has been, but because the ancient battle secret realm is about to open, the clan leader plans to deal with this matter after the ancient battle secret realm. As for the clues about the treasure box Sir is looking for, unfortunately there's no news yet. But the clan leader said he would try his best to inquire. This time going to the ancient battle secret realm, clan leaders and elders from other royal clans will also come. The clan leader will ask then. If there's any news, he will definitely tell Sir. Lin Moya smiled, clan leader Jin Nia is thoughtful. Jinlan smiled, you're too polite. Compared to what you've done, these things we do are nothing. Chapter 3100. Chapter 3100, 3100. Chapter 3100, the third ancestor even profits from the dead. Half a day later, Jinlan took Lin Moya to the ancient battle secret realm. Jinlan used the origin spirit vein under Purple Gold City for teleportation, instantly teleporting several million li to the edge of the Golden Lion clan's territory. Lin Moya was somewhat surprised. He knew there was an origin spirit vein under Purple Gold City, and it was an extremely high grade one, probably 8th grade. Generally, origin spirit veins were refined by the clan leader, and only the clan leader could use them for teleportation. He didn't expect Jinlan could also use the origin spirit vein for teleportation, and directly teleport several million li. Being able to extend several million li indeed confirmed Lin Moya's guess, this origin spirit vein was indeed 8th grade. Jinlan explained, in our beast race, origin spirit veins are refined jointly by the clan leader and clan elders, so I can also use the origin spirit vein for teleportation. The day Sir was exterminating the blazing divine eagle clan, the reason I could arrive so quickly was also because of the origin spirit vein. Lin Moya smiled, multiple people jointly refining an origin spirit vein, this method is the first I've heard of. I've learned something new. Jinlan said, this is a method passed down by the Beast Emperor. It's indeed very useful. So it was passed down by the Beast Emperor. Lin Moya could understand. This method posed no threat to the Beast Emperor himself, and could enhance the beast race's strength. Why not do it? Jinlan waved her hand, conjuring a huge golden lion. She stood on the lion's back and invited Lin Moya, Sir, please come up. Lin Moya landed on the lion's back. The golden lion immediately turned into a beam of golden light, shooting towards the distance. Lin Moya said, it's said the beast race has no flying treasures. I see this Dao true body transformation method is no slower than flying treasures. Jinlan said, this is also passed down by the Beast Emperor. We condense an avatar, then transform the avatar into a Dao true body. When traveling, it can be used as a treasure. In battle, it can also help us. Although its strength is slightly weaker, it's still a helper. Lin Moya smiled, the Beast Emperor indeed has good methods. The Beast Emperor, in his high position, wasn't doing nothing. He had actually done quite a lot for the beast race. Just the secret techniques he passed down were numerous. These secret techniques greatly enhanced the beast race's strength. Add to that the Beast Emperor's own strength and the beast race's concept of respecting the strong, it wasn't hard to imagine how the Beast Emperor achieved his current position. The Golden Lion flew several million li, arriving at the northwest corner of the northern continent, where the ancient battle secret realm was located. When still 100,000 li from the ancient battle secret realm, Lin Moya already sensed a powerful battle intent. This was a special aura that could only exist on battlefields. In the former Great World, such auras existed in some ancient battlefields. From afar, one could see large patches of dark clouds. Black winds blew within the clouds. These winds could strip flesh from bones, very terrifying. Lin Moya could feel that the most terrifying thing in the wind was curses. The wind was full of soldiers' obsessions and resentment, not dissipating for countless years. When still 10,000 li away, one could already hear countless wailing sounds. Jinlan said, these winds are very dangerous. Sir must be careful of these winds after entering the ancient battle secret realm. These winds aren't in fixed places. They wander around. Try not to be blown by them. If you really can't avoid them, you can find a nearby secret realm to enter, or find a place like a cave to hide in. That can also avoid them. Jinlan spoke from her own experience. At this time, the Golden Lion had already begun to descend rapidly, falling from thousands of meters high to low-altitude flight, gradually slowing down. Getting closer and closer to the ancient battle secret realm, Lin Moya saw people constantly arriving from all directions. Although the ancient battle secret realm was large, there was only one entrance. The 10,000 people entering the secret realm would all go in through the same entrance. One could imagine that this entrance must be crowded. Of the 10,000 spots, over 90% belonged to the beast races. Beast races had different body shapes and appearances. Some beast races' true forms were tens of meters tall. Even in human form, they exceeded 10 meters. As such, 10,000 people crowded together looked more numerous than several 100,000 humans. From afar, Lin Moya saw the entrance. The entire ancient battle secret realm was enveloped by an invisible force. Only one place flickered with wave-like luster, that place was the entrance. The entrance was hundreds of meters wide and over 1,000 meters high. The invisible force rolled like waves. Near the entrance, huge iron stones floated in mid-air. There were many iron stones, some high, some low, some near, some far, some big, some small. On the largest and nearest iron stones to the entrance, camps had already been established. The 10 strongest royal clans of the beast races occupied the largest and nearest iron stone. Then on the other large and small iron stones, various beast races also stood. Although there were only 10,000 spots, the people who came weren't just 10,000. Without counting carefully, there were certainly more than 50 or 60,000. Lin Moya finally understood why Jean Lan said coming early would attract attention. Beast race people from various small clans liked to watch the 10 royal clans, their eyes full of envy. Moreover, those beast races would point and discuss the royal clan members, not maliciously, but discussing how strong those royal clan members were, who was most likely to become the heir. Simply put, they were gossiping. Lin Moyo asked, "Aren't there only 10,000 spots? Why have so many people come?" Jean Lan said, "This is because the rules of the ancient battle secret realm are different from other secret realms. Each time it opens, the duration is different. The longest recorded time was over 500 days, the shortest only 100 days. When the secret realm opens, if someone dies inside, their spot becomes available, and people can enter again. It's precisely because of this rule that the Beast Emperor established corresponding rules." Jean Lan explained the detailed rules of the ancient battle secret realm to Lin Moyo. For example, the Golden Lion clan was allocated 500 spots. These 500 spots belonged directly to them. If their clan members died inside, one of the 500 spots would become available, and would be filled by Golden Lion clan people. Others couldn't take it. This also explained why the Golden Lion clan brought far more people than the spots allowed. These people were actually substitutes. As for those spots sold by small clans, their ownership belonged to the Lufeng Trading Company. If people who bought spots from the Lufeng Trading Company died inside, the Lufeng Trading Company could send their own people in, or sell the spots again. Lin Moya's mouth twitched once or twice. The third ancestor really even profits from the dead. Needless to say, only the third ancestor would do such business. The third ancestor didn't care about people dying. Making money was the hard truth. Lin Moya didn't know why the third ancestor wanted to make money so badly. He was already the richest person in the entire Origin continent. Others couldn't catch up to him no matter how hard they tried. But he wasn't satisfied at all, still so shrewd. Lin Moya's arrival on the Golden Lion immediately attracted the attention of many beast races. The gossip fire of countless small clan beast races immediately burned fiercely. Who is this person? How can he ride on a Golden Lion? I don't know who he is, but I know the person beside him. That's Great Elder Jean Lan of the Golden Lion clan, a top 9th level Dao venerable powerhouse. Wow, so powerful. But I see Great Elder Jean Lan seems quite polite to him. I noticed that too. Who exactly is this guy? Clan leader Jean Nia actually came out to welcome him personally. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.